Monthly summoning system. Remain behind the scenes as the Dragon Lord. Male. Cultivation. System. Transmigration. Action. Adventure. Fantasy. Martial arts. Xuanwan. Behind the scenes. Plus. Summoning characters. Plus. Creating a faction. Plus. No female lead. Plus. Decisive and ruthless. Plus. Multiverse. Having transmigrated to another world, Wei Yuan unexpectedly became the son of the Marquis of Qingzhou in the Great Yuan dynasty. I thought it was a perfect start and I was ready to enjoy a wonderful life, but I never expected that the whole situation had turned into hell. Just as Wei Yuan was lamenting his impending death, he awakened the monthly summoning system. You can get one summoning chance per month, and you will also be given a mission randomly. After completing the mission, you can get extra summoning chances. Not only can you obtain divine weapons, martial arts manuals, elixirs and bloodlines, but you can also summon cards of various characters from all over the world. Thus, Wei Yuan founded the Azure Dragon Society to protect lives while stirring up trouble. Behind the scenes, Yi Gucheng, Lord of Baiyun City, is an invincible martial artist among the top 10. The immortal dragon Leng Huishan, the supreme master Ling Donglai, the Yin-Yang schools Dongwang Taiyi, and the heavenly gate master Di Shishan, the demon lord Chonglu from the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, and the demon emperor Qishan of the demon realm. From the Great Yuan dynasty to the Upper Realm, the Azure Dragon Society was invincible. Finally, the Dragon Lord's reputation made all the heavens and myriad realms tremble. 1. Number 1 Chapter 1 Transmigration through the monthly summoning system, by Feng Mo Lao. Chapter 1 Transmigration, monthly summoning system, White Phoenix, Old Mo. Open black lens bracket brain storage close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket adoptive fathers and mothers, leave a 666 review here. Looks plus 999, wealth plus 999. Health plus 999, longevity plus 999, length plus 20, chest plus 38e close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket summoned character check in who to summon. Leave a comment here close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket extras building, leave character information. If suitable, I'll arrange for them to be in the story close black lens bracket. Great Yuan Dynasty, Great Li Dao, Qingzhou. In the backyard of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, a handsome youth lay on a large bed made of century-old peach wood. The youth's face was pale, lacking even a trace of color. At this moment, the youth's fingers twitched. Following that, he slowly opened his eyes. Wei Yuan's gaze was filled with confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. The antique-style room was clearly not a hospital, which caused an answer to flash through the mind of Wei Yuan, a senior reader of fantasy novel. I've transmigrated. On Earth, he was a coder at a company. To meet a project deadline, the supervisor had everyone work overtime to finish. After working 3 consecutive all-nighters, he finally completed his assigned tasks. Just as he was preparing to leave work, his head spun as he stood up. He instantly collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness just as he was about to properly observe the room's layout. A massive amount of memories flooded his mind. The intense pain caused Wei Yuan to involuntarily gasp. Hiss. After the time of an incense stick, Wei Yuan's expression returned to calm as a set of memories from the body's original host appeared in his mind. The original host's name was also Wei Yuan, the son of the Marquis of Qingzhou of the Great Li Dao in the Great Yuan dynasty. It seemed like a god-tier start where he could perfectly enjoy the life of a wealthy young master. However, Wei Yuan discovered from the original host's recent memories that this was not a god-tier start, but a hell start. In the Great Han dynasty, martial artists are respected, and experts are as numerous as clouds. Those who cultivate to high realms even possess a 1,000-year lifespan and the ability to fly and traverse the earth. The original host's cultivation talent was quite good. Even before reaching adulthood, he had already reached heavenly realm perfection, only a step away from the next realm, the void realm. Looking across all of Qingzhou, few could compare to him. The current Marquis of Qingzhou has 3 sons. Wei Yuan is the second, with an older half-brother and a younger brother. Among the 3, although Wei Yuan had the strongest cultivation talent, his background was the weakest. Although the eldest brother Wei Cheng's cultivation talent was inferior to his, he was the eldest son, and his mother was the biological younger sister of the current Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao. One must know that the status of the Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao was not much different from that of the Marquis of Qingzhou. The third brother, Wei Kai, although not as talented as him, performed well. He was 1 year younger than Wei Yuan and had cultivated to the heavenly realm early stage, a realm similar to Wei Cheng's. His mother's background was also extraordinary, being the daughter of the Grand Elder of the Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Qingzhou. As for Wei Yuan's mother, she was a young miss from a fallen family. Because of her peerless beauty, she caught the eye of the Marquis of Qingzhou. Later, shortly after giving birth to Wei Yuan, she passed away due to cultivation qi deviation. Furthermore, the Marquis of Qingzhou was in seclusion for cultivation year-round, and the one in charge of the Marquis residence was Wei Cheng's mother. Under such circumstances, Wei Yuan actually failed to hide his talent and insisted on showing it off. Moreover, when he saw that Wei Cheng and Wei Kai were not as talented as him, he made no effort to hide it in public, declaring that he was the next heir to the Marquis residence. The reason the original host said this was because Wei Yuan learned through the original host's memories that in the Great Yuan dynasty, the so-called system of primogeniture was not popular. As long as one could demonstrate sufficiently strong ability and talent, they could also become the heir. However, in Wei Yuan's view, all of this was simply wandering on the edge of death. Furthermore, relying on his talent, the original host was outspoken and blunt, offending many of his peers. But because of the original host's high realm and the fact that they really couldn't beat him, they could only bottle up their resentment. However, such a situation would eventually bring trouble upon oneself. Sure enough, Wei Yuan soon discovered in the original host's memories that the reason he was currently lying in bed was that he had encountered an assassination attempt. It happened exactly 3 days ago. When the original host was out, 3 Heavenly Realm Perfection assassins launched a sneak attack on him. Fortunately, at the final moment, the original host's personal old servant, Old Mo, arrived and saved him. Otherwise, he would have certainly died on the spot. Subsequently, Wei Yuan slowly sat up and began to ponder the mastermind behind this assassination. One must know that the Qingzhou Marquis residence had ruled Qingzhou for hundreds of years and was the true overlord of Qingzhou. Without real strength, one would not dare to send people to assassinate him. After all, once discovered, it would mean utter destruction. Looking at it this way, several figures emerged in Wei Yuan's mind. But he soon let out a sigh. First, in the vast Qingzhou Marquis residence, the only person he could trust was his personal old servant, Old Mo. Second, the person currently in charge of the Qingzhou Marquis residence was his stepmother, the biological mother of his eldest brother Wei Cheng and the biological sister of the current Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao. Third, those figures were only suspects. He couldn't be certain who had hired the assassins. Just now, Wei Yuan also discovered a bolt from the blue. Although the original host had been saved by Old Mo, his Dantian had been destroyed. His Heavenly Realm Perfection cultivation was ruined, and he had completely become a cripple. Thinking of this, Wei Yuan shook his head. It seemed to be a dead end. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound echoed in his mind. Ding detected that before transmigrating, the host was a distinguished reader of Fanche novel on Earth. Meeting the system's distribution requirements, the monthly summoning system is hereby issued. Monthly summoning system beginning connection. System is undergoing fusion. 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 100%. Fusion successful. The next second, Wei Yuan's consciousness entered a mysterious space. A screen stood before him, which was currently black. As for the surroundings, it was a misty expanse where nothing could be discerned. A mechanical voice sounded. Ding, hello host. Congratulations on obtaining the monthly summoning system. Wei Yuan suppressed his inner excitement. The appearance of the system truly allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. What are the functions of the monthly summoning system? The mechanical voice sounded again. Every month, the host will receive 1 summoning opportunity. As for the items obtained, they could be sharp weapons, martial arts secret manuals, bloodline medicinal pills, or wuxia and anime characters. It all depends on the host's luck. Hearing this, Wei Yuan nodded. Is there any other way to increase the number of summons? 1 summoning opportunity per month was a bit too few. After completing tasks, extra summoning opportunities can be obtained. As for tasks, they are all generated randomly with no specified targets. Wei Yuan felt speechless at the system's answer. Randomly generated, didn't that mean it completely depended on the system's mood? At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. The host has activated the system for the first time and receives 1 newbie gift pack. At the same time, the once-a-month summoning opportunity has been issued and is available for use. Would the host like to open the newbie gift pack? Open it for me immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Wei Yuan said impatiently. In less than 10 breaths, the system's voice sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one top-grade heart-nourishing pill. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one dragon egg. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character summon card. White Phoenix. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Wei Yuan felt a bit excited. Clearly, the rewards from the newbie gift pack were quite good. Restraining his inner excitement, he prepared to check the rewards. But at that moment, he heard the sound of a door being opened. Immediately, his consciousness returned to his body, and his gaze turned toward the door. He saw an old man dressed in gray walking in. When he saw Wei Yuan sitting up, an excited expression appeared on his aged face. He seemingly hadn't expected Wei Yuan to wake up so soon. His voice was filled with excitement and a hint of trembling. Young master, how are you awake so soon? This old servant thought it would take a few more days. Wei Yuan also knew the identity of the old man before him from the original host's memories. It was the only person worthy of trust, Old Mo. I just woke up. Thank you, Old Mo, for your timely rescue back then. Otherwise, I would have died there. Seeing Wei Yuan being so polite, Old Mo hurriedly said, Young master, you are being too polite. This old servant is your servant. Furthermore, this old servant still arrived late. Although I saved the young master's life, the young master's dantian was destroyed by one of those assassins. Your cultivation. As he spoke to this point, Old Mo's tears had already begun to flow. Having cared for Wei Yuan since childhood, he understood Wei Yuan's thoughts and clearly knew the consequences of a destroyed dantian and lost cultivation in the current situation. Fortunately, he had just received news that the Marquis of Qingzhou, who had been in seclusion for a year, had now emerged. Young master, don't lose heart. The Marquis has emerged. According to this old servant's knowledge, there is a spirit medicine in the Marquis residence's treasury that can repair the dantian. This old servant will go now to ask the Marquis for that spirit medicine. Wei Yuan was just about to reply when he found that Old Mo's figure had already disappeared from before his eyes. 2. Number 2 Chapter 2 Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, has various ulterior motives for disagreeing. Chapter 2, the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, refuses. Various schemes. Regarding this, Wei Yuan sighed with emotion. Old Mo is truly the person the original owner of this body trusted most. Of course, Wei Yuan could only shake his head regarding Old Mo's plan to ask the original owner's father for that spirit medicine to repair his dantian. He understood the situation regarding that spirit medicine from the original owner's memories, and his understanding was far deeper than Old Mo's. That spirit medicine was obtained from a secret realm by the first-generation Marquis of Qingzhou while he was campaigning across the world with the Great Yuan Great Ancestor. Not only could it repair a shattered dantian, but it could also enhance one's talent. Even if his talent was good, obtaining this spirit medicine would still be extremely difficult. It wasn't just a matter of whether the original owner's father would give it. Getting past the original owner's first madam and third madam would be even more difficult. Of course, if he hadn't obtained the system, Wei Yuan might have followed Old Mo to plead with the original owner's father upon hearing from Old Mo that he had come out of seclusion just to see if there was a 1 in a million chance of getting it. But now that he had the system, he had no such thoughts. In the main seat of the Marquis residence's main hall sat a handsome, majestic middle-aged man wearing a coat made from an unknown Yao beast, emitting a terrifying aura from head to toe. He was the master of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. Subsequently, 2 figures stepped into the main hall. The figure leading the way looked to be only about 30 years old, possessing exquisite beauty. Every frown and smile exuded the allure of a mature woman. She wore a purple long dress that was clearly custom-made, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure and leaving much to the imagination. Behind her was a young man who looked about 60 to 70% similar to Wei Haidong, roughly 18 years of age. Marquis, seeing your expression, you have clearly succeeded in your breakthrough. Congratulations, Marquis. Little master, hurry and congratulate your father on his successful breakthrough. Wei Cheng hurriedly said respectfully. This child congratulates father on your successful breakthrough. Wei Haidong restrained his aura slightly. During my time in seclusion, I have troubled madam to manage the Marquis residence for me. Little master is not bad either. After not seeing you for a year, you have successfully cultivated to the early stage of the heavenly realm. Just as Luo Jenner was about to reply, an extremely enchanting voice rang out from the doorway. Marquis, you can't just praise Wei Cheng. You should also praise little Kai. Little Kai is 2 years younger than Wei Cheng, yet he has also cultivated to the early stage of the heavenly realm. Looking toward the sound, an alluring woman dressed in green silk entered. She had a charming and seductive appearance, with half of her snowy white chest exposed. Behind her followed a handsome youth as well. Little Kai, come forward and congratulate your father on his successful breakthrough. Wei Kai took a step forward and bowed respectfully. This child, Wei Kai, congratulates father on your successful breakthrough. At this moment, the alluring woman looked at Luo Zhen'er and smiled. Elder sister is indeed the first madam. You arrived so quickly. How could Luo Zhen'er not hear the mockery in Lin Yuya's tone? Little sister didn't arrive much slower than I did, so there's no need for such words. Seeing this, Wei Haidong stood up and spoke. Enough. We are all family. Don't speak with hidden meanings. However, at this time, Wei Haidong also noticed someone was missing. By the way, you've all come, but why hasn't Wei Yuan arrived? Logically, old Mo should have known the news of my exit from seclusion. A year ago, he had already cultivated to the middle stage of the heavenly realm. Given his talent, his progress should be quite significant by now. Seeing Wei Haidong mention Wei Yuan, a flicker of gloom flashed through Luo Zhen'er's eyes before she immediately spoke with a sob in her voice. Marquis, you don't know. Just 3 days before you exited seclusion, Wei Yuan suffered an assassination attempt. Although his life was saved, his dantian was destroyed, and he is still lying in bed, having not yet woken up. What? Boom! A terrifying aura filled the entire hall, making it hard for Luo Zhen'er and the other three to breathe. Who is the culprit? Who dares to assassinate my son in Qingzhou? At this moment, Wei Haidong was extremely furious. One must know that in the entire Qingzhou, he was the law. For someone to dare to assassinate his son in Qingzhou was truly showing no regard for him. Luo Zhen'er was clearly startled by the enraged Wei Haidong, but she still hurriedly replied. All 3 assassins were killed by old Mo. The mastermind is currently being investigated, but there is no news yet. Just as Wei Haidong was about to ask why no news had been found in 3 days, another voice came from outside the hall. This old servant greets the Marquis, the first madam, the third madam, the eldest young master, and the third young master. Wei Haidong looked over and saw old Mo walk in and bow. So it is old Mo. I wonder why old Mo has come at this time. Is there something the matter? Old Mo kept his body hunched, being very respectful. This old servant congratulates the Marquis on his successful breakthrough. Just now, while I was outside, I heard the first madam informing the Marquis of young master Yuan's situation. Wei Haidong nodded. Zhen'er just told me. Rest assured, I will definitely find the mastermind behind this. Daring to assassinate my son in Qingzhou is showing no regard for me, the Marquis of Qingzhou. Old Mo replied, Marquis, I heard that the Marquis residence's treasury has a spirit medicine called revival grass that can repair the dantian. During the year the Marquis was in seclusion, young master Wei Yuan had already cultivated to heavenly realm perfection. Therefore, this old servant begs the Marquis to give the revival grass to young master Yuan to use. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. Luo Zhen'er's beautiful eyes looked toward Wei Haidong, and Lin Yuya's gaze followed suit. As for Wei Cheng and Wei Kai, they also looked over. Without exception, they were all very clear about the value of the revival grass. Wei Haidong's expression was solemn. He knew the value of the revival grass better than anyone, and similarly, he hadn't expected Wei Yuan to actually be able to cultivate to heavenly realm perfection. Although it was currently the era of spiritual qi resurgence and the difficulty of cultivation had decreased significantly, a 17-year-old at heavenly realm perfection would surely be able to break through to the king realm in the future. The cultivation realms of the Great Yuan dynasty could be divided into the 3 basic realms, human realm, earth realm, and heavenly realm. The 3 advanced realms, void realm, true realm, and spirit realm. The 3 peak realms, king realm, emperor realm, and saint realm. And the 2 legendary realms that no one had stepped into for 1,000 years, ancestor realm and god realm. Among these, each realm could be divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfection. There were no such things as half steps. However, Wei Haidong thought of how the revival grass didn't just have the effect of repairing the dantian, it also possessed the effect of enhancing talent. Furthermore, there was a pill formula he had recently learned of, which required 100-year strange fruit and a medicine king grass, along with other herbs to refine a king-breaking pill. This could increase the chances of breaking through to the king realm by 30%. Thanks to the spiritual chi resurgence, he, who already had decent talent, had broken through to the late spirit realm during this seclusion and was only one step away from breaking through to the king realm. Compared to Wei Yuan's potential for the king realm, he was clearly one step closer to it himself. Additionally, his two wives, Luo Zhen'er and Lin Yuya, would never agree to him giving the revival grass to Wei Yuan. Although he had always been obsessed with cultivation, he was still aware of some basic situations within the Marquis residence. Old Mo, this revival grass was obtained by the first Marquis of Qingzhou in a secret realm and hasn't been used for hundreds of years. Although Yuaner's talent is good, I have another great use for the revival grass and cannot give it to Yuaner. The revival grass isn't the only thing that can repair a Dantian. There are many other treasures that can do so. Old Mo, rest assured, I will send people to collect them. Finally, let Yuaner rest easy. I will definitely find the mastermind behind his assassination. After hearing Wei Haidong's words, Luo Zhen'er and Lin Yuya exchanged a glance, a hint of playfulness appearing in their eyes. At this moment, another voice came from the hall's entrance. 3. Number 3 Chapter 3 Leaving the Mansion, Questioning Bai Tianyu. Chapter 3 Leaving the Residence, Questioning Bai Tianyu. Your son Wei Yuan greets father, first mother, third mother, eldest brother, and little brother. Everyone turned to look as Wei Yuan, looking pale and extremely weak, stepped into the main hall. Before Wei Haidong could reply, Wei Yuan continued. I heard what father said just now. I know the value of the revival grass. It is better for father to keep it. Upon hearing this, Wei Haidong nodded with great satisfaction. Yuaner, it's been a year since I last saw you. It seems you have matured a lot, but rest assured, I will have people search for other treasures that can repair the Dantian. Your Dantian will definitely be fixed. As for the mastermind behind your assassination, I will certainly find them. A faint smile appeared on Wei Yuan's pale face. Thank you, father. I have one more request that I hope father can grant. Feel free to speak. As long as it is within permissible bounds, I will agree. I heard father has a small courtyard outside Qingzhou City. The air is fresh and the environment is beautiful there. I wish to stay there to recuperate properly until my Dantian is repaired. I hope father can agree. Wei Haidong thought for a moment. Fine, no problem. In that case, I will select 2 people from the shadow guards to protect your safety in secret. Yuaner, what do you think? Wei Yuan shook his head in refusal. No need, Elder Mo is enough. Father, my Dantian is already ruined. I am currently a useless person. The mastermind likely won't send anyone to assassinate me again. Besides, that small courtyard is in a remote location that only we know about, and its safety factor is very high. If an accident truly occurs. At this point, Wei Yuan closed his mouth and stopped speaking. Luo Zhen'er smiled. Wei Yuan, your words have a hidden meaning. Lin Yuya chimed in. Big sister is right. Wei Yuan, your words suggest you suspect us. After all, given Wei Yuan's assassination, the two of them did seem to have a lot of suspicion surrounding them. Wei Yuan shook his head, a smile appearing on his pale face. First mother, third mother, I didn't mean that. Please don't over-interpret my words. At this moment, Wei Cheng, as Wei Yuan's eldest brother, stood up with an unfriendly tone. Wei Yuan, then what do you mean by those words? You're already a useless person, what are you still putting on an act for? As for Wei Kai, a playful smile appeared on his face, and he said nothing. Seeing the situation change, Wei Haidong stepped in. Enough, everyone shut your mouths. Yuaner has, after all, taken a walk at the gates of the underworld. It's normal for him to be worried. Furthermore, little master, do not speak of your younger brother that way. When do you plan to go? My things are already packed. I can set off now. Fine. Be careful with everything. I will speed up the search for treasures to repair your Dantian on my end. As for the mastermind behind your assassination, I will also do my best to find them for you. Thank you, father, Wei Yuan said respectfully. Elder Mo, let's go. The turn of events had exceeded Elder Mo's expectations, so he could only hurriedly and respectfully say, no problem, young Master Yuan. Immediately after, Wei Yuan walked out of the hall. Once Wei Yuan and Elder Mo were far away, Wei Haidong spoke. Little Master, Little Kai, you two head down first. I have matters to discuss with your mothers. As you command, father, Wei Cheng and Wei Kai said in unison. Only Wei Haidong, Luo Zhen'er, and Lin Yuya remained in the vast hall. Luo Zhen'er stretched lazily, her tone indifferent. Marquis, what is it you wish to discuss with us? Lin Yuya remained calm and took a light sip of tea. Wei Haidong looked at the two of them. The mastermind behind Yuaner's assassination shouldn't be either of you, right? Also, do you have any suspects? Although he was obsessed with cultivation, he was clear about the basic affairs of the Marquis residence. The eldest son, Wei Cheng, had average talent and a hasty temperament, but his background was the strongest. The third son, Wei Kai, had better talent than Wei Cheng, but he liked to frequent places of pleasure, so his reputation was poor. As for Wei Yuan, though his talent was good, his background was too weak, and he was blunt. He had offended almost all his peers among the powers in Qingzhou. Furthermore, Wei Yuan's dantian was now destroyed, making him like a useless person, completely unable to serve as the next heir to the marquis residence. As for his claim about helping Wei Yuan find treasures to repair his dantian, that was merely to comfort Wei Yuan, something said in passing. One must know that even with the current spiritual qi resurgence and the increase in treasures, items capable of repairing a dantian remained extremely rare. Even if they could be found, it would likely cost more than half of the Qingzhou marquis residence's assets, which would not be worth the gain. It would be better to use those resources to nurture Wei Cheng and Wei Kai. At this moment, Luo Zhen'er snorted coldly. Marquis, do you think I am that stupid? Don't tell me you think I'm jealous of Wei Yuan's good talent and afraid he'll snatch away little master's position as heir? If you think that, it's simply laughable. Wei Yuan's talent is decent, but it hasn't reached the level of a prodigy. Moreover, the marquis should think clearly. He has no background. That so-called king realm potential only counts if he actually grows up. But on my side, my father is the Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao. Never mind king realm potential, even the king realm itself is just so-so. Lin Yuya followed up, Marquis, if big sister doesn't take Wei Yuan to heart, then neither do I. My little Qi's talent isn't much worse than Wei Yuan's. There's no need to find someone to assassinate Wei Yuan. Even if I wanted to kill Wei Yuan, do you think I would hire a heavenly realm perfection assassin? Surely you are not underestimating the wealth my Lin family possesses. After hearing the two of them, Wei Haidong nodded, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. Don't be angry, my two wives. I was just asking. I didn't mean to suspect you. Alright, I have matters to handle on my end. I'll be going now. After smoothing things over slightly, Wei Haidong's figure flashed and he vanished from the hall. At this point, Luo Zhen'er looked toward Lin Yuya. Is what you just said true or false? Could it be you who found the person to assassinate Wei Yuan? I'm well aware that Wei Kai and Wei Yuan had quite a conflict before. Lin Yuya sneered. Big sister, you suspect me? Well, I suspect you too. Among the three, Wei Cheng has the lowest talent. The marquis has remarked on his talent issues more than once, lamenting that if only he had talent like Wei Yuan's. This put immense pressure on Wei Cheng, and he nearly suffered qi deviation during this breakthrough to the heavenly realm. Based on this, I have reason to suspect you hired an assassin to ruin Wei Yuan's dantian. On one hand, it's for Wei Cheng's sake. On the other hand, we both know very well that crippling Wei Yuan and killing him are two different things. Luo Zhen'er shook her head. Hey, I will investigate this matter as well. I want to see exactly who is behind this framing. That person better not be you, little sister. Otherwise, you won't be able to give me an explanation, and you won't be able to give the marquis one either. Although his words just now indicated he has given up on Wei Yuan, he is still his son, his own bloodline. Assassinating Wei Yuan is a slap to his face. The mastermind will definitely be found. Hearing this, Lin Yuya remained unperturbed. Likewise, I will investigate on my end. Let us wait and see. In the deep mountains 100 kilometers from Qingzhou City, Wei Yuan sat in the courtyard, drinking tea. Young master, here are some pastries. Eat these first while I go to Qingzhou City to purchase some supplies. Elder Mo said as he brought out a plate of steaming pastries. Alright, go ahead, Elder Mo. Don't worry, young master. The marquis previously had someone set up a small formation here. No one below the true realm cultivation can enter. Good. Wei Yuan nodded. Once Elder Mo's figure had disappeared, Wei Yuan stood up. With a thought, he entered the system space. Ding! Would you like to begin the monthly summon? Begin. The originally dark screen suddenly lit up, and a lottery-style wheel appeared in the center. 4 categories were written on it. Cultivation technique and bloodline, single-use consumables, medicinal pill and weapon, and character summon card. The pointer began to spin, and after 10 breaths, it landed on the character summon card. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character summon card. By Tianyu close black lens bracket. 4. Number 4 Chapter 4. Investigation directions for the 2 missions of the Azure Dragon Society. Chapter 4. The Azure Dragon Society. 2 tasks. Investigation direction. Wei Yuan was very satisfied with drawing White Phoenix. Then he began to check the information. While at the Marquis residence, he had wanted to check the information on the 3 items from the newbie gift pack, but considering that the Marquis residence had many eyes and ears, any commotion he made might be noticed. Thus, shortly after Old Mo left, Wei Yuan followed, found Wei Haidong, and used the reason of his shattered dantian to come to this secluded courtyard. Pulling back his thoughts, Wei Yuan first looked at the heart-mending pill. Open black lens bracket heart-mending pill, a top-grade medicinal pill, possessing the function of repairing the dantian and enhancing qi and blood. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Right from the start, it gave him a huge surprise. Wei Yuan suppressed his excitement and continued to check. Open black lens bracket dragon egg. Requires a large amount of treasures for nourishment to successfully hatch. Close black lens bracket. He frowned. Currently, let alone treasures, he only had less than 500 taels of silver on him, unable to afford even a single treasure. So he put it out of his mind for now and continued to check the information on the remaining 2 character summon cards. Rubbing his hands together, Wei Yuan looked at the information for White Phoenix and Bai Tianyu with expectant eyes. Open black lens bracket character. White Phoenix close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket title. King of White Birds close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. True Realm mid-stage close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket pet. White Phoenix close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket introduction. Leader of the 4 great heavenly kings of the assassin organization, Quicksand, under Wei Zhuang in The Legend of Qin. His Qinggung is unparalleled in the world, and he possesses the ability to control and command birds. Close black lens bracket. Seeing White Phoenix's true realm mid-stage cultivation, Wei Yuan was quite satisfied. It was within his expectations. After all, White Phoenix's Qinggung was his strongest asset. Although his realm was only true realm mid-stage, it was likely that few below the king realm could catch him. Finally, Wei Yuan focused his gaze on Bai Tianyu's information. Open black lens bracket character. Bai Tianyu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket title. Invincible Divine Saber close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. Spirit realm mid-stage close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket saber technique. Bai family saber technique close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket introduction. Hall master of the Divine Blade Hall in Border Town prodigal, brother of Li Zunwan, father of Yi Kai, and adoptive father of Fu Hongshui. The Bai family divine saber is invincible under heaven. Close black lens bracket. After checking Bai Tianyu's information, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. Spirit realm mid-stage was somewhat beyond his expectations. One should know that his chief father, the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, was only at the late spirit realm. Looking at the current Qingzhou, Bai Tianyu could already be ranked in the top 10 on the surface. Without hesitation, Wei Yuan decided to summon the 2 of them. Of course, before summoning, Wei Yuan had already learned from the system that the summoned characters would be 100% loyal and would never betray him. 10 breaths later, 2 white light gates appeared in the void, and 2 figures stepped out. One wore white clothes, looked handsome, with long purple hair falling over his shoulders and a smile on his face. The other was also dressed in white, looked dashing, and emitted a terrifying aura. After seeing Wei Yuan, their figures flashed, and they immediately came before him, bowing respectfully. Your subordinate, White Phoenix, greets the young master. Your subordinate, Bai Tianyu, greets the young master. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction, a smile on his face. There is no need for such formality, you two. And at this moment, the system's voice rang in Wei Yuan's mind. Open black lens bracket ding truth. Please, host, establish an organization to investigate the mastermind behind the assassination of the original owner. Upon completing the task, you will receive 1 summon attempt close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding hatching. Please, host, successfully hatch the dragon egg. Upon completing the task, you will receive 1 summon attempt close black lens bracket. After checking the tasks, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. These 2 tasks appeared at a very opportune time, especially the former. Even if the system hadn't issued the task, he would have investigated the mastermind behind the assassination of the original owner. After all, the enemy was in the shadows while he was in the light, and he didn't know if the mastermind would launch another assassination attempt after learning he wasn't dead. To protect his life, he must uproot the mastermind. As for the second task, hatching the dragon egg, in Wei Yuan's view, it was a massive undertaking. This summon attempt would not be so easily obtained. Of course, he wouldn't give up. Whether it was the dragon hatched from the egg or the summon attempt, both were things that could enhance his strength. As a native Chinese person in his past life, he had a deep obsession with dragons. Shaking his head and pulling back his thoughts, he immediately decided to finish the first task first. As for the name of the organization to be established, being in Qingzhou and possessing a hatching dragon egg, a name instantly flashed through Wei Yuan's mind. Azure Dragon Society. Immediately, Wei Yuan's gaze turned toward Bai Tianyu and White Phoenix. Since you two have appeared, in order to complete the subsequent tasks, I have founded a force here called the Azure Dragon Society. Under it, there is 1 lord, 2 gods, 3 emperors, 4 emperors, 5 chiefs, 6 seats, 7 kings, 8 dragon guards. As for your positions, I have already arranged them. White Phoenix, you are one of the 8 dragon guards. Bai Tianyu, you are also one of the 8 dragon guards. From now on, drop the title of Young Master, and call me Dragon Lord instead. The two hurriedly and respectfully said, by your command. Your subordinates greet the Dragon Lord. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Now I will assign you your first task, which is to find out the truth behind the scenes. Then Wei Yuan recounted all the circumstances surrounding the original owner's assassination. White Phoenix, Bai Tianyu, do you have any thoughts? White Phoenix spoke first. Dragon Lord, based on the situation you described, the temporary suspects would be those of your generation. As for Luo Jenner and Lin Yuya, they likely aren't the masterminds. They are somewhat jealous of your talent, but they haven't quite reached the point of hiring someone to assassinate you. Bai Tianyu echoed, Dragon Lord, White Phoenix is right. The mastermind should be someone of your generation, and very likely someone who envies your talent or someone you have offended. Hearing this, Wei Yuan thought for a moment. Among my generation, the one who envies my talent is definitely my elder brother, Wei Cheng. Others hide it deeply and haven't shown it. Of those I've offended, 2 stand out in my memory. One is Zhang Hai, and the other is Wang Chang. Zhang Hai is the second son of the current head of the Zhang family, one of the 3 great families of Qingzhou. Wang Chang is the only son of the current governor of Qingzhou, Wang Dong. The status of these 2 is not much lower than mine. As for others, I have no impression. Of course, there are also the enemies of the Qingzhou Marquis residents, but I don't know much about that aspect. You should investigate it thoroughly when the time comes. Seeing this, White Phoenix said respectfully, Thank you for the information, Dragon Lord. Your subordinate roughly has a direction. Wei Yuan patted White Phoenix on the shoulder. In that case, I will await your good news, White Phoenix. By your command. Please rest assured, Dragon Lord. As soon as the words were spoken, White Phoenix's figure disappeared from the courtyard. Then, Wei Yuan turned his gaze toward Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu, until the mastermind is found, you will stay here and protect me. If the investigation yields results and your intervention is needed, I will have you take action. Bai Tianyu said respectfully, your subordinate obeys. With a flash of his figure, he left Wei Yuan's sight. Wei Yuan then took out the heart-mending pill from the system's storage space. A rich medicinal fragrance permeated the entire courtyard. The next second, Wei Yuan swallowed it in one gulp and sat cross-legged. 5. Number 5 Chapter 5. The mysterious spirit fruit begins the investigation of the mist. Chapter 5. The profound spirit fruit. Investigation begins. The mist. The training grounds of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Cheng was practicing his spear techniques. Every move and stance flowed smoothly. As the final thrust was made, boom, a boulder used for training right in front of him was blasted into fragments. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, a smile appeared on Wei Cheng's face. His profound sea spear technique had finally reached minor achievement. Wei Yuan, I have you to thank for all of this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached minor achievement in my cultivation. Upon learning that Wei Yuan's dantian had been destroyed, his mood was so jubilant every day that even his progress with the spear was incredibly rapid. The profound sea spear technique, which would have normally taken another month to break through to minor achievement, had succeeded in just these few short days. Just then, a voice rang out, Little Master, come here. I have something to tell you. Wei Cheng looked over at the sound and saw his mother, Luo Jenner, standing not far away. Watching him inside the room, Luo Jenner sat on a chair. Wei Cheng spoke first, Mother, what do you need from me? After all, he wanted to take advantage of his good mood during this time to cultivate diligently. Luo Jenner smiled and said, I saw your profound sea spear technique reach minor achievement just now. It was very good, truly my son. Wei Cheng nodded. Your son thanks you for the praise, Mother, but surely you didn't come to find me for such a small matter? Of course not. I only have one question for you. Did you hire the assassins to kill Wei Yuan? As she spoke, Luo Jenner's gaze was fixed intently on Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng was startled at first, then hurriedly spoke. Mother, are you joking? Although I don't like Wei Yuan and even detest him, I wouldn't go as far as hiring someone to assassinate him. No matter what, he is still my half-brother. Besides, if father found out about this, I would be completely ruined. Luo Zhen'er's gaze remained unchanged. Little master, look into my eyes. Are you sure you aren't lying to me? It's just the two of us here, mother and son. If you did it, just admit it. Mother will back you up. Your grandfather is the Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao. Even if the Marquis knows the truth, for your grandfather's sake, he won't punish you. Between the now useless Wei Yuan and the Luo family, one of the top powers in the Great Li Dao, Luo Zhen'er believed that Wei Haidong would certainly know how to choose. Of course, if you didn't do it, then we have even less to fear. Mother knows your father used to provoke you with Wei Yuan's talent. Not long ago, when you broke through to the early stage of the Heaven Realm, you nearly suffered a chi deviation. All of this made you hate Wei Yuan. Finally, tell mother, was it you who hired someone to act? Even so, Wei Cheng let out a breath. Mother, I didn't do it. I wasn't the one who found them. Good, mother believes you. In that case, cultivate well. Now that Wei Yuan has become a cripple, the only one who can compete with you for the position of heir is Wei Kai. The spiritual chi resurgence represents the coming of a golden age. The position of heir to the Marquis residence is but a small hurdle. Your gaze should be fixed on the distance. The entire Great Yuan dynasty is your stage. Here, take this. This is the reward mother requested for you. As she spoke, a jade box appeared in Luo Zhen'er's hand. Wei Cheng took the jade box. The moment he opened it, a strange fragrance wafted out, and the true chi in his body couldn't help but flow faster. Looking closely, a white fruit about the size of a peach lay in the center of the box. Mother, what is this? The profound spirit fruit. It's a spirit fruit your grandfather obtained from a secret realm. It has the effect of enhancing talent and cleansing one's marrow. Eat it, and your talent will be comparable to Wei Yuan's. Work hard. Mother hopes you can become the next heir to the Marquis of Qingzhou. Wei Cheng nodded with a determined look in his eyes. He knew very well that for Luo Zhen'er to obtain such a spirit fruit, she must have paid a considerable price. After all, on his grandfather's side, there were several uncles and no fewer than 5 brothers and cousins of his generation. Rest assured, mother, the position of heir to the Marquis residence will definitely be mine. Wei Kai shouldn't even think about taking it away. Mother believes in you. Go and consume the profound spirit fruit. Yes. After Wei Cheng left, a figure appeared in the room. Luo Yi, you have been protecting little master from the shadows. Was everything he just said true? The figure hesitated for a moment, then immediately said in a firm tone. Young miss, everything the little master said is true. Good. I'm giving you a mission now. Go and investigate who the mastermind behind this is. As you command, young miss. Luo Yi's figure instantly vanished from the room without a trace. Lin Yuya, I fear nothing now. I hope the mastermind uncovered by the investigation turns out to be you. If that's the case, the position of heir to the Marquis of Qingzhou will completely belong to my little master. Ha 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 ha. At the thought of this, Luo Zhen'er couldn't help but feel excited. In the study of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Wei Haidong was writing something. The next second, 3 black-clad figures appeared in the room. The leader and the 2 behind him immediately knelt on one knee. Your subordinate, Profound 2, along with Zan San and Zan Si, pays respects to the Marquis. We await the Marquis's orders. Wei Haidong did not respond and continued writing. Half a candle's time passed in silence. Wei Haidong put down his brush and looked up. You should be aware of the assassination attempt on my son, Wei Yuan, right? Profound 2 quickly replied, Marquis, we are aware. Find the mastermind. No matter who it is, kill them without mercy. As you command, Marquis. Instantly, the 3 figures vanished from the room. Wei Haidong picked up the calligraphy scroll he had just written, shook his head, and felt dissatisfied. Swish. The next second, the calligraphy scroll turned to ash. If a tiger doesn't show its might, people will mistake it for a sick cat. Anyone who dares to cripple my son will face only one end, death. Just then, another black-clad figure appeared in the room. Unlike Profound 2 and the others, this black figure appeared right beside Wei Haidong. Marquis, a letter from the Great Bright Hall Master of Xuenya Prefecture. Wei Haidong took the letter and began to read it. After reading it, his expression turned grim. He immediately wrote a reply. Send this back as quickly as possible. As you command, Marquis. After the black figure left, Wei Haidong sat on his chair and fell into thought. For the future of the Marquis residence, it seems I can only sacrifice you. There is no other way. Meanwhile, White Phoenix stood outside Qingzhou City. Around him, hundreds of birds circled. Unlike other birds, these were tiny, about the size of mosquitoes. He had just discovered them in the forest, and White Phoenix named them hidden wind birds. Because these birds were not only small but could also turn invisible for a certain period, they were practically the perfect choice for eavesdropping. White Phoenix then looked toward the massive Qingzhou city and then at the hidden wind birds beside him. Dragon Lord, rest assured, I will find the mastermind as soon as possible. Then, he walked toward the gates of Qingzhou city. 6. Number 6 Chapter 6 The Vicious Plan of the Three Chen Brothers. Chapter 6. Happiness, the Three Chen Brothers' Vicious Plan. Qingfeng Restaurant, one of the two major super restaurants in Qingzhou, is owned by the Yu family, one of the three major families in Qingzhou. Inside one of the restaurant's 8 top-tier private rooms sat a group of young men. Young Master Wang, Young Master Zhang, do you know what the hottest news in our Qingzhou is lately? Wang Chang shook his head. He had been in seclusion for cultivation these past few days and had just come out to attend the gathering. As for the young man called Young Master Zhang, a smile appeared on his handsome face. I know. That fellow Wei Yuan was assassinated. Although his life was saved, his dantian was destroyed, and he's been reduced to a cripple. Upon hearing this, an excited expression appeared on Wang Chang's face. Brother Zhang, when did this happen? 4 days ago. Good, 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 Wang Chang said. Good, 3 times in a row, his excitement reaching its peak. Today's consumption is on me. Bring out 3 servings of all of Qingfeng Restaurant's signature dishes. And for the signature Qingfeng wine, bring me 10 jars of the 100-year-old vintage. To this, the crowd offered their compliments. Thank you for the treat, young Master Wang. You are truly generous. Wang Chang patted his chest. It's a small matter. It's a pity I was in seclusion. If I had received this news 4 days ago, I would have booked the entire Qingfeng restaurant to celebrate. Wei Yuan used to rely on his talent and look down on us, acting as if he were already the next successor to the Qingzhou marquis residence. Now I want to see how arrogant he can be, and if he can still become the successor of the Qingzhou marquis residence. Zhang Hai, who was beside him, chimed in, Brother Wang, how can a cripple have the qualifications to become the successor of the Qingzhou marquis residence? I really want to see Wei Yuan now and see what the current state of this famous genius of our Qingzhou is. What else could it be? Naturally, he's just waiting to die. At this moment, another young man spoke up. Young Master Wang, Young Master Zhang, I heard that the Marquis of Qingzhou, who just came out of seclusion, was furious upon hearing this news. He is launching an investigation and is determined to catch the mastermind behind Wei Yuan's assassination. Zhang Hai's expression remained calm. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the mastermind behind this isn't me. I wouldn't have the guts to send someone to assassinate Wei Yuan. Although he was the 3rd son of the head of the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families in Qingzhou, and on the surface his status wasn't much different from Wei Yuan's. But if it came down to a head-on clash, the Zhang family was definitely no match for the Qingzhou marquis residence. At this point, Wang Chang stood up and said, an upright man does not fear his shadow being crooked. We have a grudge against Wei Yuan, but it wasn't so great that we'd hire someone to assassinate him. As the only son of the governor of Qingzhou, Wang Chang was well aware of the strength of the Qingzhou marquis residence. Alright, let's continue drinking. No matter how the Marquis of Qingzhou investigates, this matter certainly has nothing to do with me. Zhang Hai echoed, right, no need to fear. Drink up. For a time, the private room was extraordinarily lively. Outside the private room, several mosquito-sized birds were watching all of this in a cave. Within a dense forest outside Qingzhou city, 3 figures were gathered. One of the figures spoke. Third brother, this revenge plan is perfect. We'll start by taking revenge on Wei Haidong's most talented son. However, I don't understand why you didn't have the 3 Haifeng brothers kill Wei Yuan. The 3 Haifeng brothers are all at heavenly realm perfection. With the 3 of them assassinating together, even if Wei Yuan is a genius, he wouldn't have escaped death. Why only destroy his dantian? He did not understand why it was done this way. The one called third brother smiled. Second brother, the reason for this is because I have another plan. Destroying his dantian is naturally to facilitate the implementation of that other plan. In the next second, a book appeared in his hand. On it were written 4 large characters. Bloodman Elixir Technique. Hiss. The moment they saw this book, even the other 2 couldn't help but gasp. Eldest brother, second brother, I was lucky enough to obtain this 3 years ago from a dead blood demon called Elder. Of course, this Bloodman Elixir technique is incomplete, it only has the first half. Practicing it has side effects, so I didn't bring it out before. Not letting the 3 Haifeng brothers kill Wei Yuan was to let Wei Yuan experience despair. To watch Wei Haidong's son go from a genius to a waste. Eldest brother, second brother, don't you think that feels great? Furthermore, we know that inside Wei Haidong's treasury, there is revival grass. However, given his character, he will absolutely not take out the revival grass. This will make Wei Yuan hate Wei Haidong even more, creating a massive rift between father and son. At the same time, it's not over yet. I have already used the Blood Wind Birds to send over copies of the Bloodman Elixir technique. Tonight, Wei Haidong's two sons, Wei Cheng and Wei Kai, will receive them. Based on our long investigation, those two don't care for Wei Yuan either. Tell me, when they receive the Bloodman Elixir technique and Wei Yuan has become a waste, what do you think the consequences will be? As the eldest of the three, Chen Tian immediately clapped his hands after listening. Clap, clap, clap. Third brother is indeed third brother. This move of yours is truly too vicious. The second brother, Chen Di, echoed. Third brother is indeed the smartest among the three of us. If it weren't for Wei Haidong back then, you would probably have hope of pushing for the king realm by now. Chen Tian interjected. Second brother, actually, if we hadn't been a burden to third brother, he would be just about there. The third brother, Chen Ren, shook his head. Eldest brother, second brother, we are biological brothers. There's no need for such words. Our common enemy is Wei Haidong and the entire Qingzhou Marquis residence. As he said this, a strong killing intent surfaced on Chen Ren's face. If it hadn't been for Wei Haidong back then, the lives of the three of them would have been countless times better than they are now. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart grew. That's right. If we don't destroy the entire Qingzhou Marquis residence, it will be hard to appease the hatred in my heart, Chen Di also said with a face full of rage. At this time, Chen Ren continued with a slight smile. Eldest brother, second brother, I also left a backhand. That is, on the right arms of the three Haifeng brothers, I left evil ghost tattoo. Evil ghost tattoo? Isn't that the signature tattoo of the top assassin organization, Yellow Springs? Chen Tian replied. Yes. Wei Haidong is very strong, but Yellow Springs is a top assassin organization that has existed since the Great Li Imperial Dynasty. They don't fear a mere Marquis of Qingzhou. Additionally, I have already taken control of the contact person at the Yellow Springs branch. As long as Wei Haidong sends someone to investigate, the contact person will say that the assassins who targeted Wei Yuan were hired by Wang Chang and Zhang Hai. Chen Tian and Chen Di clapped their hands. Clap, clap, clap. Third brother, beautifully done. This is exactly how it should be. Eldest brother, second brother, just wait and see the good show. All of Qingzhou is about to welcome a storm. In an alley outside the Qingzhou Marquis residence, White Phoenix was communicating with the hidden windbirds. After some communication, it was found that the intelligence gathered today was basically useless. Zhang Hai and Wang Chang behaved normally, and as for Wei Cheng, he had been cultivating in the Marquis residence and hadn't shown any abnormalities. It looks like the mastermind is hidden very deep. Immediately, White Phoenix's figure flashed, just as she was preparing to leave to launch a deeper investigation tomorrow. In the air, two blood-colored big birds flew out from the direction of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Their speed was so fast that even White Phoenix was surprised. This situation also made White Phoenix feel puzzled. Why would two blood-colored big birds fly out from the Qingzhou Marquis residence late at night? With suspicion, White Phoenix's figure flashed as she chased after the two blood-colored big birds. Although the flight speed of the two blood-colored big birds was already comparable to the spirit realm, they were clearly not enough when facing White Phoenix, who had superlative light body techniques and was invincible below the king realm. Just as they left Qingzhou City, White Phoenix caught up with the two blood-colored big birds. However, at this moment, the blood-colored big birds discovered White Phoenix's figure. With a burst of speed, they overtook White Phoenix again. To this, White Phoenix was momentarily surprised. They can actually still accelerate. They've got something. And looking at it this way, it proves even more that something is fishy. Even if there isn't, catching birds with such speed to use for delivering intelligence would be quite good. Immediately, White Phoenix circulated her true chi. Her speed became a bit faster than before as she continued to follow. At the same time, the currently cultivating Chen Ren opened his eyes and was furious. Who dares to chase my treasures? The sound of his voice caused Chen Tian and Chen Di to stop their cultivation, and they both looked toward Chen Ren. Third brother, are you saying someone is chasing your blood windbirds? Chen Ren's face was gloomy. That's right, eldest brother, I am bloodline bound with the two blood windbirds. I can sense that they have used their bloodline power. This situation clearly means someone is after them. In that case, let's go and see who dares to eye third brother's precious pets. Chen Tian snorted coldly. 7. Number 7 Chapter 7 Bai Feng's Speed, Chen Tian's Death, a Clue. Chapter 7. White Phoenix's Speed, Chen Tian Dies, a Sliver of a Clue. Meanwhile, White Phoenix had already intercepted the two blood-colored big birds. It seems your speed is still a bit slow. Then, White Phoenix prepared to use his ability to control birds and began trying to take control of the two blood-colored big birds. Just then, an angry voice rang out through the air. How bold you dare to lay a hand on my spirit beasts. You must be tired of living. White Phoenix immediately stopped and looked toward the source of the voice. He saw three black-clothed figures standing not far away. The leading black-clothed figure was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old, with a thin build and a sinister expression. As for the two black-clothed figures behind him, they shared about 60 to 70% of his resemblance. Seeing Chen Ren appear, the two blood-colored big birds seemed excited. After chirping twice, they flew toward Chen Ren and landed on his left and right shoulders. After Chen Ren checked that the two blood-wind birds hadn't suffered any injuries, he turned his gaze toward White Phoenix, his voice filled with killing intent. Who are you? How dare you chase my spirit beasts? White Phoenix was very calm, with a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. So they're your spirit beasts. I thought they were masterless objects. However, I'm quite curious. Since these two blood-colored big birds are your spirit beasts, why did they fly out of the Qingzhou Marquis residence? Please give me a reasonable explanation. Chen Ren sneered. An explanation? What is that? A mere true realm mid-stage isn't worthy of asking me for an explanation. In my eyes there is only one end for chasing my spirit beasts, and that is death. As for the explanation, I'll give it to you after I kill you. As his words fell, powerful true qi erupted from Chen Ren's body. The terrifying aura of the spirit realm mid-stage dominated a 5-kilometer radius. For a moment, all kinds of birds and fowls in the forest fled in all directions. Just as Chen Ren was about to attack, Chen Tian, who was standing behind him, stepped forward. Third brother, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Leave this true realm mid-stage to me. Chen Ren thought about it and found it reasonable, so he withdrew his aura. In that case, I'll leave him to you, eldest brother. In his view, White Phoenix was just a true realm mid-stage while Chen Tian was at true realm perfection, 2 sub-realms higher. It would be nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. But since his eldest brother wanted to act, he would let him. To this, White Phoenix's expression remained unchanged, as he was already calculating how to deal with Chen Tian in front of him. Compared to Chen Ren's spirit realm mid-stage, he didn't even take the true realm perfection Chen Tian seriously. Chen Tian looked at White Phoenix. To reach the true realm mid-stage at such a young age, it seems the power behind you is decent. Unfortunately, no matter what, you will die here today. White Phoenix replied indifferently, don't you think you talk too much? Besides, the one who is going to die isn't me, but you. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Tian's face darkened. Such an arrogant brat, you're looking for death. Boom. His true realm perfection aura was released. Although it was far inferior to Chen Ren's spirit realm mid-stage, it still suppressed the entire area. Under this terrifying aura, the branches of the trees below made creak sounds and were already snapping. Die for me. After his voice fell, Chen Tian made his move, swinging a single hand as true qi condensed into a blood-colored palm print several meters long, striking down toward White Phoenix. Before the trees beneath White Phoenix could fully feel the palm print, they began to shake violently. White Phoenix, however, was unhurried. He reached into his sleeve and grasped dozens of white feathers in his hand. He threw them into the air at the last moment before the blood-colored palm print struck down. Whoosh! His entire person disappeared from where he stood. The blood-colored palm print slammed heavily onto the ground, leaving a massive handprint. White Phoenix stood atop a feather. Is this all the strength you have? You are looking for death. Chen Tian hadn't expected White Phoenix's speed to be so fast. Circulating his true qi, he charged toward White Phoenix's current position. No matter what, he had to kill White Phoenix today. Unfortunately, in White Phoenix's eyes, Chen Tian's speed was simply too slow. Stepping on the feathers he had just scattered, his figure disappeared from the spot once again. This caused Chen Tian to miss his mark yet again. You're too slow. You should take a good look at what true speed is. White Phoenix's face was full of disdain. Immediately, circulating his true qi, White Phoenix was like a bolt of lightning, appearing instantly in front of Chen Tian. Before Chen Tian could react, White Phoenix, holding a feather blade, had already slit his throat. Then, his figure immediately returned to its original position. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye. Even Chen Ren, who was at the spirit realm mid-stage, didn't notice anything unusual. Chen Tian looked at White Phoenix, who was still standing in his original spot, with a face full of disdain. Didn't you want to show me what speed is? Come on, show me. Like an ant. At this moment, before Chen Tian could finish his sentence, he felt a slight chill at his neck. His head felt like it was spinning, his consciousness gradually blurred, and his body began to sway. He touched his neck with his hand, brought it before his eyes, and looked closely. Blood, fresh blood. Chen Tian looked up at White Phoenix with a face of utter disbelief. How could it be so fast? As his words fell, Chen Tian rapidly plummeted toward the ground. Thud. In less than 5 breaths, his body slammed heavily onto the ground. This scene happened too fast, so fast that Chen Di and Chen Ren didn't even have time to react. When they regained their senses and saw Chen Tian lying on the ground, the two of them immediately rushed over. I said my speed is very fast. This is the consequence of not believing me. At this time, White Phoenix stood in mid-air, his tone indifferent. Looking at the corpse of his eldest brother Chen Tian, fury filled Chen Ren's entire body, and killing intent permeated the air. He regretted it. If only he had acted from the start instead of giving this opportunity to his eldest brother Chen Tian, then Chen Tian wouldn't have died. Similarly, he should have realized long ago that since White Phoenix could chase down the blood windbirds, whose speed was comparable to the spirit realm mid-stage, his speed must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. Eldest brother Chen Tian was already dead. At this moment, Chen Di, with tears streaming down his face, said, "Third brother, kill this guy and avenge eldest brother." The 3 brothers had been inseparable for 40 years. They had endured many hardships over those 40 years, and just when it seemed their great revenge would soon be fulfilled, Chen Tian had died right before them. Chen Ren nodded, his face darkening to the extreme. He stood up and fixed his eyes on White Phoenix in mid-air. "State your power." A true realm mid-stage having speed comparable to the spirit realm mid-stage, plus your age, an ordinary power couldn't have cultivated someone like you. According to my intelligence, there is absolutely no one like you among the powers on the surface of the Great Li Dao. It seems you must be from a hidden power in an alternate dimension, entering the world during the spiritual Qi resurgence. But you absolutely should not have killed my eldest brother. No matter what power stands behind you, in my eyes right now, you deserve to die even more than the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. White Phoenix, who had been calm, immediately changed his expression upon hearing the last sentence. 8. Number 8 Chapter 8 Burning with Fury, Blood-Soaked Elixir Technique. Chapter 8 Raging Fury, Blood-Man Elixir Technique. It seems you have a major grievance with the Marquis of Qingzhou? In that case, the assassination of Wei Haidong's most talented son, Wei Yuan, whose Dantian was destroyed, an event that has caused quite a stir, was your doing. White Phoenix looked at Chen Ren, wanting to know the answer. Chen Ren nodded and admitted it very readily. That's right, it was me. Wei Haidong deserves to die, his son deserves to die, and the entire Qingzhou Marquis residence should be destroyed. Of course, right now, you are the one who deserves to die the most. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ren struck. The anger pent up inside him had reached a breaking point and exploded. He didn't care what power White Phoenix came from anymore. He had only one thought: to kill White Phoenix and avenge his elder brother. The aura of a spirit realm mid-stage expert dominated everything within a 5-mile radius, the air thick with a heavy scent of blood and overwhelming killing intent. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a river formed from blood-colored true qi surged toward White Phoenix. It was as fast as lightning, arriving before him in an instant, threatening to submerge White Phoenix. Seeing this, White Phoenix remained calm, not panicking in the slightest. With a gentle toss, dozens of feathers fluttered in the air. Immediately after, White Phoenix circulated his true qi and unleashed his ultimate technique. 9 Phantasms of the Phoenix Dance. His figure vanished instantly, moving several times faster than before. Simultaneously, 6 clones identical to White Phoenix appeared in mid-air. But at that moment, the blood-colored river arrived, instantly sweeping 3 clones into its depths and reducing them to nothingness. It then proceeded to crush the other 3 clones with unstoppable force. By the time Chen Ren looked for White Phoenix's real body, he found him already 3 miles away. White Phoenix stopped, turned around, and shouted using his true qi. "Listen well, I am from the Azure Dragon Society. Before long, people from the Azure Dragon Society will come for your life." With those words, White Phoenix accelerated, vanishing without a trace like a ghost. Seeing that White Phoenix had successfully escaped, Chen Ren was furious. Consumed by rage, he vented his fury wildly, sending streaks of blood-colored true qi crashing into the nearby trees, soon obliterating everything within several miles. As for Chen Di, he held Chen Tian's corpse in silence, his eyes glazed over, immersed in grief. After venting, Chen Ren walked over. "Second brother, contact those above and have them investigate the hidden power, the Azure Dragon Society. Also, explain the situation clearly and have them send experts for support." I want that guy dead. After all, for a true realm mid-stage like White Phoenix to escape from him, it proved the Azure Dragon Society's strength was decent. They likely had several Spirit Realm or even King Realm experts backing them. As a lone Spirit Realm mid-stage, he might not be a match for the Azure Dragon Society's retaliation. However, they were backed by the Imperial Gate, and in the entire Great Yuan dynasty, the powers that the Imperial Gate feared could be counted on 2 hands. At this moment, Chen Di came to his senses, his eyes no longer glazed but filled with killing intent. Don't worry, third brother, I'll contact them right now. That guy, and the Azure Dragon Society he belongs to, they all must die. Qingzhou Marquis Residence, Wei Cheng's courtyard. Luo Yi looked at the book in his hand, which had 4 large characters written on it. Bloodman Elixir Technique. The moment he saw those 4 characters, his heart was in turmoil. As a former member of the Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao's Guard, he knew very well what the Bloodman Elixir Technique before him signified. After a moment's thought, he went to Wei Cheng's secluded cultivation chamber. He found the chamber tightly shut. It seemed it would be some time before he emerged. He thought it best to give the secret manual to Luo Jenner and let her decide. Meanwhile, at Wei Qi's courtyard, Wei Kai was cultivating. Thinking about how Wei Yuan had truly become a cripple and had moved out of the Marquis residence made him very happy. This caused the true qi in his body to circulate several points faster than before. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Young master, it's your servant, Xiao Hong. I just accidentally found a book in the courtyard. I'm illiterate, so I thought I'd bring it for you to see. Hearing this, Wei Kai stopped his cultivation, a lewd expression appearing on his face. Xiao Hong, I didn't ask you to roleplay today, yet you've started on your own, and with this kind of act too. Catching me off guard like this is actually quite refreshing. While speaking, Wei Kai opened the door and saw the sweet-looking Xiao Hong standing there. However, she really was holding a book in her hand. Wei Kai grabbed Xiao Hong, closed the door with his other hand, and carried her toward the bed. Oh, I didn't realize you knew this kind of scenario. Xiao Hong quickly replied, young master, it's not like that. I really did find a book in the courtyard. Besides, my relative is visiting today, so I can't satisfy you. Hearing this, Wei Qi's happy face immediately slumped. What's this? You got my hopes up for nothing. Fine, show me the book you found. I want to see what it is. Wei Kai took it from Xiao Hong's hand. When he saw the 4 large characters on the book, he gasped. Then, he opened the door and went out into the courtyard, looking around. Finding nothing unusual, he returned to the room. When you found this book, did you notice anything unusual? Xiao Hong shook her head. Young master, I didn't find anything. Everything was as usual. Good. Remember to keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone. If you speak of this, not just you, but your parents, your brother, your whole family will die. Do you understand? Wei Qi's expression was solemn, his tone icy. Xiao Hong was instantly terrified. She never imagined a book could have such dire consequences. Thud. She immediately knelt down, her voice trembling with tears. Young master, I promise I won't say a word. Please, don't kill me. Wei Kai waved his hand. I hope you remember that, otherwise I really will act. Leave now. Yes, young master. After Xiao Hong left, Wei Kai looked at the Bloodman Elixir Technique in his hand, wondering who had placed it in his courtyard. One must know that this book was a forbidden text in the Great Yuan dynasty. From imperial relatives and nobles down to commoners, no one was allowed to cultivate this secret manual. If caught, the penalty was death, but Wei Kai couldn't help flipping through a couple of pages. What he saw was addictive. If this works, then my talent and realm can advance even further. Maybe I'll soon break through to the Void Realm. If that happens, even if Wei Cheng's maternal grandfather is the Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao, he won't be able to compete with me for the position of heir to the Marquis residence. At this thought, Wei Kai laughed out loud. Jia 9. Number 9 Chapter 9 Huang Quan. Please help me eat something to complete the mission. Chapter 9. Yellow Springs, Help Me Eat, Mission Complete. Qingzhou Marquis Residence, Study. Wei Haidong was currently dealing with the residence affairs that had accumulated during his year of closed-door cultivation. Although Luo Jenner had already helped him handle most of the matters, there were still some important affairs that required his personal attention. Before he could finish dealing with the affairs, a figure had already appeared in the room. This subordinate, profound too, greets the Marquis. Wei Haidong continued to handle the affairs normally, not even raising his head. Speak. How is the investigation going? Marquis, we found a evil ghost tattoo on the right arms of the 3 dead assassins. Upon hearing this, Wei Haidong put down the brush in his hand, stood up, and his expression became somewhat solemn. Are you certain it is a genuine evil ghost tattoo? Profound 2 quickly replied, based on our investigation, it appears to be genuine. Wei Haidong frowned, his gaze icy cold. I do not want to hear the word, appears. I want a definite answer. The evil ghost tattoo represents Yellow Springs. If we don't have conclusive evidence, I cannot afford to provoke Yellow Springs' wrath. As the top assassin organization of the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty, the Yellow Springs branch is spread across the 24 circuits of Great Li and over 100 prefectures and even has branches in the neighboring Great Man Dynasty. Its power is astonishing. Moreover, to become a Yellow Springs assassin, one must undergo extremely strict selection and finally pass the assessment to become a qualified Yellow Springs assassin. If the assessment is failed, there is only one outcome, death. Furthermore, every assassin who passes the Yellow Springs assessment possesses their own unique number, and verifying the authenticity of this number is done through the evil ghost tattoo on their right arm. Take those 3 corpses and find the Yellow Springs branch receptionist to verify whether they belong to their Yellow Springs organization. Also, I want to know who hired them. For a moment, Profound 2 hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Marquis, will Yellow Springs reveal the employer's identity? Have you ever heard the saying, money makes the world go round? Yellow Springs has 2 major characteristics. First, strict selection. Second, greed for money. As long as we offer 10 times the price paid by the previous employer, they will give you the former employer's information. Go now. I want to know the mastermind. Understood, Marquis. Whoosh. The figure vanished from the room the next morning. Wei Yuan sat in the courtyard drinking tea. Old Mo walked over, carrying breakfast. Young master, please have breakfast. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Thank you, Old Mo. Old Mo quickly replied, young master, this old servant cannot bear such formality from you. Young master, please eat quickly. This old servant will go prepare the medicinal cuisine for noon. Your dantian is shattered, and your cultivation has been crippled. You need to properly nourish your body. Wei Yuan nodded. All right, thank you for the trouble, Old Mo. Young master, please stop being so polite to this old servant. If you keep this up, this old servant cannot bear it. All right, I won't be polite then. Only then did Old Mo leave, satisfied. However, as he left, he felt a little confused. Although Wei Yuan had been kind to him before, he was nowhere near as polite as he was now. Shaking his head, he guessed that perhaps his personality had changed after his dantian was crippled and he lost his cultivation. Of course, no matter what Wei Yuan became, he would firmly stand behind Wei Yuan. After all, if it hadn't been for Wei Yuan's mother pleading on his behalf back then, he might have died in the Marquis residence long ago. It was this debt of gratitude that ensured he remained steadfastly by Wei Yuan's side even after Wei Yuan's mother passed away. Just as Wei Yuan took a sip of porridge, a gust of wind blew past. A feather slowly drifted down from the sky. White Phoenix stood behind Wei Yuan, bowing respectfully. This subordinate, White Phoenix, greets the Dragon Lord. Wei Yuan waved his hand. You came at just the right time. Come, help me share some of this. Bai Tianyu, you come out too and help me share. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Tianyu's figure appeared before Wei Yuan. Greetings, Dragon Lord. Enough, stop with the pleasantries. First, deal with this food. Wei Yuan quickly waved his hand. The breakfast Old Mo had just delivered was enough to feed 10 adult men. Even when his cultivation was intact, he couldn't eat this much, let alone now, when his cultivation had yet to recover. After consuming the heart-mending pill yesterday, his dantian began to slowly repair itself, estimated to be fully restored within a month. Of course, this month wouldn't be wasted. According to Wei Yuan's calculations, after the repair was complete, not only would his cultivation return to normal, but he would also be able to use the residual medicinal power of the heart-mending pill in his body to attempt breaking through to the Void Realm. White Phoenix and Bai Tianyu exchanged glances. They never expected Wei Yuan to ask the two of them to eat breakfast. One must know that even White Phoenix, who was at the True Realm middle stage, could go 10 days without eating, while Bai Tianyu, at the Spirit Realm mid-stage, could go an entire month without food. What, are you refusing to obey my command? Seeing that the two were slow to act, Wei Yuan's tone involuntarily grew heavier. Eat, we definitely obey the Dragon Lord's command. White Phoenix picked up a large steamed bun and began eating it heartily. After they had finished all the food, Wei Yuan finally spoke and asked, "How is it? Did you find any clues?" White Phoenix was just about to answer, but unexpectedly, he was too full. Hiccup. My apologies, Dragon Lord. After all, for someone who cared so much about his image, doing something so detrimental to it, especially in front of Wei Yuan, was embarrassing. No matter. Tell me the clues first. Wei Yuan considered this perfectly natural and didn't care much about it. No problem, Dragon Lord. The mastermind is not someone from the Marquis residence, nor is it Zhang Hai or Wang Chang, who previously had conflicts with the Dragon Lord. Instead, it's three people, seemingly called the three Chen brothers. It was they who sent people to destroy the Dragon Lord's Dantian. Also, they harbor immense hatred for the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. After hearing White Phoenix's words, Wei Yuan muttered softly, "Immense hatred? The three Chen brothers?" He then began searching the original host's memories. Half an incense stick later, Wei Yuan finally recalled the details. The three Chen brothers, I remember now. They indeed have immense hatred for Wei Haidong because their Chen family secretly discovered a silver mine, failed to report it, and instead privately mined it. When they were finally discovered, it was Wei Haidong who led the team to annihilate the Chen family. Everyone in the Chen family was executed, except for the three sons of the Chen family head, who managed to escape. Looking at it this way, the three Chen brothers have made great progress in their realms over the years, which is why they launched their revenge against the Marquis residence. What realms are they all in? White Phoenix replied, the eldest Chen brother is at true realm perfection, the second Chen brother is at true realm perfection, and the third Chen brother has the highest realm, spirit realm mid-stage. However, there are now only two of the three Chen brothers left. This subordinate killed the eldest Chen brother. A satisfied smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. Well done, White Phoenix. The third brother is spirit realm mid-stage, not bad. He's only one minor realm below my cheap father. It looks like they either obtained a fortuitous encounter or joined some powerful faction. Otherwise, their realms couldn't have increased so quickly. Open black lens bracket ding mastermind identified. Mission complete. You have gained one summoning chance. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Does the host wish to use it? Close black lens bracket. Just at that moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded in Wei Yuan's mind. Without hesitation, Wei Yuan nodded. Use it. 10. Number 10 Chapter 10 Fu Hongshui's Invitation Idea. Chapter 10. Fu Hongshui, Invitation, Idea. Wei Yuan's consciousness entered the system space. The roulette wheel began to spin. 10 breaths later, the system's voice rang out again. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a character summon card. Fu Hongshui close black lens bracket. Subsequently, Wei Yuan began to check the profile. Open black lens bracket character. Fu Hongshui close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket title. Saber Saint Fast Saber close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. Late Spirit Realm close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Saber Technique. By Family Saber Technique close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Introduction. A character from Border Town Prodigal. His adopted father is Bai Tianyu. His saber technique is fierce and his strikes are fast and accurate. He has cultivated the Bai family saber technique to the limit and is known as the world's fastest saber. Close black lens bracket. After checking Fu Hongshui's profile, Wei Yuan couldn't help but look at Bai Tianyu, not expecting the two to have such a relationship. He smiled and said, Bai Tianyu, you will see an acquaintance soon. Prepare yourself. Bai Tianyu was filled with curiosity. Dragon Lord, I wonder who. Before he could finish, Wei Yuan interrupted him. You will know soon enough. 10 breaths passed. The void surged and a white light gate emerged once more. A thin man dressed in green, with a pale complexion and a precious saber on his back, walked out. The moment he saw Wei Yuan, he came before him and bowed respectfully. Your subordinate Fu Hongshui greets the young master. Wei Yuan nodded. Fu Hongshui, look who is beside me. Only then did Fu Hongshui shift his gaze to Bai Tianyu beside Wei Yuan. The moment he saw him, Fu Hongshui's eyes grew moist. Of course, it wasn't just Fu Hongshui. Bai Tianyu was equally emotional. He hadn't expected the acquaintance to be his adopted son. Let's discuss the task first. You can catch up later. Fu Hongshui and Bai Tianyu nodded quickly. There was indeed plenty of time ahead. Fu Hongshui, from now on, change your form of address for me from young master to Dragon Lord. Also, I appoint you as one of the 8 Dragon Guards of the Azure Dragon Society. Fu Hongshui respectfully said, your subordinate obeys. Thank you, Dragon Lord. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Open black lens bracket ding revenge. Successfully killed Chen Di and Chen Ren within 5 days to obtain 1 summon. Attempt close black lens bracket. A smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. He hadn't expected the system to issue a task at this moment, and it was perfectly timed. The only slight drawback was the time limit. However, considering how appropriate the system task was, Wei Yuan felt that the time limit was negligible. Immediately, Wei Yuan locked his gaze on White Phoenix. White Phoenix, can you find Chen Di and Chen Ren's location now? White Phoenix quickly replied, Dragon Lord, I am very confident. Before I fled, I left a few hidden windbirds to monitor their movements. Once they leave, I will follow them immediately. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Very well done. I'm giving you and Fu Hongshui a task. Kill Chen Ren and Chen Di within 5 days. The two looked at each other and replied in unison, your subordinates obey. As for Bai Tianyu, you continue to stay by my side and protect me, as you command. Dragon Lord, Bai Tianyu said respectfully. Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Haidong, who hadn't slept all night, finished processing all the affairs of the past year. At this moment, Profound Two's figure appeared in the room. How is it? Have you found out? Are those 3 really Yellow Springs assassins? Profound Two knelt on one knee and said, Marquis, verified by the receptionist of the Yellow Springs branch. They are indeed their Yellow Springs assassins. And it is certain that the ones who hired the 3 were Zhang Hai and Wang Chang. Additionally, according to Zhan Si's surveillance, after learning that young Master Yuan's Dantian was shattered and he had become a cripple, Zhang Hai and Wang Chang were celebrating very happily in a top-tier private room at the Yu family's Qingfeng restaurant. Wei Haidong's face darkened. Good, good, good. It seems they really don't respect me as the Marquis of Qingzhou, not giving me any face at all. That Wang Dong shouldn't think that just because that old fellow is backing him, I wouldn't dare move against him. And Zhang Zhengxuan, this fellow looks refined on the surface, but he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. But now that the evidence is right here, I want to see how those two will try to talk their way out of this. Send someone to invite both Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan here. Say I have matters to discuss with them. Profound Two respectfully said, as you command, Marquis. Qingzhou Marquis residence, Luo Zhener's courtyard. Luo Zhener looked at the Bloodman elixir technique in her hand, her face dark and her voice cold. Luo Yi, you are saying this thing was found in Little Master's courtyard last night? Did you see anyone suspicious during this time? Luo Yi quickly replied, young miss, no suspicious person was found. This Bloodman elixir technique simply appeared in the middle of the courtyard for no reason. Hearing this, Luo Zhener thought for a moment. The person who left this seems to have a cultivation of at least the early spirit realm. And the intention is truly malicious. The Bloodman elixir technique is a forbidden book in Great Yuan. If the Marquis finds out, even if I call upon my father, although nothing would happen to Little Master, he would be completely severed from any chance at the position of heir to the Marquis residence. As the daughter of the Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao, she was very aware of the dangers of those 4 words, Bloodman elixir technique. 30 years ago, the son of the Southwest Dao Marshal was executed precisely because he cultivated the Bloodman elixir technique. The Southwest Dao Marshal knew about it but did not report it, and the final result was that dozens of family members were put to death, except for the Southwest Dao Marshal himself. If not for the Southwest Dao Marshal's ancestors possessing a death exemption gold plaque issued by the Great Yuan founder, even he would not have escaped death. Remember, do not tell the Marquis about this news. Also, do not let Little Master know. Understood, young miss. I will not tell the Marquis or the Little Master about this. Fine, you may go. Yes, young miss. At this moment, only Luo Zhener remained in the room. Although she very much wanted to destroy the Bloodman elixir technique now, her strong curiosity made her want to know its contents, thinking it wouldn't be too late to destroy it after reading. Half an hour later, Luo Zhener finished reading the Bloodman elixir technique. She couldn't help but gasp, as expected of a top-tier secret manual of the Blood Demon cult. No wonder Great Yuan listed this book as forbidden. After reading it, she also discovered that the Bloodman elixir technique in front of her seemed to be only half of it, not the complete version. Immediately, she destroyed the Bloodman elixir technique without hesitation. However, the contents were already etched in her mind. Forgetting them was impossible. After Little Master took the profound spirit fruit, his talent exceeded Wei Yuan's, but he can only be considered a genius, far from reaching the level of a prodigy. If he wants to become a prodigy, the Bloodman elixir technique seems to record a method. At this moment, a figure appeared in Luo Zhener's mind. Since he has already become a waste, let him make one final sacrifice. But before that, I'll observe for a while and wait until the Marquis finds the mastermind. She knew very well how terrifying the consequences would be if this matter were discovered. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Chapter 11 The Debate at the Jingshu Marquise's Residence by the Black Demon Monk. Light. Chapter 11. Black Demon Monk Jingshu and the Marquis Residence Debate. Qingzhou Yellow Springs Branch. Mo Yang, serving as the host, gently waved his hand, and a black talisman shot out like lightning, vanishing into the air. Black Profound Mountain Range. The largest mountain range in Great Li Dao is fraught with hidden dangers, teeming with all sorts of poisonous creatures and mutated beasts whose power has grown terrifying following the spiritual qi resurgence. Without cultivation at the spirit realm or above, no one would dare venture deep into the Black Profound Mountain Range. At the very core lies a mysterious valley. No plants grew within a 5-kilometer radius of the valley, and the surrounding area was littered with the skeletal remains of dead mutated beasts. The bleached bones formed a lake of bones, a sight that was terrifying to behold. In the innermost part of the valley, a figure sat cross-legged on the ground. This figure appeared to be about 50 years old, sporting a shaved head, a fierce countenance, and his upper body bare, covered in countless scars. Whoosh! A black talisman flew in from afar and stopped in front of the bald man. The bald man opened his eyes at this moment, took the talisman, and scanned its contents in a flash. Interesting. The hidden power, the Azure Dragon Society. I want to see just how strong they are. Can they withstand my black demon poisonous insects? Standing up, the bald man waved his hand gently. The entire valley began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. A dense, dark mass of figures appeared around the valley, rushing towards the bald man's location. The bald man smiled. My darlings, let's go out and get something good to eat. Opening the beast pouch, all the figures were instantly sucked inside. The next second, the bald man's figure vanished from the valley simultaneously. Outside Qingzhou City, in a certain cave, Chen Ren sat on the ground, his expression bleak, clearly unable to recover from Chen Tian's death. Chen Di walked in at this moment. Third brother, the higher-ups are already investigating the situation regarding the hidden power factions previously recorded. Furthermore, they have dispatched someone to assist us. Chen Ren looked up. Who did they send? Chen Di took a deep breath, his face grave. The Black Demon Monk, Jingshu. Hiss. These 6 short words instantly made Chen Ren gasp in shock. Why did they send this god of slaughter here? The higher-ups said he is the closest to us. Everyone else is still in secluded cultivation. Moreover, with Jingshu's strength, he is equivalent to several spirit realm experts, absolutely capable of helping us deal with the Azure Dragon Society. That is true. This god of slaughter's strength is indeed immense. Chen Ren nodded. Just then, a black talisman flew in and stopped in front of Chen Ren. Chen Ren picked up the black talisman and quickly finished reading its contents. His sorrowful mood eased somewhat. Second brother, news came from Mo Yang. That old fellow Wei Haidong indeed sent people to verify the authenticity of the evil ghost symbols. I have already told Wei Haidong's people what I said before. Just wait, the blizzard in Qingzhou City is about to arrive. Wei Haidong, and that fellow from the Azure Dragon Society, you all deserve to die. Upon hearing this, Chen Di concurred. Exactly, they all deserve to die. The main hall of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Haidong sat in the main seat. Soon, a figure walked in. The newcomer appeared to be around 40 years old, looking refined, easygoing, and amicable. When he saw Wei Haidong's figure in the main seat, he immediately bowed respectfully. Head of the Zhang family, Zhang Zhengxuan, greets his lordship the Marquis. Wei Haidong nodded. Head of the Zhang family, please take a seat. Zhang Zhengxuan came to sit on the side, his gaze fixed on Wei Haidong. Your lordship, could you please disclose why you summoned us? Wei Haidong took a sip of tea. Head of the Zhang family, do not be anxious. Once Wang Dong arrives, I will naturally tell you. However, by then, I will have to ask you both to prepare yourselves mentally. These words left Zhang Zhengxuan somewhat bewildered. He repeatedly pondered what exactly had happened. Just as Zhang Zhengxuan was contemplating, another figure walked in. The newcomer was about 50 years old, exuding a scholarly aura. Governor of Qingzhou, Wang Dong, greets his lordship the Marquis. Wei Haidong nodded. Sit down first, Lord Wang. Wang Dong glanced at Zhang Zhengxuan and immediately sat down next to him. Then I shall sit here. Your lordship, it has been a long time since I last saw the head of the Zhang family. Wei Haidong did not speak, merely nodding again. Thank you, your lordship. As for Zhang Zhengxuan, he said nothing. Among the three, his status was the lowest. Moreover, his relationship with Wang Dong was indeed deeper than his relationship with Wei Haidong. At this moment, Zhang Zhengxuan spoke up. Your lordship, now that Lord Wang is here, can you tell us the matter at hand? Upon hearing this, Wang Dong also turned his gaze toward Wei Haidong. Wei Haidong stood up. Since both of you are here, I will be direct. I presume you both know that my second son, Wei Yuan, was assassinated, his dantian destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Wang Dong replied, we are aware of this matter. May I ask the purpose of your lordship mentioning this? Is it perhaps that you wish for Lord Zhang and me to help find the true culprit behind Wei, young Master Yuan's assassination? If that is the case, my Zhang family can offer assistance to your lordship. At this point, his heart finally settled with relief. Wei Haidong shook his head. No, I do not need your help. The true culprit has already been found. Wang Dong immediately responded. Who is it, your lordship? In Qingzhou, there is actually someone so audacious as to dare assassinate the marquise's son. Wei Haidong's eyes turned icy. Naturally, it is your only son, Wang Cheng, and the head of the Zhang family's second son, Zhang Hai. At these words, both Wang Dong and Zhang Hai sucked in a sharp breath. Wang Dong immediately stood up. Your lordship, this is no joke. Zhang Zhengxuan also stood up. Lord Wang speaks correctly. Your lordship, please do not joke. This accusation is too grave. Wang Cheng and Zhang Hai cannot bear it. Wei Haidong sneered. Do you think I am joking? If I didn't have evidence, would I have summoned you? Zhan your subordinate is here. A breeze blew into the hall, and during that time, a figure appeared in the hall. Deliver the detailed evidence from the investigation to Lord Wang and the head of the Zhang family for inspection. As you command, your lordship. Immediately, Zhan handed the previous evidence to Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan. The two took the evidence and immediately began to examine it, wanting to know if this evidence was truly valid. Meanwhile, after inquiring with the surrounding guards, Wei Kai finally arrived at the Yellow Springs organization branch in Qingzhou. He was fully armed now, afraid of revealing even the slightest clue. Who do you intend to kill, Your Excellency? As soon as he entered the room, an icy voice sounded next to Wei Qi's ear. Wei Kai looked over upon hearing the sound. A masked figure had appeared before him at some unknown time. 12. #12 Chapter 12. Hiring an assassin to cultivate the king of the 100-year-old kiwi fruit. Chapter 12. Hiring an assassin, 100-year strange fruit, the might of the king realm. May I ask who you are? Wei Kai asked softly. Receiver for the Yellow Springs branch in Qingzhou. Speak, who do you wish to assassinate? Mo Yang replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Wei Kai thought for a moment. May I ask if your Yellow Springs organization can bring back the body after killing someone? Yes, as long as you pay enough, we can fulfill any request. In response, Wei Kai quickly said, good, then I want to assassinate Wei Yuan, the second son of the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. Immediately, a playful expression appeared on Mo Yang's face. Your Excellency, as the second son of the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Yuan's price is not cheap. Wei Kai said, not caring. How much? Just tell me. 150,000 taels of silver. Hiss. Wei Kai gasped. Although Lin Yuya gave him several thousand taels of silver each month, and occasionally even tens of thousands, he was still startled by the figure of 150,000 taels of silver. Wei Yuan has already become a cripple. Why is he still so expensive? Mo Yang immediately explained, Your Excellency, it is precisely because Wei Yuan is crippled that the price is high. If it were before, 100,000 taels of silver would have been enough. Moreover, the last assassination attempt resulted in Wei Yuan being crippled. If we make a move again this time, we will face the wrath of the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, so an increase in price is necessary. Wei Kai was full of doubt. You are the Yellow Springs organization, a top assassin organization of the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty. Why do you fear the Marquis of Qingzhou? Mo Yang shook his head. Your Excellency, it seems you do not understand a principle. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. What's more, you want to take Wei Yuan's body, which would be completely trampling on the face of the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. So, Your Excellency, do you still wish to assassinate him? Wei Kai took a deep breath, thinking about the cultivation technique in the Bloodman elixir, technique in the position of the Marquis residence's heir. Yes, 150,000 taels of silver, right? I'll give it to you immediately. 10 days from now, Your Excellency, come here to collect Wei Yuan's body. Wei Kai then said, if I provide Wei Yuan's current location, can the time be shortened? After all, 10 days was too long. He couldn't wait that long. Yes, Your Excellency, please tell me. Wei Yuan is currently at Mount Xuenya, 100 kilometers outside Qingzhou City, with an old servant in the early True Realm. Mo Yang inquired, is Your Excellency's information accurate? Confirmed. Good, then please leave your information here, Your Excellency. 2 days later, come to collect Wei Yuan's body. Alright, Wei Kai nodded, finally satisfied. Qingzhou Marquis Residence Great Hall. After reviewing the evidence, Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan's faces darkened. They never expected that the ones who tried to assassinate Wei Yuan would be their own sons. Wang Dong then said, Marquis, could there be some misunderstanding in this? Although my son, Wang Dong, had a conflict with young Master Wei Yuan, he definitely wouldn't hire an assassin from Yellow Springs to assassinate young Master Wei Yuan. He doesn't have the guts. Zhang Zhengxuan also echoed, Marquis, Lord Wang is right. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. I know Zhang Hai's character. He absolutely wouldn't dare to hire an assassin from Yellow Springs to assassinate young Master Wei Yuan. Hearing their words, Wei Haidong roared in anger. What? The evidence is right before your eyes, and you won't admit it. Do you perhaps think I'm framing you? You rely on the people behind you and don't put my Qingzhou Marquis residence in your eyes. Is that it? At this point, Wei Haidong released his late spirit realm cultivation. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Great Hall. The terrifying aura suppressed the two, making them unable to breathe. Zhang Zhengxuan was a bit surprised, not expecting Wei Haidong's cultivation to have already broken through to the late spirit realm. As for Wang Dong, he was already clutching his neck, his expression pained. Among the three, his cultivation was the lowest, only at true realm perfection, while Zhang Zhengxuan was at early spirit realm cultivation. This continued for 20 breaths. Wei Haidong retracted his aura. Who? Wang Dong, with the lowest cultivation, immediately gasped for air. Zhang Zhengxuan also began to circulate his cultivation technique, adjusting the true qi within his body. The aura that Wei Haidong had suddenly unleashed earlier had caused problems with the circulation of his true qi. If he didn't quickly adjust it, it could damage his meridians and affect his future cultivation. Can the two of you continue our discussion now? Sitting in his chair, Wei Haidong took a sip of tea and said casually, showing no trace of his previous anger. Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan sat back down in their chairs. They exchanged glances, and Wang Dong spoke first. Marquis, state your conditions. How can my son be spared? Wei Haidong smiled slightly. Simple. I heard there's an auction in Liyang Prefecture 5 days from now, and the highlight item is a 100-year strange fruit. The two of you bid for it and give it to me, and your son's matter of hiring assassins to kill Wei Yuan will be written off. Although he had the evidence, it was impossible for him to kill both their sons. After all, one was an only son, and the other was the most talented son. If he really killed them, Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan would definitely fight him to the death. Although he didn't fear the two of them, both had backgrounds, so taking a step back wouldn't hurt, as he would still get what he wanted. The two naturally knew the value of strange fruit, and a 100-year strange fruit was even more expensive. Even with their wealth, they felt a pang of heartache, but to ensure the safety of their children, they had no choice but to agree. Wang Dong gritted his teeth. All right, no problem, Marquis. Please keep your word. Zhang Zhengxuan followed. Good. Lord Wang and I guarantee that we will hand over the 100-year strange fruit to the Marquis. Then, Wei Haidong stood up, a smile on his face. Good, that's more like it. Go back and discipline your sons well. Lord Wang, head of the Zhang family, take care. I won't see you out. The two quickly replied. No need to trouble the Marquis. With that, the two quickly walked out of the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, only Wei Haidong remained, with the 100-year strange fruit in hand. Now I just await news from the Great Bright Hall Master. As long as he agrees, the Medicine King grass will be mine. Then, combined with the Revival grass and other medicinal herbs, the King Breaking Pill will be obtained. With the current spiritual qi resurgence, cultivation progress is much faster than before. In less than a year, I can consume the King Breaking Pill and break through to the King Realm. At this thought, Wei Haidong's eyes burned with fervor. It was important to know that while the spirit realm was strong, there was a world of difference between it and the King Realm. Firstly, in terms of lifespan, the spirit realm only had 150 years, while the King Realm possessed 300 years. Secondly, strength would achieve a qualitative leap. Even a newly breakthrough King Realm expert could easily deal with 3 spirit realm perfection cultivators. 13. Number 13 Chapter 13 Ing for clues. Feng Wu arrives at the door. Bai Tianyu slashes him with one blade. Chapter 13. Tracing the tracks, Wind 5 arrives. Bai Tianyu strikes with a saber. After Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan walked out of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Zhang Zhengxuan spoke. Lord Wang, I don't believe my son, Zhang Hai, and your son, Wang Chang, would be foolish enough to hire Yellow Springs assassins to assassinate Wei Yuan. Wang Dong sighed. Head of the Zhang family, what other choice do we have? The evidence is already laid out before us, and the most crucial evidence is the testimony of the Yellow Springs branch's receptionist. People from such a top-tier force surely wouldn't give false testimony for Wei Haidong, right? Hearing this, Zhang Zhengxuan fell silent. What he said was indeed reasonable. Although the people of the Yellow Springs branch would give Wei Haidong, the local magnate of Qingzhou, some face, it was indeed impossible for them to give false testimony for Wei Haidong. One must know that Yellow Springs has internal oversight. If such a situation were discovered, there would only be one outcome: death. Let's go. I want to go back now and properly question Zhang Hai to understand why he hired Yellow Springs people to assassinate Wei Yuan. Wang Dong nodded, his tone growing heavier. I'll also go back and give Wang Cheng a good lesson. I spoiled him too much before, which made him get carried away. Now he actually dares to hire people from Yellow Springs to assassinate Wei Yuan. If I don't discipline him properly, who knows what consequences he might bring about. Zhang Zhengxuan replied. Alright, then later I'll send an elder to Liyang Prefecture to buy that 100-year strange fruit. Good, we'll split the cost 50-50 then. Deal. Yellow Springs branch. Mo Yang handed over a piece of paper. Wind 5, this mission is for you. Your assassination target this time is Wei Yuan, the second son of the Marquis of Qingzhou, whose dantian was crippled before. A masked, slender man took the paper and said in surprise. Wei Yuan's dantian was crippled, and he's been staying in the Qingzhou Marquis residence all this time. You're asking me to act? Isn't that asking for my life? His cultivation was only at True Realm mid-stage, ranking 5th in the Qingzhou branch. With such cultivation, trying to enter the Qingzhou Marquis residence to assassinate Wei Yuan was simply courting death. Even if his concealment methods were clever, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how clever the concealment methods, flaws would be exposed. And once discovered, his fate would be a dead end. For this mission, you should still ask Wind One to go. I heard he recently successfully broke through to late spirit realm, and his cultivation is already comparable to the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. As long as he's careful, he can definitely complete it. Mo Yang smiled. Don't worry, I'm certainly confident in arranging for you to complete it. Take a good look at the paper in your hand. It has Wei Yuan's latest place of residence. He has already moved out of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. This place currently only has him and an old servant at True Realm early stage living there. For you, this is effortless. Remember to bring back Wei Yuan's body. The employer needs it. Wind 5 carefully looked at the paper in his hand and found that it was indeed true. In that case, no problem. I'll act now. I've never enjoyed the pleasure of assassinating a marquise's son before. Today, I'll have a good experience. Whoosh! Wind 5's figure disappeared from the hall. After Wind 5 left, Mo Yang looked towards the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Yuan is about to die, and the one who hired someone to kill him is actually his half-brother. I have to say, Brother Ren is truly formidable. He could come up with such a malicious plan. I must immediately tell Brother Ren this good news. Subsequently, a black talisman appeared in his hand. After a few breaths, the black talisman, like a black lightning bolt, vanished into the air above the forest. White Phoenix summoned the White Phoenix, taking Fu Hongshui to search for the traces of Chen Di and Chen Ren. According to the clues left by those hidden windbirds, Chen Di and Chen Ren should be hiding in the forest below. Originally, White Phoenix could have directly found them by relying on the hidden windbirds, but when the hidden windbirds chased them here, they encountered their natural enemies, a type of bird much larger and more ferocious than them, causing the hidden windbirds to be scared and hide. Fu Hongshui held his precious saber, his tone calm. Alright, then retract your White Phoenix. Let's go down and search separately. If anything happens, notify me. White Phoenix nodded. Okay. Retracting the White Phoenix and Fu Hongshui entered the forest. Let's begin. In the small courtyard, Wei Yuan was chatting and drinking with Old Mo. Mainly, Old Mo had been troubled by Wei Yuan's dantian issue, saying that he had also inquired all over Qingzhou City these past 2 days but found no treasures that could repair the dantian. As he spoke, a few cups of strong wine went down, causing him to fall asleep. Seeing this, Wei Yuan shook his head. Old Mo was truly devoted to the original owner. Immediately, Wei Yuan prepared to send Old Mo back to his room. Unexpectedly, Bai Tianyu's voice came from his ear. Dragon Lord, someone is attacking us. Hearing this, Wei Yuan became interested. How many people? 1. Cultivation at True Realm mid-stage. Alright, then I'll wait for him here. Wei Yuan put Old Mo down, sat back in his chair, and continued drinking tea. In less than 30 breaths, a figure broke through the formation outside the courtyard and entered. The courtyard wasn't very large, and soon, Wind 5 discovered Wei Yuan's figure. He also clearly saw the old servant at True Realm early stage guarding Wei Yuan, who had actually fallen asleep. This made Wind 5 sigh with emotion that this mission was simply too easy. With a flicker, Wind 5 appeared 10 meters behind Wei Yuan. Hearing the movement behind him, Wei Yuan calmly turned his head. I didn't expect to be so popular. Even though I'm a good for nothing, there are still assassins after my life. Wind 5 replied with interest, no matter how useless you are still the second son of the Marquis of Qingzhou. I have to say, Wei Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation as a genius who once ranked in the top 3 in Qingzhou. Facing this certain death situation, you still don't change your expression. He had assassinated some young masters from wealthy families before, and those guys, when facing death, would all cry and say how much money they had, wanting to live and not die. But Wei Yuan was not flustered at all, calm and composed, showing no hint of panic. Wei Yuan replied calmly, I've already seen the Yellow Springs Road. Death means nothing to me. It's you, though. Tell me, who hired you to assassinate me? Wind 5 shook his head, I don't know. I just accepted the mission to kill you. As for who the employer is, I'm not clear. Alright, seeing how calm and composed you are, I originally wanted to torture you a bit, but I'll reconsider. I've decided to let you die quickly. Hearing this, Wei Yuan smiled. Originally, seeing that you didn't know who the real culprit was, I also wanted to torture you a bit, but since you said that in the end, it's rude not to reciprocate. So, I'll let you die quickly too. Do it, Bai Tianyu, as you command, Dragon Lord. Immediately, a terrifying aura locked onto Wind 5. He felt his entire body as if acupoints had been struck, unable to move. Boom! A fierce saber light illuminated the entire courtyard, and saber chi soared into the sky. Wind 5 had no time to resist. His body was instantly split in half. 14. Number 14 Chapter 14 Discovering Clues. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Light. Chapter 14. Traces discovered. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Looking at Feng Wu's body cut in half, Wei Yuan showed no fear and approached the upper torso. Tearing off the sleeve of the right arm, an evil ghost pattern came into view. Truly Yellow Springs assassins. Afterward, Wei Yuan's gaze turned toward Qingzhou City, his mind already calculating who the mastermind behind this assassination plot was. Figures flashed through Wei Yuan's mind. Based on the current clues, the person who hired the Yellow Springs assassins was highly likely from within the residence. First Mistress Luo Jenner, third Mistress Lin Yueya, eldest brother Wei Cheng, and youngest brother Wei Kai, all 4 were suspects. Of course, it was not impossible that hostile forces from other marquisates framed them, just like the first time. Although this location seemed hidden, known only to very few people in the marquisate, it could easily be exposed with a little diligent inquiry. Just as Wei Yuan was contemplating, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding, Fury, you have encountered an assassination again. Host must find and kill the mastermind within 10 days. Mission reward, 2 summoning chances. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system mission, Wei Yuan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected such a generous reward this time. With that in mind, he must prioritize this mission. Firstly, for the rich reward, and secondly, being subjected to assassination every few days threatened his life, which made him very angry. He might as well use this opportunity to eliminate future trouble permanently. Bai Tianyu, handle the corpse and clean up the scene. I will send old Mo back. As you command, Dragon Lord. However, Wei Yuan felt a bit emotional at this moment, realizing that the summoned characters were too few, and he was short-handed. I hope White Phoenix and Fu Hongshui complete their tasks quickly. In a cave within the forest, Chen Di smiled after reading the message on the talisman and quickly spoke to Chen Ren beside him. Third brother, good news. Mo Yang sent word that Wei Kai has viewed the Bloodman elixir technique and hired an assassin to kill Wei Yuan. Chen Ren's sorrowful mood lifted slightly upon hearing this, and a smile appeared on his face. Excellent, finally some good news. When Wei Kai finishes cultivating the Bloodman elixir technique, we'll tell Wei Haidong. His mood will surely be miserable. As a contingency, we'll contact the embroidered uniform guard. The Bloodman elixir technique is a great Yuan forbidden book. Anyone secretly practicing it has only one outcome, death. We'll see if Wei Haidong chooses to uphold righteousness and eliminate his kin, or if he hands Wei Kai over to the embroidered uniform guard for handling. Chen Di quickly gave a thumbs up. Third brother, this scheme of yours is excellent. That's how we should deal with Wei Haidong. If he hadn't framed us back then, how could our Chen family's more than 100 people have died? And how could our 3 brothers have ended up wandering? Chen Ren nodded. Exactly. The main culprit for everything is Wei Haidong. It's a pity eldest brother cannot see this. Damn Azure Dragon Society. Thinking of this, Chen Ren's inner rage ignited once more. Just then, 2 blood windbirds flew in, landing on Chen Ren's shoulders and beginning to chirp excitedly. Caw caw caw, caw caw caw. Seeing this, Chen Di asked, Third brother, what's wrong with your bloodwind birds? At this moment, killing intent flashed in Chen Ren's eyes. Second brother, its cries are telling me that it just spotted the guy who was chasing it last time. Chen Di's face turned grim, and his tone became icy. The Azure Dragon Society kid who killed eldest brother, right? Exactly. Let's go this time, we must kill him and avenge eldest brother. I will tear him into 10,000 pieces, Chen Di said fiercely. After speaking, the two of them followed the Bloodwind Bird's guidance and rushed toward White Phoenix's location. Meanwhile, White Phoenix was controlling some birds to search for Chen Di and Chen Ren's tracks. Caw! At this moment, a bird's cry attracted White Phoenix's attention. Looking over, he saw two blood-colored big birds rapidly flying toward him. Behind the two blood-colored big birds, two human figures could vaguely be seen. Seeing this, White Phoenix shook his head. Instead of proactively attacking, it was better to wait for the enemy to arrive. Subsequently, White Phoenix considered using a small bird to notify Fu Hongxue to come over. However, if he stood there alone waiting, it would imply someone was behind him. If Chen Di and Chen Ren saw this situation, they surely wouldn't attack rashly. If he fled, it would take time to find them again. It was better to use a tactic of luring the enemy deep and lead both of them to Fu Hongxue's location. No sooner said than done. Just as Chen Ren and Chen Di could clearly see him, White Phoenix pretended to turn around casually, spotted the two of them, and immediately started fleeing. Seeing this, Chen Ren used his true chi and roared, "You Azure Dragon Society bastard, I must kill you today no matter what to avenge my eldest brother. Second brother, I'm going to accelerate, we must kill him this time." "Fine, third brother, you chase first, I'll be right behind you." "Okay." Chen Ren nodded, unhesitatingly burning the true chi in his body, increasing his speed by another level, reaching a speed close to late spirit realm, approaching spirit realm perfection. White Phoenix slightly reduced his speed as Chen Ren caught up. If he truly tried to escape, Chen Ren wouldn't be able to catch him. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the distance between the two was less than 100 meters. White Phoenix stood on a branch of a large tree, deliberately panting heavily, giving the illusion that his true chi was completely depleted. Chen Ren stood at the top of the tree, his eyes filled with naked killing intent. "Azure Dragon Society brat, it's been a day but feels like 3 years since we last met. You didn't expect this, did you? That we would meet under these circumstances. Run, why don't you run for me? And what about last time? You said people from the Azure Dragon Society came to claim my life. Where are they? Where are the people who came to claim my life?" White Phoenix remained calm. "This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die. Don't worry, I'll send you to hell soon to keep your eldest brother Chen Tian company." Facing White Phoenix's words, Chen Ren could no longer control the anger in his heart. Boom! The aura of middle stage spirit realm erupted, and the terrifying aura could be felt within a 5-mile radius. Simultaneously, Fu Hongxue, less than 10 miles away, also sensed this aura. It seems White Phoenix has found Chen Di and Chen Ren, and since they are this close to me, he must have lured them over. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and Fu Hongxue rushed over rapidly. Likewise, Chen Di arrived beside Chen Ren at this moment. "Azure Dragon Society brat, prepare to die, I will use your head to mourn my eldest brother." After Chen Ren finished speaking, he was about to attack White Phoenix. Having witnessed White Phoenix's speed last time, he decided not to hold back this time and use his full strength. Just then, a domineering and cold voice suddenly rang out. "You dare lay a hand on someone from my Azure Dragon Society? Are you courting death?" 15. Hash 15 Chapter 15 Chen Renzi and Chen Disi, Brotherhood. Chapter 15. Chen Ren dies, Chen Di dies, Brotherhood. Chen Ren and Chen Di looked over upon hearing the voice, only to see a figure standing beside White Phoenix, having appeared without them noticing. White Phoenix stepped forward at this moment and responded, "Allow me to introduce him. One of the 8 dragon guards of the Azure Dragon Society, and the very person who will kill you." Immediately, Chen Ren's expression darkened. He understood he had been set up. White Phoenix had deliberately lured him here. Chen Tian's death had caused the anger in his heart to flare up, making him completely forget that White Phoenix's speed surpassed his, and that it should have been impossible to easily catch up, even if he had burned his true chi. "You actually set a trap, you damn bastard, but don't think you can kill me just like that. The power behind us is not something your Azure Dragon Society can provoke. Besides, do you think I have no trump cards?" As he spoke, Chen Ren took out a piece of black talisman paper and muttered a few incantations. The next second, the black talisman paper vanished like a black lightning bolt. "Soon you will know the meaning of despair." Clang! Fu Hongxue drew his precious saber. Saber chi surged forth, and the saber light was fierce. Boom! His late spirit realm cultivation was fully unleashed at this moment, and the terrifying aura made Chen Ren's face turn pale. As for Chen Di, he was so terrified by this aura that he retreated dozens of meters. Chen Ren was somewhat flustered at this moment, having never expected Fu Hongshui to possess late spirit realm cultivation. He had initially thought Fu Hongshui's cultivation was the same as his. In that case, as long as he stalled for a while, Black Demon Monk Pure Void would arrive. With Pure Void's strength, they would certainly gain a steady advantage. However, Fu Hongshui's late spirit realm cultivation disrupted his plan, especially based on the saber momentum he had just unleashed. Chen Ren could already tell that Fu Hongshui's combat power was clearly superior to his own. White Phoenix, Chen Di is yours. He is mine. Let's finish this quickly. White Phoenix nodded. Alright, no problem. Fu Hongshui looked at Chen Ren, his tone icy. Before we face despair, you will face it first. Boom! A single saber strike cleaved out, radiating 10,000 feet of saber radiance. The saber intent, sharp as snow, shot toward Chen Ren. Although Chen Ren's expression was solemn, he thought that as long as he gritted his teeth and held on for a little while until Pure Void arrived, the entire situation would improve. You forced my hand. Until the last step, it's not certain who will die. Whoosh! A faint light flashed, and a blood-colored precious sword appeared in his hand. Immediately afterward, the precious sword was drawn from its sheath, and the entire world was dyed blood red. Anger, despair, slaughter, and death enveloped the world. He drove the true chi within his body to the extreme, and with a swing of his sword, blood-colored sword chi shot toward the saber radiance. The sword chi struck the saber radiance, and the moment the two made contact, an explosion occurred. Bang! The resulting chi wave sent Chen Ren flying dozens of meters. He gritted his teeth and circulated his true chi before finally stabilizing himself. As for Fu Hongshui, he stood firm in place like Mount Tai. The chi wave just now posed no threat to him whatsoever. A decent sword strike, but nothing more. Seeing this, Chen Ren understood that if he didn't use his true ultimate technique, he probably wouldn't last until Pure Void arrived. Thus, he immediately channeled blood chi into the blood-colored longsword. In less than 8 breaths, most of the blood chi in his body had entered the blood-colored longsword. At this moment, the blood-colored longsword was entirely red like fresh blood, and its blood malice chi had condensed into a solid form. Several miles in the vicinity were dyed red by the blood chi. Even White Phoenix, standing nearby, was utterly astonished by this sight. Fu Hongshui wore a look of interest on his face. Clearly, this move excited him. A look of madness appeared on Chen Ren's extremely pale face. Die for me, blood-drinking long wind. With a swing of the sword, blood-colored sword chi formed from countless streams of blood malice chi, far surpassing the previous sword strike. The blood-colored sword chi locked onto Fu Hongshui's figure and rushed toward him instantly. Not bad. Fu Hongshui nodded, his expression calm. Holding his precious saber, he channeled true chi into it. He swung the saber once. This seemingly ordinary strike actually contained decades of insight into the saber Dao. The saber chi was like a rainbow, and the white saber light transformed into a giant dragon that rushed forward. In an instant, the blood-colored sword chi and the white giant dragon collided. Compared to the first collision, this one was like heaven and earth. Boom! The resulting explosion instantly sent Chen Ren flying. At the same time, smoke and dust permeated the entire battlefield, making the situation unclear. After flying over 100 meters, Chen Ren slammed heavily into a large tree before finally falling to the ground. Ha! Exhaling the turbid chi from his body, Chen Ren forced his weak body to stand up. He looked toward the center of the explosion, wanting to know Fu Hongshui's condition. He was certain that the previous sword strike, let alone Fu Hongshui, who was only late spirit realm, even a martial artist at spirit realm perfection might not have been able to withstand it if they were slightly careless. As the smoke and dust dissipated, a crater dozens of meters wide appeared at the center of the explosion, and trees within a radius of several hundred meters had been completely destroyed. It looks like I won. A look of joy appeared on Chen Ren's face. Just at that moment, an icy voice sounded behind him. Is your smile a farewell to this world? Instantly, Chen Ren gasped, unable to resist slowly turning around to look behind him. There stood Fu Hongshui, dressed in green robes, completely unharmed, holding his precious saber, and looking at him indifferently. Whoosh! He saw Fu Hongshui strike. A flash of white saber light passed, and the fierce saber chi made him tremble uncontrollably. The next second, he felt a coolness on his neck. What a fast saber! This familiar scene reminded him of his eldest brother, Chen Tian. 2 days ago, Chen Tian had died the same way. As his consciousness gradually faded, he recalled the happy times of the 3 brothers in the Chen family during their childhood. But with Wei Haidong's intervention, the Chen family was destroyed, and the three brothers began their escape. After enduring countless hardships, they successfully joined the Great Li Imperial Gate and cultivated to their current realm, finally starting their path of revenge. Yet, in less than a few days, they were destined to die and have one's Dao vanish. Chen Ren's body was now swaying precariously. He looked toward his second brother, Chen Di, who was not far away. He wanted to warn Chen Di to run, but his throat could no longer utter a sound. Following the dissipation of his last trace of consciousness, thud, Chen Ren collapsed. Seeing this scene, Chen Di cried out in pain. No, third brother, completely disregarding the possibility of an attack from White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue at any moment, Chen Di reached Chen Ren's corpse in a few breaths. He held Chen Ren and wept bitterly. Third brother, why did you have to die? Eldest brother is dead, and now you're gone too, leaving only me. Are you that cruel? Among the three, he was the second brother, and also the one with the worst talent. If it weren't for the help of Chen Tian and Chen Ren, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to true realm perfection, just one step away from the spirit realm. Afterward, Chen Di stood up and looked coldly at White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue. One of these two men killed his eldest brother, and the other killed his third brother. Compared to Wei Haidong, who destroyed the entire Chen family, he currently hated White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue even more. I know I am no match for you, but behind me is the Great Li Imperial Gate. They will avenge us three brothers. I will wait for your arrival in hell. As soon as his voice fell, Chen Di picked up the blood-colored longsword from Chen Ren's hand and plunged it into his own chest. Poof! Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Chen Di collapsed, falling onto Chen Ren's corpse. Fu Hongxue said calmly, "Let's go, White Phoenix. Time to report back. Let's go." 16. Number 16 Chapter 16 The Angry King Dong, Zhen Feng, the Master of the Great Ming Hall. Light. Chapter 16 Bright Hall Master Zhen Feng, the Angry Wang Dong. Less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn after Fu Hongxue and White Phoenix left, a black figure appeared next to the corpses of Chen Ren and Chen Di. The person who arrived was none other than the black demon monk Jing Shu. Jing Shu squatted down and checked Chen Di's pulse with his hand. It was still warm, proving the killer had only left recently. Chen Ren, rest assured, I will definitely avenge you. Azure Dragon Society, just wait. Those who dare kill people from our Great Li Imperial Gate will meet their end in death. Qingzhou Marquis Residence, Study Room. Wei Haidong was reviewing the intelligence reports gathered from various circuits of the Great Yuan Dynasty. At this moment, Zhan appeared in the room and respectfully presented a letter. Marquis, a reply from the Bright Hall Master. Hearing this, Wei Haidong took the envelope and eagerly began reading. After quickly scanning the contents of the letter, a smile appeared on his face. Good. Zhan send someone to bring young Master Yuan back. Tell him I have two pieces of great good news to share with him. Your subordinate obeys, Marquis, Zhan replied respectfully. After Zhan left, the smile remained on Wei Haidong's face. Xuenya Prefecture, one of the three prefectures of the Great Li Dao, was the smallest among the three. On paper, its strength was also at the bottom among the four prefectures and one circuit of the Great Li Dao. The Bright Hall, one of the four major powers in Xuenya Prefecture. In the main hall of the Bright Hall, a sturdy figure spoke first. Hall Master, did the Marquis of Qingzhou agree? Zhen Feng, who sat in the main seat, nodded. That's right, he agreed. Hearing this, the sturdy figure became very excited. Throughout the entire Great Li Dao, the Qingzhou Marquis residence was definitely ranked among the top three powers, incomparably stronger than their Bright Hall. Now that the spiritual qi resurgence was occurring, both the original powers of the Great Yuan Dynasty and the hidden powers emerging from the subspace were looking to make a name for themselves and plan for the future. Without a strong backer, they would soon be swallowed up. Hall Master, I am a bit curious. Why did the Marquis of Qingzhou agree to your request? He had pondered this point for a long time and never dared to ask. Zhen Feng stood up. The next second, a snow-white herb appeared in his hand, and a strange, exotic fragrance quickly permeated the entire hall, making people feel inexplicably refreshed. Hall Master, what is this? Lu Tang asked curiously. Zhen Feng took a deep breath of the exotic fragrance in the air, taking an epic lungful. Medicine King Grass, it's considered top grade even among king rank medicinal herbs. And this is the fundamental condition for the Marquis of Qingzhou's agreement. I'm telling you, the Marquis of Qingzhou and our alliance are not the most important things. Lu Tang asked again curiously. Hall Master, if the alliance isn't the most important, then what is the most important thing? It's a joyous occasion that we can become allies with the Marquis of Qingzhou. If this news got out, let alone anything else, the other three major powers in Xuenya Prefecture would certainly look at them differently. Zhen Feng shook his head. Of course it's the marriage alliance. The strength of the alliance is too weak. We might just be discarded as pawns. A marriage alliance lessens that probability. Hiss. Lu Tang gasped in shock. He never imagined that their bright hall would one day enter into a marriage alliance with the Qingzhou Marquis residence. He swallowed hard, his face filled with astonishment. Hall Master, that's the Qingzhou Marquis residence. We can actually form a marriage alliance with them. Zhen Feng's face was full of confidence. Yes, I know it's the Qingzhou Marquis residence, but the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, has already agreed to me. Just wait, this news will spread out soon enough. Saying this, Zhen Feng walked towards the backyard. Only Lu Tang remained in the main hall, pondering bitterly. That's not right. Even if we form a marriage alliance with the Qingzhou Marquis residence, the Hall Master only has one daughter, and Qingzhou, the governor of Qingzhou, Wang Dong, sat in the main seat with an icy expression. Below him, Wang Chang knelt on the ground, his face full of defiance. Father, your son hasn't made any mistakes recently. Why are you making me kneel? He truly didn't understand. He was diligently cultivating in the secret room when a servant called him to the main hall. Without a word, Wang Dong ordered him to kneel. As the only son, whenever he angered Wang Dong in the past, he would only be scolded once. This was the first time in a long while that he had been made to kneel. Wang Dong's tone was icy. Are you sure you haven't made any mistakes? Certain. I haven't made any mistakes during this period. Wang Chang carefully reviewed the past few days in his mind and found that he truly hadn't erred. Then what about a few days ago, when you were at the Yu family's Qingfeng restaurant, celebrating with Zhang Zhengshuan's son, Zhang Hai, and the heirs of those minor families? Hearing this sentence, Wang Chang became excited. We were celebrating that Wei Yuan's dantian was destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Father, you don't know, Wei Yuan used his high cultivation to bully me several times before. Now that his dantian is destroyed and he's a cripple, of course, I had to celebrate properly. The next second, a powerful gust of palm wind blasted Wang Chang several meters away, slamming him onto the ground. Wang Chang was caught completely off guard by this sudden attack. He staggered to his feet and looked at Wang Dong with disbelief. He never expected that Wang Dong, who hadn't laid a hand on him in over a decade, would actually strike him. Father, what is the meaning of this? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will go find mother to reason with you. Wang Dong remained unmoved, his tone cold. It's useless no matter who you go to reason with today. Do you know why I hit you? Today, Zhang Zhengshuan and I went to the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Haidong threw the evidence in both our faces, clearly stating that it was you and Zhang Hai who hired Yellow Springs assassins to assassinate Wei Yuan. This sentence struck Wang Chang's mind like a bolt from the blue. But he quickly regained his composure and shouted loudly, "It's a false accusation. Father, how is this possible? Zhang Hai and I hate Wei Yuan, but we would absolutely never hire Yellow Springs assassins to assassinate him." Although he truly hated Wei Yuan, he hadn't thought of hiring Yellow Springs assassins to kill him, because if this news got out, not only might he die, but Wang Dong, as the governor of Qingzhou, would also suffer severe consequences. You are still quibbling. I saw the evidence. The receptionist at the Yellow Springs branch said it was you and Zhang Hai who visited. It seems your mother and I have spoiled you rotten. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm unworthy of being your father. At this moment, Wang Dong's rage surged. He never expected that after stating this was ironclad fact, Wang Chang would still be arguing. Wang Chang straightened his back, staring fixedly at Wang Dong, his tone firm. Even if you beat me to death today, I did not hire Yellow Springs assassins with Zhang Hai to assassinate Wei Yuan. For a moment, Wang Dong became somewhat confused. A thought flashed through his mind. 17. Number 17 Chapter 17 Discussing the Plan, Sword Demon Yan Shisan, Light Chapter 17 Discussing the Plan, Sword Demon Yan 13 Just as Wang Dong was thinking, a servant walked in. Sir, the head of the Zhang family is here. Regarding this, Wang Dong glanced at Wang Chang. Xiao Chang, I believe you for now. You can leave first. Regarding this matter, father will investigate further. Wang Chang showed no deference to Wang Dong and walked towards the backyard without looking back. He intended to complain about Wang Dong to his mother. Soon, Zhang Zhengshuan walked in. Head of the Zhang family, why are you looking for me so soon? Could it be? Before Wang Dong could finish speaking, Zhang Zhengshuan nodded, his face grim. That's right. I came because of Zhang Hai and Lord Wang's son, Wang Chang. I feel we have been deceived by Wei Haidong. Unlike Wang Dong, upon returning, he immediately beat Zhang Hai severely without a word. Yet, even after spitting blood from the beating, Zhang Hai stubbornly insisted he had not sought the Yellow Springs assassins with Wang Cheng to ambush Wei Yuan. To be frank, I also feel that Wang Cheng's expression just now was extremely firm, clearly insisting he was not wrong. It seems Wei Haidong has connections with the Yellow Springs organization's contact person. We both know the value of the 100-year strange fruit. Wang Dong's expression turned cold. Zhang Zhengxuan gritted his teeth. This Wei Haidong has played us. Since he couldn't find the real culprit, he used our sons as a shield, colluding with the Yellow Springs organization's contact person to set a trap for us. Wang Dong nodded. Highly possible. This dog dares to set a trap for us. What do we do now, Lord Wang? Should we still buy the 100-year strange fruit? Zhang Zhengxuan inquired. Wang Dong's face was filled with helplessness. Buy it, of course. We are already in the trap, what else can we do? Are you suggesting we go find the Yellow Springs branch contact person and explain the facts? Do you think he would help us? They are in the same boat now. They will definitely side with Wei Haidong. Zhang Zhengxuan gritted his teeth. I just can't swallow this insult. If you can't swallow it, you must. He is the Marquis of Qingzhou, with an inherited noble title. Although both you and I have backing, with this move, even if we contact our backers, at most we will only receive verbal consolation. Lord Wang, is this matter just going to pass like this? Zhang Zhengxuan pressed. He truly could not accept being swindled out of a 100-year strange fruit by Wei Haidong. Like this, it was infuriating. A cold smile appeared on Wang Dong's face. It's impossible for it to just pass like this. Come, follow me to the study. We can discuss this in detail. Seeing this, Zhang Zhengxuan smiled. Good, Lord Wang is indeed Lord Wang. A small courtyard outside Qingzhou City. Wei Yuan sat by the pond, sipping tea calmly. Before his dantian fully recovered, he could only do such simple things. Soon, two figures landed simultaneously. Subordinate White Phoenix, Fu Hongxue, pay respects to the Dragon Lord. Wei Yuan put down his teacup and nodded. Seeing you two like this, the matter must be settled. White Phoenix quickly said respectfully. Dragon Lord, we have not disgraced our mission. The three Chen brothers are all completely dead. Instantly, a system voice sounded in Wei Yuan's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Mission complete. Obtained one summoning attempt close black lens bracket. Wei Yuan smiled knowingly. Good, well done. Rest for a while. There are new tasks for you. As you command, Dragon Lord, the two said in unison. Then, their figures flashed, disappearing before Wei Yuan. Open black lens bracket. Does the host wish to use the summoning attempt close black lens bracket? Use it. Wei Yuan didn't hesitate in the slightest. His consciousness entered the familiar space and the roulette began to spin. 10 breaths later, the system voice sounded again. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character summon card Yan 13 close black lens bracket. A smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face, and he immediately checked the information. Open black lens bracket character. Yan 13 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. Spirit realm perfection close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket swordsmanship. 13 life-taking swords close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket description. A character from the third young master's sword, one of the peerless swordsmen. His swordsmanship, 13 life-taking swords, is invincible. The 14th strike is peerless and the 15th strike can destroy heaven and earth close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Upon executing the 15th strike, even someone in the king realm can be killed. But once executed, Yan 13 will also be severely injured and on the verge of death. Please use with caution close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Wei Yuan nodded with great satisfaction. Yan 13 at Spirit Realm Perfection is among the top 5 combat powers in the entire Great Li Dao. Just as Wei Yuan was about to summon Yan 13, Old Mo came over with a servant. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master Yuan. Wei Yuan nodded. What is it, Old Mo? Old Mo quickly replied. Young master, let Xiao Si tell you. Wei Yuan's gaze shifted to the servant Xiao Si beside him. Xiao Si quickly and respectfully said, Young master Yuan, I was sent by the Marquis. The Marquis ordered you to return to the manor quickly. There are 2 pieces of good news for you. Did you hear what the good news is? Xiao Si shook his head. Young master Yuan, this subordinate does not know. Only the Marquis knows the specifics. I am just a messenger. Alright then, I'll go pack my things. Yes, young master Yuan. This subordinate will wait for young master Yuan outside. Old Mo also said at this time, Young master, you pack first, I will wait for you outside. Okay, no problem. Wei Yuan nodded. After they left, Wei Yuan immediately summoned White Phoenix, Bai Tianyu, and Fu Hongxue. Let's talk about the mission first. White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue, you will investigate the Yellow Springs and find the true mastermind behind my assassination within 10 days. As you command, Dragon Lord. White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue quickly replied. Bai Tianyu, however, stared intently at Wei Yuan, eagerly awaiting his mission. Wei Yuan thought that since Yan 13 had been summoned, Bai Tianyu was no longer necessary to stay by his side for protection. Considering the dragon egg required a large number of treasures to hatch. Bai Tianyu, this subordinate is here. The Great Li Dao is governed by 3 prefectures and 1 province. The weakest among them is Xuenya Prefecture. Go there to develop influence. Do not expose the Azure Dragon Society for now. Remember to collect as many treasures as possible. Light shone in Bai Tianyu's eyes. The mission Wei Yuan assigned him was simply perfect. As you command, Dragon Lord. This subordinate will definitely collect many treasures. Without further ado, you shall act separately. As you command, Dragon Lord. However, White Phoenix seemed to recall something and quickly inquired. Dragon Lord, you have no one to protect you then? Perhaps. Wei Yuan waved his hand. No need. I have preparations for those who protect me. You all depart immediately. As you command. The 3 exchanged glances and disappeared from Wei Yuan's sight one by one. Wei Yuan then waved his hand, and a white gate of light appeared. An aloof man dressed in black walked out. In a flash, he appeared before Wei Yuan. Subordinate Yan 13 pays respects to young master. 18. Number 18 Chapter 18 News. Second assassination attempt. Chapter 18. News. The second assassination attempt. Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch. Mo Yang went to the side hall to check the situation as usual. 5 jade tablets were enshrined in the side hall. Only the top 5 assassins of each branch were qualified to be enshrined there. The jade represents the person. If the jade shatters, the person dies. When his gaze fell upon the 5th jade tablet, he found it had already shattered. How is this possible? How could Wind 5's jade tablet be shattered? After all, the shattering of Wind 5's jade tablet meant that the mission to assassinate Wei Yuan had failed. This caused Mo Yang's expression to turn grim. Could it be that fellow Wei Haidong didn't give up on Wei Yuan and still planted experts by his side? Meanwhile, in the dining hall of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, everyone was having breakfast. At Wei Haidong's realm, he could go a month without eating and be perfectly fine. But sometimes when he didn't eat, he quite missed the taste. Setting down his chopsticks, he spoke. I have sent someone to call Yuan back. As soon as he spoke, Luo Jenner and the other 3 all expressed shock. Wei Qi's face instantly turned ashen. This news was like a bolt from the blue, giving him a huge fright. Luo Jenner quickly replied, Marquis, hasn't Wei Yuan only been gone for a few days? Why are you having him come back? Could it be that you found a treasure to restore Wei Yuan's Dantian? Wei Haidong shook his head. I am still looking for treasures. As for having Yuan return, there is certainly something to announce. You will all know when the time comes. At this moment, Wei Haidong also noticed Wei Qi's complexion and asked, Little Kai, why is your face so pale? It wasn't like that just now. Hearing the inquiry, Lin Yuya quickly looked over and found it was indeed as Wei Haidong said, immediately showing concern. Your father is right. Little Kai, what is wrong with you? Wei Kai, afraid of his secret being discovered, quickly replied, Father, Mother, I practiced the frost fist yesterday, which made my face look a bit pale. Wei Haidong nodded. Pay attention when practicing martial arts. Alright, I have matters to handle, so I'll be going now. Having said that, Wei Haidong walked out of the hall. At this time, Luo Jenner said with a smile, Sister, the Marquis is right. You need to be careful with martial arts practice. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, any thoughts of the position of heir to the Marquis residence will be completely cut off. Little master, show your cultivation to your 3rd mother and your younger brother. Wei Cheng said respectfully, Yes, mother. Standing up, Wei Cheng immediately released his Heaven Realm mid-stage cultivation. In an instant, Lin Yuya's expression turned gloomy. She knew Wei Cheng's talent for cultivation very well. To break through to Heaven Realm mid-stage should have taken at least another half a year. But having broken through after only a few days was truly surprising. Luo Jenner saw through Lin Yuya's thoughts, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Sister wants to know why little master broke through so quickly, right? Then I'll reluctantly tell you the truth. It's because I gave him a profound spirit fruit to consume. This is a spirit fruit my father brought back from a secret realm. Let's go, little master, go practice your martial arts. As you command, mother. Then, the 2 of them walked out of the hall one after the other. Lin Yuya thought of Luo Zhen'er's expression just now and was fuming with rage. Slap. She slammed the table hard. She thinks she's so great just because she has a good father, as if no one else has a father. Little Kai, don't panic. Mother will go home right now to find your grandfather. In a few days, at the auction in Liang Prefecture, there will be a treasure profound pill. If taken by someone below the Void Realm, it will not only not harm the foundation but will also make the foundation more solid. Wait here, mother is going back now. After all, the Lin family was in the south of Qingzhou City, only about 2 hours away from the Marquis residence. Wei Kai didn't speak, only nodded. After Lin Yuya left, Wei Kai also hurriedly left the Marquis residence. However, his direction was opposite to Lin Yuya's. More than an hour later, Wei Kai walked into the Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch. Of course, before entering, he looked around to see if anyone was following him. As soon as he entered, Wei Kai saw Mo Yang, who had received him before, sitting calmly in a chair. Straight to the point, 2 days are up. Where is Wei Yuan's corpse? Mo Yang shook his head. The mission failed. At this moment, Wei Kai was truly dumbfounded. How is that possible? I paid 150,000 silver, and you are Yellow Springs, the top assassin organization in the Great Yuan dynasty. How could you fail? A cripple with a destroyed dantian and no cultivation, plus an elderly man at the True Realm early stage, you couldn't even handle them? The Yellow Springs organization, which was originally invincible in his heart, had actually failed such an assassination mission. It truly made him feel indignant. Moreover, Wei Cheng's breakthrough today made him feel increased pressure. If this continued, the status of heir to the Marquis residence would completely slip away from him. He would not allow this to happen. Hearing Wei Qi's words, Mo Yang smiled. Your Excellency means to blame us, Yellow Springs? Otherwise? You guaranteed me that I could come and collect Wei Yuan's corpse today. Changing his tone, Mo Yang's voice turned cold. I did guarantee that you could collect Wei Yuan's corpse today, but all of that was on the premise that the intelligence you provided was accurate. The time I originally set was 10 days, including investigating the intelligence, but I only changed it to 2 days after you provided the intel. Yet, I sent out the assassin currently ranked 5th in our branch, a True Realm mid-stage. In an assassination scenario, even someone at the True Realm late stage would not be his match. He is dead. Tell me, what can I do? Upon hearing this, Wei Kai was instantly stunned. He never imagined that besides old Mo, there was someone else protecting Wei Yuan. But he remembered that when Wei Yuan left, Wei Haidong had promised not to send anyone for protection. Now it seemed Wei Haidong had still sent people to protect Wei Yuan in secret. Realizing it was his fault, Wei Kai quickly apologized. My apologies, it's all my fault. There was an error in my intelligence. If I want to hire an assassin again to kill Wei Yuan, how much will it cost? Mo Yang thought for a moment. Based on the current situation, if you still want to assassinate Wei Yuan, the person sent must at least be at the early spirit realm. The top 3 assassins in our branch are all at the spirit realm. Due to the failure of the first mission, plus the importance Wei Haidong has placed on him and various other reasons, 500,000 taels of silver. When this number came out, Wei Kai froze on the spot. 500,000 taels? That is enough to assassinate someone at the early spirit realm. Wei Yuan is just a waste. Does it really require that much? The 150,000 silver from last time had already nearly drained all his savings. He simply couldn't come up with 500,000 taels. To get it, his only option was to find his mother, Lin Yuya. But if he did that, the Bloodman elixir technique would be exposed. Wei Yuan is a waste, but the people around him are not. If you don't have it, then please leave, Your Excellency, Mo Yang said with a flat expression. Wei Kai took a few deep breaths. Fine, give me a few days. 500,000 taels of silver is no small amount. Alright, I hope you're quick. 19. Number 19 Chapter 19 Returning to the Mansion, Wei Haidong's Scheme. Chapter 19. Returning home, Wei Haidong's Scheme. At the gates of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Wei Yuan stepped down from the carriage. He hadn't expected to return so soon, after only a few short days. And according to his calculations, Wei Haidong's reason for summoning him back certainly wasn't for anything good. The destruction of the original owner's dantian during the assassination could be said to be entirely Wei Haidong's doing. If Wei Haidong hadn't wiped out the Chen family but failed to pull them out by the roots, none of this would have happened. Young master, let us go inside, Elder Mo said at that moment. Time soon reached noon in the dining hall. Wei Yuan walked in leisurely. The expressions of those who saw him were a mix of praise and criticism. A faint, indistinct smile appeared on Wei Haidong's face. Luo Zhen'er looked him up and down as if she hadn't seen him in a long time. Wei Cheng looked at him with disdain, giving him only a brief glance. Lin Yuya had a smile on her face. In her eyes, the crippled Wei Yuan was already a joke. Finally, Wei Qi's expression was complicated. Apologies for being late, father, eldest mother, third mother, big brother, younger brother. Wei Haidong waved his hand. It's fine. After all, your dantian was only destroyed a few days ago, and your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Sit down and eat. Wei Yuan nodded. Thank you, father. Half an hour later, everyone had nearly finished eating. After Wei Haidong set down his chopsticks, the others followed suit, their gazes turning toward him. Yuaner, the reason I called you here today is mainly to tell you two pieces of good news. The first good news is that the mastermind behind the hiring of the assassins to kill you has been found. Before Wei Yuan could respond, Luo Jenner asked impatiently, Marquis, who is the mastermind behind the assassination of Wei Yuan? The other three, like Luo Jenner, fixed their gazes intently on Wei Haidong. Naturally, Wei Yuan was also curious whether the mastermind Wei Haidong found was indeed the three Chen brothers. The masterminds behind Yuaner's assassination are Wang Chang, the only son of the governor of Qingzhou, Wang Dong, and Zhang Hai, the second son of the Zhang family's head. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Wei Yuan gasped in shock. They never expected the masterminds to be Wang Chang and Zhang Hai. As for Wei Yuan, he was completely stunned. He truly hadn't expected Wei Haidong's investigation to lead to Wang Chang and Zhang Hai. Marquis, how did you find this out? Those two shouldn't have the courage to assassinate Wei Yuan, right? Lin Yuya spoke up at this moment. In Qingzhou, the Qingzhou Marquis residence was the true local hegemon. Both the governor of Qingzhou and the three great families of Qingzhou were a step below it. Furthermore, back then, Wei Yuan's talent was still intact. Even in all of Qingzhou, no one could rival him except for the young lord of the Yu family, one of the three great families. Under such circumstances, for Wang Chang and Zhang Hai to hire assassins to kill Wei Yuan, they would have to be insane. If they were discovered, their end would be miserable, and the families behind them would likely suffer severe consequences. Yes, Marquis, surely they wouldn't, Luo Jenner echoed. It seemed completely unreasonable. Hearing their doubts, Wei Haidong smiled. My two wives, are you doubting the results of my investigation? Here, look. This is from the head of the Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch himself, stating that Wang Chang and Zhang Hai went there to hire the assassins. As for why they did it, it's simple. Yuaner's talent was great and his cultivation high. He bullied them several times until they couldn't take it anymore, so they thought of hiring Yellow Springs assassins. Hearing Wei Haidong's answer, although the two women still found it a bit absurd, they reconsidered the personality Wei Yuan displayed back when he still had his talent. It wasn't entirely impossible. At this moment, Wei Yuan immediately acted very angry. Father, since the masterminds have been identified, I wonder what their fate is. My dantian was completely destroyed by them, my cultivation is gone, and I have become a complete cripple. Hearing this, Wei Haidong immediately comforted him. Yuaner, rest assured, I have already punished them severely. However, you know Wang Chang is Wang Dong's only son, and Zhang Hai is the most talented person in the Zhang family. It's impossible to cripple them, so I have secured a sum of silver for you, to be used in searching for treasures that can repair your dantian. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan felt a wave of disdain. He had thought Wei Haidong would cripple the dantians of Wang Chang and Zhang Hai to make them like him, but he hadn't expected it to just be a sum of money. Of course, in this situation, there was only one answer. It was that Wei Haidong also knew the two weren't the masterminds, but using the evidence obtained from the contact at the Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch, he had forcibly extorted a sum of money from the Zhang and Wang families. I see. Then thank you, Father. Wei Haidong nodded with satisfaction. Good. Now for the second piece of good news. Someone wants to form a marriage alliance with our Marquis residents. Hearing this, Luo Jenner said excitedly, Marquis, who is it? Which power? Lin Yuya followed. Yes, Marquis, which power are they from? Is she beautiful? Both of them knew very well that any power that would personally approach the Qingzhou Marquis residents for a marriage alliance definitely wasn't weak. If their sons were successful in the marriage alliance, they would surely gain an advantage in the succession for the position of heir to the Marquis residence. Wei Haidong replied, Why are you two so excited? I have already chosen the person for the marriage alliance, and it is Yuaner. Hearing this, Luo Jenner immediately stepped forward. Marquis, Wei Yuan is already crippled. There's no need for him, right? Besides, little master is the eldest son. If the eldest doesn't have a fiancé yet while the second son does, it wouldn't sound good if word got out. She truly hadn't expected Wei Haidong to still want Wei Yuan to enter a marriage alliance. It was completely beyond her expectations. Lin Yuya also stepped forward. Marquis, why not consider little Kai? It's just a fiancé anyway, not a marriage. Wei Yuan was bewildered. He never expected that the person Wei Haidong mentioned for the marriage alliance would actually be him. Furthermore, based on current events, there was definitely something fishy about Wei Haidong's so-called marriage alliance. After all, his current status wasn't that of the previous genius, but a cripple with a destroyed dantian and no cultivation. What power would look favorably upon him for a marriage alliance? So, there was definitely something fishy going on. Father, I'll pass. Let's give this opportunity to big brother and younger brother. Wei Haidong's gaze fixed intently on Wei Yuan. No, this opportunity can only be yours. The power involved in the alliance is the Great Bright Hall of Xuenya Prefecture. The partner for the alliance is the daughter of the Great Bright Hall Master. Luo Zhen'er chimed in, the Great Bright Hall, one of the four great powers of Xuenya Prefecture. I heard that Hall Master Zhen Feng's saber techniques are rarely matched in the spirit realm, mid-stage, and he seems to have only one daughter, named Beautiful Zhen. Wei Cheng asked, Mother, someone with that name should be very beautiful, right? But to Wei Yuan, their words sounded extremely ominous. If she were truly beautiful, why would she be used for a marriage alliance with a cripple like him? 20. Number 20 Chapter 20 Forced Marriage Rejected. Light. Chapter 20. Forced Marriage, unwilling to agree. As expected, Luo Zhen'er immediately responded. Beautiful Zhen, that is not beautiful. There are rumors that she is one of the four great beauties of Xuenya Prefecture. Hiss. Hearing this, Wei Cheng couldn't help but gasp. Hearing the name, he thought she must be a real beauty, but unexpectedly she was so ugly. Although he hated Wei Yuan, the moment he thought of Wei Yuan having to marry such an ugly person, a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. Wei Kai beside him shook his head. Clearly, he also didn't expect Wei Yuan's marriage partner to be an ugly woman. Not only was his dantian destroyed and his cultivation gone, but he also had to get married. He was utterly unlucky. For a moment, Wei Yuan was speechless 100 times internally. He truly never expected Wei Haidong to be so ruthless in his actions. From not letting him take the resurrection fruit at the beginning, to failing to find the real culprit behind the assassins, then forcibly framing two fake masterminds, and finally draining all his value now by forcing him into a marriage. In his view, there was only one reason why Wei Haidong wanted him to choose marriage with the Great Bright Hall of Xuenya Prefecture. That was that the Great Bright Hall possessed something Wei Haidong needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't force the marriage. Father, can you give me a reason why I must marry the daughter of the Great Bright Hall? Master? Moreover, eldest mother just said she is an ugly woman. Could it be that I, the dignified son of the Marquis of Qingzhou, must marry an ugly woman in the future? If this news spreads, how will the people of Qingzhou view us? How will the powers of the great Li Dao view us? The reputation of the Qingzhou Marquis residence will likely be completely lost. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhen'er and Lin Yuya looked at Wei Yuan with new respect. They hadn't expected that Wei Yuan, who had no cultivation, could still speak such domineering words. Both of them clearly understood that Wei Haidong's insistence on marriage must be because the Great Bright Hall had something he needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't discard the Marquis residence's reputation to choose an ugly woman as a marriage partner. Of course, they certainly wouldn't voice this, and besides, the marriage partner was Wei Yuan, not their sons. As the saying goes, if it doesn't concern you, you stand aside and watch. Wei Haidong also hadn't expected that Wei Yuan, who no longer had cultivation, could still utter these words. Yuan, the reason is that Zhen Feng, the master of the Great Bright Hall, possesses something I desire. Since he was unwilling to form an alliance, he insisted on a marriage. Initially, I had no such intention, as all three of you are outstanding. But you suffered an assassination, your dantian was damaged, and your cultivation was completely lost, turning you into a cripple. Zhen Feng indeed has only one daughter named Beautiful Zhen, and she is indeed one of the four great beauties of Xuenya Prefecture. However, her talent is high. She is 1 year older than you, and her cultivation has already reached the heaven realm mid-stage. To think a woman who has just come of age has cultivated to the heaven realm mid-stage, her talent is imaginable. You are already ruined. If you marry her, she can still take good care of you. At this time, Wei Cheng interjected. Wei Yuan, father is right. If you marry Beautiful Zhen, she will surely take good care of you. Although she is a bit ugly, at worst, you can have her wear a mask. Just don't look at her face, and it will be fine. The next second, Wei Yuan took the conversation. Big brother, if you want her, I'll give her to you. Eldest mother just said big brother is the legitimate eldest son. If the eldest son isn't engaged, I, the second son, certainly cannot steal big brother's spotlight. If this gets out, it will damage the Marquis residence's reputation. Wei Cheng quickly waved his hands. No, 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 Wei Yuan, I cannot accept this blessing. It's better left to you. You two are a perfect match. You are handsome, she is ugly. You are trash, she is a genius. Hearing this, several people burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuya even laughed so hard her rabbit-like chest shook, showing a vast expanse of white that was extremely eye-catching. I think big brother is very right. Second brother, you two really are suited to be together. Wei Kai also stepped forward and said this. Wei Yuan just shot them a sidelong glance and ignored them, instead focusing his gaze on Wei Haidong, the master of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Father, didn't you promise to find me a treasure to repair my dantian? As long as my dantian can be repaired, I will still be the genius I once was, and there will be no need to marry into the Great Bright Hall. Wei Haidong shook his head. Yuaner, you are too naive. Treasures that can repair a dantian are not that easy to find. Furthermore, you two getting together is excellent. While the Great Bright Hall may not compare to my Qingzhou Marquis residence, it is still one of the four great powers of Xuenya Prefecture. The Great Bright Hall Master Zhen Feng only has this one daughter and no sons. Eventually, you will be his half-son, and he will help you look for the treasure to repair your dantian. How about it? Doesn't that sound quite good? Yuaner, agree, won't you? Wei Yuan shook his head. No, I do not agree. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire room became bizarre. Wei Haidong hadn't expected that even after he had said so much, Wei Yuan still refused, and he couldn't help but become angry. Wei Yuan, don't be ungrateful. I have made it very clear to you. Treasures to repair the dantian are not so easily found. I am helping you. Do you think I am harming you? Chenger just said, at worst, you let that beautiful Jen wear a mask so you don't see her face. Isn't that acceptable? Wei Yuan shook his head. I still do not agree. If you want to marry, you go marry her. Slap. The next second, Wei Haidong's face turned ashen, and he slapped down, shattering the table made of 100-year-old fragrant wood. Wei Yuan, you are no longer the favored son of heaven you once were. You are now a cripple. This marriage today, whether you agree or not, you must agree. Unless the Great Bright Hall is destroyed, this marriage is set for you. Someone, Your Grace. Zhan Er's figure appeared before Wei Haidong. Take young Master Yuan back to the small courtyard and guard him well. As for Elder Mo, you can let him stay in the Marquis residence. As you command, Your Grace. Afterward, Wei Haidong walked in front of Wei Yuan. I will give you 10 days to think it over clearly. I hope your answer by then will not disappoint me. In response, Wei Yuan remained calm in expression. Let alone 10 days, even if you let me consider for 100 days, I will not agree. Although Wei Haidong still harbored anger, considering that Wei Yuan was now without cultivation, even if he still refused after 10 days, he could resort to force. Thus, his anger subsided, and a smile appeared on his face. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. By then, you will definitely agree. Take him back to the small courtyard outside the city. As you command, Your Grace. Immediately, several figures spoke to Wei Yuan. Young Master Yuan, please. Wei Yuan looked calm. Let's go. Of course, before leaving, he left Wei Haidong with a meaningful smile. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 Chapter 21. The plan has only just begun. Jingshu makes his move. Light. Chapter 21. The plan has just begun. Jingshu makes his move. Inside the room, Luo Zhener spoke. Marquis, are you sure Wei Yuan will agree in 10 days? Wei Haidong replied faintly, he won't agree? I apologize, but I am the head of the Marquis residence. It is not up to him whether he agrees or not. If he doesn't agree after 10 days, then don't blame me for using the profound soul great method. Go, everyone disperse. Yes, everyone nodded, returning to the small courtyard. Luo Zhener sat on a chair, eating pastries. Although the Bloodman elixir technique had been destroyed, memories of it still flashed through her mind. 10 days is an opportunity. Perhaps Wei Yuan will even thank me. Already crippled, yet still being squeezed dry of his last value by Wei Haidong, it's better to contribute to my little master. Wei Yuan, I will offer incense to you on your death anniversary. However, the people from the Marquis residence definitely cannot be used. If they are discovered, everything will be over. Tell father to send over 2 death warriors. Immediately, Luo Zhen'er began using a spiritual talisman to convey her wishes. She believed her father would surely agree to her request upon seeing it outside Qingzhou City. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Wei Yuan stepped down from the carriage, and a middle-aged man spoke respectfully. Young Master Yuan, please stay here well for the next 10 days. We will place your daily food at the courtyard entrance. Wei Yuan nodded. Fine. Returning to the courtyard, Wei Yuan couldn't help but sneer at Wei Haidong's behavior today. He completely intended to drain every last bit of his value. Yan 13, come out. A gentle breeze blew, and Yan 13's figure appeared behind Wei Yuan. Greetings, Dragon Lord. You hid in the shadows today. Did you discover anything at the Qingzhou Marquis residence? Yan 13 quickly replied, no other discoveries, but your subordinates sensed a powerful aura in the Marquis residence's back mountain. Conservatively, the cultivation level is above Middle King realm. Hearing Yan 13's words, Wei Yuan was not surprised, rather, he found it normal. The owner of that powerful aura you sensed should be the former Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Xuanpei. The main reason Wei Yuan didn't ask Yan 13 to make a move today, despite the conditions Wei Haidong set, was because of Wei Xuanpei. After all, killing Wei Haidong would be too simple for Yan 13's strength. However, the consequence of killing him would be Yan 13 and he going to hell together with Wei Haidong, which he could not accept. Possessing the system, he was destined to reach the peak later. Being buried with Wei Haidong would be too unprofitable. Afterward, Wei Yuan recalled what Wei Haidong said. If he didn't want the marriage alliance, the only alternative was the destruction of the Great Bright Hall. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. Wei Haidong, just wait to be slapped in the face. Subsequently, Wei Yuan wrote a letter. Pat pat pat. Clapping his hands, a blood-colored big bird appeared before him. These were the 2 blood-wind birds previously owned by Chen Ren. After Chen Ren died, following some training by the bird control master Bai Feng, the 2 blood-wind birds were thoroughly subdued. Go, deliver this to Bai Tianyu. Caw caw caw. After letting out a rough cry, the blood-wind bird flew towards the Xuenya prefecture. 13. Just like before, lurk in the shadows. Report to me immediately if there is any situation. As you command, Dragon Lord. As the words fell, Yan 13's figure disappeared from the courtyard. Simultaneously, Wei Yuan's gaze turned towards the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Haidong, just wait and see, the real show is just beginning. Qing County, the largest county under Qingzhou. At a massive mine several hundred kilometers away from Qing County, 3 figures were sitting in a room. The output feels less than last year. If I report this to the Marquis at the end of the year, will he be angry? Another figure replied, it shouldn't be that bad. This mine has been excavated for over 20 years. A decrease in output is normal. That's true, over 20 years, that's already quite good. At this moment, the figure in the middle of the 3 spoke. You 2 have it easy. After this year, you can return to Qingzhou, and I'll be the only one left here. I want to go back to Qingzhou too. The last time he returned to Qingzhou was 10 years ago. Elder Yun, you are different from his 2 brothers. You are deeply trusted by the Marquis. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been stationed at the mine for 20 years. This mine was the largest source of income for the Marquis residence, accounting for almost 40% of the residence's annual income. Upon hearing this, Elder Yun stroked his white, wispy beard, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. No, I'm old. The future belongs to you young people. I'll just wait 5 more years before retiring. The 3 were chatting happily when, not far from the mine, a figure was already arriving. Wei Haidong, I hope you feel very happy when you receive the news tomorrow. Babies, time to feed. Opening the strange beast pouch, countless black shadows rushed towards the mine. Subsequently, Jing Shu's gaze fixed on the manager's room, filled with killing intent. Inside the room, Elder Yun and the other 2 were still chatting, completely unaware of what was about to happen. The workers who were mining suddenly noticed something was wrong. Seeing dense swarms of black bugs appear, their faces showed panic, and they immediately started running outside. Unfortunately, it was too late. And how could 2 legs outrun the extremely fast black demon poisonous insects? For a moment, miserable screams echoed throughout the entire mine. Elder Yun and the other 2 also heard the sound and immediately opened the door to go outside. As soon as they stepped out, they saw the mine workers being attacked by the black bugs. At the same time, several black demon poisonous insects also rushed towards the 3 of them. Boom! Elder Yun made his move. A stream of flame true chi carrying rolling heatwaves rushed towards several black demon poisonous insects. In an instant, several black demon poisonous insects were burned to ashes. Then, Elder Yun discovered a black demon poisonous insect preparing to sneak attack from behind. His withered old hand fiercely grabbed towards it. The black demon poisonous insect could not evade Elder Yun's attack at all and was instantly caught in his grip. The leader of the two figures spoke. Elder Yun, what kind of bugs are these? Elder Yun looked at the creature in his hand. Completely black, less than 5 centimeters long, with a thick layer of armor on its back. Hidden beneath the armor were a pair of black wings, and its mouthparts were lined with sharp teeth, still stained with blood, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, a name popped into Elder Yun's mind. Black Demon Poisonous Insect, rank 55th on the Great Yuan Poisonous Insect list. Its owner must be. Before he could finish speaking, an icy voice rang out in the air. Their owner is me, the Black Demon Monk Jing Shu. The three followed the sound and looked up, only to see 22. Number 22 Chapter 22 Annihilation, Death, Anger, Joy, Light Chapter 22 Annihilation, Death, Anger, Joy. A monk wearing earthy yellow robes, tall in stature, with a long, narrow face and turbid eyes, stood suspended in the air, emanating a powerful aura. For a moment, Elder Yun and the other two showed looks of fear. Black Demon Monk Jing Shu was notorious in the several paths surrounding the Great Li, known for his ruthless methods and leaving no survivors. 15 years ago, Jing Shu, who was at the early spirit realm, defected from Xuankang Temple, one of the top powers in the Great Yuan dynasty. Wielding black demon poisonous insects, he slaughtered his way through, earning the title Black Demon Monk. 3 years ago, Jing Shu, now at the spirit realm mid-stage, was discovered by a small squad from the law enforcement hall dispatched by Xuankang Temple in the Wind Spirit Path. A battle ensued, ending with Jing Shu annihilating the squad and escaping while heavily wounded. For the following 3 years, Jing Shu never reappeared, leading to rumors that he had died from his severe injuries. But looking at the situation now, those were clearly just rumors. Not only was Jing Shu not dead, but his cultivation had advanced further, having reached the late spirit realm. Black Demon Monk Jing Shu, weren't you supposed to be dead? Jing Shu sneered, with just those law enforcement squads from Xuankang Temple killing me? Not a chance. Below the King Realm, there are few who can kill me. Alright, that's enough talk. You can all die now. Elder Yun quickly stepped forward. Wait a moment, Jing Shu, if you kill us, you will be opposing the Marquis of Qingzhou. You need to think clearly about the consequences. Jing Shu looked completely unconcerned. What is Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong? I'm not even afraid of Xuankang Temple. Why would I fear that Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong? Furthermore, to tell you the truth, my target this time is precisely to kill Wei Haidong. Of course, before that, I need to have some fun first. Die, my darlings, enjoy your feast. As soon as the words fell, Jing Shu made his move. With a wave of his large hand, countless black demon poisonous insects descended like rain from the sky, swarming towards the three men. Unlike the black demon poisonous insects that attacked previously, the ones this time were much larger in size. Elder Yun and the other two did not hesitate at all and took out their weapons to fight back. Unfortunately, under the frenzied attack of these elite-level black demon poisonous insects, even with frantic attacks, the three of them were like throwing water on a burning cart of hay. Before 30 breaths were up, the second brother between the two brothers was already swallowed whole. No, second brother. The remaining eldest brother was overwhelmed with grief. The next second, a swarm of black demon poisonous insects landed on his body. Their sharp teeth were enough to tear apart ordinary steel, let alone flesh and blood. Coupled with the toxins carried by the black demon poisonous insects, once bitten, a heart-wrenching pain would erupt from the wound, followed by nerve paralysis. After 30 breaths, the eldest of the two brothers was completely gnawed clean, leaving only a pile of white bones. Now only Elder Yun was struggling to hold on. Among the three, his cultivation was the highest, having reached the early spirit realm. As the number of black demon poisonous insects increased, defeat was only a matter of time. Swish, buzz, boom. Elder Yun wielded his treasured saber, wildly slashing. After circulating his true chi, every swing of his saber carried the accompanying flame true chi. One strike could kill 100 black demon poisonous insects. Unfortunately, against tens of millions of black demon poisonous insects, it was still utterly insufficient. As for Jing Shu, he watched the scene with amusement. He most enjoyed watching his opponents slowly lose hope. That feeling was truly exhilarating. After the time it takes to burn one stick of incense, the frequency of Elder Yun's saber swings slowed down. During this time, over a dozen black demon poisonous insects had slipped through and landed on his body, launching a frenzied attack. Another half stick of incense passed, and after Elder Yun unleashed one final fiery saber chi, his true chi was completely depleted. His gaze was fixed firmly on the watching Jing Shu. Your lordship will not let you go. The next second, countless black demon poisonous insects swarmed over him. To them, the flesh and blood of a spirit realm initial stage cultivator was a great tonic. In less than 5 breaths, Elder Yun's corpse was reduced to a bare skeleton. Jing Shu scoffed at Elder Yun's words. What is Wei Haidong? If it weren't for being wary of that old fellow Wei Xuanpei behind him, I would have already gone to his door to destroy him. With his current strength, killing a Wei Haidong would be incredibly easy. After clearing the battlefield and recalling all the black demon poisonous insects, Jing Shu left behind a taunting message. Wei Haidong, before long, you will be the one dead. I will use your corpse to properly feed my darlings then. With one step, Jing Shu's figure vanished into the dark night the next morning. Wei Haidong became furious looking at the intelligence report in his hand. He then immediately rushed to the Qing County mine with Profound 2 and a few others. When he saw the piles of white bones and the message Jing Shu left for him, the rage in his heart reached its peak. Weren't they saying the black demon monk was dead? What is going on? And why did he go to Qing County to destroy my mine and kill Elder Yun and the other two? Yesterday, he was still planning to wait 10 days before taking Wei Yuan to Xuenya Prefecture to meet the Great Bright Hall Master Zhen Feng and obtain the Medicine King grass. But the loss of the Qing County mine right now was like a bolt from the blue, chilling his heart. He had only received 30% of that mine's income. 70% was handed over to the powerful figure behind him. Now that the mine was destroyed, with the end of the year approaching, 8 million taels of silver had to be handed over. Thinking of this, Wei Haidong had no idea what to do. Profound 2, immediately contact the Xuankong Temple Law Enforcement Hall in the embroidered uniform guard and tell them the black demon monk Jing Shu has appeared. As you command, your lordship. Lord Wang, good news, good news. In the study of the governor of Qingzhou, Wang Dong, Zhang Zhengxuan walked in and announced. Wang Dong was slightly surprised by Zhang Zhengxuan's sudden appearance. What good news? Head of the Zhang family. Of course, it's good news concerning that fellow Wei Haidong. Oh, but haven't we started our retaliation yet? How can there be good news? Wang Dong was a little puzzled, as they had only just formulated a plan, and only 3 days had passed. They hadn't even had time to implement it. Zhang Zhengxuan said with a smile, do you know the black demon monk Jing Shu? I know him. That fellow is notorious in the Great Li Dao, relying on the black demon poisonous insects. In the past few years, no fewer than 10 spirit realm cultivators died by his hand. Didn't they say that after killing the Xuankong Temple law enforcement squad 3 years ago, he was also severely wounded and died? Wang Dong quickly replied, no, Lord Wang, that fellow did not die, he has reappeared. And this time, Jing Shu destroyed that mine in Qing County. At this point, Zhang Zhengxuan's face was filled with smiles. Wang Dong thought for a moment and also became excited. I remember that mine belonged to Wei Haidong, right? Good, 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 excellent. This certainly lifts my spirits. Zhang Zhengxuan continued. Isn't that right? This has caused him heavy losses. It is indeed good news. Come, let's two brothers have a drink today and celebrate properly. Sure, no problem. Let's go. Fu Hongshui, the location of the Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch has been found. Then let's go there shortly. Alright. 23. Number 23 Chapter 23 Lin Yuya knew that if she was offered money, she would not speak and would instead kill him. Chapter 23. Lin Yuya finds out. If they don't speak for money, then kill. Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch. Mo Lei looked at the intelligence in his hand, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. As expected of Master Pure Void, one move and Wei Haidong has suffered heavy losses. And since Master Pure Void has already acted, it proves that those above are about to succeed in breaking that formation. Wei Haidong, just wait, it won't be long before the Qingzhou Marquis residence is destroyed. Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Kai sat in his chair, thinking about how to get 500,000 taels of silver from his mother. After much thought, the only way was to confess about the Bloodman elixir technique. Otherwise, there was no other way. Just at that moment, Lin Yuya walked in. Seeing this, Wei Kai quickly stood up. Child greets mother. I wonder what business mother has with me. Lin Yuya waved her hand. Come, let's talk inside the room. Yes. Once inside, Lin Yuya had Wei Kai, who followed her in, close the door. Although Wei Kai was very confused, he chose to do as told. As soon as the door closed, the smile vanished from Lin Yuya's face, and it immediately turned grim. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Wei Kai shook his head. I do not know, mother, please enlighten me. What, are you still going to pretend at this point? Didn't you notice that someone is missing from your courtyard? Upon hearing Lin Yuya say this, Wei Kai finally remembered that he didn't seem to have seen his maidservant Xiao Hong today. Mother, where did Xiao Hong go? Oh, I thought you wouldn't be able to remember? Xiao Hong should have gone to the underworld by now. Of course, not just her entire family has gone to the underworld. As for the reason, you should be clear. Lin Yuya's eyes were sharp as she stared intently at Wei Kai. Thud. Wei Kai knelt on the ground. Mother, I didn't mean to hide it. Lin Yuya stood up, walked to Wei Chi's side, and pulled him up. Sit down. I know you didn't mean to hide it, but you must know what the consequences would be if the blood man elixir technique were discovered, and if I hadn't noticed something unusual about Xiao Hong today and questioned her to find out about this. What if Luo Jenner or the Marquis had found out? At that time, even if I went to your grandfather and used all the Lin family's connections, I might not have been able to protect you, let alone competing for the position of the residence's heir. Being able to keep your life would be a blessing from heaven. Now, tell me everything that happened after you obtained the Bloodman elixir technique, in full detail. Wei Kai nodded quickly. Alright, mother. One incense stick later, he had finished recounting everything. After listening to Wei Chi's words, Lin Yuya fell silent. Mother, with 500,000 taels of silver, we can have the Yellow Springs people act again. Once I get Wei Yuan's body and add some herbs, I can successfully refine it into a Bloodman elixir. And the higher the grade of the herbs added, the better the quality of the Bloodman elixir. After taking it, I can immediately increase my power by a minor realm, and my cultivation talent will improve significantly. Within half a year, I can break through to the Void Realm. As long as I break through to the Void Realm, the position of the residence's heir can only fall to me, and not my elder brother Wei Cheng. Lin Yuya was still thinking. She knew the risk of this matter was extremely high. If discovered, Wei Kai would certainly be doomed, and even she and the Lin family behind her would be in for a world of trouble. But Wei Chi's words just now made her very tempted, reaching the Void Realm in half a year. One must know that Wei Kai was only 16 now. In half a year, he would only just be reaching the threshold of 17. The residence's previous rule was that anyone who broke through to the Void Realm before 18 could unconditionally become the residence's heir. Fine, I agree, little Kai, but don't hire Yellow Springs assassins. Ah, mother, why is that? Yellow Springs assassins are professional, and they can mitigate risk so no one suspects us. Lin Yuya shook her head. You are still too young. Yellow Springs assassins are professional, but after the last failure, they will definitely need time to investigate, which takes too long. What we lack right now is time. You must know that in 9 days, Wei Yuan will follow the Marquis to Xuenya Prefecture. These 9 days are our last chance. If we don't succeed, Wei Yuan will stay in the residence later, and then we won't have a chance. Wei Haidong is in the late spirit realm, and in all of Qingzhou, he is among the top 3 combatants on the surface. Who could commit a crime right under his nose? Mother, if we don't hire Yellow Springs assassins, then what do we do? Wei Kai asked in confusion. Our Lin family, as one of the 3 great families of Qingzhou, has been rooted here for 100 years. We've still trained a few death warriors. I will go back to see your grandfather immediately and have him assign a death warrior to me. Will grandfather agree? Mother, the risk in this matter is very high, Wei Kai said with some concern. The Bloodman elixir technique is a great Yuan forbidden book. Once any connection to it is discovered, the entire Lin family will be finished. After all, he was only his grandfather. Compared to him, his grandfather would certainly prioritize the safety of the Lin family. Don't worry, he will definitely agree. The risk in this matter is high, but once you become the residence's heir, then this risk is worth taking. As the saying goes, high risk, high reward. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Fine, everything will be as mother arranges. No problem. Remember, you must keep it secret and not show a single flaw. I'll head back to the Lin family immediately without delay to discuss this with your grandfather. As you command, mother. After Lin Yuya left, the worry on Wei Chi's face vanished, replaced by a smile. Wei Yuan, my dear second brother, I really am unwilling to see you marry such an ugly woman. As your brother, I'll help you transcend early. Since your Dantian is already destroyed, living is worse than dying. It's better to just help your younger brother out. Jia 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 Jia. Sinister and terrifying laughter echoed in the room. Half an incense stick later, Wei Kai walked out of the courtyard with a joyful mood. Today was a happy day. He was going to Chunong Tower to enjoy himself. There's no rush to strike just yet. Fu Hongxue. Inside a private room in the tea house, White Phoenix spoke. Fu Hongxue was a bit puzzled. I have already investigated the habits of Yellow Springs. As Great Yuan's top assassin organization, Yellow Springs has two major traits. One is a love for money, and the other is professional training. As long as enough money is given, they will leak the employer's information. Then we'll know who hired them to assassinate the Dragon Lord. White Phoenix replied calmly. Fine, our goal is to find the culprit within 10 days anyway. But if Yellow Springs won't talk, don't worry, you don't even need to say it. If they don't know what's good for them even when offered money, then kill. 24. Hash 24. Chapter 24 focuses on investigating the murder of Wei Kai. Chapter 24. Targeting, investigating Wei Kai. After dressing up, White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue walked into the Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch. White Phoenix pushed the door open and took the lead in walking inside. Mo Yang, sensing the situation, stood up. His first instinct was that the two newcomers were not to be trifled with, especially Fu Hongxue, who entered last. Despite wearing a mask, the dense killing intent radiating from him was something Mo Yang had only felt from Wind One. However, he did not panic. As the receptionist of the Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch, there were no more than 3 people in all of Qingzhou who dared to touch him. Who do you two wish to assassinate? White Phoenix's tone was cold. We aren't here for an assassination. We're here to buy information. Information? Yes. A few days ago, someone hired your Yellow Springs assassins to assassinate our young master. Surely you have some recollection of that. Mo Yang immediately replied, your young master? May I ask? Members of the Marquis residence, of course. Behind us stands the Marquis of Qingzhou. This assassination has made our Marquis quite furious, so he sent the 2 of us to demand the mastermind from your excellency. Of course, we are well aware of Yellow Springs rules. Here are 200,000 taels in silver notes. Could your excellency tell us? After saying that, White Phoenix took out 20 silver notes of 10,000 taels each and placed them on the table. Seeing this, Mo Yang was surprised, but his hands weren't slow at all. In the blink of an eye, the silver notes were all in his hands, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Are you too sure you want to know the culprit? I'm afraid that revealing the mastermind behind the assassination of Wei Yuan would be a heavy blow to your Marquis. White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue exchanged a glance. Your Excellency, please speak freely. Our Marquis has weathered many storms over the decades. Mo Yang smiled and said, very well. To tell you the truth, the culprit who previously hired our Yellow Springs assassins to assassinate Wei Yuan is none other than your Marquis's 3rd son, Wei Kai. Hearing this, White Phoenix was secretly delighted, but quickly replied with anger. How is that possible? Young Master Wei Kai is young Master Wei Yuan's biological brother. How could he be the mastermind? Mo Yang shook his head. Nothing is impossible in this world. Wei Kai wants to cultivate the Blood Demon cult's Bloodman elixir technique, and it requires the corpses of siblings. White Phoenix replied in surprise. What? It's actually like that. Fine, then on behalf of my Marquis, I thank your excellency. Mo Yang waved his hand. No need for thanks. Immediately, White Phoenix led Fu Hongxue out. Once the 2 figures had completely disappeared, a hint of madness flashed in Mo Yang's eyes. Things have become quite interesting. Wei Haidong, your mind was destroyed by Lord Pure Void, and soon you will also know that your youngest son is cultivating the Bloodman elixir technique and is the mastermind behind the assassination of Wei Yuan. After walking out, Fu Hongxue inquired, how is it, White Phoenix? Is that guy's word credible? White Phoenix replied, it's likely accurate, he's telling the truth. In that case, let's act. Find Wei Kai. Since he dared to hire assassins to kill the Dragon Lord, he's seeking his own death. A flash of killing intent crossed Fu Hongxue's eyes. Alright, I'll first send the hidden Windbirds to investigate the Qingzhou Marquis residence. As long as he's not in the courtyard but in Qingzhou City, we can take action. Chunong Tower, the largest brothel in Qingzhou City, owned by the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families. In a top-tier private room, Wei Kai sat with a beauty from Chunong Tower in each arm, a lewd smile on his face as his hands wandered all over the 2 women. Beside him, a sweet-looking young girl swallowed a mouthful of fine wine and approached Wei Kai, saying to him, young Master Kai, have some wine. Wei Kai opened his mouth, and the girl immediately leaned in. She spat all the fine wine she held in her mouth into Wei Chi's. Wei Kai savored it carefully. It has the flavor of a young maiden, it's truly different. Refreshing, this is what life is about. At this moment, he was already fantasizing that once he became the heir to the Marquis residence, he would find a way to buy Chunong Tower from the Zhang family. Then he would enjoy himself thoroughly. The Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Qingzhou. Yuya, you must think this through. Once this matter is exposed, not just little Kai, but even you, me, and the Lin family will be in serious trouble. Inside the room, a white-haired old man hesitated. Lin Yuya stood up, went behind the old man, and massaged his shoulders. Father, we've been backed into a corner. Luo Jenner got a profound spirit fruit from her father and gave it to Wei Cheng to consume. Now Wei Cheng is already at the Heaven Realm mid-stage. Moreover, the profound spirit fruit can enhance talent. I'm afraid Wei Cheng's talent has already surpassed Little Cheese. If this continues, the position of heir to the Marquis residence will surely fall into Wei Cheng's hands. At that time, how much do you think we'll be suppressed? Now, as long as Little Kai masters the Bloodman elixir technique, all problems will be solved. When Little Kai becomes the heir and later takes the position of Marquis of Qingzhou, the Lin family will surely rise, instead of being the bottom-tier existence among the 3 families as we are now. Hearing this, Lin Luoshi looked into the distance, seemingly thinking about the Lin family's future. Give me a day. The risk of this matter is indeed too great. I must discuss it thoroughly with the family head. Once leaked, what awaited the Lin family would be utter destruction. Although he was Lin Yuya's biological father and Wei Qi's grandfather, he was also the grand elder of the Lin family and had to consider the family's interests. Lin Yuya also knew the matter was grave, but there was no other way now. Father, I hope you and the family head decide quickly. Time waits for no one. Wei Yuan only has 8 days left in that small courtyard. If we want to act later, there won't be another chance. I understand. You may leave now. As you wish, Father. Fu Hongxue, the opportunity has come. Wei Kai is not at the Marquis residence. Then where is he? The hidden windbirds told me he's at Chunong Tower. Alright, let's go. But for such a minor target, let me handle it. What's Wei Qi's cultivation level? Heaven Realm mid-stage. Alright, I'll leave him to you. But there should be people from the Qingzhou Marquis residence protecting him in secret, likely with a cultivation around the true realm. I'll leave them to you. Fine. Immediately, the 2 of them rushed toward Chunong Tower. Inside the private room at Chunong Tower, Wei Kai was radiant, his face beaming with a happy smile. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. I hope Mother can convince Grandfather. Once she brings back Wei Yuan's corpse, I can refine the Bloodman elixir. Void Realm, heir to the Marquis residence, just wait for me. Young Master Kai, keep drinking. At this time, a young girl, seeing Wei Kai lost in thought, immediately urged him. Her soft and sweet voice pulled Wei Kai back to reality. Good, good, let's drink. Meanwhile, White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue had already arrived outside Chunong Tower. 25. Number 25 Chapter 25 Wei Qi's death, the blame was shifted eastward. Chapter 25. Wei Kai dies, shifting the blame. There is a true realm mid-stage expert stationed inside the tower. As for the tea house not far away, there is another true realm mid-stage expert whose gaze has been fixed on Chungfeng Tower. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the one protecting Wei Kai. Fu Hongxue said after scouting for a while. Alright, then let's act separately. When we act, do not leave the name of the Azure Dragon Society, White Phoenix replied. Oh, leave the name of the Great Li Imperial Gate, the power behind the 3 Chen brothers. We'll perform a little shifting of the blame. A sharp glint flashed in Fu Hongxue's eyes. Not bad, a good idea. Let's do it that way. Their figures flashed as they went their separate ways. Inside the room, Wei Kai was already tipsy, his eyes wandering. A breeze blew through, and a blood-red feather flew into the room through the open window, landing right in front of Wei Kai. Looking at the blood-red feather before him, for some reason, Wei Kai felt irritable in mind and body. Any old thing can blow in. Throw this troublesome feather out. Yes, young Master Kai. A young girl immediately prepared to pick up the blood-red feather, but just as she stood up, in the next second, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Not just her, the remaining 5 young girls in the room all fainted. Seeing this scene, the originally tipsy Wei Kai instantly sobered up. Who is it? Come out, don't play tricks in front of me. I am the son of the Marquis of Qingzhou. From the corner, White Phoenix slowly stepped out. It's you I'm killing. Wei Qi's expression instantly turned to panic. He hadn't expected the person coming to be there to assassinate him. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? White Phoenix sneered, one of the 8 dragon guards of the Azure Dragon Society. Who told you to dare to hire someone to assassinate our Dragon Lord? Wei Kai was stunned. What Azure Dragon Society? What Dragon Lord? He had no idea. Your Excellency, I don't even know your Azure Dragon Society, nor do I know who your Dragon Lord is. How could I have had the chance to hire assassins to kill him? After all, the only target he had sought assassins for these past few days was Wei Yuan. But Wei Yuan had already become a waste. How could he be the so-called Dragon Lord of the Azure Dragon Society? Our Dragon Lord is an old acquaintance of yours. An impossible thought flashed through Wei Qi's mind. Are you saying Wei Yuan is the Dragon Lord of your Azure Dragon Society? Of course, he's just a waste whose Dantian is destroyed. How could he be your Dragon Lord? A waste? A fellow like you dares to call our Dragon Lord a waste? White Phoenix's tone was filled with killing intent. Swish! A blood-red feather streaked through the air. In an instant, it pierced Wei Qi's throat, and blood gushed out. Wei Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected White Phoenix to strike so quickly, giving him no time to react at all. Thud! Wei Kai collapsed. Afterward, White Phoenix used True Qi to write on the wall, Greatly Imperial Gate, the Chen brothers, the revenge begins. With a flash of his figure, he left the room. As for Fu Hongxue, he was even faster, arriving beside the guard protecting Wei Kai. Before the guard could react, Fu Hongxue struck down with a palm. Bang! The guard instantly died with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Following that, Fu Hongxue also left the 12 characters on the wall. Greatly Imperial Gate, the Chen brothers, the revenge begins. Before his figure flashed and vanished instantly. At the same time, the customers in the tea house cried out in panic upon seeing this scene. On the other side, in the private booth of Chunong Tower, the girls who had been knocked unconscious by White Phoenix's True Qi woke up. When they saw Wei Qi's corpse lying on the floor, screams echoed throughout the entire Chunong Tower. The Zhang family elder responsible for protecting Chunong Tower immediately rushed over. Upon entering, he found the corpse on the floor and recognized it at a glance as Wei Kai, the third son of the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. His face turned pale with fright. What happened? What on earth happened? A girl replied while crying, Sir, we don't know. We fainted just now and have no idea what happened. When we woke up, we saw young Master Kai was dead. Another girl pointed to the wall and said, Sir, there's a clue left here. Hearing this, he immediately looked over and saw what was written there. Greatly Imperial Gate, the Chen brothers, the revenge begins. For a moment, panic began to set in on his face. He then said to the arriving madam, Keep an eye on them. Do not disturb the scene. I'm going to notify the family head and the Marquis of Qingzhou. Yes, sir. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. The Zhang family was one of the 3 major families of Qingzhou. Zhang Zhengxuan was in a very good mood at the moment. Wei Haidong's Qing County mine being destroyed by Black Demon Monk Jingshu was truly heartening. Right at this moment, a figure rushed in frantically. Family head, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Zhang Zhengxuan saw that the person was the 5th elder of the clan, who had always been guarding Qingyang Tower. Without his order, he was not allowed to leave at will. 5th elder, what's wrong with you? Didn't I say you couldn't leave without my order? The 5th elder immediately said, Family head, something terrible has happened. What is it? Wei Haidong's 3rd son, Wei Kai, died in our Chunong Tower. Bang! Zhang Zhengxuan stood up abruptly. What, are you sure you're not lying to me? The 5th elder hurriedly said, Family head, how could I lie to you about something like this? Wei Qi's corpse is still lying in our private booth. I've already sent people to notify Wei Haidong. After confirming, Zhang Zhengxuan truly panicked. He never expected Wei Kai to die in Chunong Tower. This matter was comparable to Zhang Hai hiring Yellow Springs assassins to kill Wei Yuan, and in some ways, even surpassed it. After all, as for the assassination of Wei Yuan, he and Wang Dong could judge it as a trap set by Wei Haidong. But now that Wei Kai had died in their Zhang family's Chunong Tower, that was no trap. 5th elder, tell me in detail, are there any clues? The 5th elder then recounted the 12 characters he had seen on the wall. Hearing this, Zhang Zhengxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it's really as you say, then it's not so bad. But the most important thing now is to get to the scene. Let's go. Yes, family head. Qingzhou Marquis residence. A figure rushed into Wei Haidong's study in a hurry. Marquis, something terrible has happened. Wei Haidong put down the book in his hand. Profound 2. What is it that could make you so flustered? Profound 2 immediately knelt on one knee and said, Marquis, young master Wei Kai is dead. He died in Qinghong Tower. Also, Mo San, who was protecting him, is also dead. Boom! Instantly, a wave of furious aura erupted from Wei Haidong's body. In less than a few breaths, it spread from the study to cover half of the Marquis residence. Even Luo Jenner and the others, who were currently cultivating, could feel the fury within the aura. Lin Yueya looked toward the study. What's wrong with the Marquis? Why is he so angry? What on earth happened? A bad premonition arose spontaneously. 26. Number 26 Chapter 26 Lin Yuya's outburst at the Great Li Imperial Family. Light. Chapter 26 The Great Li Imperial Gate. Lin Yuya erupts. In the study, Profound 2 was struggling to breathe under Wei Haidong's terrifying aura. Wei Haidong looked coldly at Profound 2. Speak, what exactly happened? The issue with the mine had already made him furious as he hadn't found a solution yet. Now, an even angrier matter arrived. His third son, Wei Kai, was dead. Although Profound 2 felt uncomfortable, he knew clearly that Wei Haidong's rage had reached its peak. Anyone who touched it might not escape death, so he quickly replied. Marquis, you probably won't know the specifics until now. The news of young Master Wei Qi's death was actually brought to me by someone sent by an elder from the Zhang family. Wei Haidong's tone was icy. Good, I'll go immediately. Don't tell the third madam this news for now. As you command, Marquis. Chunong Tower. Zhang Zhengxuan arrived a step ahead of Wei Haidong and was just about to enter the tower to check the situation. A voice sounded. Brother Zhang, wait for me. Looking toward the sound, they saw the governor of Qingzhou, Wang Dong, rushing over with a group of soldiers. Zhang Zhengxuan immediately strode forward. Brother Wang, you've arrived too. How could I not come? Wei Haidong's son is the one who died. Any clues? Zhang Zhengxuan replied. We'll have to go upstairs to check to know. Let's go, Brother Wang. Alright. The two entered the private room and immediately saw Wei Qi's corpse lying on the floor. Turning around, they discovered the words left by White Phoenix on the wall. Wang Dong's expression changed drastically, and fine sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Beside him, Zhang Zhengxuan appeared normal, having known beforehand. Seeing the abnormal Wang Dong, Zhang Zhengxuan couldn't help but ask. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? I know Wei Kai is dead, but the killer is obvious. It's the three Chen brothers. Wei Haidong can't possibly try to cause trouble for me this time, right? In his view, the person who killed Wei Kai was clearly the three Chen brothers, and their target was explicit, revenge. As one of the three major families in Qingzhou, he was aware of the conflict between the three Chen brothers and Wei Haidong decades ago. Wang Dong shook his head. No, you don't understand. The three Chen brothers are not the main thing, it's the first sentence. The first sentence? That's just 4 words, Great Li Imperial Gate. What? Is there a problem with these 4 words? It's nothing more than the name of a faction. At this moment, Zhang Zhengxuan was truly confused. He felt those 4 words were normal, merely the name of a faction. Wang Dong remained tense. No, you don't understand how terrifying the Great Li Imperial Gate is. Do you know what Dao we follow here? The Great Li Dao. What was the Imperial Dynasty before the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty? The Great Li Imperial Dynasty, Zhang Zhengxuan blurted out. Then, he immediately realized something was wrong, and his face lost its previous composure. Could it be? Before he could finish speaking, Wang Dong interrupted. It's exactly as you think. The Great Li Imperial Gate is the faction established by the remnants of the former Great Li Imperial Dynasty. It has been 800 years since the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty was founded. Until 100 years ago, the Great Li Imperial Gate was very active, always trying to overthrow our Great Yuan's rule, but they never succeeded. I never expected that after 100 years, the Great Li Imperial Gate would reappear in the Jianghu. It seems this prosperous age is truly about to change. Zhang Zhengxuan did not expect the Great Li Imperial Gate to have such a significant background, a faction created by the remnants of a previous imperial dynasty. Brother Wang, this shouldn't be the case. Logically, the Great Yuan Imperial family should have long since annihilated such a faction. How could it survive for 800 years without being completely wiped out? In his estimation, such a faction should last only a century or so, not persist for so long. It defied convention. Just as Wang Dong was about to answer, an icy voice rang out. Because the remnants of the Great Li Imperial family control the dimensional space. As long as the dimensional space isn't discovered, or even if it is, without the incantation to enter, they simply cannot get in. The two turned to see Wei Haidong walking in with a grim expression. Greetings, Marquis of Qingzhou. Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan quickly bowed respectfully. Wei Haidong did not reply but first went to Wei Qi's corpse. He looked at Wei Qi's wide-open eyes, clearly having heard or seen something unbelievable. With a wave of his hand, he closed Wei Qi's eyes. Wei Haidong's mood was extremely complicated. Of his 3 sons, one had become a cripple, and one was dead. Now only one son remained. Of course, now was not the time for grief. The current matter was more important. Wei Haidong looked at the 4 words, Great Li Imperial Gate, on the wall and felt immense pressure increasing. He never expected the Great Li Imperial Gate, dormant for a century, to reappear in the Jianghu. Zhan take the bodies of Wei Kai and Mo back to the Marquis residence. Wang Dong, let's discuss this properly, report the matter, and ask the higher-ups to send someone down. If it were merely revenge by the three Chen brothers, he wouldn't worry, but the 4 words, Great Li Imperial Gate, brought too much pressure. He absolutely needed help from above. Alright Marquis, Wang Dong nodded. Although he had conflicts with Wei Haidong on the matter of the Great Li Imperial Gate, he had to stand firmly on Wei Haidong's side. Let's go, we'll talk at your residence. Right, Qingzhou Marquis residence. Lin Yuya stared at Wei Qi's corpse lying on the ground, frozen in place, unable to recover for half an hour. She never imagined that just a few hours ago, she was chatting with Wei Kai. But now, a few hours later, Wei Kai was lying on the ground, a corpse. On the other side, Luo Zhen'er was very surprised looking at Wei Qi's corpse. She truly hadn't expected Wei Kai to be dead. Although surprised, Luo Zhen'er was extremely happy inside. Among Wei Haidong's 3 sons, Wei Yuan's Dantian was destroyed, making him useless. Even with a marriage alliance with the Great Bright Hall, he was no longer a threat. Now that Wei Kai was also dead, her son Wei Cheng clearly had no competitors. The position of Marquis residence heir had thus fallen to Wei Cheng. This sudden great joy made her extremely happy. For a moment, she couldn't control her emotions and burst out laughing. Coincidentally, this scene was caught by Lin Yuya. Her heart was on the verge of collapse due to Wei Qi's death. Seeing this scene, she finally erupted. Luo Zhen'er, you're actually laughing? My little Kai is dead, are you very happy? Because there's no one left to compete with Wei Cheng for the position of Marquis residence heir. Are you even human? I seriously suspect that the death of my son Wei Kai and the incident where Wei Yuan was stabbed and his Dantian destroyed are all related to you. The sudden barrage of curses made Luo Zhen'er angry as well. After all, if the words Lin Yuya spoke spread, they would certainly cause a huge public uproar. Lin Yuya, what do you mean? I wasn't laughing just now. I was also grieving and sad over Wei Qi's death, as he was, in a way, my son too. Furthermore, don't slander me with baseless accusations. I did not send assassins to attack Wei Yuan or kill Wei Kai. This is naked framing. In response to this, Lin Yuya smiled, but it was different from her previous smile. This one was chillingly eerie. 27. Number 27 Chapter 27 Double Happiness and the Anger of Jingshu. Chapter 27. Double happiness, angry pure void. Since that's the case, then tell me, why is it that your son Wei Cheng is perfectly fine, while my son Wei Kai was killed? Luo Zhen'er looked back at the crazed Lin Yuya and replied, that is because my little master focuses on his cultivate instead of going out to fool around like Wei Kai. If he hadn't gone to Chunong Tower and had stayed obediently in the Marquise's manor, those people certainly wouldn't have dared to come and assassinate him. Everything is a cycle of karma. Lin Yuya looked disdainful. Bah, karma cycle, I don't know anything about that. Right now, I only know one thing, and that is that my little Kai is dead. So, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuya stared intently at Wei Cheng and circulated the true qi in her body. However, Luo Zhen'er noticed Lin Yuya's movements. What are you trying to do? Do you want to attack my little master? Let me tell you, little master becoming the heir to the Marquise's manor is a set fact. If you make a move, think about the Lin family behind you. Hearing this, Lin Yuya withdrew her true qi and collapsed onto Wei Qi's body, wailing in pain once more. Luo Zhen'er gave a contemptuous glance. HMPH. Let's go, little master. As you command, mother, Wei Cheng replied with a flicker of a smile on his face. When he first received the news of Wei Qi's death, he found it unbelievable and thought the servants were lying to him. However, the moment he saw Wei Qi's corpse, his excitement was beyond words. But he knew he couldn't show it, so he had been holding it in. Anyway, of his 2 younger brothers, one was crippled and the other was dead. The position of heir to the Marquise's manor was destined to belong to him. A small courtyard outside Qingzhou City. Wei Yuan was practicing the 13 life-taking swords under the guidance of Yan 13. After all, compared to saber techniques, he still preferred sword techniques. After finishing a set of the sword technique, even Yan 13, with his cold personality, couldn't help but praise him. The Dragon Lord is exceptionally gifted. You actually learned the 13 life-taking swords in less than an hour. Wei Yuan smiled. 13, when did you learn how to praise people? Hearing those words from Yan 13's mouth felt different and very strange. A breeze blew by, causing small ripples in the pond. Dragon Lord, White Phoenix and Fu Hongshui have returned. Yan 13 looked up toward the south. He could already smell the blood in the air and sensed 2 powerful surges of killing intent. Oh, Wei Yuan also looked south, following Yan 13's gaze. In less than 10 breaths, 2 figures landed in front of him, one after the other. White Phoenix and Fu Hongxue pay their respects to the Dragon Lord. Wei Yuan waved his hand. How was it, you two? White Phoenix quickly replied, Dragon Lord, fortunately, we did not fail our mission. The task has been completed. The mastermind behind the hiring of the Yellow Springs assassins a few days ago was indeed your brother, Wei Kai. Wei Yuan was somewhat surprised by this. He hadn't expected it to be Wei Kai. What was the reason? The Blood Man Elixir technique, a top-tier cultivation technique from the Blood Demon cult, but it is a forbidden book in the Great Yuan dynasty. Wei Kai wanted to use your corpse to refine a Blood Man elixir to enhance his cultivation talent. Hearing this, Wei Yuan smiled, not expecting that this was the reason. White Phoenix continued, Dragon Lord, according to my deduction, the Blood Man elixir technique was likely given to Wei Kai by the three Chen brothers, just to take revenge on Wei Haidong. Because he remembered the Bloodwind bird that had flown out of the Marquise's manor earlier, it was likely sent to deliver the Blood Man elixir technique. Most likely. After all, given Wei Qi's courage and methods, there's no way he could have obtained a forbidden book from anywhere else. White Phoenix continued, Dragon Lord, rest assured, we have successfully killed Wei Kai. Furthermore, the slogan we left behind was the Great Li Imperial Gate, which is the power the three Chen brothers previously claimed to belong to. Wei Yuan nodded. Good, very good. You've done this matter very well. A fine case of shifting the blame onto others. I like it. By the way, has anything else major happened in Qingzhou City? Yes, Dragon Lord. Wei Haidong's mine in Qing County was destroyed by a fellow named Black Demon Poison Monk Jing Shu. This matter is currently causing a huge stir throughout Qingzhou City. However, the news of Wei Qi's death should soon surpass the popularity of this event. Wei Yuan thought for a moment. Black Demon Poison Monk Jing Shu. I didn't expect that fellow to still be alive, and he actually has a grudge against Wei Haidong as well. How interesting. Of course, for Wei Yuan, being able to see Wei Haidong suffer was a good thing. He knew exactly what that mine meant to Wei Haidong. Moreover, with Wei Kai dead now, it was another heavy blow to Wei Haidong. It was simply double happiness. Then, he looked toward the west, where the Xuenya prefecture was located. Bai Tianyu, now I'm just waiting for you to give my cheap old man the third surprise. Wei Haidong, I will make you walk toward death step by step. Meanwhile, in Yuan County, a county town under Qingzhou City, the disguised black demon monk Jing Shu was eating in a restaurant. Even though he could go a month without eating at the late spirit realm, before he joined the Xuankang temple, he was just a little beggar who lived from meal to meal, sometimes even going days without food. Therefore, this resulted in him still maintaining the habit of finding a place to have a big meal at least once every 3 days, except when in closed-door cultivation. Facing a table full of delicacies, he couldn't wait to start enjoying them. At the same time, his ears were carefully listening to what the customers were talking about to see if there was any useful intelligence. In the southeast corner of the first-floor hall sat 3 burly men. One of the men in brown clothes, after 2 cups of wine, immediately spoke up. My neighbor's second sister's cousin's aunt's son's third grand-aunt just came back from Qingzhou City. I heard a major event happened there. Oh, what major event? Let's hear it, the black-clothed man next to him asked. The man in brown clothes looked at the dishes in front of him and then at the empty wine cup. If you want to hear it, what about this food and wine? The man in purple clothes, who hadn't spoken, slapped the table. Bring 3 more jars of wine and some side dishes. Coming right up, sir, the waiter said diligently. How about it? Can you tell us now? A smile appeared on the brown-clothed man's face. Fine, I'll tell you. This is something that just happened recently. That is, the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong's third son, Wei Kai, is dead. Hiss. For a moment, not only the 2 of them but even the other customers who heard the news were stunned. What? How did he die? I heard he was killed in an act of revenge by an enemy, and 12 characters were even left at the scene. They said, Great Li Imperial Gate, the Chen brothers, the revenge begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure stood in front of the man in brown clothes. What did you say? Repeat what you just said for me. The man in brown clothes looked at the suddenly appearing pure void with a face full of anger. Get lost, I'm talking to my brothers, what does it have to do with you? Bang! Only the sound of an explosion was heard as the man in brown clothes suddenly burst apart, blood splashing throughout the restaurant. Immediately after, Pure Void's figure flashed as he rushed toward Qingzhou City. 28. #28 Chapter 28 Mysterious Shadow Armor Dragon King Technique Divine Blade Hall. Chapter 28 Shadow Treasure Armor, Dragon King Technique, Divine Blade Hall. Pure Void chose to rush to Qingzhou City immediately after hearing the news. This was mainly for 2 reasons. First, the Chen brothers were already dead. The person who killed Wei Kai clearly wanted to shift the hatred onto the Chen brothers, which filled him, as their friend, with rage. Second, that fellow had actually exposed the Great Li Imperial Gate ahead of time. This was what made him the angriest. One must know that the Great Li Imperial Gate had not shown its face for 100 years, precisely to make the Great Yuan dynasty believe they no longer wished to restore their nation. In reality, they had been plotting in secret, waiting for the right opportunity. Now that they were suddenly exposed, it would definitely trigger the Great Yuan dynasty's vigilance. It likely wouldn't be long before experts from the Great Yuan dynasty descended upon Great Li Dao. This was a critical blow to the Great Li Imperial Gate's subsequent plans. Pure Void already had a suspect in mind. The three Chen brothers had previously died at the hands of the Azure Dragon Society. Therefore, the person who killed Wei Kai this time, framed the Chen brothers, and exposed the Great Li Imperial Gate was most likely the Azure Dragon Society. However, for him, the most important task at hand was to report the news of their exposure so that the higher-ups could prepare in advance. Targeting the Azure Dragon Society came second. Azure Dragon Society to kill our Great Li Imperial Gate's people, and even dare to frame us and expose our existence, just you wait and see. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have obtained 2 summon opportunities. Would you like to summon now? At this moment, the system's voice rang out in Wei Yuan's mind. Summon. 10 breaths later, the system's voice rang out again. Open black lens bracket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasure artifact. Shadow treasure armor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation technique. Dragon King technique. Close black lens bracket. Wei Yuan was a bit disappointed that he didn't pull a character summon card this time, but he still turned his gaze toward the 2 items he had drawn. Open black lens bracket. Shadow treasure armor. Treasure artifact. Once equipped, the wearer is invincible against anyone below the King Realm. Damage from King Realm attacks is reduced by 30%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Dragon King technique. Top tier cultivation technique. After cultivation, the true chi becomes incomparably overbearing, making one's combat power invincible within the same rank. Close black lens bracket. After checking them, Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. These 2 items were quite good, especially the latter, the Dragon King technique. It sounded very domineering and its effects were excellent. Of course, he couldn't cultivate it yet as the 1-month recovery period hadn't passed, which made him feel restless. The Black Tiger Gang, one of the 4 major powers of Xuenya Prefecture. In the main hall, the Black Tiger Gang's leader, Bold Zhang, sat in the seat of honor. Below him sat a man who shared 70 to 80% of his appearance, his younger brother, Zhang Second Bold. At this moment, Zhang Second Bold looked furious. Damn it, brother, the Great Bright Hall is going too far. That Black Street clearly belongs to us, yet they just snatched it away and even injured several of our hall masters. Bold Zhang shook his head. What choice do we have? This world has always been about the survival of the fittest. Among the 4 major powers, we were already at the bottom. Furthermore, there are rumors that the Great Bright Hall Master, Zhen Feng, has connected with the Qingzhou Marquis residence. We can afford to provoke them even less now. Their strength was already several notches below the Great Bright Hall, let alone the Qingzhou Marquis residence, that was the hegemon entrenched in Qingzhou. Crushing them would be as easy as flipping a hand. Hearing this, Zhang Second Bold sighed. Brother, it's my incompetence. It's all because I haven't made a breakthrough to the spirit realm. If I could reach the spirit realm, the Great Bright Hall wouldn't be so arrogant. Bold Zhang quickly consoled him. Sigh, don't blame yourself, second brother. Our Black Tiger Gang has only risen in the last 10+ years. We naturally can't compare to a power like theirs that has existed for decades. At that moment, a subordinate entered and spoke. Gang leader, vice gang leader, someone from the Great Bright Hall has delivered a letter. Bring it to me. Yes, gang leader. Bold Zhang took the letter and opened it. The contents caused his face to darken immediately. Seeing this, Zhang Second Bold quickly grabbed the letter to check it. He finished reading the contents in a single glance. Damn it, that bastard Zhen Feng is going too far, brother. He's not giving us any face at all. I really can't take this anymore. How about we go and fight it out with Zhen Feng right now? He was truly enraged because the letter stated that Zhen Feng wanted them to surrender within 2 days or else he would annihilate the Black Tiger Gang. Although Bold Zhang was furious, he knew clearly that the Black Tiger Gang was no match for the Great Bright Hall. Fight? Tell me, what do we have to fight with? Zhen Feng is at the spirit realm mid-stage. With his saber techniques, even those at the spirit realm mid-stage perfection wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Your brother, I'm only at the early spirit realm perfection. I haven't even reached the spirit realm mid-stage. And they also have a Vice Hall Master, Lu Tang, who is at the early spirit realm. Tell me, how can we win? Not to mention whether the Qingzhou Marquis residence has dispatched any experts to them. If they have, then charging in would simply be seeking death. Zhang Second Bold slapped his head. Brother, then what should we do now? A lonely expression appeared on Bold Zhang's face, and he seemed to age over a decade in an instant. Let's withdraw from Xuenya Prefecture and return to the county town. At the same time, a voice rang out in the hall. I heard that the Black Tiger Gang leader, Bold Zhang, relied precisely on his courage to establish the Black Tiger Gang as one of the 4 major powers in Xuenya Prefecture. How is it that you want to retreat now? That's not your style. The two looked toward the sound and saw Bai Tianyu, dressed in black with his arms crossed, standing at the doorway. Just as Zhang Second Bold was about to start cursing, he was pulled back by Bold Zhang. This was because Bold Zhang had already sensed that Bai Tianyu's cultivation was at the spirit realm mid-stage, far higher than his own. Moreover, he could feel a faint killing intent emanating from Bai Tianyu, which startled him even more. Who are you, Your Excellency? Since Your Excellency knows my background, you must also be very clear about the Great Bright Hall's strength. I, Bold Zhang, founded the Black Tiger Gang by relying on courage. But in the current situation, courage alone won't win. One must rely on strength. Strength is the foundation. He also wanted to fight the Great Bright Hall, but it was simply unrealistic. The consequence of failure would be the loss of the lives of over 1,000 members of his Black Tiger Gang, and his entire family being sent to the underworld. Bai Tianyu walked in swaggeringly and sat down directly in the seat of honor. Zhang Second Bold quickly stepped forward and said, "What are you doing?" "That's my brother's seat, you." Before he could finish, Bold Zhang pulled him back again. Bai Tianyu spoke then, "Let's get acquainted. My name is Bai Tianyu. The Great Bright Hall may seem like an untouchable existence to you, but to me, they are nothing more than trash that can be extinguished at will. I'll give you a choice now. Do you want to kill the Great Bright Hall Master, Zhen Feng, and annihilate the Great Bright Hall?" Bold Zhang and Zhang Second Bold looked at each other. Their tone was firm. "Yes, good, I can help you. However, I have one condition. As long as we can kill Zhen Feng and destroy the Great Bright Hall, I will agree to any condition." Bai Tianyu stood up and gave a slight smile. "Simple. From now on, the Black Tiger Gang will be renamed the Divine Blade Hall. I will be the Hall Master, and you will become my subordinates." As he spoke, he released his Spirit Realm mid-stage aura. Bold Zhang gave Zhang Second Bold a look. The two immediately knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Hall Master." 29. Number 29 Chapter 29 Clouds rise in all directions. Xuanshou Buddha of the Hanging Temple. Chapter 29. Movement in all directions. Xuankong Temple's Buddhist son Zan Shu. Great Bright Hall, Main Hall. Lu Tang sat on a chair. "Hall Master, do you think the Black Tiger Gang will surrender?" You know, he is Bold Zhang. Relying on his sheer courage, he founded the Black Tiger Gang and made it one of the 4 major powers in our Xuenya Prefecture. Zhen Feng picked up the strong tea beside him and took a sip. What use is courage? In this world, strength is king. If he doesn't surrender, then we'll just wipe him out. Rumors are already circulating in Xuenya Prefecture that the Qingzhou Marquis residence is backing us. He must be aware of that as well. If he honestly submits to us, I'll let him live. If not, then I'm sorry, but there's only one word for him: death. This was the courage the Qingzhou Marquis residence gave him. Lu Tang continued to ask, "Understood, Hall Master. Then after we subdue the Black Tiger Gang, what about the North Wind sect and the Ling family?" "We'll take them both down, of course. The Marquis has already sent his subordinates over. As long as we take Bold Zhang and the Marquis's men to launch an attack on the North Wind sect. First, once the North Wind sect is destroyed, the Ling family will be nothing to fear. By then, the number 1 power in Xuenya Prefecture will be our Great Bright Hall." At this thought, Zhen Feng stood up in excitement. The last time a power unified Xuenya Prefecture was 60 years ago. He never expected that 60 years later, he would actually achieve this feat. It was simply beyond his imagination. Central Capital Circuit, the center of the entire Great Yuan dynasty, where the imperial capital was located. His Majesty has read the letter from the Marquis of Qingzhou, which says that the Great Li Imperial Gate, which has been silent for 100 years, has reappeared. This is an era of unprecedented prosperity and spiritual qi resurgence. Many hidden powers have reappeared in the Jianghu, including those 2 mysterious forces. I reckon the Great Li Imperial Gate also wants to take this opportunity to unite some forces and launch a challenge against our Great Yuan. So you must send someone to investigate thoroughly. Once any trace of the Great Li Imperial Gate's people is found, kill them without mercy. Your subordinate understands. I will surely wipe out the remnants of the Great Li Imperial Gate. Fine, I trust you to handle this. Remember, when you get there, if anything happens, look for the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. As you command, my lord. Your subordinate will pack up and head there immediately. Go. Yes. Xuankang Temple, one of the top powers of the Great Yuan dynasty, filled with numerous experts. A letter came from the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, saying that pure void has appeared. What? That guy is actually not dead? Is this news confirmed to be true? He found it a bit hard to believe. It's true. The black demon poisonous insects have passed through, leaving white bones everywhere. Furthermore, when we hunted him down back then, it was precisely because of the intelligence provided by the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, that we were able to find him. I reckon he was only heavily injured 3 years ago. Who knows where he's been hiding to recover these past 3 years. Now that his injuries are healed, he has begun his revenge. That damned fellow. Then whom should we send to kill him? As the two were talking, a young figure walked in. Greetings, 2 junior martial uncles. Leave pure void to me. Seeing this, the two immediately stood up and pressed their palms together. Greetings, Buddhist son Zan Shu. Zan Shu pressed his palms together and replied gently, there's no need for this, junior martial uncles. Please give me the information on pure void. One of them hesitated for a moment. Buddhist son, did senior brother agree to let you go? After all, as one of the 3 Buddhist sons of Xuankang Temple and a future pillar of their combat strength, if anything were to happen to Zan Shu on the way to hunt down pure void, the 2 of them would likely have to apologize with their lives. Junior martial uncles, master has already agreed, so please give me the information on pure void. The other one wanted to ask further when a voice sounded in his ear. Kong Hai, give him the information. I will arrange for someone to protect Zan Shu in the shadows. As you command, senior brother. He then handed the organized information to Zan Shu. Buddhist son, this is all the information. You can also head to Qingzhou to find the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, and ask for more details. Zan Shu took the information. Thank you, junior martial uncle. There's no time to lose. I shall take my leave first. After taking the information, Zan Shu walked out. Compared to how he was just now, a flash of killing intent appeared on his face. Senior brother Zan Ming, this junior brother will surely avenge you this time. 3 years ago, his senior brother Zan Ming participated in the squad to suppress pure void, but no one from that squad survived. This made him very sad upon receiving the news. After all, ever since he entered Xuankang Temple, Zan Ming had always guided him, from morning lessons to reading Buddhist scriptures and then to cultivation. Black Demon Monk Jing Shu, this time I will surely have your life. Dimensional space. Elder, a letter from pure void. What does it say? He said the 3 Chen brothers are dead, and we have been exposed ahead of time. What, do we know who did it? According to his calculations, it should be a hidden power called the Azure Dragon Society. Azure Dragon Society? What an Azure Dragon Society? They are simply courting death. How much longer until the secret realm is breached? According to King Li's calculations, it will probably take another 3 months. On the other hand, are there any clues regarding King Chen's tomb? There are no clues yet. In that case, let the Blood Sea Mad General take the Magic Heaven positioning plate and wipe out the Azure Dragon Society first. Yes, Elder. Qingzhou Marquis residence. Lin Yuya's face was ashen, her eyes filled with sorrow. At this moment, she was staring at Wei Haidong in a rage. Marquis, Little Chi's death is related to you. You were the one who led the men to destroy the Chen family back then. All for that mine in Qing County. It's all your fault. Why didn't you wipe them out completely back then and let those 3 Chen brothers escape? Wei Haidong, sitting in the main seat, sighed. Yuya, you can't blame me for this. I didn't expect it either. He never imagined that 3 teenagers could not only survive but also join the Great Li Imperial Gate. If I don't blame you, then whom do I blame? Little Chi's body is lying outside right now. You must give me an explanation. Wei Haidong's face darkened. I said you can't blame me for this. I am also deeply grieved by Little Chi's death. I promise you, I will definitely catch the 3 Chen brothers and use their heads as an offering to Little Kai. Is that enough? Is that true? It is true. Fine, then I'll wait. With that, Lin Yuya walked out again and began to cry while holding Wei Chi's body. At this time, Luo Jenner walked in. Marquis, aren't you going to do something about her? She's been crying for 2 days straight. Her crying can be heard throughout most of the Marquis residence, and it's already affecting Little Master's cultivation. Wei Haidong glared at Luo Zhen'er. Keep your mouth shut. If Little Master were to die, you'd be crying even louder than her. Luo Zhen'er patted Wei Haidong. Marquis, what kind of talk is that? It's impossible for Little Master to die. Enough. Have Little Master stay in the residence recently and not go out. I only have Little Master as my son now. Don't worry, I promise I won't let him out. Fine, I have things to attend to. With that, Wei Haidong's figure flickered and vanished. 30. Number 30 Chapter 30. Killing Zhang Yi, slaying Zhen Feng, and destroying the Great Ming Hall. 4,000-word-long chapter. Chapter 30. Taking action, killing Zhang Yi and Zhen Feng, annihilating the Great Bright Hall. 4,000-word chapter. After leaving the main hall, Wei Haidong did not return to his room but instead went to the Forbidden Land in the back mountain of the Wei family. Upon entering, he saw an old man sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut, whose appearance bore a strong resemblance to Wei Haidong. Wei Haidong stood respectfully in place without speaking. After about half an incense stick's time, the old man opened his eyes. Haidong, what has happened? Wei Haidong quickly recounted the recent events. Father, do you think you should come out of seclusion to take charge of the Marquis residence? Facing the Great Li Imperial Gate that could appear at any time, he decided to have Wei Xuanpei come out. Wei Xuanpei shook his head. I cannot leave seclusion right now. I have touched the Late King Realm bottleneck and am preparing to charge into the Late King Realm. However, Shadow is about to leave seclusion. He has already achieved a breakthrough to the King Realm. Let him follow you when the time comes. Wei Haidong quickly said. Thank you, Father. Go now. I will leave seclusion after I break through to the Late King Realm. Yes. Wei Haidong walked out, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. With a King Realm expert overseeing things, he felt much more confident. A few kilometers outside the small courtyard on the outskirts of Qingzhou City, two figures were rushing toward the courtyard. The place the eldest young miss mentioned should be up ahead, right? Yes. Speed up, kill Wei Yuan, and contact the eldest young miss immediately. Understood. Like a whirlwind, the two figures vanished instantly. Inside the courtyard, Wei Yuan was practicing his sword techniques. At this moment, Yan 13's voice sounded in his ear. Dragon Lord, two more figures are rushing toward us. Hearing this, Wei Yuan put down his sword, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He hadn't expected that even with Wei Kai dead, someone would still come to assassinate him. Leave them alive this time. Once they're captured, don't kill them. Interrogate them to find out who the mastermind is. As you command, Dragon Lord. In less than a dozen breaths, the two figures landed in the center of the courtyard. One was True Realm mid-stage, and the other was early True Realm. Without hesitation, the True Realm mid-stage black-clothed man attacked Wei Yuan cleanly and decisively. Boom! Before he could get close to Wei Yuan, Fu Hongshui appeared. The aura of a Spirit Realm late-stage expert covered the entire courtyard as he threw a punch. Bang! The True Realm mid-stage black-clothed man was immediately sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall. The other early True Realm black-clothed man clearly hadn't expected this situation. Following that, before he could react, White Phoenix and Yan 13 had already appeared before him. White Phoenix was fine. His True Realm mid-stage cultivation didn't bring too much pressure. Yan 13 was different. At Spirit Realm perfection, even without releasing his cultivation, the killing intent and sword chi he possessed were enough to make one's heart tremble with fear. Wei Yuan turned around and strode over. Who sent you to kill me? Just as he finished speaking, White Phoenix noticed something was wrong. Dragon Lord, he's dead. At this moment, a trace of blood flowed from the black-clothed man's mouth, and his face became incredibly pale. Not far away, the True Realm mid-stage black-clothed man lying on the ground had also lost his breath. The sudden deaths gave Wei Yuan no time to think. White Phoenix said, Dragon Lord, it seems these two were not hired assassins, but trained death warriors. Once the mission fails, they commit suicide immediately, leaving no clues for the enemy. Wei Yuan replied with a frown. Death warriors? Interesting. In that case, the background of the mastermind must be significant. Ordinary families wouldn't have the strength or wealth to train True Realm death warriors. At the very least, it would take a level like the three major families of Qingzhou to have that capability. Of course, these death warriors were certainly not sent by the three major families of Qingzhou. Among them, the Yu family was the first he ruled out. As for the Zhang family, he had already crippled them. It was impossible for the Zhang family to still send death warriors to kill him. Finally, only the Lin family remained, but the Lin family was currently overwhelmed with their own problems and shouldn't have the time to find death warriors to kill him. This left him unable to find a suspect for a moment. He then looked at White Phoenix. Examine the death warrior's condition carefully to see if you can find any clues. The mastermind must be found. As you command, Dragon Lord, White Phoenix said respectfully. Fu Hongshui, you now hurry to Xuenya Prefecture to assist Bai Tianyu in unifying Xuenya. As you command, Dragon Lord, Fu Hongshui quickly replied. With a flash, Fu Hongshui hurried toward Xuenya Prefecture. Meanwhile, White Phoenix began studying the two death warriors' corpses to see if any clues could be found. Xuenya Prefecture. Great Bright Hall Master Zhen Feng stood in the middle of the courtyard, looking up at the sky. At this time, Lu Tang walked in, looking a bit panicked. Hall Master, something is wrong. Speak slowly, what's the rush? Black Tiger Hall Master Bold Zhang is leading the Black Tiger Gang's elites toward us. Zhen Feng snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Gather all the brothers to face the enemy. I want to see what Bold Zhang has to fight me with. As you command, Hall Master. An incense sticks time later, Bold Zhang and Zhang Second Bold led several hundred people. Just as they were about to reach the Great Bright Hall, Zhen Feng and Lu Tang came out with the Great Bright Hall's elites. Bold Zhang, you certainly are bold. I already gave you a chance to surrender, but you insisted on refusing the toast only to drink a forfeit. You're simply seeking death. Since that's the case, I will wash your Black Tiger Gang in blood today to make you understand that fighting my Great Bright Hall is a mistake. Bold Zhang was calm. Zhen Feng, I'm sorry, but today is destined to be the end of your Great Bright Hall. Also, let me mention that our Black Tiger Gang has changed its name. It is now called the Divine Blade Hall. This is our Divine Blade Hall's Hall Master, Bai Tianyu. As he spoke, Bai Tianyu, dressed in green and holding a precious saber, stepped out from the crowd. For a moment, Zhen Feng and Lu Tang looked at each other, never expecting this outcome. Backed by the Qingzhou Marquis residents, Zhen Feng stood out fearlessly. So what? It's just one more dead man. After all, Bai Tianyu being able to change the Black Tiger Gang's name to Divine Blade Hall proved he already knew about the situation between the Great Bright Hall and the Black Tiger Gang. Yet, Bai Tianyu didn't choose to retreat but instead led the Black Tiger Gang's people to attack them. In his view, it was simply seeking death. Bai Tianyu's voice was cold. Are you talking about yourself when you say, dead man? There will be only one winner here today, and that is my Divine Blade Hall. Zhen Feng sneered. Then I'll see what strength you have to annihilate my Great Bright Hall. As he spoke, a precious saber appeared in his hand. With a flash, Zhen Feng rose into the air. Come, judging by the saber chi on you, you are also a saber user. Today, I'll let you witness the power of the whirlwind saber technique. Bai Tianyu followed closely, also rising into the air. Then I shall appreciate your whirlwind saber technique and see if it's just for show. At the same time, Zhen Feng gave the order. All the Divine Blade Hall people launched an attack on the Great Bright Hall. And he took the lead, directly seeking out the Great Bright Hall's Vice Hall Master, Lu Tang. Lu Tang, let me see how powerful your sword technique is. Lu Tang was not afraid at all. Then I shall also experience your axe technique to see if it's as terrifying as they say. With a flash of dim light, an axe over 3 meters long was grasped in Bold Zhang's hand. Then prepare to die. Boom. Releasing his early spirit realm aura, he swung the axe down fiercely toward Lu Tang. Lu Tang's expression remained unchanged. Buzz. The precious sword was unsheathed. He immediately met the attack with his sword. Clang. The giant axe and the precious sword collided. Lu Tang, relying on his cultivation being slightly higher than Bold Zhang's, remained standing still. As for Bold Zhang, he was pushed back several meters by the airwave generated by the collision. The space is too small. Let's fight in the air. Fine. With that, the two went into the air to continue their battle. Meanwhile, Luo Men, the sect leader of the North Wind Sect, one of the 4 major forces of Xuenya Prefecture, and vice sect leader Yi Haixuan were also observing in secret. Sect leader, can this Bai Tianyu who suddenly appeared defeat Zhen Feng? Luo Men nodded. I think Bai Tianyu will win. The saber chi he inadvertently emitted just now made even me feel shaken. However, the force that will ultimately emerge victorious should be the Great Bright Hall. Yi Haixuan was a bit puzzled. Sect leader, didn't you say Bai Tianyu could win? Why would the Great Bright Hall be the final victor? Have you forgotten about the Qingzhou Marquis residence? Behind the Great Bright Hall stands the Qingzhou Marquis residence. According to the intelligence we have, the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, will come to Xuenya Prefecture to see Zhen Feng in a few days. And given the current situation, Wei Haidong must have sent someone ahead. While they were talking, Zhen Feng had already launched an attack on Bai Tianyu. With a swing of his saber, saber chi surged, and paired with his wind attribute true chi, it was both fast and accurate. In an instant, Zhen Feng arrived before Bai Tianyu. The precious saber in his hand aimed for Bai Tianyu's head. Bai Tianyu was unhurried and calm. Boom! Like a thunderclap on level ground, his precious saber was already unsheathed. Clang! With a casual strike, he blocked Zhen Feng's attack. With another surge of power, he pushed Zhen Feng back. From just this brief exchange, Zhen Feng could feel that Bai Tianyu's strength was very high, at the very least equal to his own. It seems I underestimated you, but behind me is the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Brother Zan Yi, come out. Swish! A black shadow flashed, instantly appearing before Zhen Feng. Zan Yi wore a mask, his eyes cold. Your strength is decent, but today you will still end up dead. Let's do it, Zhen Feng. Fine. The two attacked Bai Tianyu from the left and right. To this, Bai Tianyu remained unperturbed and calm. Two fellows of the same realm were not enough to be taken seriously by him. Numbers are useless. I'll show you what it means to be ignorant of your own limitations. Boom! His spirit realm mid-stage aura was fully released. Bai Tianyu struck. With a swing of his saber, saber shadows overlapped. A sharp saber whistle echoed for 10 miles and fierce saber chi raged out. Even from a kilometer away, Luo Men could feel the terrifying nature of the saber chi. Bai Tianyu's gaze locked onto Zan Yi. Zan Yi felt as if he were being watched by an exotic beast, and the shadow of death loomed over his head. In the next second, everyone saw an unrivaled saber light slash across the sky, striking Zan Yi. In mid-air, Zan Yi watched the saber light fall with his own eyes, yet he could not move. His body and soul seemed to be imprisoned at that moment. It wasn't until the final second before the saber light landed that he felt his body and soul come back to life, able to move. Unfortunately, it was too late. The saber light instantly split him in two, and blood poured out. Then, his corpse slammed heavily onto the ground. At this moment, his eyes were still wide open, unable to believe that as a fellow spirit realm mid-stage expert, he had been killed in a single strike. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Luo Men's eyes went wide. He knew Bai Tianyu was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be strong to this extent. To kill an expert from the Qingzhou Marquis residence of the same realm with a single strike. As for Vice Sect Leader Chen Haixuan beside him, his eyes were filled with shock, and his mouth was wide open in disbelief. Of course, the most shocked was Zhen Feng. He never expected Zan Yi to be killed by Bai Tianyu in one strike. Others might not know Zan Yi's strength, but he did. When Zan Yi arrived last night, he had proposed a sparring match. Although neither side used their full strength, after 200 moves, he had lost to Zan Yi. Yet, such a terrifyingly strong Zan Yi was killed in an instant by Bai Tianyu. Do you know who you just killed? He was a top general under the Marquis of Qingzhou. By killing him, you have thoroughly offended the Marquis of Qingzhou, and he will certainly not let you off. If you're smart, surrender now. I will explain to the Marquis of Qingzhou, and perhaps you can have a quick death. Knowing he was no match for Bai Tianyu, he could only bring up the Marquis of Qingzhou. Bai Tianyu snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Ridiculous. So what if he was a top general under the Marquis of Qingzhou? Even if the Marquis of Qingzhou were here in person, I wouldn't care in the slightest and would kill him just the same. If he hadn't known there were still King Realm experts in the Qingzhou Marquis residence, the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, would probably already be a corpse. Hearing Bai Tianyu's words, Zhen Feng quickly replied, Bai Tianyu, you have such audacity to not even respect the Marquis of Qingzhou. Could it be that you want to rebel? I will. Before Zhen Feng could finish his sentence, Bai Tianyu lost his patience. With a swing of his saber, saber chi surged. The saber light cut through the sky. Seeing this strike, Zhen Feng had only one thought in his mind, to flee for his life. Unfortunately, his speed was still a bit slow compared to the saber chi. Ah! A miserable scream echoed across the battlefield as Zhen Feng, like Zan Yi, was split in two. Meanwhile, Bold Zhang, relying on his courage and a fighting style that traded injury for injury, caused Lu Tang to feel fear in his heart. Finally, with one axe strike, he cleanly ended Lu Tang's life. The battle had also reached its final stages. Under the leadership of Zhang II Bold, the Divine Blade Hall's people had the Great Bright Hall's people completely lost. Surrender and live. Looking at the remaining 100 or so people from the Great Bright Hall, Bold Zhang immediately shouted. Upon hearing Bold Zhang's words, these people immediately dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Afterward, Bold Zhang came before Bai Tianyu and said respectfully, Hall Master, please give your orders for what follows. Previously, he hadn't been as respectful to Bai Tianyu as he was now. Although Bai Tianyu helped him deal with Zhen Feng, Bai Tianyu had changed his Black Tiger Gang to the Divine Blade Hall, and he had gone from being the Black Tiger Gang leader to the Divine Blade Hall Vice Hall Master, a significant drop in status. After all, the Black Tiger Gang was something he had worked hard for over 20 years to build. After Bai Tianyu changed the name, he still had some grievances in his heart. However, after seeing Bai Tianyu kill Zan Yi with a single strike, those grievances had long since vanished. Instead, he felt fortunate that Bai Tianyu had chosen their Black Tiger Gang. Bai Tianyu nodded and glanced toward Luo Bei's location. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look first. As you command, Hall Master. Sect Leader, did this Divine Blade Hall Master notice us? Chen Haixuan whispered. Yes, he has already noticed us, but it doesn't matter. Our North Wind sect didn't have any friction with the previous Black Tiger Gang. Let's go. Now that the show is over, it's time to head back. Yes, Hall Master. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Chapter 31 Mysterious Shadows Fury and Black Winds Living in the Present, 4,000 words. Chapter 31. Shadows Rage, Black Wind, Living in the Moment, 4,000 words. Qingzhou Marquis Residence, Study. Shadow, who had just come out of seclusion, rushed over immediately. Marquis, the old Marquis has sent me to follow your orders. Wei Haidong immediately put down his pen and stood up to speak. Uncle Zan, there's no need for such formality between us. Stop calling me Marquis. Just call me Haidong. After all, the shadow before him had not only watched him grow up and taught him how to cultivate but also shared a very close relationship with his father, like brothers. Furthermore, he possessed good cultivation talent and had already broken through to the king realm through his own efforts. Shadow shook his head, his tone firm. Marquis, etiquette must be maintained. Fine, everything shall be as you wish, Uncle Zan. Having said his piece, Wei Haidong did not insist further. Bang bang bang. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Marquis, it's me, Profound 2. I have an urgent report. Come in. Profound 2 pushed open the door and entered. He immediately noticed Shadow standing to the side and hurriedly said with respect. Disciple Profound 2 greets Master. Back then, every member of their group was taught by Shadow, and even their names were given by him. Shadow nodded. Good. Speak with the Marquis first. Marquis, something has happened in Xuenya Prefecture. What happened? Wei Haidong had a bad premonition. Zhen Feng, the Hall Master of the Great Bright Hall, is dead. The Great Bright Hall has been wiped out. What? Even though he had mentally prepared himself, his voice still rose several octaves upon hearing this result. He never expected such an outcome. His face darkened as he immediately pressed for more information. How is this possible? Didn't I already send Zan Yi there? Did Zan Yi not take action? Previously, Zhen Feng said he wanted to subdue the Black Tiger Gang and unify Xuenya Prefecture, at the same time, asking him to send an expert. Thus, he had sent Zan Yi. After all, the strongest realm in Xuenya Prefecture was only Spirit Realm mid-stage, and Zan Yi was a powerhouse even among those at that stage. Combined with Zhen Feng's own strength, governing Xuenya Prefecture shouldn't have been difficult. Profound 2 said sorrowfully, Marquis, Zan Yi is dead. Boom. Just as the words left his mouth, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire room. Struck by this sudden aura, Profound 2 was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall. Even Wei Haidong was forced back several steps by the terrifying aura, his face turning bright red. My apologies, Marquis. Forgive me for failing to control my aura. Shadow stepped forward and spoke. With that, he immediately withdrew his aura. Only then did Wei Haidong regain his breath. Although he knew the gap between the King Realm and the Spirit Realm was vast, he hadn't expected it to be this extreme. He couldn't even withstand a sliver of the aura Shadow emitted in anger. One must know that he was already at the late Spirit Realm and would soon reach Spirit Realm perfection to attempt a breakthrough into the King Realm. Yet, being unable to withstand even a hint of aura was a blow to him, making him determined to reach the King Realm as quickly as possible. At that time, whether in status or strength, there would be a qualitative leap. At this moment, Wei Haidong suddenly realized that the most important matter was still the situation in Xuenya Prefecture, which also concerned his future attempt to reach the King Realm. Profound 2, what on earth happened? Why is Zan Yi dead? Why was the Great Bright Hall wiped out? Among the four major powers of Xuenya Prefecture, the Black Tiger Gang is the weakest, followed by the pill-refining Ling family, then the Great Bright Hall. The strongest is the North Wind sect, but even their strength is limited. Sect leader Luo Bei of the North Wind sect is only at the spirit realm mid-stage. So how could this happen? Shadow didn't speak, but his gaze followed to Profound 2. He also wanted to know the answer. After all, Zan Yi was one of his favorite disciples. Profound 2 stood up unsteadily and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Reporting to the Marquis, the power that wiped out the Great Bright Hall is called the Divine Blade Hall. Divine Blade Hall? Wei Haidong asked in confusion. He hadn't heard of a power by that name in the entire Great Li Dao. A hidden power? It's possible, Marquis. The Hall Master of the Divine Blade Hall, Bai Tianyu, is the culprit behind the deaths of Zhen Feng and Zan Yi. Furthermore, he acts swiftly and possesses great strength. Although both were at the spirit realm mid-stage, he killed Zan Yi in a single move. Hiss. Wei Haidong couldn't help but gasp, not expecting Bai Tianyu to be so powerful. Even at his current late spirit realm, he couldn't kill Zan Yi in one move. From this, it seemed Bai Tianyu was definitely someone from a hidden power. Is it just him alone? Yes, Marquis. Killing intent flashed in Wei Haidong's eyes. In that case, let Black Wind take action. It's been 5 years, his injuries should have healed. Have him act and take out Bai Tianyu for me. I want those hidden power fellows to know that out here, the strong prey on the weak. Anyone who dares to provoke my Qingzhou Marquis residence will have only one end, death. Your subordinate obeys. I will go and inform Lord Black Wind immediately, Profound 2 said hurriedly. Also, remind Black Wind to find the Medicine King grass after he kills Bai Tianyu. Understood, Marquis. Marquis, Master, I'll take my leave. With those words, Profound 2's figure vanished. Marquis, what should this old man do? Shadow asked at this time. Elder Zan, take Profound 3 and the others and begin patrolling the rear of Qingzhou City. I feel like those remnants of the Great Li Imperial Gate have sneaked into our Qingzhou City. Shadow immediately replied, very well, no problem, Marquis. Those remnants truly deserve to die. Once I catch them, I will ensure they have no place to be buried. Over 100 years ago, his family died at the hands of the Great Li Imperial Gate remnants. Only he managed to escape. Eventually, he came to Qingzhou City and, with good luck, entered the Qingzhou Marquis residence, which led to who he is today. I'll have to trouble you then, Uncle Zan. Wei Haidong replied respectfully once more. It's no trouble. Since I've just broken through to the King realm, it's a good time to stretch my limbs. Marquis, once you're done with these matters, you should focus on your cultivation. These are prosperous times. You must seize the opportunity to break through to the King realm. You will discover a whole new world. I understand, Uncle Zan. I will cultivate diligently, Wei Haidong said respectfully. He desired to enter the King realm more than anyone right now. But there was no way. First, his cultivation had not yet reached spirit realm perfection. Second, the materials for the King breaking pill had not yet been gathered. With neither condition met, his wish to break through to the King realm was as difficult as ascending to Heaven Eastern District of Qingzhou City. Inside a basement, Mo Yang looked at the black demon monk Jing Shu with a face full of admiration. Lord Jing Shu, our last meeting was 5 years ago. I never expected your cultivation to advance from the late true realm to the current late spirit realm in just 5 years. It's truly shocking. Jing Shu was very nonchalant. It's still a bit short. If not for that battle 3 years ago which caused severe injuries, I would be at spirit realm perfection by now, preparing to break through to the King realm. Mo Yang pressed further. Lord Jing Shu, why are you alone? I haven't seen Lord Chen Ren and the others. Logically, the 3 of them should have come with you. At those words, Jing Shu's face darkened. They are dead. For a moment, Mo Yang was dumbfounded, having never expected such an outcome. That's impossible, Lord Jing Shu. A few days ago, Wei Haidong's youngest son, Wei Kai, died. Wasn't that the work of Lord Chen Ren and the others? And even the name of the organization above has been exposed. Is the plan being moved up? When he saw those 12 words at the time, he was still wondering why the plan had been moved forward. Although he felt it was a bit strange that he wasn't notified about the plan being moved up, he didn't think too much of it, assuming it was a mission given separately to Chen Ren's trio by those above. Jing Shu's face was grim, his tone carrying a powerful killing intent. The 3 Chen Ren brothers were killed by the Azure Dragon Society long ago. The one who killed Wei Haidong's youngest son, Wei Kai, was likely also from the Azure Dragon Society. They want to frame us, and they exposed our superiors ahead of time. I have already contacted those above. They have already sent people over to wipe out the Azure Dragon Society first. Hearing this, Mo Yang was equally enraged. Damn that Azure Dragon Society! Not only did they kill Lord Chen Ren, but they even exposed the organization. They are truly heinous. He knew well that their organization hadn't appeared for 100 years because they had changed strategy, developing in the shadows while waiting for the chance to overthrow the great Yuan dynasty. Now that they've been exposed, the great Yuan court will surely send people to investigate the entire Great Li Dao, which greatly affects the shadow organization's plans. So, I summoned you to see if you have any clues. Mo Yang thought for a while, and two figures appeared in his mind, White Phoenix and Fu Hongshui. There were two strange fellows who said they were Wei Haidong's subordinates, investigating the assassination of Wei Yuan. At the time, I wanted Wei Haidong to know his sons were killing each other and make him feel ultimate agony, so I told those two. But not long after, Wei Kai was killed, and then, now it seems those two were definitely posing as Wei Haidong's subordinates. They were actually members of the Azure Dragon Society. After hearing Mo Yang's words, Jing Shu nodded. Mo Yang, you're quite right. There's a 90% chance those two are from the Azure Dragon Society. They want to incite a fight between our Great Li Imperial Gate and the Marquis of Qingzhou so they can fish in troubled waters. Now we just wait for the people sent from above to arrive. Then we can find the Azure Dragon Society's territory and wipe them out. Mo Yang hurriedly replied, Lord Jing Shu, you must be careful during this time. Earlier, Wei Haidong wrote to the Xuankang Temple with information about your appearance. The Xuankang Temple has sent Zan Shu. Jing Shu frowned slightly. Zan Shu? From the Zan generation. I didn't expect someone from the Zan generation would come to kill me. They really don't take me seriously. His name as the Black Demon Monk Jing Shu was known throughout the 5 surrounding Daos of Great Li. Even when the Xuankang Temple sent a squad, they couldn't kill him. Instead, he wiped them all out. He didn't care at all about someone from the Zan generation being sent now. Seeing Jing Shu's contempt, Mo Yang immediately warned him. Lord, you were in seclusion for 3 years due to your injuries and are unaware of some current intelligence. Zan Shu is the current third Buddha son of the Xuankang Temple. Since you once stayed at the Xuankang Temple, you should know the significance of being the third Buddha son. Jing Shu was a bit stunned. You're saying this fellow is actually the third Buddha son? Yes, Lord. Good, good, good. It seems I have underestimated the world after the spiritual qi resurgence. What is his cultivation? Late spirit realm. Late spirit realm, Jing Shu repeated, then immediately added, no matter. So what if he's a Buddha son? As long as he dares to come, even a Buddha son shall die by my hand. At this moment, Jing Shu's face was flushed with rage, and he was brimming with killing intent. Lord, you are mighty. Lord, you are domineering, Mo Yang said, quickly flattering him. Enough. Let's leave it at that for now and wait for the people from above to arrive. No problem, Lord. Xuenya Prefecture. Bai Tianyu sat in the main seat of the Great Bright Hall, while Bold Zhang stood there reporting the intake of the Great Bright Hall to him. All right, I understand. You've done well, Bold Zhang hurriedly said with respect. It is my honor to serve the Hall Master. Enough, no need for these empty words. Now, go deliver a message to the North Wind sect and the Ling family. Tell them to surrender to the Divine Blade Hall before sunset tomorrow, or else they will be shown no mercy. For a moment, Bold Zhang didn't even react. Hall Master, really? What? You don't think the experts of both families combined would be a match for me? I didn't mean that, Hall Master. I'm just amazed. Your efficiency is truly too fast. Wiping out the Great Bright Hall on the first day, and demanding the submission of the other two major powers on the second to unify Xuenya Prefecture. In his eyes, all of this was developing truly fast. Of course, Bold Zhang attributed all of this to strength. Hall Master, your subordinate will go now. Go on. Just as Bold Zhang left, Bai Tianyu spoke to the outside. I've already noticed you. Red Snow, come in. The next second, Fu Hongshui's figure appeared in the hall. Foster father, what are you doing here? Bai Tianyu walked up and patted Fu Hongshui on the shoulder. The Dragon Lord ordered us to unify Xuenya, so I've come to assist you. Bai Tianyu smiled. Good. We'll fight together as father and son. North Wind Sect. Sect leader, this Bai Tianyu is going too far. He just wiped out the Great Bright Hall today, and now he wants us to surrender before sunset tomorrow. This is too much bullying. Besides, he killed a general under the Marquis of Qingzhou. The Marquis of Qingzhou definitely won't let him off. He actually dares to try and subdue us? Is he not afraid of death? Inside the hall, Yi Haixuan complained. Luo Bei took a sip of tea. Even if he bullies you, there's nothing you can do. The world has always been a place where the strong are respected. If he's not afraid of the Marquis of Qingzhou, it proves he has someone backing him. Besides, I've never heard of such an expert in the entire Great Li Dao. This means there's a very high probability he comes from a hidden power. He has the confidence to face the danger posed by the Marquis of Qingzhou. So, let's just surrender. No need to wait until sunset tomorrow. Go and tell bold Zhang first thing in the morning. Ah, sect leader Yi Haixuan was startled at first. Alright then. I hope we haven't made a wrong move with this step. Luo Bei drained his cup of tea in one gulp. It's not a matter of whether it's right or wrong, but that this is our only choice. Things have come to this, we can only leave it to fate. Living in the moment is what's most important. 32. Number 32 Chapter 32 Duan Zan leads the Blood Demon Great Law King in winter. Chapter 32 Duan Zan, Yu Dongling, Blood Demon Great Art, Dharma King. Unlike the North Wind sect, the situation at the Ling family was completely different. Inside the hall, Ling Dongping, the head of the Ling family, spoke. Just now, bold Zhang came to deliver a message for their hall master, telling us to surrender to the Divine Blade Hall before sunset tomorrow, or else no mercy will be shown. Everyone, what do you think? As he finished speaking, a gruff voice sounded. It was the third elder of the Ling family. Family head, I went to watch the battle where the Divine Blade Hall wiped out the Great Bright Hall today. That Divine Blade Hall master Bai Tianyu's saber intent was peerless. The Marquis of Qingzhou's general and Zhen Feng couldn't even withstand 2 moves. Our Ling family focuses on medicine refining and is not good at fighting. We should just surrender. At the same time, the second elder of the Ling family stood up to object. Surrender? Why surrender? Our Ling family has been rooted in Xuenya Prefecture for decades. If we surrender, will we still be the Ling family? The Grand Elder chimed in. If we don't surrender, are the hundreds of people in our Ling family supposed to just wait for death? The second elder snorted coldly. Wait for death? Not necessarily. The strength Bai Tianyu of the Divine Blade Hall has shown so far is only equivalent to a late spirit realm. 3 years ago, when I went to the neighboring Wind Spirit Path, I saved a young man. His father gave me a voice transmission talisman, saying that if I had trouble, I should use it immediately and he would come. The third elder interrupted. So what are you trying to say, second elder? Could it be that he can actually defeat Bai Tianyu? Third elder, there's no need to be so anxious. If I say his name, everyone might immediately know who he is. His name is Duan Zan. Ling Dongping, the head of the Ling family, spoke. Duan Zan of the Demon Heaven Sword? Yes, it's him. Duan Zan is at the late spirit realm, only 1 step away from reaching spirit realm perfection. So, does everyone still want to surrender? For a moment, everyone was a bit at a loss. They could only turn their gazes toward the family head, Ling Dongping. Family head, you decide. Seeing that it was up to him, Ling Dongping fell into deep thought. On one hand, he wanted to surrender, but after hearing the second elder's words, he didn't want to anymore. Family head, don't hesitate. We won't surrender. If we do, Bai Tianyu will have us refining medicine and alchemy all the time. What will we do then? And Bai Tianyu killed the Marquis of Qingzhou's general. The Marquis will surely send people to kill him. The second elder spoke again. Someone else immediately followed. That's right, family head. Otherwise, we'll completely become puppets. Seeing this, Ling Dongping felt it made sense. Fine, we won't surrender. But can Duan Zan arrive before sunset tomorrow? He can, family head. I've already looked into it. Duan Zan is currently in the neighboring Moya prefecture. He can definitely make it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spoken up. Good, then we won't surrender. We'll wait for Bai Tianyu to come. The Yu family, one of the 3 great families of Qingzhou. Yu Dongling, the head of the Yu family, was sitting cross-legged in the center of a blood pool. Thick blood qi permeated around him. The next second, Yu Dongling opened his eyes and placed his hands at his sides. Circulating his true qi, the blood water rapidly decreased. In less than half an hour, a full pool of blood water had turned into a single cup of blood water. However, unlike the pool water, the blood water in the cup had a very thick stench of blood that made one feel uncomfortable. Yet, seeing this cup of blood water, Yu Dongling was ecstatic. He immediately drank it all in one gulp. He immediately circulated his cultivation technique, mobilized his true qi, and refined the extracted essence blood. 3 hours later, Yu Dongling, who had closed his eyes again, opened them. The entire basement radiated a terrifying aura. Spirit realm perfection. Great as expected of the blood demon cult's blood demon great art, it really is powerful. In less than 3 years, it allowed me to cultivate from true realm perfection to spirit realm perfection, only 1 step away from becoming a king realm. At the thought of this, Yu Dongling was extremely excited. One must know that their Yu family had been established for 300 years. Among the 3 great families of Qingzhou, they had the oldest seniority. But in these 300 years, the strongest person in their Yu family was only at the late spirit realm, never even reaching spirit realm perfection. Fortunately, his son was ambitious and had good talent, even joining the Fist King sect, the #1 sect of the Great Li Dao. After that, he had calmed his mind and waited for Yu Feng to grow, to become the first king realm of the Yu family and lead them to the peak. But all of this changed 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he led people to explore a certain stone cave and accidentally discovered the Blood Demon cult's top-tier cultivation technique, the Blood Demon Great Art. Since then, he had been in secluded cultivation for these 3 years. Fortunately, the Blood Demon Great Art was indeed powerful, allowing him to break through to spirit realm perfection in 3 years. One must know that even with the spiritual chi resurgence, only those with extraordinary talent cultivate quickly. For someone with his physique, the speed could only be said to be slightly faster. Exhaling a breath of blood chi, Yu Dongling walked out of the basement. The intelligence his confidant brought yesterday told him that the Great Li Imperial Gate had appeared and the Imperial Court might send people from the embroidered uniform guard. So, to be safe, he felt it was better to stop cultivating. One must know that the Blood Demon cult was an evil cult in the Great Yuan, and those who cultivated evil cult techniques were all executed. Zhao Ju, do you feel it? Reporting to the Dharma King, your subordinate has sensed it. To think someone could quietly cultivate to spirit realm perfection. It seems they not only have status but are also very compatible with our Blood Demon cults. Blood Demon Great Art, go, bring such a good prospect back to our sacred cult. His future will be limitless. As you command, Dharma King. However, Dharma King, the direction of this blood chi is in the Great Li Dao. Isn't that the territory of the Great Li Imperial Gate? They greeted us before, telling us not to go to the Great Li Dao. HMPH. Those remnants are just afraid that if we go, we might bring people from the embroidered uniform guard, leading to them being discovered. But now they have already launched their operation. The people from the embroidered uniform guard are probably about to arrive at the Great Li Dao. So there's no need to comply at all. Go, bring him back. Coincidentally, I still have essence blood on hand that can help him quickly charge toward the King realm. Hearing this, a flash of jealousy flickered in Zhao Ju's eyes. Don't worry, Zhao Ju. You've been by my side for so many years, I won't abandon you. The Blood Yuan secret realm will open in 3 months. I'll bring some good things back for you from inside then. Zhao Ju immediately gave his thanks. Thank you, Dharma King, thank you, Dharma King. Alright, go and bring him back. Be careful in everything. Don't let the people from the embroidered uniform guard find you. As you command, Dharma King. Outside Qingzhou City, the Qingzhou Marquis Residence Cemetery, Luo Jenner paced back and forth in front of Wei Qi's grave, considering whether to take action. After all, the current Wei Cheng had decent talent. Although not a top-tier genius, he was at least an average genius. Furthermore, Wei Cheng's position as the successor to the Marquis residence was secure. There was no need to take action. But soon, the Bloodman elixir technique, which had been forgotten in her mind, surfaced once again. 33. Number 33 Chapter 33. When the Great War begins, you only have one path, death. Chapter 33. The great battle begins, you have only one path to death. Xuenya Prefecture. As the last afterglow faded, the sky darkened. Bai Tianyu stood in the courtyard and asked as he saw Bold Zhang enter. How is it? What did the North Wind sect and the medicine refining Ling family say? Bold Zhang said respectfully, Hall Master, the North Wind sect's deputy sect leader Yi Haixuan surrendered to us this morning. As for the Ling family, they haven't given us an answer yet. When he first learned of this situation, Bold Zhang felt it was unbelievable that the medicine refining Ling family actually dared to resist. Bai Tianyu became interested. After all, the Ling family focused on medicine refining and had low combat strength. It seems the Ling family has found a helper and gained some confidence, thinking they can defeat me. In that case, gather everyone and head to the Ling family. I want to see just how strong this helper the Ling family found is. Yes, Hall Master. North Wind Sect. Yi Haixuan said. Sect leader, I just received intelligence. The Ling family did not surrender, and the Divine Blade Hall has already gathered their people and headed toward the Ling family. Hearing this, Luo Bei was stunned on the spot. He also hadn't expected the Ling family to be so bold. It seems the Ling family must have found a helper and is confident they can take down Bai Tianyu. Let's go. We'll go see who exactly the Ling family found that gives them such confidence. Yes, sect leader, Ling Family Hall. A middle-aged man in his 40s with an ordinary appearance sat in the main seat. Don't worry, leave Bai Tianyu to me. I want to see just how strong his saber is. Ling Dongping said respectfully from the side. Then I will have to trouble you, Lord Duan. It's fine. This is thanks to your second elder saving my son. While the two were talking, a servant of the Ling family ran in hurriedly. Patriarch, Bai Tianyu of the Divine Blade Hall has brought people and surrounded our Ling family. Duan Zan stood up. They arrived so quickly. Let's go, Patriarch Ling. Alright. Outside the Ling family gates, Bai Tianyu stood at the very front, with Bold Zhang and Zhang second Bold standing on his left and right. At this moment, the Ling family gates opened. Magic Heaven Sword Duan Zan walked at the very front, followed closely by Ling Dongping. Seeing Duan Zan, Bold Zhang looked nervous and quickly warned. Hallmaster, the person walking ahead of Ling Dongping is from the neighboring Wind Spirit Path. Magic Heaven Sword Duan Zan, Late Spirit Realm. His peak achievement was killing 2 swordsmen of the same realm in a 1-against-2 fight. At this moment, Bold Zhang couldn't help but feel worried. He never expected the Ling family to invite Duan Zan. Hearing this, Bai Tianyu became interested. Oh, very good. He's suitable to be my opponent. Hallmaster, are you sure? What, are you questioning my strength, Bold Zhang? No, Hallmaster. It's just that this Duan Zan is indeed powerful. His sword techniques are brutal and fast. Enough, shut up. Bold Zhang heard a hint of anger in Bai Tianyu's tone and quickly closed his mouth. Then, Bai Tianyu looked at Ling Dongping. Patriarch Ling, why won't you listen to instructions? What's so bad about surrendering to my Divine Blade Hall? You don't think that just by finding some random fellow, you can kill me, do you? Relying on Duan Zan, Ling Dongping's tone was very disdainful. Hallmaster Bai, your appetite is too large. If you eat too much, you'll choke to death. Moreover, our Ling family has never liked being controlled. Duan Zan took a step forward. Patriarch Ling is right. Having a large appetite isn't a good thing. If you don't have the strength to match it, the end is often very tragic. Oh, is that so? Come then, Your Excellency. Let me see if your sword techniques are even half as powerful as that person's. If they are, I'll consider you invincible. Bai Tianyu was equally disdainful. As for that person he mentioned, it was Yan 13. Though I don't know who you're talking about, my sword techniques can kill you as easily as turning over a hand. Whoosh! Duan Zan unsheathed the precious sword from his back. Sword chi instantly filled the air. Everyone immediately felt a sting of pain on their faces. Bai Tianyu didn't waste words. A faint light flashed as his precious saber left its scabbard. Saber chi also filled the air, not a bit weaker than Duan Zan's sword chi. A sharp light flashed in Duan Zan's eyes. It seems your strength is indeed great. I dare say some weaker late spirit realm cultivators would be no match for you. Unfortunately for you, you met me today. But being able to kill such a powerful saber artist makes me very excited. Bai Tianyu held his precious saber and cracked his neck. No, the one who will die isn't me, but you. Hearing this, Duan Zan gave a contemptuous smile and was about to strike. Just then, a voice rang out. Wait a moment. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a figure standing not far away. Wearing a black robe, he was tall and appeared to be about 60 years old. Various scars were clearly visible on his face. He carried a black precious saber on his back, and the aura emanating from him was even slightly stronger than Duan Zan's. Duan Zan recognized the newcomer's identity at a glance. I didn't expect the Marquis of Qingzhou to actually send you here. One of the 3 great war generals under the Marquis of Qingzhou, Black Wind. Black Wind stood in midair and said indifferently, my injuries have healed, so the Marquis sent me to take action. Then, his gaze turned toward Bai Tianyu. As a fellow saber expert, he could sense the saber chi in the air. No wonder you could kill Zan Yi and provoke our Marquis's estate. Your strength is indeed decent, but no matter how strong you are, today you have only one path to death. Duan Zan, let's strike together and end this quickly. This old man has other matters to attend to. Duan Zan nodded. I must certainly give Senior Black Wind face. Let's strike together then. For a moment, Bold Zhang completely panicked. If it were just Duan Zan alone, he wouldn't have been so flustered. But with the addition of Black Wind, who was even more powerful than Duan Zan, his confidence vanished. Whether in terms of realm, reputation, or strength, both of them seemed much stronger than Bai Tianyu. Meanwhile, in a corner not far away, Yi Haixuan asked, Sect leader, given the current situation, Bai Tianyu has only one path to death. Luo Bei shook his head. No, haven't you noticed that Bai Tianyu has been calm from beginning to end? Even when Black Wind appeared, he remained very composed, without a hint of panic on his face. Therefore, I am certain he definitely has a trump card. Let's step forward and help bolster his side. Though it's not exactly providing charcoal in the snow, it will improve our standing in his heart. With those words, Luo Bei's figure flashed. In less than 10 breaths, he appeared behind Bai Tianyu. Subordinate Luo Bei pays respects to the hall master. Bold Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Luo Bei to take the initiative to stand out in this kind of situation. Bai Tianyu looked at Luo Bei with interest. At a time like this, you still dare to stand on my side? Very interesting, Luo Bei said respectfully. Our North Wind sect already joined the Divine Blade Hall this morning, so I am already considered a member of the Divine Blade Hall. I am willing to fight to the end alongside the Hall Master. Ling Dongping snorted coldly. Luo Bei, you are simply a fool. Black Wind looked disdainful. A spirit realm mid-stage trying to change the course of the battle? Laughable. Do it, Duan Zan. No problem, Senior Black Wind. At this moment, Bai Tianyu said with a calm expression. Red Snow, come out. 34. Number 34 Chapter 34 Death Like the Wind. Unification of Xuenya Prefecture. Light. Chapter 34. Death Like the Wind, Unification of Xuenya Prefecture. A figure walked out from among the Divine Blade Hall members. In less than 2 breaths, he arrived before Bai Tianyu. Your child pays respects to adoptive father. Bai Tianyu smiled and said, Red Snow, choose Duan Zan or Black Wind. Fu Hongshui pointed at Black Wind and said, let's go with Black Wind. I want to see how strong his saber technique is. As the words fell, Fu Hongshui leapt up into the air. The aura of the late spirit realm was released. Immediately following, a faint glow flashed, and the Bai family divine saber appeared in his hand. Swish! The Bai family divine saber was drawn, and the chill emanating from the saber light made everyone's hearts turn cold. At the same time, the killing saber chi emanating from Fu Hongshui shocked everyone. Duan Zan's expression became solemn. He hadn't expected Bai Tianyu to have an adopted son, and that this adopted son's realm had actually reached the late spirit realm. As for Black Wind, his expression was equally solemn. The pressure brought by Fu Hongshui was a level higher than Bai Tianyu's. But things had reached this point, he could only fight. Although Fu Hongshui's aura seemed stronger, he believed that with his 100 years of rich combat experience, he would be the victor. Upon seeing the aura displayed by Fu Hongshui after his appearance, Luo Bei smiled. His gamble had paid off. Likewise, Bold Zhang breathed a long sigh of relief. Glad he had held firm in his heart just now. Red Snow, attack. Luo Bei, Bold Zhang, attack the Ling family. Yes, sir. Fu Hongshui, wielding the Bai family divine saber, took the lead and launched an attack towards Black Wind. Seeing this, Black Wind quickly drew his treasured saber to counter. Bang! Saber met saber, colliding together. Fu Hongshui looked at Black Wind and said, I didn't expect that although you are old, your reaction speed is not slow at all. Black Wind sneered, revealing his snow-white teeth. HMPH, when I was killing people, your adoptive father didn't even know where he was. Fu Hongshui's tone was icy. But now your cultivation is only late spirit realm. Cultivating for 100 years, and you couldn't even achieve the king realm. If I were you, I'd just find a place to smash my head and die, you failure. Black Wind was so enraged by Fu Hongshui's words that his beard trembled, and his face turned crimson. Damn fellow, I'll make you die. He circulated his true chi, his figure flashed, and he retreated 100 meters away. Immediately following, he swung his treasured saber forcefully, and streaks of incomparably sharp saber chi, carrying Black Wind's rage, rushed towards Fu Hongshui. Fu Hongshui's expression was cold. He didn't take this saber chi seriously at all. He swung his treasured saber forward, slicing the incomparably sharp saber chi apart. On the other side, Bai Tianyu faced Duan Zan. The two immediately fought to a standstill. Duan Zan wielded his treasured sword, his offense extremely fierce, leaving absolutely no chance to breathe. Every sword strike aimed for a fatal spot. Of course, all his maneuvers were neutralized by Bai Tianyu one by one. No matter how Duan Zan attacked, he could block it completely. Thus, after 300 moves, even Duan Zan of the late spirit realm began to feel fatigued. But Bai Tianyu remained calm in expression. What? Is that all you've got? In that case, it's my turn to attack. Boom! Circulating his true chi, Bai Tianyu's figure moved like a phantom, instantly appearing before Duan Zan. He brought his saber down towards Duan Zan's head. Duan Zan reacted immediately, raising his treasured sword to meet the strike, managing to barely block the blow. Clang! The treasured sword and treasured saber collided, emitting a crisp sound. Bai Tianyu flashed backward, giving Duan Zan no chance to counterattack. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure was behind Duan Zan, launching another attack. Duan Zan's spirit was highly focused. Just as Bai Tianyu's saber was about to slash his neck, he reacted and successfully blocked it. However, Bai Tianyu's attacks were the same as his own, leaving absolutely no room for reprieve. Wave after wave. After dozens of rounds like this, Duan Zan was panting heavily, feeling extremely exhausted. Bai Tianyu's speed was too fast, making it impossible for him to lock onto his figure, which caused his mood to become agitated, leading his swordsmanship to become erratic. He understood that if this continued, the situation would become completely unfavorable for him. Bai Tianyu, I admit I underestimated you. Your strength is not inferior to mine, but you know my title, Demon Heaven First Slash. Today, I will let you experience it thoroughly. Duan Zan circulated all the true qi within his body, wildly waving the treasured sword in his hand. Soon, 100 black sword qi had gathered around him. Merge. The 100 streaks of black sword qi began to fuse. In less than a few breaths, a 10-meter-long black giant sword appeared before him. Demon Heaven First Slash. Boom. The black giant sword emitted a destructive aura, rushing towards Bai Tianyu at extreme speed. In response, Bai Tianyu's expression remained unchanged. This strike is not bad, very strong, but it's still too early to kill me. Bai Tianyu circulated his true qi and unleashed the Bai family saber technique. With a fierce swing of his saber, this strike contained all his lifelong experience with the Tao of the saber. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void gave rise to rolling thunder. Saber qi crisscrossed the air. The saber light had already sliced through the void, heading toward the black giant sword. Bang, dong. After the two collided, a massive sound erupted, accompanied by a huge shockwave. The shockwave instantly repelled Duan Zan several hundred meters. As for Bai Tianyu, he was fine, only retreating a few dozen meters. On this side, Duan Zan spat out a mouthful of blood, his body unable to even steady itself. The next second, he felt a chill accompanied by pain wash over him. Looking down, a treasured saber had appeared in his chest out of nowhere. I told you, the one who dies is not me, it's you. Duan Zan was shocked. He hadn't expected to die. You. He only managed to utter one word before losing consciousness and collapsing, his corpse smashing heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, the battle between Fu Hongxue and Black Wind had also reached its conclusion. Black Wind possessed 100 years of combat experience and indeed fought very seasoned ly. Unfortunately, age was a factor. His vitality had declined, and his true qi was consumed too quickly. He was simply no match for Fu Hongxue. Die! Fu Hongxue cleaved out with his saber, the saber qi like a rainbow. Black Wind tried to dodge, but his true qi was already depleted, his speed reduced, making it impossible to evade in time. Instantly, the saber qi pierced through Black Wind's body, destroying his internal organs with its sharp energy. Ah! A tragic scream echoed for several miles around. Black Wind endured with his last breath and said, "You wait, the Marquis will not let you go." As the words faded, he breathed his last. Fu Hongxue walked to Black Wind's corpse. "Don't worry, it won't be long before your Marquis joins you down here." Half a day later, Bai Tianyu had almost finished clearing out the Ling family's treasury. It had to be said that as a family specializing in alchemy, the Ling family indeed possessed many treasures. Finally, Bai Tianyu headed to the North Wind sect to clear out their treasury as well. "Take this, Red Snow." Bai Tianyu handed over a storage ring. "The treasures from the 4 major powers of Xuenya Prefecture are all in this ring. Take it back and give it to the Dragon Lord. Also, report today's situation to the Dragon Lord." "Got it, no problem." 35. Number 35 Chapter 35 Feng Dong, one of the 8 generals of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and Wei Haidong's Rage. Chapter 35. Feng Dong, one of the 8 generals of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the furious Wei Haidong, Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Haidong sat in the main seat. Beside him sat a middle-aged man who was strong and robust, with an imposing appearance. Clearly not a simple person. At this moment, Wei Haidong spoke. "Brother Feng, I didn't expect the Embroidered Uniform Guard to send you to investigate. It is truly surprising. It seems the Imperial Court still highly regards the remnants of the Great Li Imperial Gate, otherwise they wouldn't have dispatched Feng Dong. You must know that Feng Dong is one of the 8 generals of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, at Spirit Realm perfection, only 1 step away from entering the King Realm, and holds great renown throughout the Great Yuan." Feng Dong replied, "Marquis, you also know the danger posed by the Great Li Imperial Gate. We must strictly control them, or those fellows might cause trouble again. By the way, Marquis, have you found any clues regarding the remnants of the Great Li Imperial Gate?" If clues could be found from Wei Haidong, things would be much simpler, but he only mentioned it in passing. After all, if the Great Li Imperial Gate were so easily discovered, they would have been wiped out centuries ago, let alone persisting until now. "No, there are currently no clues at all." In the past 2 days, I had Shadow search the entire Qingzhou city, but we haven't found any suspicious people. Feng Dong nodded, not surprised by this result at all. Alright, then I will take my subordinates and investigate thoroughly. By the way, Marquis, I also heard that fellow Pure Void has appeared in Qingzhou. Wei Haidong was slightly angry. That's right, Brother Feng, that guy destroyed my mine. He deserves to die. It's fine, Marquis. According to the intelligence I received, Xuankang Temple has dispatched a heavyweight figure to kill him. Who? Zan Shu, the third Buddha son of Xuankang Temple. Hiss. Wei Haidong gasped. When he wrote to Xuankang Temple, he thought they might dispatch a late-stage Spirit Realm or Spirit Realm Perfection monk from the Enforcement Hall. He absolutely did not expect that Xuankang Temple would actually send the third Buddha son. You must know that given the status of Xuankang Temple, the third Buddha son is comparable to a prince of their great Yuan imperial dynasty, and in some aspects, even surpasses one. In that case, Black Demon Monk Jing Shu is surely doomed. Indeed, I originally intended to take action myself. That fellow, as you know, is also a wanted criminal of our imperial court. He previously killed our brothers from the 6 gates. But since the third Buddha son is taking action this time, I won't interfere. Alright, I'll take my men to investigate, and you continue your investigation as well. If anything happens, contact me immediately using a sound transmission talisman. No problem, Brother Feng. After speaking, Feng Dong walked out of the main hall, leading dozens of embroidered uniform guard members away from the Marquis residence. After Feng Dong left, Wei Haidong prepared to return to the study, pondering where to raise 8 million silver taels. Although the Marquis residence treasury could produce 8 million silver taels, it would deplete most of the treasury, which was completely inappropriate. But if he couldn't come up with and offer 8 million silver taels, the powerful figure above would likely be displeased with him. If that figure found an opportunity to retaliate, the Qingzhou Marquis residence would likely be in danger. Just as Wei Haidong was agonizing over this, Profound 2's voice came from the doorway. Marquis, it's me, Profound 2. Come in. Profound 2 pushed the door open and entered, his expression ugly, appearing hesitant. Seeing this, Wei Haidong couldn't help but raise his voice. What? Don't tell me something has gone wrong somewhere else. Profound 2 immediately became nervous. Why yes, Marquis. Speak, what is the problem this time? Lord Black Wind is dead. What? Wei Haidong's face instantly flushed red, and he spoke furiously. Why? Black Wind is Spirit Realm late stage, and Bai Tianyu of the Divine Blade Hall is only Spirit Realm mid stage. How could he possibly defeat Black Wind? Profound 2 quickly replied, Marquis, the one who killed Lord Black Wind wasn't Bai Tianyu, but his adopted son, Fu Hongxue, whose cultivation is Spirit Realm late stage. Wei Haidong's anger reached its peak. Good. Bai Tianyu, Fu Hongxue, you all deserve to die. And the 3 Chen brothers, Black Demon Monk Jing Shu, all of you are damned nuisances. Coincidentally, at this moment, Lin Yuya rushed in, crying. Marquis, you must uphold justice for me. Wei Haidong, being in a fit of rage, had no patience for the weeping Lin Yuya. I am very angry right now. Don't bother me. Get lost. Seeing that Wei Haidong actually scolded her, Lin Yuya cried and shouted loudly. Marquis, Little Chi's body is gone. Your own son's body has been stolen. Are you not going to do anything about it? For a moment, Wei Haidong was completely stunned. Little Chi's body is gone? How is that possible? He is buried in our Marquis residence cemetery, and there are people guarding the cemetery. How could the body be missing? Furthermore, what use is there in stealing Little Chi's body? Seeing Wei Haidong's reaction, Lin Yuya clearly saw that he did not believe her. Marquis, if you don't believe me, then come with me to the cemetery outside the city and see. Not only is Little Chi's body missing, but most of the tombs in the entire cemetery have been opened, and the bodies inside have vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Wei Haidong realized the seriousness of the matter. You must know that those buried there are the ancestors of his Wei family. Now that they are missing, if this gets out, the reputation of the Qingzhou Marquis residence will be completely ruined. Moreover, it would be difficult to explain to his father, Uncle Zan. Instantly, Shadow's figure appeared inside the room. First, pause the search for the Great Li Imperial Gate. Go investigate the cemetery matter. I want to see who has the audacity to go this far. No problem. This old man will take people there now to see who is so audacious. Shadow was equally angry about this matter. Qingzhou Marquis residence back courtyard. Luo Zhen'er sat on a chair, holding a piece of paper in her hand. Luo Yi, according to what's written on the paper, go immediately and collect these medicinal ingredients. Hurry up, as you command, young miss. After Luo Yi left, Luo Zhen'er muttered to herself, Little master, mother will definitely make you the most top-tier genius. It's a pity that the assassins sent to kill Wei Yuan failed. It seems the Marquis still holds a sliver of hope for Wei Yuan in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't have such strong guards. But it doesn't matter. This time, I directly hired an early spirit realm expert. No matter how much hope the Marquis holds, he couldn't possibly assign an early spirit realm person to protect Wei Yuan. When I refine 2 Bloodman elixirs, if Little Master takes them, he might have a chance to reach the Emperor realm. Thinking about her son being able to break through to the Emperor realm later, her entire heart became excited. You must know that the Emperor realm, throughout the Great Yuan, represents a top-tier expert. 36. Number 36 Chapter 36 Blood Sea Madman. Dragon Egg successfully hatched. Chapter 36. Blood Sea Mad General. Dragon egg successfully hatched. Eastern District of Qingzhou City. Mo Yang walked into a basement. Unlike before, there was an extra person in the basement. The moment Mo Yang saw this person, he immediately gasped. Lord Raging General, the higher-ups actually sent you. The Blood Sea Mad General nodded. Mo Yang, long time no see. My purpose for coming this time is to destroy the Azure Dragon Society. Mo Yang quickly replied, My lord, you must kill those guys from the Azure Dragon Society. They are truly despicable. Then, as if Mo Yang had remembered something, he immediately spoke again. My lord, the people of the Azure Dragon Society are phantom-like. We can't find any trace of them. The Blood Sea Mad General shook his head. Don't panic. Since I said such a thing, I must have confidence. The elder had me bring the demonic heaven compass. At this moment, Pure Void, who had been silent, interjected. The elder actually let you bring that? It seems they truly want to destroy the Azure Dragon Society. Of course, the Azure Dragon Society truly deserves to die. They completely messed up our plans. Right, Mo Yang, have the embroidered uniform guard arrived? Who came this time? Mo Yang respectfully replied, Lord Raging General. The embroidered uniform guard sent one of the 8 generals this time. Blade General Feng Cheng. Feng Cheng? The Blood Sea Mad General said in surprise. Yes, my lord. He has already arrived in Qingzhou. This morning, he even went to the Qingzhou Marquis residence and met with Wei Haidong. In that case, he is still inside Qingzhou City. Yes, my lord. Immediately, the Blood Sea Mad General looked at Pure Void. Demonic monk, before we destroy the Azure Dragon Society, could you do me a favor? Don't worry, I won't make you help for nothing. Combining the previous statements, Pure Void immediately understood what the Blood Sea Mad General wanted to do. You couldn't possibly be thinking of killing Feng Cheng, could you? The Blood Sea Mad General's tone was icy, and his eyes held chilling killing intent. Yes, he deserves to die. If it weren't for him, I would still be serving as a general in Northwest Dao. Back then, Feng Cheng led the embroidered uniform guard in pursuit of a blood demon cult member. Because that member was proficient in transformation techniques, he changed into the general's personal guard and escaped Feng Cheng's pursuit. However, Feng Cheng later found an opportunity and successfully captured him. The matter should have ended there, but when the cult member was confessing, he claimed that it was precisely because of the general's help that he managed to escape the initial pursuit. Consequently, Feng Cheng invited him over, immediately imprisoned him without a word, and scheduled his execution 7 days later. Fortunately, his superior, the military governor of Northwest Dao, knew his character and personally intervened to save him. Although he was saved, he could no longer remain in the military. In a fit of rage, he ambushed and killed 7 members of the embroidered uniform guard, resulting in him being wanted by Great Yuan and relentlessly pursued. He finally joined the Great Li Imperial Gate and became the current Blood Sea Mad General. Pure Void hadn't expected the current Blood Sea Mad General to have such a history. Fine, Raging General, I agree, but we cannot act inside Qingzhou City. If we do, the King Realm expert from the Qingzhou Marquis residence will intervene. Since he wants to investigate the situation of our Great Li Imperial Gate, he will definitely leave Qingzhou City. Once he leaves, we will launch a surprise attack. The Blood Sea Mad General nodded. Agreed, no problem. Mo Yang, all of this relies on your intelligence now. Mo Yang patted his chest. Don't worry, Lord Raging General, leave everything to me. Time is of the essence. I'll go back first and have people search for their whereabouts. Good. As soon as there is news, immediately use the sound transmission talisman. Outside Qingzhou City, a small courtyard. Wei Yuan was sparring sword techniques with Yan 13. Whoosh! A light breeze blew, and Fu Hongshui's figure appeared in the middle of the courtyard. Your subordinate, Fu Hongshui, greets the Dragon Lord. Seeing this, Wei Yuan immediately stopped. Yan 13, this round counts as a draw. Yan 13 looked utterly bewildered. In the past 2 days, he had sparred with Wei Yuan more than 10 times, and only when he held back significantly could Wei Yuan manage 10 moves. This draw made him a little slow to react. Fu Hongxue, how is it? Fu Hongxue quickly reported everything. Alright, I understand. Since that is the case, Yan 13, Dragon Lord, your subordinate is here. According to my speculation, the person Wei Haidong sends next should be at Spirit Realm Perfection. Therefore, you go and assist Bai Tianyu. Hearing this, even with his cold personality, a slight smile appeared on his face. Finally, he could properly stretch his muscles. Your command is my duty, Dragon Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan 13's figure vanished. The speed was so fast that Wei Yuan was slightly surprised. This Yan 13 really doesn't like staying with me. Dragon Lord, this is the storage ring. Fu Hongxue handed over the storage ring containing the treasures of Xuenya Prefecture. Wei Yuan took the ring, inspected it, and found numerous treasures inside. Alright, following this, Wei Yuan began checking how to use the treasures to speed up the dragon eggs hatching. Open black lens bracket ding. The host only needs to place the treasures in front of the dragon egg, and the system will refine the treasures to accelerate the dragon eggs hatching. Close black lens bracket. So Wei Yuan took out all the treasures in one go. After the system refined them, open black lens bracket, the dragon egg will hatch in 3 hours. Please prepare yourself, host. Close black lens bracket. About to see the dragon he had been longing for, Wei Yuan felt a little excited. 3 hours later, Wei Yuan watched the dragon egg shatter. A creature only about a foot long, with a spindle-shaped head covered in azure scales, a pair of extremely tiny dragon horns growing on top, a main body that was predominantly azure, small limbs and dragon claws that looked incredibly sharp. Wei Yuan was mostly satisfied with these features, except for the little azure dragon's eyes, which displeased him. Although the little azure dragon's eyes were large, they didn't show majesty. Instead, they were clear, even clearer than those of the college students he had seen before his transmigration. It made him wonder if this little azure dragon was a stupid dragon. While Wei Yuan was thinking, the little azure dragon was eating its shell, quickly consuming the entire eggshell. Afterward, it noticed Wei Yuan, but after just a glance, it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Wei Yuan, open black lens bracket system, can I return this? Give me one summoning chance and take this little azure dragon back. Close black lens bracket. The dragon he had painstakingly hatched at such a great cost had just given him a harsh reality check. At the same time, the system's cold voice rang out in Wei Yuan's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Products of the system are not eligible for recycling or returns. Close black lens bracket. Wei Yuan felt helpless and had no choice but to accept this reality. And at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully hatching the dragon egg, granting 2 summoning chances. Does the host wish to use them immediately? Close black lens bracket. Use them. Wei Yuan could no longer wait. He felt extremely urgent inside. The current situation demanded experts. His consciousness entered the system space and the roulette spun rapidly. 10 breaths later, the system's voice sounded again. 37. Number 37. Chapter 37. Returning to the Sea. One Blade, White King Yi Gucheng. Chapter 37. Yihai Yidao, White King Solitary City Yi. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the character summon card. Yihai Yidao. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the character summon card. Solitary City Yi. Close black lens bracket. After hearing the system's voice, Wei Yuan immediately perked up and began checking the profiles. Open black lens bracket character. Yihai Yidao. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. Late Spirit Realm. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket saber technique. Tyrant Saber, Heartless Slash, 3 Sabers of Avicii Dao. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket introduction. The number 1 Earth rank assassin under the command of the world's number 1 Iron-Fisted Divine Marquis. Close black lens bracket. Wei Yuan nodded, then began checking Solitary City's profile. Open black lens bracket character. Solitary City Yi. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket title. Sword Immortal, Lord of White Cloud City. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. Early King Realm. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket sword technique. Immortal Flying from Beyond the Heavens. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket introduction. A top-tier swordsman from the legend of Lu Zhaofeng. On the night of the full moon, atop the Forbidden City, a sword comes from the west. The immortal flying from beyond the heavens. Close black lens bracket. Seeing that Solitary City Yi's realm was the King Realm, a satisfied smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. The Azure Dragon Society finally had a King Realm expert to oversee things. Without hesitation, he immediately decided to summon the 2 of them. 10 breaths later, 2 white gates of light appeared. 2 figures stepped out of the light gates at the same time. One was dressed in black, handsome, and exuded a dense killing intent. The other was dressed in white, exceptionally handsome with bright piercing eyes. He looked like a banished immortal from the heavens, making anyone who saw him want to submit. Upon seeing Wei Yuan, they flickered and appeared before him, bowing respectfully. Your subordinate, Yihai Yidao, greets the Dragon Lord. Your subordinate, Solitary City Yi, greets the Dragon Lord. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. You two have arrived at the perfect time. I appoint Yihai Yidao as one of the 8 Dragon Guards of the Azure Dragon Society. Yihai Yidao hurriedly said respectfully, your subordinate thanks the Dragon Lord. Next, Wei Yuan turned his gaze towards Solitary City Yi. As for you, the White King Solitary City Yi, one of the 7 kings of the Azure Dragon Society. Solitary City Yi said respectfully, thank you, Dragon Lord. Your subordinate will certainly not fail your trust. Just after finishing the appointments, the system's voice rang out in his mind once again. Open black lens bracket ding. The dragon egg has hatched, a king realm expert has emerged, and the Azure Dragon shall appear. Host, please make the Azure Dragon Society famous throughout Great Li Dao within 30 days. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with 1 summon opportunity. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Counterattack to become a marquis. Host, please become the Marquis of Qingzhou within 30 days. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with 2 summon opportunities. Close black lens bracket. Wei Yuan looked at the 2 randomly appearing missions and fell into thought. Of the 2 missions, the first, making a name in Great Li Dao, was quite simple. The second mission, counter-attacking to become a marquis, was somewhat difficult. Given his current situation, if he wanted to become the Marquis of Qingzhou, first Wei Cheng had to die, and second, Wei Haidong had to resign from the title and pass it on to him. Among these conditions, only Wei Cheng's death was easily satisfied. As for the latter 2 conditions, they were simply impossible to fulfill. Setting everything else aside, with Wei Haidong's personality, it was impossible for him to relinquish his status as the Marquis of Qingzhou now. Secondly, even if Wei Haidong did step down, given that his Dantian was currently destroyed, Wei Haidong would never pass the title to him. So from the current perspective, there was only one way to become the Marquis of Qingzhou, and that was kill. As long as Wei Haidong and Wei Cheng were dead, then according to the title inheritance system of the Great Yuan dynasty, even if he was a waste on the surface, the title of Marquis of Qingzhou would fall to him. Immediately, Wei Yuan's gaze turned cold. Even if this mission hadn't appeared, he would have sought revenge against Wei Haidong. If he hadn't awakened the system, he estimated there would only have been 2 outcomes, either becoming a bloodman elixir for Wei Kai, or being married off to beautiful Jen of the Great Bright Hall. At the thought of this, the fire of anger in his heart rose another notch. Wei Haidong, just wait. I will show you what true, ultimate pain is. The reason he hadn't let Yan 13 act during the marriage proposal was because the Wei family had a king realm expert. Now it was different, he also had a king realm expert. While Wei Yuan was thinking, White Phoenix rushed back from Qingzhou City. Seeing 2 unfamiliar figures standing beside Wei Yuan, the aura they exuded made him feel terrified, especially Solitary City Yi. Being in the King Realm, he was on a completely different level than the Spirit Realm. For a moment, White Phoenix felt that a single casual wave of sword chi from Solitary City Yi could kill him. Your subordinate, White Phoenix, greets the Dragon Lord. This immediately pulled Wei Yuan back from his thoughts. White Phoenix, you've come at a good time. Let me introduce you. This is Yihai Yidao, who is a dragon guard just like you. And this is the White King Solitary City Yi, one of the 7 kings. White Phoenix hurriedly said respectfully. White Phoenix greets brother Yihai. Greetings, White King. Yihai Yidao replied. Hello, White Phoenix. Solitary City Yi simply nodded and gave a slight smile. Alright, how is the investigation going, White Phoenix? White Phoenix shook his head. Dragon Lord, I haven't found any information. There were too few clues on the Death Warriors. However, your subordinate did find some clues regarding the Great Li Imperial Gate from before. Speak. White Phoenix immediately told him everything. Wei Yuan nodded and said slowly. No wonder they had the confidence to threaten us. Their background is actually so significant. The Great Li Imperial Gate, formed by the remnants of the Dali dynasty. They stayed hidden for 100 years without action, secretly seeking opportunities. Now that they've been exposed by us prematurely, I'm afraid the people of the Great Li Imperial Gate really want to kill us. But no matter. We are currently in the shadows, and they don't know our situation yet. Solitary City Yi spoke up at this point. Dragon Lord, it doesn't matter. As long as the people from the Great Li Imperial Gate dare to come, your subordinate will surely slay them all with my sword. Wei Yuan laughed. Alright, I'll let you kill to your heart's content when the time comes. At the same time, White Phoenix continued. Dragon Lord, there are 3 more pieces of recent news. First, General Feng Dong, one of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard, has arrived in Qingzhou City. At the same time, Xuankang Temple, one of the top powers in Great Yuan, has sent the 3rd Buddha son, Lingshou, to eliminate the former traitor of Xuankang Temple, the black demon monk Jing Shu. The last one concerns Wei Kai. I heard the Wei family cemetery was robbed, and Wei Qi's body along with half of the remains in the cemetery have gone missing. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan showed a hint of surprise. So, Qingzhou City is very lively right now. One of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard, the 3rd Buddha son of Xuankang Temple, the hidden Great Li Imperial Gate, and then as interesting. Just then, Solitary City Yi spoke up. Dragon Lord, a fellow at the early spirit realm is heading our way. He's less than 10 miles from here. Upon hearing this, killing intent emanated from Wei Yuan. These people were like an endless stream, constantly coming to assassinate him. He couldn't understand why they kept trying to kill him when he was clearly a waste. The investigation into the previous Death Warriors hadn't yielded results yet, and now another one was coming. Capture him alive this time. Dig out the mastermind behind the scenes. I want to see exactly who is behind these repeated assassinations. Moreover, according to Wei Yuan's speculation, the early spirit realm expert coming this time is very likely the same mastermind behind the 2 Death Warriors from before. 38. Number 38 Chapter 38 Uncovering the Mastermind. Revenge begins. Death is a little more painful. Chapter 38. Identifying the mastermind. Revenge begins. Die a bit more painfully. 3 miles away from the small courtyard, Luo Si stopped. Standing in midair, he could now see the exterior of the small courtyard. I really don't know what the young miss was thinking, actually sending me to kill Wei Yuan. After a moment of lamentation, Luo Si continued rushing toward the small courtyard. As a servant, he had to obey orders. Soon, he discovered Wei Yuan's courtyard. His figure flashed. Whoosh! Luo Si arrived in the courtyard, appearing behind Wei Yuan. At this moment, Wei Yuan was drinking tea. Before Luo Si could even react, Wei Yuan had already turned around, holding his teacup and looking at him indifferently. For a moment, Luo Si was a bit dumbfounded. One must know that he was at the early spirit realm, while Wei Yuan was just a waste with a destroyed Dantian. It was simply too strange that he could sense him. At this time, Wei Yuan spoke up. Why do you all want to kill me again and again? Although Luo Si found it strange, he didn't think much of it, guessing that Wei Yuan might have just been lucky to discover him. This was because he sensed no true chi fluctuations from Wei Yuan, which meant his Dantian was still shattered. Thus, Luo Si replied indifferently, there is no other way. Someone wants you dead. Be a better person in your next life. After saying that, he prepared to strike. Wei Yuan quickly stood up and said, wait a moment. Before I die, can I know who it is that is so intent on killing me, so that I can die with a bit more clarity? Luo Si used his true chi to carefully scan the area within 500 meters of the courtyard again and detected no anomalies. Fine, then I'll let you die with understanding. Remember, the person who wants you dead is our young miss, Luo Jenner. Alright, Wei Yuan, you can die now. Immediately, Luo Si prepared to strike once more. In the next second, he suddenly felt a chill down his back, as if something terrifying was watching him. Gulping, Luo Si cautiously turned around. He saw a handsome man dressed in white looking at him. Boom! Before Luo Si could even speak, Solitary City Yi used his hand as a sword and made a light slash. A sharp and peerless sword chi swept toward Luo Si. At such a close distance, Luo Si couldn't dodge it at all. Smack! He was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall. A large hole was instantly smashed into the wall. Luo Si collapsed on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His mind went blank. He never expected such a situation. Wei Yuan strode up. Thank you for telling me. Don't worry, I'll let you die quickly in a moment. In fact, he had suspected Luo Jenner from the beginning, but he thought that since Wei Kai was dead and his own cultivation was ostensibly destroyed, the status of the heir to the Marquise's mansion would definitely fall to Wei Cheng. Under such circumstances, there was absolutely no need for Luo Jenner to send someone to kill him. At this moment, he guessed a certain possibility, but it still needed verification. Did Luo Jenner tell you to bring my body back? Luo Si was stunned and subconsciously replied, how did you know? After hearing the answer he wanted, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. It was just as he had guessed. Luo Jenner wanted his body. Furthermore, White Phoenix had just brought back news that Wei Qi's body had been stolen and was missing. Combining this with the fact that Wei Kai had previously wanted to use his body to refine a blood man elixir, the reason Luo Zhen'er wanted to kill him was the same as Wei Qi's, to use him to refine a blood man elixir. Although he wasn't clear on the specific effects of the Blood Man elixir, considering it was listed as a forbidden book by the Great Yuan dynasty and the Blood Demon cult was even labeled as an evil cult, the elixir's effects were surely very powerful and could likely be taken repeatedly. To the point that even though Wei Cheng had already secured his position as the heir of the Marquise's mansion and Luo Zhen'er had also obtained Wei Qi's body, she still sent someone to kill him to get his corpse and refine another Blood Man elixir. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Si coughed violently, spitting out a lot of blood. Even though Solitary City Yi hadn't even used a tenth of his power, the gap between the King Realm and the Spirit Realm was inherently massive, and his cultivation was only at the early Spirit Realm. The sword Qi had still pierced through his internal organs. He was only holding on until now by relying on the true Qi in his body. After spitting out the blood, Luo Si endured the pain and pointed at Wei Yuan. You are not Wei Haidong's son Wei Yuan at all. Just who are you? After all, he now knew that the Solitary City Yi who had just struck had a strength that surpassed the Spirit Realm and reached the King Realm. He was well aware of the situation of the King Realm. Even if Wei Yuan's Dantian hadn't been shattered and he was still the previous Wei family genius, Wei Haidong could not possibly have sent a King Realm expert to protect Wei Yuan. Unless Wei Yuan possessed the potential to become an emperor. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible. Wei Yuan clapped his hands. White Phoenix, Yihai Yidao, appear immediately and stand behind him. As for Fu Hongxue, he had gained some insights and was currently in closed-door cultivation. Along with Solitary City Yi, the three of them spoke respectfully to Wei Yuan. Your subordinates greet the Dragon Lord. Wei Yuan nodded. Well, do you know my identity now? Luo Si's mind was completely dazed. He didn't know what Dragon Lord meant, but just hearing the name told him the status was noble. Furthermore, with even a King Realm expert among the three calling Wei Yuan Dragon Lord so willingly, one could imagine how massive the power behind Wei Yuan was. He now somewhat hated Luo Zhen'er for rashly asking them to act without clarifying the situation. Now, everything was ruined. PFF. Luo Si spat out his last mouthful of blood, his body reaching its limit. Don't die yet. Tell me, where were you supposed to take my body to trade with Luo Zhen'er? After all, it was impossible for Luo Si to bring Wei Yuan's corpse directly into the Marquise's mansion. Think carefully. You call Luo Zhen'er, young miss, which proves you likely come from the Luo family. If you answer well, I will only kill Luo Zhen'er. If you don't, then I might just move against the Luo family. Although Wei Yuan's tone was calm, the threat was clearly expressed. As long as I speak, you won't retaliate against the Luo family? Of course. Every debt has its debtor. I am not one to kill indiscriminately. Luo Si nodded. Tonight, 80 miles west of Qingzhou City, there is a small courtyard. The young miss told me to leave your corpse there. After saying this, Luo Si felt his vision grow blurry. Circulating his true qi, he gave one last shout. Remember your promise, that you won't move against the Luo family, remember. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Si had completely breathed his last. Wei Yuan stepped forward and said, Don't worry, seeing as you spoke in the end, I won't move against the Luo family. Of course, all of this is on the premise that the Luo family doesn't try to move against me. If they do, then your request will be void. Then, Wei Yuan looked at White Phoenix, his tone cold. White Phoenix, I leave Luo Zhen'er to you. Make her death a bit more painful. Your subordinate obeys. 39. Number 39 Chapter 39 Shocking Death of Luo Zhen'er, a Painful Method of Being Devoured by Birds. Light. Chapter 39. Shock. Luo Zhen'er's agonizing death and devouring by a flock of birds. In a relatively hidden small courtyard west of Qingzhou City, Luo Zhen'er sat in the courtyard drinking tea. As a breeze blew past, a figure landed silently behind her. Even so, Luo Zhen'er still noticed. How is it, Luo Yi, have all the required medicinal herbs been procured? Luo Yi respectfully replied, Young miss, everything has been procured. Hearing this, Luo Zhen'er put down her teacup and stood up. Very good, now we just wait for Luo Si to bring Wei Yuan's corpse. As she spoke, her gaze swept towards the northwest corner of the courtyard, where a corpse was currently placed. If Lin Yuya were here, she would recognize it immediately as the corpse of her son, Wei Kai. Luo Yi said quietly at this moment, Young miss, did you ever tell young master about this matter? He suspected that Wei Cheng had no idea what Luo Zhen'er was planning. Luo Zhen'er turned her gaze towards Luo Yi. Why tell Cheng'er? I am his mother, would I harm him? Luo Yi couldn't help but retort, young miss. The young master consumed the profound spirit fruit you obtained from the Lord. His talent is now comparable to an ordinary genius. Moreover, Wei Kai is dead, and Wei Yuan is most likely dead as well. It is already a foregone conclusion that the young master will become the heir to the Marquis estate. Why do you still need to refine the Bloodman elixir? Because if the matter of refining the Bloodman elixir were discovered, the consequences faced would be devastating. Furthermore, Feng Zhang, one of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard, Feng Cheng, is currently in Qingzhou. Although their focus is on investigating the Great Li Imperial Gate, the Blood Demon Cult is an evil sect officially banned by the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty and falls under the jurisdiction of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. If discovered, even with Feng Cheng's good relationship with Wei Haidong, she would face severe repercussions. Luo Zhener shook her head. You don't understand. Everything I do is for Chenger. You are right, the Marquis estate heir is secured, but now with the spiritual qi resurgence, it is an era of great contention. Chenger's talent is only that of an ordinary genius, barely enough to reach the King Realm. I do not want him to stop at the King Realm. His future should be the Emperor Realm, or even the Saint Realm. And to achieve all this, the only way is relying on the Bloodman elixir. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Luo Zhener heard a sound. She looked up and saw that under the illumination of 2 profound moons, a large white bird was flying toward them, and aided by the moonlight, she spotted a man in white robes riding the bird. The next second, the large white bird vanished, and the man in white stood suspended in midair. Before she or Luo Yi could react, the figure of White Phoenix landed in the small courtyard. Seeing the sudden appearance of White Phoenix, Luo Zhener and Luo Yi were completely caught off guard. At this moment, Luo Yi stepped in front of Luo Zhener and spoke. Who are you? White Phoenix played with a silver feather in his hand and smiled slightly. I am here to send you to hell. As the words fell, the silver feather in his hand was already shot out. Whoosh! Like a fierce wind sweeping over a mountain ridge, the silver feather turned into a streak of light and sped toward Luo Yi. Before Luo Yi could figure out the situation, the feather blade had already sliced across his neck and returned to White Phoenix's hand. With both of them looking on in confusion, White Phoenix began counting down. 3, 2, 1. As the last word fell, Luo Yi felt a chill on his neck. Immediately following was a sharp pain. Thud. His entire body instantly collapsed to the ground, his breath gone. This scene stunned Luo Zhener. She never expected Luo Yi to die so quickly. She swallowed hard, suppressing the fear in her heart. Who are you? Why are you killing me? If someone hired you, I can offer you double the price. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. I beg you, don't kill me. White Phoenix wiped the silver feather, a playful smile on his face. I come from the Azure Dragon Society, one of the 8 dragon guards of the Azure Dragon Society. As for why I'm killing you, it's because you deserve to die. What do I want? I want your life. Hearing this, Luo Zhener quickly searched her mind. She had never heard of a force called the Azure Dragon Society. If I'm not mistaken, the Azure Dragon Society is a hidden power. I haven't offended you in any way, so why do you want to kill me? While replying, Luo Zhener cautiously glanced into the distance. She was waiting for Luo Si to appear. According to her calculations, Luo Si should be arriving soon with Wei Yuan's corpse. As soon as Luo Si arrived, she would immediately let White Phoenix know the consequences of killing her. After all, White Phoenix's cultivation was only True Realm mid-stage, making him no match for early Spirit Realm Luo Si. White Phoenix saw through Luo Zhener's petty schemes. Are you waiting for your subordinate? Then I'm sorry, you probably won't be waiting long. A faint light flashed, and White Phoenix pulled out Luo Si's head from his storage ring and tossed it over. The moment she saw Luo Si's head, Luo Zhener panicked completely. How is that possible? Didn't I tell her to? The situation before her exceeded the scope of her comprehension. You didn't tell her to assassinate Wei Yuan, did you? White Phoenix added. Since things have come to this, I'll let you die with a slightly clearer understanding. Wei Yuan is the Dragon Lord of our Azure Dragon Society, so, besides giving up your life, giving anything else is useless. Hiss. Luo Zhener gasped, and a chill surged through her heart. This how impossible? I don't believe it. You're lying to me. How could Wei Yuan, someone with a shattered dantian, possibly be the Dragon Lord of the Azure Dragon Society? How could he be? Ha 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 ha. You're lying to me. You must be lying. You must have been hired by that bitch Lin Yuya. She probably found out I stole Wei Qi's corpse, but she's no match for me, so she hired your Azure Dragon Society to step in. By this point, Luo Zhener was somewhat unhinged, staring intently at White Phoenix, trying to verify if her deduction was correct. However, White Phoenix's expression was cold, revealing no clues. At this, Luo Zhen'er completely descended into madness. You were hired by Lin Yuya to avenge her son, Wei Kai. Wei Yuan absolutely cannot be the Dragon Lord of the Azure Dragon Society. Absolutely not, he's just trash with a shattered dantian. As she finished speaking, Luo Zhen'er started laughing foolishly. Seeing this, White Phoenix spoke. Is this fun? You already know the truth. Everything you've done just now was merely self-deception. No, Luo Zhen'er roared in anger. This is all Wei Yuan's fault. Why didn't he reveal his identity sooner? Why hide it? White Phoenix shook his head, an irrational, mad woman. Next, I will let you experience what it means to die in extreme agony. Then, White Phoenix stepped forward, grabbed Luo Zhen'er's shoulder, and tossed her into the air. Hiss. As he whistled, the sound of chirping was heard. Luo Zhen'er, finally stabilized in mid-air, witnessed a scene she would never forget in her life. She saw hundreds, even thousands, of birds flying toward her. The originally bright two profound moons were completely obscured by the flock, making the sky pitch black. In less than 3 breaths, the vanguard, poisonous bee-birds, began attacking Luo Zhen'er. Ah! A scream echoed across the sky. Under White Phoenix's meticulous control, Luo Zhen'er's screams lasted for the duration of 5 incense sticks. Excluding the remnants of her torn clothing, even her bones were completely devoured by the flock of birds. 40. Hash 40 Chapter 40 Wei Haidong's fury burns, Xuanshou arrives. Chapter 40. Wei Haidong's fury. Zhan Shu arrives. Early the next morning, Wei Haidong walked out of Luo Zhen'er's small courtyard. He had originally come to find Luo Zhen'er last night to release some stress. So much had happened recently that the pressure was immense. He desperately needed a release. Otherwise, he felt he might go mad if he kept it bottled up. To his disappointment, Luo Zhen'er was not in the courtyard, and the maids nearby didn't know where she had gone. Thus, he prepared to go to Lin Yuya's courtyard, thinking that since Wei Kai was dead, he might see if he could have another child with her. Although the chances were slim, mainly due to the cultivation technique he practiced, it was relatively easy to have children before the spirit realm, but after reaching it, the probability of having a child was 1 in 10,000. He ended up disappointed there as well. As it turned out, Lin Yuya had already returned to the Lin family. Out of desperation, Wei Haidong returned to Luo Zhen'er's courtyard, picked a good-looking maid, and released his stress. Phew! Standing in the courtyard, Wei Haidong exhaled a breath of turbid air. After releasing all his pressure, he indeed felt much lighter. As for the maid in the room, she never expected to receive Wei Haidong's favor in her lifetime. The main reason was that Wei Haidong was focused on cultivation. Furthermore, he usually sought out Luo Zhen'er or Lin Yuya for release. Generally, both were present, or at the very least one was, and there had never been a situation where both were absent simultaneously. This time was an exception. Lying on the bed, the maid was dreaming of becoming the 4th madam of the Marquis residence. Wei Haidong, meanwhile, prepared to go out to find Feng Cheng and ask if there were any clues. Before he could even step out of the courtyard, Shadow appeared before him with a solemn expression. Marquis, something big has happened. This matter is even more serious than before. Seeing this, Wei Haidong, who had just begun to feel a bit better, immediately felt his mood plummet to rock bottom. What is it? Speak. Your first madam, Luo Zhen'er, is dead. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire courtyard. The maid, who was still dreaming on the bed, was jolted awake by this sudden, overwhelming aura. Wei Haidong's face turned livid. It had to be said that this matter was indeed more serious than anything before. Luo Zhen'er was not only his legally wedded first madam, but her father was also the Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao. If he learned of this news, he would likely fly into a rage. How could this happen? Who killed Zhen'er? Uncle Zhan, tell me who killed Zhen'er. I want revenge. Shadow quickly said. Marquis, don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished yet. More importantly, the first madam's body is gone. Only half a piece of torn clothing remains. The fury within Wei Haidong reached its peak as he gritted his teeth. This is too much. This is absolutely too much. Shadow shook his head. Marquis, that isn't the most critical part. What else is there, Uncle Zhan? The most critical part is that I found Wei Qi's body placed in the small courtyard, and Luo Yi's body was lying in the center of the courtyard. Based on this, Wei Qi's body likely wasn't brought there by the killer, but by the first madam. Wei Haidong was momentarily stunned. So the true culprit who stole Wei Qi's body from the cemetery before was Zhen'er? What did she want Wei Qi's body for? Shadow said calmly. Marquis, have you forgotten the top-tier cultivation technique of the blood demon cult, the bloodman elixir technique? By using a sibling's corpse along with special medicinal ingredients, one can refine a bloodman elixir. After consuming it, even a loser can instantly become a genius, and their cultivation speed doubles. As for the consequences, one must consume enough high-grade blood at the beginning, middle, and end of every month, otherwise, their body will explode and they will die. Wei Haidong gasped, and the chill from that realization doused the fire of his internal rage. Elder Zan, it seems Jenner stole Little Chi's body because she wanted to refine it into a blood man elixir. This is simply courting death. If this were discovered, the Qingzhou Marquis residents wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. He truly hadn't expected Luo Jenner to be so bold. What was most insane was that Feng Cheng was still in Qingzhou City. If Feng Cheng found out about this, everything would be over. Even though they seemed to be on good terms and Feng Cheng was here to investigate the Great Li Imperial Gate, once he knew of this, it would be a major achievement for his career advancement. Who wouldn't be tempted? Furthermore, there were governor of Qingzhou Wang Dong and the Zhang family head Zhang Xuan. Last time, he had swindled 100-year strange fruit from them. If they knew of this situation, they would probably not hesitate to ruin him. Additionally, if Lin Yuya knew that Luo Jenner used Wei Qi's body to refine a bloodman elixir, she would likely be furious with him as well. Although the Lin family's power was not equal to the Qingzhou Marquis residents, as one of the three great families of Qingzhou that had existed for 100 years, they still had their own foundations. Uncle Zan, this matter must absolutely not be known to anyone, otherwise, the Marquis residence is finished. Shadow nodded. Don't worry, currently only I know about this. I've already dealt with Zan Lu and Zan Qi. At this, Wei Haidong breathed a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. It has to be Uncle Zan. It seems I must first find Feng Cheng and have him leave Qingzhou City to look for clues in Liang City. The danger of him staying in Qingzhou City is too great. If he really found some cultivation technique related to the blood demon cult, it would be all over. I agree as well, Shadow echoed. By the way, Uncle Zan, have Black Rain end her seclusion and go to Xuenya Prefecture to wipe out that Divine Blade Hall to avenge Zan Yi and Black Wind. At the same time, have her find the Medicine King grass and bring it back. After that, I'll trouble Uncle Zan to investigate who killed Jenner. I'll head off to find Feng Cheng. Alright, Marquis, no problem. Go ahead. With those words, Shadow's figure vanished. Wei Haidong also prepared to leave the Marquis residence to find Feng Cheng at the inn. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the main hall, he saw Profound 2 appearing in a hurry. This subordinate greets the Marquis. Speak, what is it? Seeing Profound 2's expression, Wei Haidong knew something else had happened. It better not be more bad news. The fury in his heart surged once again, and his face turned grim. Seeing this, Profound 2 quickly spoke. Marquis, it's not bad news this time. Xuankong Temple's third Buddha son, Zan Shu, is at the entrance of the Marquis residence, wishing to pay his respects to the Marquis. Phew, Wei Haidong breathed a sigh of relief. So it's a visit from Buddhist son Zan Shu. Invite him in immediately. After that is done, go outside the city and bring Yuan back to me. Although Wei Yuan's Dantian was ruined, he was still his son after all, and he still had some value. Otherwise, if some accident happened and he died, he would have no value at all. As you command, Marquis. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Zan Shu, dressed in a white monk's robe, stood quietly at the entrance, his face full of calm and composure. His handsome appearance, combined with his top-tier status, attracted many onlookers. In a corner, a figure was also staring intently at Zan Shu. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Chapter 41 Talk Plans and Preparations for Returning Home Jiaoju. Light. Chapter 41. Conversation. Plan. Preparing to return to the residence. Jiaoju. Profound 2 walked out of the Marquis residence and said respectfully to Zan Shu. Profound 2 greets Buddhist son Zan Shu. Our Marquis is waiting for the Buddha son in the main hall. Please follow me. Zan Shu put his palms together. Good. In the Marquis residence's main hall, Wei Haidong saw the approaching Zan Shu and immediately stepped forward with a beaming smile. Greetings, Buddhist son Zan Shu. Your presence honors our Qingzhou Marquis residence, making this humble abode shine. Zan Shu replied gently, Marquis, you flatter me. Marquis, you must already know the purpose of my visit today. Wei Haidong sat down in his chair and nodded. I know. Buddhist son Zan Shu is here because of the black demon monk Jing Shu. However, all the information I have found regarding Jing Shu is here. He immediately took out a file and handed it over. Zan Shu took the file from Wei Haidong's hand and said respectfully, This humble monk thanks the Marquis. Buddhist son Zan Shu, you are too polite. Zan Shu put his palms together. Since time is of the essence, Marquis, this humble monk will take his leave now. He was eager to examine the information to see if he could find Jing Shu's whereabouts. Very well. Buddhist son Zan Shu, if you require anything in the future, just come to the Marquis residence to find me. Good. With that, Zan Shu walked out of the Marquis residence. Not long after, Wei Haidong also walked out of the Marquis residence. Lord Jing Shu, Buddhist son Zan Shu has arrived. My subordinates saw him enter the Qingzhou Marquis residence just now. In the basement, Mo Yang said slowly. Upon hearing this, Jing Shu's expression became somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected Zan Shu to actually arrive. Although he had verbally claimed not to fear Zan Shu, he knew clearly that among the thousands of monks at Xuankang Temple, there were only 3 Buddha Sun positions. For Zan Shu to fight his way out from among so many monks to become the 3rd Buddha Sun, his talent and strength were beyond doubt, but he quickly regained his composure. As one of only 2 individuals to defect from Xuankang Temple in history for over 10 years, and possessing the Black Demon Magic Worm, which ranked 55th on the Great Yuan Dynasty's poisonous insect list, he was not weak either. Moreover, he now had the Blood Sea Mad General, a god of slaughter, by his side. If the two attacked together, even Zan Shu, despite being the 3rd Buddha Son of Xuankang Temple, would not escape death. Most importantly, he was in the dark, while Zan Shu was in the light. Looking at it this way, the advantage was his. Mad General, I will lure Ling Shu out of Qingzhou City, and we can strike together outside the city. What do you think? The Blood Sea Mad General heard this, and his eyes darted around. It's feasible, but Jing Shu, you've forgotten one thing. The consequences of our actions might cost both of us our lives. What thing? Zan Shu is the 3rd Buddha Son of Xuankang Temple. Do you think Xuankang Temple won't send protection for him if he comes out to chase you? As a top power in the Great Yuan Dynasty, Xuankang Temple certainly doesn't lack King Realm experts. If they casually dispatch a King Realm expert, the moment we make a move, we won't be facing Zan Shu, but a King Realm expert from Xuankang Temple. Even if the 2 of them combined had no match in the spirit realm, they would still be like ants before a King Realm expert. Jing Shu also realized this at this moment. Mad General, luckily you pointed that out, otherwise I really would have looked for a chance to strike. He must have King Realm protection behind him. Why don't we contact the Elder first? While waiting for the Elder, we can kill Feng Dong of the embroidered uniform guard first. What do you think? The Blood Sea Mad General nodded. Agreed, I think that's fine. Since time is of the essence, let's contact the Elder immediately. Outside Qingzhou City, at the small courtyard, Wei Yuan looked at the little azure dragon sleeping on his shoulder and felt speechless. This fellow had been sleeping ever since consuming the eggshell and had only just woken up. As soon as he woke up, he started wailing, suggesting he was hungry based on the situation. So, Wei Yuan immediately fed him a century-old ginseng root. After eating the ginseng, the little azure dragon flew up. Seeing this, he was quite excited, as it finally looked somewhat like a dragon. However, the excitement lasted less than 3 seconds before the little azure dragon landed back on his shoulder, let out a yawn, and fell sound asleep. Wei Yuan, this was completely different from what he had expected. Forget it. Since things had come to this, he could only continue raising it like this for now. At this moment, Yi Gucheng's voice reached Wei Yuan's ears. Dragon Lord, a true realm perfection expert has arrived at the courtyard entrance. However, it seems to be someone from the Qingzhou Marquis residence, currently communicating with people outside. Alright, I understand. Wei Yuan placed the little azure dragon back into the system space, reclined on the lounge chair, and leisurely sipped his tea. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Young Master Yuan's life is truly enjoyable. Wei Yuan looked over upon hearing the voice. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's profound too. Why send you today? The 10 days aren't up yet, are they? Could it be that father wants to take me to Zanya Prefecture early for the marriage alliance? Profound too felt that Wei Yuan in front of him was a bit strange. His personality was completely different compared to before. The former Wei Yuan would never joke with him like this. The current Wei Yuan was even joking with him, which was truly odd. However, he didn't overthink it, guessing that the change in personality was due to his dantian being shattered and him becoming crippled. Young Master Yuan, I am only here under the Marquis's orders to bring you back to the residence. As for the marriage alliance, young Master Yuan, you are no longer needed for that. Wei Yuan feigned surprise. Profound too, what do you mean? Could it be that father has arranged for eldest brother or third brother to go for the alliance instead? Profound too gave a wry smile. That's not it, young Master Yuan. It's just that the Great Bright Hall has been destroyed, and the master of the Great Bright Hall, Zhen Feng, was killed, so there is no marriage alliance anymore. Ah, how could such a thing happen? It truly is shocking. Wei Yuan sighed with emotion. Profound 2 continued at this moment. Alright, young Master Yuan, let's go. Qingzhou City has been unsafe recently. Young Master Kai was assassinated a few days ago. This is also why the Marquis ordered me to bring you back. Wei Yuan again displayed surprise. What? You're saying Wei Kai was actually killed? Heavens above, these people are so audacious. Profound 2, let's go. Take me back to the Marquis residence immediately. I don't want to die here. At this moment, a look of fear appeared on his face. Don't worry, young Master Yuan, I will handle this matter. Profound 2, wait outside for a moment. I need to pack some things. Understood, young Master Yuan. After Profound 2 left, Yan 13 and the other 3 appeared in the courtyard. You followed me into Qingzhou City secretly. Find a place to stay near the Marquis residence. White Phoenix, remember to gather intelligence. Everyone else, stay on standby. I will order you to act the moment an opportunity arises. As you command, Dragon Lord. East of Qingzhou City, Zhao Ju could clearly sense the location of the blood energy, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Once I enter the city and find this fellow, bringing him back will end everything. His figure flashed, and he arrived at the city gate entrance. However, as soon as he entered the city, he saw a familiar figure that made his scalp tingle. 42. Number 42 Chapter 42 Discovery, Thinking, Exposure, Light Chapter 42, Discovery, Contemplation, Exposure. Not far away, Feng Dong, dressed in plain clothes, stood by the side of the street. Zhao Ju was stunned. He never expected Feng Dong to appear in Qingzhou City. As one of the Blood Demon cult's envoys, he had dealt with Feng Dong numerous times and even held the record of escaping from Feng Dong 3 times, making Feng Dong hate him to the bone. Thus, Zhao Ju immediately suppressed the blood demon true qi within his body, pretending to be an ordinary person without any cultivation, and walked forward. He absolutely could not panic at this moment. He had to maintain a calm state of mind. Furthermore, he couldn't leave the city right now, as too many people were leaving, and the queue would likely take half a day, possibly revealing some flaws and exposing him. Once exposed and discovered by Feng Dong, only a dead end awaited him. This was because the Qingzhou Marquis residence in Qingzhou City possessed a King Realm expert. Even though he had been at Spirit Realm perfection for many years, just one step shy of the King Realm, his current realm was still Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm was like an ant before a King Realm expert. At the same time, Feng Dong smelled a familiar aura in the air. The owner of the aura seemed very familiar to him. Just as he was about to smell more deeply, the aura was gone. Such a familiar feeling. I definitely know this person. Who could it be? Feng Dong stood still, thinking, rapidly filtering the owners of the aura in his mind. Zhao Ju quickened his pace at this moment, having already reached another street. Looking back, he saw Feng Dong still standing in place, which allowed a sigh of relief to escape him. However, he still dared not use the blood demon true qi in his body, knowing that Feng Dong was already familiar with his blood demon true qi. If he used it at such a close distance, he would be 100% discovered. He had no choice but to continue walking down the street. He needed to get further away from Feng Dong. Feng Dong was still searching for the owner of the aura when a voice sounded next to his ear. Brother Feng, why are you standing here in plain clothes? Wei Haidong stood beside Feng Dong and said, I wondered who it was, turns out it's the Marquis. I am just here to try my luck, to see if I can have any unexpected gains. Oh, then Brother Feng, did you gain anything? I didn't before, but I had a bit of a gain just now. I smelled a familiar aura in the air, and I definitely know the owner of that aura. Just then, an old man nearby passed by carrying a bloody piece of pork. The scent of blood emanating from it brought an image of a figure to Feng Dong's mind. I remember who the owner of the aura is. I didn't expect it to be him. That cunning rat actually came to Qingzhou City too. Hearing the anger in Feng Dong's tone, Wei Haidong quickly inquired. Brother Feng, who is the owner of the aura? He was extremely curious now. Anyone who could make Feng Dong angry must not be an insignificant person. Feng Dong slowly said, the blood demon called envoy, Iron Palm of the Blood Sea, Zhao Ju. What? Wei Haidong was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine why this place, Qingzhou, could attract a blood demon called envoy. Could it be that at this moment he thought of the deceased Luo Zhener, who possessed the blood demon cult's top-tier cultivation technique, the Bloodman Elixir technique? Could it be that Zhao Ju came for Luo Zhener, and perhaps Luo Zhener had joined the blood demon cult long ago? The moment this thought surfaced, even he was startled. If this were true, once discovered, the entire Qingzhou marquis residence would be in deep trouble. Brother Feng, could you be mistaken? Qingzhou has no factors that would attract a blood demon cult envoy. I think you haven't found any clues about the Great Li Imperial Gate and are just confused. Feng Dong shook his head. Marquis, I cannot be mistaken. That fellow Zhao Ju escaped from my hands 3 times. I will never forget his aura in this lifetime. The owner of that aura just now was definitely Zhao Ju. As for why he came to Qingzhou, I don't know. Perhaps there are people from the blood demon cult hidden within Qingzhou city. That's also possible. Hearing the last sentence, Wei Haidong felt a bit panicked inside. He truly didn't know if Zhao Ju's arrival was related to Luo Zhen'er. If there was a connection and he hadn't noticed it, only for Feng Dong to discover it, then he would be finished. But he couldn't show panic right now, as that might arouse Feng Dong's suspicion. He forced a smile. Brother Feng, you sure know how to joke. How could there be people from the blood demon cult within Qingzhou city? With my Qingzhou marquis residence guarding this place, how could there be blood demon cult members? Feng Dong also showed a slight smile. Just kidding, Marquis. There are definitely no people from the blood demon cult in Qingzhou city. By the way, Marquis, you came to find me at this time. You must have something to discuss. Wei Haidong gave a thumbs up, as expected of one of the 8 generals of the embroidered uniform guard. You are indeed smart. I came this time only to say that if Brother Feng does not find any clues about the Great Li Imperial Gate in Qingzhou city, you might as well investigate Liyang Prefecture, Moyang Prefecture, or Xuenya Prefecture. Feng Dong nodded. Rest assured, Marquis, I will visit those 3 prefectures. Alright, Marquis, I still have things to attend to. I understand. You be busy. I will return to the Marquis residence first. If you need anything, remember to send someone to notify me at the residence. No problem, Marquis. Farewell. Immediately after, Wei Haidong glanced at Feng Dong and then hurried towards the Marquis residence. He needed to go back and thoroughly inspect Luo Zhen'er's courtyard to see if there was anything related to the blood demon cult. Feng Dong nodded and paid no attention to the departing Wei Haidong. He was recalling the scent left behind by Zhao Ju and glanced at the street. Zhao Ju, I don't know why you came to Qingzhou, but I guess Qingzhou definitely has something you want. Just wait for me, I will definitely kill you this time. Although he hadn't found clues about the Great Li Imperial Gate, discovering the presence of a blood demon cult envoy was still a considerable achievement. Residence. Yu Dongling, who was reading in his study, had also sensed a familiar aura just now. He immediately realized that there was a second person in Qingzhou city cultivating the blood demon great art, and their realm was no weaker than his own. Strange, I have been cultivating the blood demon great art for 3 years and never sensed it. Why did I sense it today? Moreover, in the entire Qingzhou city, one can count the number of people at spirit realm perfection on one hand. Who could this be? Or perhaps this person is not from Qingzhou city, but from the blood demon cult. For a moment, Yu Dongling fell into deep thought. He wanted to find this second person cultivating the blood demon great art, especially since he had carefully studied the acquired blood demon great art yesterday and discovered that the last few pages were missing, and those pages contained the method for breaking through to the king realm. Therefore, he must find Zhao Ju, otherwise, the king realm might be forever out of reach for him. 43. Number 43 Chapter 43 The Plan. The fish takes the bait, Feng Dong falls into the trap. Chapter 43. The plan. The fish takes the bait, Feng Dong falls for the scheme. Zhan Shu sat in the chair, took out the clue given to him by Wei Haidong, and began to read it carefully. Reading to the end, he found that according to Wei Haidong's speculation, the black demon monk Jing Shu was very likely hiding in Qingzhou city or one of the counties under its jurisdiction. Regarding this, Zhan Shu felt a bit speechless. These clues couldn't be called useless, they were completely useless. And Wei Haidong's final speculation was tantamount to saying nothing. After all was said and done, the summary was that Jing Shu had indeed appeared, but he might be hiding in Qingzhou city or other places. As expected, relying on others was useless. He had to handle this matter himself. The next second, a faint light flashed. A blue object resembling a compass appeared in his hand. 3 Seas Heaven Profound Disc. He had borrowed this treasure from his master. Its function was to determine a person's location based on clothing or hair. Of course, the range could not exceed 200 li. Otherwise, it would only yield a general location. Then, Ling Shu found clothes Jing Shu had worn 15 years ago and placed them on the 3 Seas Heaven Profound Disc. Results appeared immediately. To my surprise, Jing Shu is hiding inside Qingzhou city. Next, he just had to wait. Once the 3 Seas Heaven Profound Disc confirmed the final location, he could begin his operation. Jing Shu, just wait. I will personally kill you to avenge senior brother Zan Ming. Basement in the East City. Jing Shu, Mo Yang, I can't wait any longer. I want to kill Feng Dong right now. The Blood Sea Mad General's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. Ever since he learned Feng Dong was in Qingzhou, he had wanted to kill him. Don't rush, Mad General. If we strike now, we will all die, Jing Shu advised. You were the one advising me to stay calm before. Why are you the one losing your composure now? Mo Yang interjected to persuade him. Yes, Lord Raging General, Lord Jing Shu is right. If we act inside Qingzhou City, we have no chance of winning. I have devised a plan. I will lure Feng Cheng out of Qingzhou City. Then, Lord Mad General and Lord Jing Shu can make your move. Moreover, I have already chosen the location, an abandoned village 300 li east of Qingzhou City. Lords, you can set off now. If there are any changes midway, I will notify you using a sound transmission talisman. Hearing this, the Blood Sea Mad General immediately replied, Good. Mo Yang, I certainly didn't misjudge you. Once I kill Feng Dong, I will give you a spirit-breaking pill. Mo Yang quickly bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Raging General. Jing Shu followed up, if the Mad General gives you a spirit-breaking pill, I can't let you suffer a loss either. How about this, I'll give you 2 true essence pills. Mo Yang's mood reached its peak at this moment. Thank you, Lord Jing Shu. Your subordinate will act immediately. Go. In the top private room of the Qingfeng restaurant, Feng Dong was drinking. For him, anything could be missing, but alcohol could not. After finishing a jar of wine, Feng Dong prepared to return to his room to organize his thoughts. Come out. A true realm mid-stage cultivator shouldn't be hiding under my nose. The next second, Mo Yang's figure appeared in the room. As expected of General Feng Dong, one of the 8 generals of the world-renowned embroidered uniform guard, Feng Dong looked at Mo Yang before him and sniffed. You carry a strong scent of blood. If I'm not mistaken, you must be from the Yellow Springs, right? Mo Yang bowed respectfully. Mo Yang, the liaison for the Qingzhou Yellow Springs branch, pays respects to General Feng. Feng Dong immediately replied, Speak. Why are you looking for me? If it's not something important, then you should leave. Mo Yang smiled. General Feng, I know the purpose of your visit here. To be honest, I have clues regarding the Great Li Imperial Gate. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire room. Mo Yang felt unable to breathe, and his face turned completely red. Is that true? Feng Dong was extremely agitated, never expecting a clue about the Great Li Imperial Gate to be delivered to him like this. Mo Yang endured the pain. General Feng, I can't breathe. My apologies, I got a little excited. Feng Cheng immediately retracted his aura. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing for a while, Mo Yang's complexion returned to normal. Tell me, how did you discover the clue about the Great Li Imperial Gate? Mo Yang replied calmly. General Feng, you should be clear about the rules of our Yellow Springs. I am clear, but isn't that necessary to reveal the identity of the employer? General Feng, if you don't want to pay, then I will leave. Saying that, Mo Yang prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Tell me, how much is it? Not expensive. 1 million silver taels. What? Feng Dong was astonished. 1 million and you say it's not expensive? Mo Yang nodded. Of course. This is a clue about the Great Li Imperial Gate. If General Feng can capture members of the Great Li Imperial Gate, the reward will probably be more than 1 million silver taels. I can pay the money, but are you sure your clue is real? If the clue is fake, what crime should you be punished for? By then, even the Yellow Springs behind you won't be able to save you. Feng Dong said this with a cold tone. The Yellow Springs was a top assassin organization in the Great Yuan Dynasty, but as members of the Great Yuan Dynasty's embroidered uniform guard, they were not afraid of the Yellow Springs threats. My lord, rest assured, the intelligence is guaranteed to be real. I can swear on the Lord of Yellow Springs. Fine, I'll trust you for now. Here, these are 10 banknotes worth 100,000 silver each. Mo Yang took the banknotes. 300 li north of the city, there is an abandoned small village. The Great Li Imperial Gate has an outpost there. How are you sure that outpost belongs to the Great Li Imperial Gate? Feng Dong pressed. Because I went there personally and overheard their conversation. Oh, is that so? Your clue is good. I'll go test its authenticity tomorrow. General Feng, you need to be quick. I overheard their conversation earlier. They might be moving tonight, Mo Yang replied calmly. Moving? That's right. Because you arrived, they are afraid of being discovered, so they plan to relocate. Good. Since that's the case, I'll immediately gather my men and rush over. Thank you for the intelligence, Feng Cheng replied. You're welcome, Lord Feng Cheng. I'm just earning some extra cash, Mo Yang said, waving the million silver taels in his hand. Farewell. Immediately, his figure vanished from the private room. Soon, a figure appeared behind Feng Dong. Commander, please give your orders. Gather the men, notify the brothers to assemble, and rush to the village 300 li east of the city immediately. Commander, do you think there might be a trap? HMPH, a true realm mid-stage cultivator. Do you really think he dares to lie to me? I said, he merely wants to extort some money from me. Once I wipe out the Great Li Imperial Gate outpost, I'll let him know that my money isn't so easy to take. My lord, should we inform the Marquis of Qingzhou to share the credit? Then let's not tell him. Let's go. Make it quick. 44. Number 44 Chapter 44 Wei Cheng becomes the heir to the Marquise's mansion, Wei Yuan, with murderous intent. Light. Chapter 44. Wei Cheng becomes the heir of the Marquis residence, Wei Yuan full of killing intent. Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Haidong sent people to thoroughly search Luo Zhen'er's small courtyard, not missing a single spot. How is it? Did you find anything? Standing at the courtyard entrance, Wei Haidong inquired. Marquis, we haven't found anything at all. Zan San walked up to report. How is that possible? You truly found nothing at all? Wei Haidong was a bit unwilling to give up and asked again. This concerned the life and death of the entire Marquis residence. They had to be absolutely sure. Marquis, we really found nothing. We dug 3 feet deep in the first madam's courtyard and still found nothing. At the same time, Wei Cheng, who had finished cultivating, happened to walk over. Father, what are you doing? Wei Haidong explained. Just renovating your mother's courtyard a bit. Wei Cheng felt something was wrong. He hadn't seen Luo Zhen'er for several days. Perhaps due to the connection between mother and son, he couldn't calm down during his cultivation these past 2 days, always feeling that something had happened to Luo Zhen'er. Father, didn't mother say that her courtyard shouldn't be moved casually? Besides, I haven't seen mother for several days. Do you know where she went? Wei Haidong replied again. Your mother agreed. You were in seclusion before, so she didn't tell you. She went back to your maternal grandfather. There was an urgent matter there. All right, I understand, father. Wei Cheng said respectfully. Good. Keep up the hard work in cultivation. The heavy responsibility of the Qingzhou Marquis residence will eventually fall into your hands. After this matter is handled, I will report to your majesty and officially confirm you as the next heir of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Wei Haidong encouraged him. Hearing this, Wei Cheng's somber face broke into a smile. These words meant he was acknowledged by Wei Haidong as the heir to the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Although after Wei Qi's death, his becoming the heir of the Marquis residence was already a foregone conclusion. As long as Wei Haidong hadn't confirmed it, there was still risk involved. Now that problem no longer existed. Wei Haidong had already designated him as the heir of the Marquis residence. Thank you, father. Your son will definitely cultivate diligently and restore the former glory of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Good, I look forward to that day. Wei Haidong encouraged him. At this moment, Zanxi suddenly appeared, walked to Wei Haidong's side, and whispered. Is this news true? Let's go to the study. I need to read the letter. Immediately, the figures of the two flashed and disappeared. Wei Cheng paid no attention to the two, instead turning to walk outside. He had now forgotten his worry about Luo Zhen'er and was extremely excited. Becoming the heir of the Marquis residence meant he had to find someone to share his current joy with. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan got out of the carriage and walked towards the Marquis residence. The sharp-eyed Wei Cheng immediately spotted Wei Yuan and walked up to mock him. Isn't this my good-for-nothing second brother? Why did you compromise? Are you thinking of marrying into the beautiful Zhen family? He had been in seclusion cultivating these past few days, so he was unaware of the news that the Great Bright Hall had been destroyed. Wei Yuan ignored him and instead said to Zan beside him. Zan the Marquis residence must have known about the destruction of the Great Bright Hall a long time ago, right? Zan quickly replied, yes, young Master Yuan. Afterward, Wei Yuan's gaze finally landed on Wei Cheng. Big brother, the Great Bright Hall has been destroyed, so I don't need to be married off. You're in the Marquis residence, yet you don't bother to inquire about the news? Wei Cheng snorted coldly. I'm not like you, already a cripple. All my time is spent cultivating, so naturally, I don't have time to pay attention to such boring matters. Since Big Brother cultivates so diligently, you must have already reached heavenly realm perfection. Wei Yuan replied without courtesy. Hearing this, Wei Cheng's face immediately fell. Even though he had taken the profound spirit fruit now, and his cultivation talent surpassed Wei Yuan's previous level, it would still take 3 months to break through to spirit realm perfection. Wei Yuan, even if I haven't reached heavenly realm perfection, but I can tell you one thing. Father has already confirmed me as the heir of the Marquis residence. How about that? Hearing this news, aren't you sad and upset? I vaguely remember someone once said he wanted to become the heir of the Marquis residence. Too bad, you will never obtain this position in your lifetime. At this moment, Wei Cheng's face was filled with smug satisfaction. If my Dantian hadn't been destroyed, and third brother Wei Kai hadn't died, do you think you could become the heir of the marquis residence? Utterly ridiculous. Wei Cheng immediately shouted, Wei Yuan, I am now the heir of the marquis residence, the next marquis of Qingzhou. You dare speak to me like this? Don't think that just because you are a cripple, I won't dare to hit you. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, Zhan Er stepped forward. Young Master Cheng, young Master Yuan was invited back by the marquis. Moreover, his cultivation is already crippled. Since you have already become the heir of the marquis residence, I hope you can be magnanimous and display the attitude expected of an heir. If this matter gets out, it will harm your reputation, and it will also harm the reputation of the marquis residence. Wei Cheng snorted coldly. Wei Yuan, for Zhan Er's sake, and for the sake of the marquis residence, I will spare you today. If there is a next time, just watch how I deal with you. With that, Wei Cheng swaggered out of the marquis residence. A flash of killing intent crossed Wei Yuan's eyes. There won't be a next time, my good brother Wei Cheng. Go down and accompany your mother well. She must be lonely walking the path to the Yellow Springs by herself. Then, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. Thank you, Zhan Er, for diffusing the situation. Otherwise, I was genuinely afraid Wei Cheng would resort to violence against me. Young Master Yuan is too polite. This is the marquis residence, and the marquis is here. Young Master Cheng wouldn't dare. Zhan Er smiled. In the study, after Wei Haidong finished reading the letter, a smile appeared on his face. All the previous days had been filled with bad news. Today, there was finally a piece of good news. Zhan Si, based on the time, Wei Yuan should be returning to the marquis residence. Go call him to the study for me. Yes, marquis. At this moment, Wei Yuan was just about to step into his courtyard, intending to catch up with old Mo, as the two hadn't seen each other for days. The next second, Zhan Si's figure appeared beside Wei Yuan. Young Master Yuan, the marquis requests your presence in the study. May I ask what matter it concerns? Young Master Yuan, I am not clear on that. You will know once you go. Zhan Si replied respectfully. A sharp glint flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes. Without needing to be told, he knew Wei Haidong was definitely plotting something bad again. Since things had come to this point, he also wanted to see what tricks Wei Haidong could pull next. Study room. Wei Haidong looked at the handsome and fair-skinned Wei Yuan and found him indeed very suitable. Father, may I ask what you summoned me for? Wei Haidong smiled. This is a very good thing for you. If you go, perhaps your Dantian can be repaired in a short time. With that, Wei Haidong handed the letter on the table to Wei Yuan. Read it. What do you think? After Wei Yuan finished reading, surging killing intent filled his heart, making him wish he could kill Wei Haidong right now. Just then, Shadow appeared in the study. 45. Number 45 Chapter 45 Kill Wei Cheng dies Lin Yuya commits suicide. Chapter 45 Kill Wei Cheng dies, Lin Yuya commits suicide. Uncle Zhan, why are you here? Weren't you investigating that matter? With Wei Yuan present, he didn't explicitly state what the matter was. Shadow also noticed Wei Yuan at this time and was already aware of Wei Yuan's situation, but he didn't pay any attention to a person whose cultivation had been crippled. I was originally investigating that matter, but just now I saw Feng Dong gather all the embroidered uniform guards and head towards the north of the city. Wei Haidong replied with a smile, so it's about this. It's probably that they haven't found any intelligence on the Great Li Imperial Gate and are preparing to investigate the other 3 prefectures. There's no need to make a fuss. Of course, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Feng Dong leaving Qingzhou, everything would be safe and sound. Marquis, have you forgotten the routes? Leaving the city from the east leads to Liang Prefecture. Leaving the city from the west leads to Xuenya Prefecture. Leaving the city from the south leads to Moya Prefecture. Leaving the city from the north doesn't lead anywhere. Wei Haidong immediately reacted. Uncle Zhan, do you mean Feng Dong and the others have a clue? Judging from his reaction and actions, it's highly likely, Shadow said with certainty. Wei Haidong cursed angrily. Damn it, this Feng Dong actually didn't tell me when he found a clue. He clearly wants to hog the credit. He deserves to die. If he hogs it, wouldn't it make my Qingzhou marquis residence seem incompetent? Uncle Zhan, call Black Thunder. The 3 of us will set off together. No matter what, we can't let Feng Dong hog the credit today. Alright, Marquis, I'll go call Black Thunder now. With that, Shadow disappeared from the study. Then, Wei Haidong's gaze returned to Wei Yuan. Yuaner, think carefully. This matter will be of great help to you. Wei Yuan sneered. Can I refuse? Do you think you can refuse? I'm just discussing it with you nicely now. If you don't listen, you know the consequences. Before I return, I hope you've thought it through. Immediately, Wei Haidong's figure flickered and disappeared from the study. In the room, only Wei Yuan remained. Think it through before you return? Wei Haidong, you're still dreaming. You won't be able to return. This time, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Since everyone has left, I can now implement my plan. He had been waiting for an opportunity, looking for the right moment, and he didn't expect the opportunity to arrive so quickly. Leaving the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Wei Yuan came to a tea house. After all, the opportunity came too quickly, without even giving them time to find a house. White Phoenix, Fu Hongshui, Gihai Yidao, and Solitary City Yi walked into the private room. The opportunity has arrived. Solitary City Yi, take Fu Hongshui and Gihai Yidao and immediately head north of the city to follow Wei Haidong and his 2 companions. Make sure all 3 of them die. Solitary City Yi respectfully said. Dragon Lord, rest assured, Wei Haidong and his 2 companions will surely die. There's no time to lose. You all set off quickly. Yes, sir. In an instant, only White Phoenix remained in the private room. Dragon Lord, what is my mission? Wei Yuan slowly said, your mission is to kill with a borrowed knife. You don't need to act personally. After a round of discussion, understood, White Phoenix? White Phoenix couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Dragon Lord, your move is truly brilliant. This subordinate will go make the arrangements now. Go. After all this was done, Wei Yuan returned to the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Upon arriving at his small courtyard, he immediately saw an old man sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard. While sweeping, he muttered to himself, I wonder when young master will return. The great bright hall has already been destroyed, so young master won't have to marry that ugly monster. Hearing this, Wei Yuan softly called out, Old Mo. Old Mo turned around, and the moment he saw Wei Yuan, an excited expression appeared on his aged face. Young master, when did you return? Just now. You must be hungry. I'll go prepare your meal right away. Young master, please wait a moment. Before Wei Yuan could refuse, Old Mo's figure had already left the courtyard. He could only shake his head with a smile. Then, his gaze turned towards the north of the city. Without any surprises, a major battle would break out there within an hour in the Lin family. Lin Yuya sat on a chair, holding Little Chi's clothes in her arms, giggling foolishly. Ever since Little Chi's body went missing, her sanity had been disturbed. At the courtyard entrance, Lin Yuya's father, Lin Luoshi, the great elder of the Lin family, sighed at this sight. He only had this one daughter, and now that she was in this state, he, as a father, felt heartbroken. He wondered whether he should go to Liyang Prefecture to see if there were any medicinal pills for this condition. You few, keep a close eye on young miss. If anything happens to young miss, I'll hold you accountable. Grand Elder, don't worry, we will definitely look after young miss, several servants respectfully said. Afterward, Lin Luoshi's gaze turned towards the Qingzhou Marquis residence. He now somewhat regretted marrying Lin Yuya to Wei Haidong back then. Now that such a big incident had occurred, Wei Haidong hadn't even come to check on Lin Yuya's condition. Of course, he couldn't say much. After all, the Lin family and the Qingzhou Marquis residence were not on the same level. Alas, sighing deeply once more, Lin Luoshi left the courtyard. In the courtyard, Lin Yuya hugged Little Chi's clothes and said, Little Kai, my little Kai, where is your body? Who stole your body? Who killed you? The next second, a gentle breeze blew and a piece of paper fell in front of Lin Yuya. Lin Yuya picked up the paper and read it, and its contents instantly enraged her. Immediately after, she burst into a tragic laugh. Ha 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 ha. No wonder, everything had a reason long ago. Luo Jenner, you've gone too far. You ruined my little Kai, so I'll send your Wei Cheng to hell. Whoosh! Before the servants could react, Lin Yuya's figure had already vanished from the small courtyard. Seeing this, the servants quickly ran to Lin Luoshi's courtyard to report the situation. Qingfeng Restaurant, one of only 2 top-tier restaurants in Qingzhou. Wei Cheng sat in the top private room, having ordered a table full of dishes, waiting for his friends to arrive so he could announce his becoming the heir of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Thinking of his friend's envious looks, Wei Cheng felt extremely excited. Boom! The door was instantly destroyed, startling Wei Cheng awake from his sweet dream. Who dares to destroy my private room? Wei Cheng looked towards the door, only to see Lin Yuya, full of killing intent, walk in. Third mother, how is it you? He hadn't expected Lin Yuya to appear here. I've come to congratulate you on becoming the Marquis residence heir. Thank you, third mother. Of course, third mother came in a hurry and didn't prepare a gift for you. Third mother, I don't need a gift. Wei Cheng was very nervous at this moment. He could sense the strong killing intent emanating from Lin Yuya. No, a gift is necessary. As for the gift I prepared, it's your corpse. Boom. Lin Yuya attacked. Although her cultivation wasn't high, only at Void Realm perfection. However, killing Wei Cheng, who was at Heaven Realm mid-stage, was too simple. With a palm strike, Wei Cheng couldn't react at all. Thud. His body was slammed into the private room wall and he stopped breathing entirely. Wei Cheng never expected that he, who had just become the heir of the Marquis residence, would die like this. Seeing Wei Cheng dead, Lin Yuya burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Little Kai, mother has avenged you. It's lonely walking the Yellow Springs road alone, so mother will personally accompany you. PFF. Pulling out the dagger from her waist, without hesitation, Lin Yuya plunged it into her abdomen. She knew that by killing Wei Cheng, the heir of the Marquis residence, Wei Haidong would never let her live, so she might as well end it herself. In the shadows, White Phoenix shook his head at this scene. 46. Number 46. Chapter 46. The Great Battle Begins. Light. Chapter 46. One by one appear, the great battle begins. A deserted small village 300 miles north of the city. Pure Void and the Blood Sea Mad General were both hiding inside. Mad General, what if Feng Dong brings the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, and the others? Although we won't be in any danger, this opportunity will be missed, and Mo Yang will also be suspected by Feng Cheng. Although Feng Cheng was the reception person for the Yellow Springs Qingzhou branch, General Feng Dong, one of the 8 generals of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, would not take him seriously. The Blood Sea Mad General patted his chest. Don't worry, Pure Void. I understand Feng Dong better than you do. That guy only seeks to hoard merits when he sees them and won't share them with others. So I bet Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, and the others absolutely won't be here. Good, I believe you. Then let's wait. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Blood Sea Mad General, who was at Spirit Realm perfection, made a discovery. Pure Void, they're here, they've arrived. I already see that dog Feng Dong. Looking in the direction they were looking, the figures of more than 20 people were rapidly flying toward the village. And the leader was Feng Dong. Feng Dong looked at the deserted village and showed a smile on his face. It seems Mo Yang's intelligence wasn't wrong, there really is a small village. A subordinate behind him replied, Commander, the village is real, but looking at it, it seems to have been abandoned for a long time, showing no signs of recent activity. It doesn't look like a stronghold of the Great Li Imperial Gate? Feng Dong observed carefully and found that something was indeed not quite right. Carefully and see if they are hiding too deeply. As he spoke, a rough voice rang out. Feng Dong, long time no see, do you still remember me? Feng Dong looked upon hearing the voice and saw a tall, burly figure slowly walking out from the center of the village, with a long scar across his face. It's you, Blood Sea Mad General, you're not dead? And your cultivation is Spirit Realm perfection? He never expected to meet the Blood Sea Mad General here, and moreover, his realm had already reached Spirit Realm perfection. Isn't this a stronghold of the Great Li Imperial Gate? Why are you here? The Blood Sea Mad General moved his body, his tone icy. That's simple, because I joined the Great Li Imperial Gate, and all of this is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would still be a majestic general in the Northwest Dao. Upon hearing this, Feng Dong smiled. So you joined the Great Li Imperial Gate. No wonder you could reach Spirit Realm perfection. But this isn't my fault, it's clearly your own doing. It's all because you hid that person from the Blood Demon cult. You brought this upon yourself. Boom. The Blood Sea Mad General unleashed his Spirit Realm perfection aura. Feng Dong, I don't care what you say. This place will be where you are buried today. Immediately following, Feng Dong also released his aura. We are both at Spirit Realm perfection, and I have so many subordinates. Who kills whom is not certain yet. Killing you will earn me a great merit. After I return, I can exchange for a king-breaking pill, and then I can achieve a breakthrough to the King Realm. Thinking of the King Realm beckoning him, Feng Dong could barely contain his excitement. The Blood Sea Mad General shook his head. Do you think I would attack alone? Pure Void, show yourself. Let Lord Feng Dong, the general of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, have a good look. No problem, Mad General. The next second, Pure Void walked out from the deserted village. Feng Dong's face instantly turned grim. If it was just the Blood Sea Mad General, he was absolutely confident he could kill him. But with Pure Void added, he no longer had that certainty. Pure Void appeared to be in the late Spirit Realm, but with his black demon poisonous insects, his combat power was even more terrifying than someone at Spirit Realm perfection. Pure Void greets Lord General Feng. My lord, you brought too few people. My treasures won't even have enough to eat. As he spoke, he released a portion of the black demon poisonous insects. Instantly, a massive swarm of black demon poisonous insects hovered in the sky, awaiting Pure Void's command at any moment. As soon as Pure Void gave the order, they would launch an attack on Feng Cheng and the others without hesitation. At this moment, the embroidered uniform guard members began to panic. They had heard of the terror of the black demon poisonous insects, and now facing so many of them, they already imagined their fate. It seems you were prepared. Seeing this, the reception person for the Yellow Springs Qingzhou branch, Mo Yang, must have been bribed by you. At this moment, he regretted not calling Wei Haidong, which would have prevented him from falling into the current predicament. Of course I bribed him. Enough talk, I've wanted to kill you for several years. My cultivation wasn't enough before, but now it is. Go to hell. Immediately, the Blood Sea Mad General prepared to attack. Brother Feng, you actually didn't call me for two such big catches. You're truly not being a good friend. Everyone looked upon hearing the voice and saw Wei Haidong and two others rapidly flying over. After a few breaths, they arrived before them. Seeing Shadow next to Wei Haidong, Feng Dong showed a smile on his face. Of course, some rejoiced while others worried. Pure Void and the Blood Sea Mad General never expected Wei Haidong to bring people over. What worried them the most was that the elder beside Wei Haidong was a King Realm expert. If it weren't for this elder, they might have had a few chances of winning fighting 2 against 3, but with a King Realm expert present, they had no chance of winning at all. Marquis, I apologize. This time I wanted to monopolize the merit. I'm sorry. How about this? Today the merit split will be 7 for you and 3 for me. What do you think? Wei Haidong nodded. Fine, I think this distribution is very reasonable. Then, his gaze fell upon Pure Void. Black Demon Monk Jing Shu, I finally found you. For destroying my Qing County mine and killing my subordinates before, I will make you die a very miserable death. Pure Void retorted. Is that so? If you have the ability, fight one-on-one. Otherwise, you're relying on the King Realm expert behind you. Do you take me for a fool? Alright, Marquis, let Lord Shadow make a move and end the fight quickly. Wei Haidong nodded. Okay, no problem. Uncle Zan, make your move and take care of those two. Shadow shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Wei Haidong quickly inquired, Uncle Zan, what's wrong? Everyone present was momentarily confused, all guessing why Shadow hadn't attacked. Shadow's gaze turned toward the woods not far away, and everyone followed his line of sight. 2 mysterious moons hung high, casting moonlight over the woods. The next second, a man dressed in white, like an exiled immortal, walked out. The aura emanating from him made everyone present, except for Shadow, feel their souls tremble. How is this possible? Another King Realm expert, and the sword chi radiating from him is so terrifying. P.S. 100,000 characters reached. First showcase. I beg all my godfathers, for more support, urge for more updates, write good reviews, and send free gifts. The author will maintain 3 updates a day from now on. 47. Number 47 Chapter 47 Mysterious Shadow Battle Yi Gucheng Blazing Sky Light Chapter 47 Shadow battles Solitary City Yi, raging fire across the sky. While everyone was still surprised by Solitary City Yi, Fu Hongshui and Gihai Yidao walked out from the woods. The two stood behind Solitary City Yi, one on the left and one on the right. In Pure Void's view, the sense of oppression brought by the 3 of Solitary City Yi was far stronger than that brought by the 3 of Shadow. Especially Solitary City Yi, the sword chi emanating from him made everyone tremble. At the same time, Shadow spoke first. Your Excellency, may I ask what your purpose is for appearing here? The 3 of you look unfamiliar, not like people from the Great Yuan. You must be from a hidden power, right? He could sense that the leading Solitary City Yi was very young, estimated to be less than 50 years old. To reach the King Realm at such a young age meant he was fully qualified to appear on the Great Yuan King ranking, but he had no impression of him, which meant the 3 of Solitary City Yi were 100% from a hidden power. Solitary City Yi's eyes were indifferent, and his tone was icy. We have only one purpose. The people of the Qingzhou Marquis residence deserve to die. Hearing this, the tightly strung nerves of Pure Void and Blood Sea Mad General relaxed, and smiles appeared on their faces. Initially, they thought the 3 of Solitary City Yi were allied with Wei Haidong. If that were the case, even having 9 lives wouldn't be enough to survive. But when they heard that the 3 of Solitary City Yi were enemies of Wei Haidong, the scales of victory tilted toward their side. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is sorrow. If Pure Void and Blood Sea Mad General were happy, then Feng Dong and Wei Haidong and his group felt pain, especially Feng Cheng, who never expected this matter to take such a turn. Black Thunder frowned deeply, Shadow's expression was solemn, and Wei Haidong stepped forward to speak. Your Excellency, our Qingzhou Marquis residence should not have offended you, right? Moreover, you must consider the consequences of killing me. I am a Marquis of the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty. Killing me would thoroughly offend the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty. Furthermore, we are currently representing the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty to wipe out the Great Li remnants. If you kill me, you will forever stand against the Great Yuan from now on. It's better to leave now, and this Marquis can pretend nothing happened. After all, the strength displayed by Solitary City Yi was a bit stronger than Shadow's. If a real fight broke out, it would certainly be a 6-4 split in favor of Solitary City Yi. Therefore, for the sake of their lives and merit, he wanted to use the power of the court to make the three of Solitary City Yi retreat in the face of difficulty. As soon as the words fell, Blood Sea Mad General interjected. Sir, don't listen to Wei Haidong's words, just kill them directly. What Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty? That's all nonsense. If you truly have nowhere to go, you can come to our Great Li Imperial Gate. Our Great Li Imperial Gate warmly welcomes you, your two brothers, and the force behind you. Sir, immediately, Wei Haidong retorted. Sir, do not listen to the rumors of these rebels. Solitary City Yi waved his hand. Enough, too much talk. In any case, the objective today is for the three of you to die. Make your move, Fu Hongxue, Yihai Yidao. As you command, White King. Yihai Yidao, do you choose Wei Haidong or Black Thunder? I choose Black Thunder. Wei Haidong is too weak, there's no challenge in it, Yihai Yidao said dismissively. Upon hearing their conversation, Wei Haidong's face instantly darkened. He, the dignified local tyrant of Qingzhou, the Marquis of Qingzhou, was actually called weak by someone. Marquis, let's fight. This battle is unavoidable today. Moreover, if we fight for too long, the commotion might alert the old Marquis. Once the old Marquis arrives, the battle situation will immediately change, and the scales of victory will tip to our side. Fine, then let's fight. Black Thunder, attack with all your might. As you command, Marquis. Black Thunder replied, filled with killing intent. Boom! Shadow took a step forward, his King Realm aura erupting, enveloping an area of 20 li with true chi. This place is too small. How about we find another place to fight? Solitary City Yi said calmly. No matter, this is just you choosing your own grave. Shadow was quite angered by Solitary City Yi's words. He was only 130 years old. Calculating based on the 300-year lifespan of a King Realm expert, he hadn't even reached half his life and was in his prime. You are courting death. I want to see just how strong you are. Whoosh! Shadow took a step, and his figure was already 100 meters away. After a few breaths, he arrived above a small mountain peak 3 miles away. Standing in the air, Shadow took out his treasured sword, his eyes filled with intense battle intent. As a swordsman, he wanted to witness how strong Solitary City Yi's swordsmanship truly was. Come, fight! A white light flashed and Solitary City Yi appeared opposite Shadow. The place you chose has nice scenery, perfect for your grave. Shadow wasted no more words this time. He circulated his true chi and lightly swung his treasured sword forward, sending a tens of meters long raging fire sword chi towards Solitary City Yi. Every tree below the path it took was instantly turned to ash, showing how high the damage was. Solitary City Yi looked indifferent and formed a sword with his hand. Circulating his true chi, in an instant, a sword chi barely longer than 1 zhong emitted a whistling sound. Whoosh! The raging fire sword chi was split in two, and its power undiminished. It continued to strike toward Shadow. Seeing that Solitary City Yi didn't use a sword but merely used his hand as a sword, and the sword chi he unleashed carried such immense power, Shadow immediately felt the pressure increase significantly. But even so, he did not retreat, gripping his treasured sword and slashing forward forcefully. Buzz! Solitary City Yi's sword chi was chopped into several pieces by him, successfully neutralized. Without hesitation, after neutralizing Solitary City Yi's sword chi, Shadow's expression became solemn, and he decided to use his ultimate trump card. Waving his long sword, sword chi formed a long rainbow. Coupled with the circulation of true chi within his body, streams of raging fire sword chi gathered around him. In less than a moment, 100 streams of raging fire sword chi had gathered around Shadow. This move is called Raging Fire Across the Sky. In the past century, I have used this move to defeat countless enemies. It is precisely because of this move that the people of the Zhonghu gave me the nickname, Raging Fire Swordsman. I haven't tested this move since breaking through to the King Realm. You are the first. I know your swordsmanship is strong, but my swordsmanship is not inferior. Let me show you the power of raging fire across the sky. Boom! Shadow poured all his true chi into the sword blade. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, 600 streams of raging fire sword chi had gathered behind Shadow. Then, under Shadow's control, the 600 streams of raging fire sword chi converged together. Dong! A raging fire sword chi extending 100 meters long appeared in the air. The intense heat radiating from it instantly turned all the trees on the mountaintop into ashes. I didn't expect that after breaking through to the King Realm, the effect unleashed by raging fire across the sky would actually exceed my expectations. So, die! Shadow swung his treasured sword, and the 100-meter raging fire sword chi was determined to swallow Solitary City Yi. 48. Number 48 Chapter 48 Wei Haidong went mad. Wei Haidong died, and the entire army was wiped out. Chapter 48 Wei Haidong has gone mad. Wei Haidong is dead. The entire army is wiped out. At this, Solitary City Yi felt a hint of interest. Not bad, this move, scorching heat across the sky, is quite good. But if you want to kill me, you're still quite a ways off. Since you've brought out your ultimate move, as a swordsman, I'll let you witness mine. The moment he finished speaking, Solitary City Yi's entire temperament shifted instantly. At this moment, he was like a true banished immortal, making people feel both mysterious and fearful. Sharp sword chi swirled around him, forming a protective barrier. Buzz! He drew the longsword from his back. It appeared unremarkable, yet the sword chi it radiated was enough to pierce the clouds. Sword chi permeated the air, and even Fu Hongxue and the others who were fighting were affected, stopping their hands one after another. Seeing this scene, Pure Void couldn't help but remark with emotion. This King Realm swordsman from a hidden power is so strong. I've seen a Middle King Realm elder from the Xuankang Temple before, and the power he erupted with wasn't as formidable as this. One must know that Xuankang Temple was one of the top powers in the Great Yuan dynasty, having existed for 1,000 years. The Blood Sea Mad General agreed. You're right, he is indeed very strong. Even the 8th elder who oversees us is no match for him. Let's ask him later which hidden power he comes from and see if there's a chance to pull them into our Great Li Imperial Gate. If we succeed, the higher-ups will likely reward us handsomely. With such a great contribution, they might even reward us with a king-breaking pill. Thinking of this, the Blood Sea Mad General couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, it wasn't just the Blood Sea Mad General. Pure Void was equally excited. He could already sense the Spirit Realm perfection bottleneck. After this was over, he would find a place to break through to Spirit Realm perfection. At that point, he would be only a step away from the King Realm. If he obtained a king-breaking pill, it wouldn't be long before he could successfully break through. In the entire Great Yuan dynasty, no one could resist the temptation of the King Realm. Then let's finish the battle quickly, kill Feng Cheng, and then go have a good talk with them. Fine. In any case, they've already killed the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong. The Great Yuan dynasty will certainly put them on the wanted list. Other than joining us or staying in the dimensional space forever, they have no other path. The two of them were chatting quite happily, while Feng Cheng on the other side was filled with a myriad of emotions. Faced with the sky full of black demon poisonous insects, fewer than 10 of his subordinates remained. And just now, during his exchange with the Blood Sea Mad General, he was ambushed by Pure Void's black demon poisonous insects and had suffered significant injuries. At the same time, Solitary City Yi made his move, unleashing his trump card. Watch closely, this is my sword, immortal flying from beyond the heavens. Boom! The sharp sword chi swept across the entire battlefield once again. Sharp sword chi was everywhere in the air. Even when Shadow touched the sword chi, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Before the sword even moved, the sword intent had already swept through the sky. Then, Solitary City Yi took a step forward. Boom! The surrounding air trembled at this moment, sensing Solitary City Yi's terrifying power. Swish! No one could see the speed of Solitary City Yi's sword strike. It was indescribable, like a streak of flowing light cutting through the horizon. Buzz! In an instant, the 100-meter scorching heat across the sky was slashed in half. Solitary City Yi's figure charged toward Shadow to kill him. Shadow stood in midair. He wanted to flee, but found he couldn't move his legs. The true chi in his dantian could clearly still circulate, yet he couldn't mobilize his body. At this point, he knew the outcome was decided. Your sword is indeed formidable. In the entire Great Yuan dynasty, there are fewer than 10 people who can surpass you. Do it as you wish. Swish! The longsword, like flowing light, instantly slit Shadow's throat. Thud! His corpse crashed onto the ground just like that, and the small mountain peak where they stood had already been leveled by their battle. Seeing this scene, Wei Haidong felt immense pain. One must know that his relationship with Shadow was even better than his relationship with his own father. Now that Shadow was dead, he felt incomparable distress. Thus, Wei Haidong couldn't help but roar. Who exactly are you, and why are you targeting our Qingzhou marquis residence? Fu Hongxue, holding the Bai family divine saber, immediately sent a voice transmission to his ears. Seeing as you're about to die, I'll satisfy your curiosity. We come from the Azure Dragon Society. As for why we're killing you, the Dragon Lord of our Azure Dragon Society is named Wei Yuan. Hearing this, Wei Haidong froze on the spot. No matter how much he thought, he never expected such an answer. Wei Yuan, the second son he had regarded as trash after the assassination attempt, the second son he could sell as a commodity just to squeeze out the last bit of value, was actually the Dragon Lord of the Azure Dragon Society. These people before him who could defeat him at will, and that powerful King Realm swordsman who killed Shadow, were all subordinates of his second son, Wei Yuan. No, that's impossible. He is clearly a piece of trash. How could he be your Dragon Lord? Wei Haidong could not accept this fact. How is it impossible? The Dragon Lord instructed me to make your death a bit more painful. In that case, let me tell you everything. Your third son Wei Kai died at our hands. Your first Madame Luo Jenner also died at our hands. She died a miserable death, seemingly leaving behind only torn clothes. Hearing this, Wei Haidong was completely dazed, believing now that his supposedly crippled second son was indeed the Dragon Lord of the Azure Dragon Society. Why? Those were his brother and his father's wife. I'm not finished. I expect that on your way to the Yellow Springs, you'll also see your eldest son. How about it? Aren't you pleasantly surprised? Boom. Fu Hongxue's last sentence completely shattered Wei Haidong's heart. No, if he has grievances, he can vent them all on me. Why take revenge on his brothers? Wei Haidong truly couldn't understand why Wei Yuan would move against Wei Kai, Luo Jenner, and Wei Cheng. Even if there were conflicts before, they were family regardless. There was absolutely no need to reach this point. I almost forgot. All of this is because your first madam and your third son wanted to kill our Dragon Lord. You haven't forgotten the Bloodman elixir technique, have you? Wei Haidong froze again. Soon, a burst of painful and desperate laughter echoed for miles around. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, he had gone mad. He hadn't realized that the harmony had all been on the surface. So, go to hell and have a good meeting with them. Fu Hongxue struck with his saber, and the domineering, peerless saber chi instantly split Wei Haidong in two. At the same time, Gihai Yidao also finished his battle. Although Black Thunder's cultivation was above his, under Gihai Yidao's overbearing saber techniques, he was simply no match. In the end, Gihai Yidao cleanly and efficiently sent him on his way. With this, Wei Haidong's trio was entirely wiped out. 49. #49 Chapter 49 I never expected things to change like this. Chapter 49. Never expected. The heavens are about to change. On the entire battlefield, only Feng Dong was left struggling for his last breath. All of his subordinates had already been completely wiped out by Pure Void's Black Demon poisonous insects. Because he had been attacked by the Black Demon poisonous insects, his combat power had dropped, leaving him no match for the Blood Sea Mad General. Feng Dong sat on the ground covered in blood, his eyes cold as he watched the Blood Sea Mad General walking toward him. Although the Blood Sea Mad General was also quite injured at this moment, he was in much better shape compared to Feng Dong. Feng Dong, General Feng of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard. You never expected this day would come, did you? I have waited over 10 years for this day, and finally, I have it. I'll give you a chance. Speak your last words. Feng Dong stared fixedly at the Blood Sea Mad General. Just you wait, you will face a thunderous storm soon. His Majesty will not let you go, and the embroidered uniform guard will not let you go either. When that time comes, you will all join me in hell. Then, his gaze shifted towards Solitary City Yi and the other two who had already walked over. And you lot, His Majesty won't let you go either. Bang! As the words fell, the Blood Sea Mad General struck. A punch of extreme power sent Feng Dong's head flying. I only gave you a chance to say your last words, but you talked too much. I didn't like what I heard. Wiping his hands, the Blood Sea Mad General gave Pure Void a look. The two of them immediately approached Solitary City Yi and his companions with great respect. Thank you, my lord and your 2 brothers, for saving our lives. If not for you and your brothers, Pure Void and I would certainly have met our ends here today. We are not yet sure which hidden power you hail from, but now that you have killed the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, and a King Realm expert, the Great Yuan dynasty will certainly not let you off. Therefore, on behalf of the Great Li Imperial Gate, Pure Void and I invite the 3 of you to join us and stand together against the Great Yuan dynasty. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Solitary City Yi's cold, arrogant face. We are not from a hidden power. Once you hear the name of our organization, you will surely find it very familiar. Pure Void interjected. Please tell us, my lord. The Azure Dragon Society. As Solitary City Yi slowly uttered those 3 words, Pure Void and the Blood Sea Mad General were stunned on the spot. For a moment, the two of them immediately wanted to flee. However, Solitary City Yi's King Relmora had already been released, firmly pinning the two of them in place. Yihai Yidao stepped forward and said, "So, did you completely fail to expect this outcome?" Pure Void's face darkened. He truly hadn't expected the hidden power to be people from the Azure Dragon Society. One must know that it was the Azure Dragon Society who had killed Chen Ren and his 2 brothers previously. I indeed did not expect it. Looking at it now, Wei Haidong's 3rd son, Wei Kai, must have died at the hands of your Azure Dragon Society as well. And if I'm not mistaken, the information about our Great Li Imperial Gate was also leaked by you. Yihai Yidao nodded. That's right, it was us. The Blood Sea Mad General said furiously, to think you are from the Azure Dragon Society. You deserve to die. After all, the order he had received previously was to exterminate the Azure Dragon Society. Alright, enough nonsense. You too can die now. As he spoke, Solitary City Yi used his hand as a sword, instantly slitting Pure Void's throat. Pure Void never imagined he would die in such a manner. At this moment, the Blood Sea Mad General shouted in rage. The Azure Dragon Society, is it? The Great Li Imperial Gate will not let you off. Furthermore, you killed the Marquis of Qingzhou. The Great Yuan Dynasty will put out a bounty on you. I'd like to see where you get the courage to provoke 2 top-tier powers at once. The next second, crack, a sharp sword chi directly sliced through his head. Too much nonsense, Solitary City Yi said with a look of impatience. Alright, now clean up the battlefield. We need to disguise this place to look like they were attacked by people from the Great Li Imperial Gate. Shift all the blame onto the Great Li Imperial Gate. Yes, White King. Inside the restaurant's private room, Zan Shu chanted Buddhist scriptures for a while. Then he went to the compass to see if there were any changes. Hiss. How can this be? However, the situation on the compass surprised him. Pure Void had originally been locked within Qingzhou City, but now the range had expanded. At this moment, the needle on the compass was pointing north. Could it be that Pure Void left through the north gate? Filled with doubt, Zan Shu put away the compass and gave chase toward the north of Qingzhou City. Pure Void, don't even think about escaping. I must kill you this time. Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Yuan was in the courtyard enjoying the food old Mo had prepared for him. In the back mountain forbidden land, Wei Xuanpei opened his eyes. Just now, he had sensed a King Relmora erupting to the north of Qingzhou City. However, to guard the entire Marquis residence, he did not go to investigate. After all, according to his perception, besides himself, the only one left in the residence was Profound 2 at true realm perfection. There wasn't even a single spirit realm expert. It should just be a battle between passing king realm experts, not Shadow or Haidong and the others. At the same time, Zhao Ju also sensed the aura of the battle north of the city. I didn't expect it to be a king realm battle. Now that the battle is over, I'll head over to see if there's anything to be gained. Immediately, Zhao Ju also rushed toward the north of the city for the first time in 3 years. Yu Dongling stepped out of the Yu residence. His main purpose for coming out this time was to find the owner of that aura. However, just as he finally sensed it, he found that the owner of the aura was heading toward the north of the city, which left him very puzzled. He had also sensed the aura of the fierce battle over there just now. He guessed that the owner of the aura might want to go and scavenge, so he also rushed toward the north of the city without hesitation at this time. Zan Shu, who arrived first, was stunned by the scene before him, because at first glance, he saw Wei Haidong's corpse, followed by Feng Dong's corpse. Finally, sensing the place where the residual King Relmora was strongest, he discovered Shadow's corpse. What happened? Who exactly dared to kill the Marquis of Qingzhou and a commander of the embroidered uniform guard? Just then, he noticed 2 lines of words left not far away. Great Li Imperial Gate officially returns. As the 3rd Buddha son of Xuankang Temple, he knew what kind of power the Great Li Imperial Gate was. I didn't expect the Great Li Imperial Gate to be so insane upon their return. A Marquis, an embroidered uniform guard commander, plus a King Realm expert. This was enough to make the Great Yuan dynasty fly into a rage at the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Yuan, who had just finished eating, was practicing sword techniques in the courtyard. A smile was on his face because his cultivation would be restored in just 3 days. At that time, he could attempt a breakthrough to the Void Realm. Thinking of this, Wei Yuan picked up his iron sword and practiced the sword technique once more. At the same time, the moment Profound 2 saw the intelligence report, he was completely dumbfounded. 50. Number 50 Chapter 50 Wei Xuanpei's Furious Recollection. No match for them. Chapter 50. The enraged Wei Xuanpei, memories, not an opponent. Are you sure this intelligence is accurate, Zhan Si? Zhan Si's voice was filled with grief and pain. It's true, second brother. Lord Wang, the governor of Qingzhou, will be bringing back the bodies of the Marquis, Old Zhan, and Lord Black Thunder shortly. Second brother, what should we do now? Profound Two thought for a moment. As things stand, we can only enter the Forbidden Land in the back mountain to request the old Marquis to come out of seclusion. This situation has completely exceeded expectations. It's not something I can handle. Go and comfort the others in the Marquis's mansion, and tell young Master Yuan this news while you're at it. Zhan Si replied respectfully. Understood, second brother. In the Forbidden Land of the back mountain, Profound Two stood at the entrance, his expression tense. He was afraid that once Wei Xuanpei learned of the situation, he might kill him in a fit of rage. Just as he was still hesitating, Wei Xuanpei's voice rang out in his ear. Come in. What are you doing standing at the door? Hearing this, Profound Two summoned his courage and walked inside. Upon entering, he saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in black-clothed figures, sitting on a prayer mat. Thud. Profound Two immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully, your subordinate, Profound Two, pays respects to the old Marquis. From Profound Two's demeanor and tone of voice, Wei Xuanpei had already sensed that something was wrong, so he inquired, rise. Has something happened at the Marquis's mansion? Profound Two stood up and hurriedly replied, yes, old Marquis. A massive incident has occurred at the mansion. I hope that after you hear it, you must remain steady. Wei Xuanpei shook his head. Speak. I have lived for over 100 years. What great storms have I not seen? I have even killed several people from the Great Li Imperial Gate. Profound Two swallowed and said cautiously, 300 miles north of the city, a great battle took place a few hours ago. Lord Black Thunder has fallen in battle, and Master Shadow has fallen in battle. As he spoke to this point, Profound Two already felt the atmosphere turning wrong. A strong sense of suffocation filled the air, as if it could send him to hell in an instant. Looking up, the originally calm Wei Xuanpei now had eyes filled with killing intent. Enduring the internal discomfort, Profound Two hurriedly spoke to persuade him. Old Marquis, please withdraw your aura. Your subordinate cannot breathe. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuanpei immediately withdrew it. Phew. Profound Two immediately took several deep breaths of air before finally recovering. It had to be said that the gap between the King Realm and the Spirit Realm was truly immense. A mere accidental leak of a sliver of Wei Xuanpei's aura out of anger was enough to make Profound Two, a true realm perfection, unable to breathe. At this moment, Wei Xuanpei's mind was reminiscing about the time he spent with Shadow. Back then, he hadn't become the Marquis of Qingzhou. He wasn't even the heir to the mansion, just a young master. He happened to meet the wandering Shadow, who appeared to be around the same age as him. So, he brought Shadow into the Marquis's mansion to stay by his side. From that point on, they were inseparable. Later, he even took Shadow along with him to practice martial arts. After starting martial arts, he discovered that Shadow's talent was quite good. His father, the Marquis of Qingzhou of that generation, was a man who liked to leave his affections everywhere. This resulted in him having over 30 brothers and sisters combined. There was no distinction between direct and collateral lines, which made the competition for the position of heir to the Marquisate extremely fierce. Finally, his father implemented a cruel trial to decide the heir of the Marquis's mansion. That cruel trial was to be the last one standing. Regardless of the methods used, the last person remaining would become the heir. Relying on his decent martial talent and Shadow's help, he successfully survived to the end. One could say that without Shadow, he would not have become the Marquis of Qingzhou. So not long ago, when Shadow reached a breakthrough into the King Realm, he was very happy, grateful that his good brother could continue to walk this path with him. But he never imagined that in less than a few days, they would be separated by life and death. Yin and Yang. Shadow was killed? He was in the King Realm. In the entire Qingzhou, only he and I were in the King Realm. Even looking at the entire Great Li Dao, the number of people in the King Realm can be counted on both hands. Of course, this excluded the hidden power or those who had just reached a breakthrough into the King Realm. Profound Two hurriedly replied, Old Marquis, the one who killed Master Shadow was from the Great Li Imperial Gate. For a moment, Wei Xuanpei was stunned. He had just been about to say, excluding some hidden powers and the Great Li Imperial Gate. The Great Li Imperial Gate, these remnants of the Great Li are simply too arrogant. Their Dali dynasty was destroyed 800 years ago, yet they still think of overthrowing our great Yuan dynasty and restoring their nation. Profound Two then continued, Old Marquis, your subordinate hasn't finished speaking. Continue. Not only is Lord Shadow dead, but even General Feng Dong, one of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard, is also dead. Wei Xuanpei's tone was icy. Killing someone from my marquise's mansion was bold enough, but I didn't expect them to actually dare to kill someone from the embroidered uniform guard. It seems the Great Li Imperial Gate is coming with aggressive intent this time. Truly, they haven't made a move for 100 years, but once they do, they go for a ruthless strike. He knew very well what the consequences would be if General Feng Dong of the Embroidered Uniform Guard died here. Feng Dong had originally come to investigate clues about the Great Li Imperial Gate. Now that Feng Dong was dead, the superiors would surely be furious. When the time came, those sent would definitely be of the King realm. And at that time, the entire Great Li Dao would be torn open by the people of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. By the way, how is Haidong? Only then did Wei Xuanpei remember his only son, Wei Haidong. In such a fierce battle, he likely suffered significant injuries. For a moment, Profound Two fell silent, and tears began to stream down his face. Old Marquis, the Marquis, he was also killed by the people from the Great Li Imperial Gate. What? Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept through the entire Marquise's mansion, even extending several kilometers outward. Wei Yuan, who was chatting with old Mo in the courtyard, felt this aura and a smile appeared on his face. Because he knew the owner of this aura was Wei Haidong's father, the previous Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Xuanpei. Moreover, he could sense that the aura was filled with rage. From the looks of it, Wei Xuanpei must have learned of Wei Haidong's death. Similarly, in a tea house near the Marquise's mansion, Solitary City Yi, Yihai Yidao, White Phoenix, and Fu Hongshui were drinking tea. Originally, Yihai Yidao and Fu Hongshui didn't want to come, but Solitary City Yi heard that the tea house had received a new batch of tea leaves sent from the distant Hokkaido, and the name of the tea was Kui Shui. Upon hearing those two words, Solitary City Yi was reminded of that old friend. A night of the full moon, atop the Forbidden City, the immortal flying from beyond the heavens, a sword coming from the west, snow of the west gate, I await your arrival. He then walked into the tea house without any hesitation. Seeing this, Fu Hongshui and Yihai Yidao could only follow him in. As for White Phoenix, he didn't mind. At the same time, Wei Xuanpei's aura had reached the tea house, causing even the teacups to shake incessantly. With a wave of his hand, Solitary City Yi blocked the wave of aura. White Phoenix spoke up. It's likely that Wei Xuanpei knows Wei Haidong is dead, which is why he's so indignant. By the way, White King, how is the strength of this previous Marquis of Qingzhou? Instantly, Yihai Yidao and Fu Hongshui both turned their gazes toward him. Solitary City Yi took a sip of tea. Not bad, good tea. As for Wei Xuanpei, he is not my opponent. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Chapter 51 Discussing the Resuscitation of the Dantian of the Marquis of Qingzhou. Chapter 51. Discussion, Becoming the Marquis of Qingzhou, Dantian Recovery. How could Haidong die? At this moment, Wei Xuanpei's eyes were red and his face was flushed as fury completely surged into his heart. He had never imagined that his only son, Wei Haidong, would die before him. After all, if his father hadn't forced him to leave a direct bloodline for the Marquis residence before dying, he would have planned to adopt a child from a side branch to be the next Marquis of Qingzhou. After some back and forth, he agreed to have one, which led to the birth of Wei Haidong. Later, as soon as Wei Haidong reached adulthood, he passed the position of Marquis of Qingzhou to him so he could focus on his cultivation. But he never expected his only son would die before him like this. Since Haidong is dead, then according to what Haidong said before, let his eldest son, Wei Cheng, become the heir to the Marquis residence. Old Marquis, there is some unfortunate news. Wei Xuanpei's tone carried a hint of disbelief. Don't tell me Wei Cheng is dead too. Yes, old Marquis, young Master Cheng is dead. He even died before the Marquis. Additionally, young Master Kai was assassinated by people from the Great Li Imperial Gate a few days ago. Of the Marquis's 3 sons, only young Master Yuan with a shattered Dantian remains. PFF. Wei Xuanpei spat out a large mouthful of blood. Profound Two said worriedly, Old Marquis, you must take care of your health. Now the entire Marquis residence can only rely on you. Wei Xuanpei waved his hand. It's fine. Just now he was simply overwhelmed by anger. He never expected such things to happen to his Qingzhou Marquis residence, leaving him not knowing how to face the ancestors of the Qingzhou Marquis residence when he went to hell. So now, besides me, the entire Qingzhou Marquis residence only has Wei Yuan as a direct descendant, right? Yes, old Marquis. What about the experts? Lord Black Wind died in Xuenya Prefecture. Lord Black Rain went to Xuenya Prefecture and is likely in grave danger. As for Lord Black Thunder, there's no need to mention him. Calculating it this way, there are no spirit realm experts. Your subordinate. At true realm perfection, I'm the strongest. Hearing this, Wei Xuanpei didn't know what to say for a moment. The current Qingzhou Marquis residence could be said to have reached its lowest point in history. Fine, I understand. Tell me about Wei Yuan's situation. Certainly, old Marquis. After Profound 2 finished speaking, Wei Xuanpei sighed. It seems I can only go out and find Wei Yuan. Fortunately, it's just a shattered Dantian. The first-generation Marquis of Qingzhou left behind a revival grass that can repair it, so it's not a big problem. In the small courtyard, Wei Yuan was lying on a chair. Old Mo had already gone to prepare his dinner. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. After seeing the figure, Wei Yuan stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, old Marquis." Hearing these words, Wei Xuanpei was filled with emotion. This was completely different from what he had initially expected. "You should call me grandfather." Wei Yuan didn't answer, his tone indifferent. "Is that so? But Wei Haidong didn't treat me as his own son." "So?" Wei Xuanpei shook his head. After hearing Profound 2's report about Wei Yuan, he knew that Wei Haidong had been wrong, especially forcing Wei Yuan into a marriage alliance with the ugly daughter of the master of the Great Bright Hall in Xuenya Prefecture. This move was incredibly foolish. Even if he wanted that item, he shouldn't have used his own son for a marriage exchange. Although Wei Yuan's Dantian was shattered, he was still his biological son after all. In fact, from the beginning, he knew Wei Haidong's character was that of someone who would squeeze out every bit of your value. "I know you hate Haidong, and I don't blame you. That was just his personality. And he's dead. Respect the deceased. Now, you are the only direct descendant of the entire Qingzhou Marquis residence, so the title of Marquis of Qingzhou will inevitably fall to you. Are you willing to serve as the Marquis of Qingzhou?" Wei Yuan pointed at his Dantian. "Old Marquis, you're letting a cripple serve as the Marquis of Qingzhou? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? One must know that looking across the 24 Daos and hundreds of prefectures of Great Yuan, no noble or great family would ever let a cripple inherit a title or become a clan chief. Either you have another child now, or you pick one from a side branch." Hearing such mocking words, Wei Xuanpei was about to get angry, but then he remembered Wei Yuan had no cultivation. Even a sliver of true qi he accidentally released might cause Wei Yuan's death. If Wei Yuan died, the direct bloodline of the entire Qingzhou Marquis residence would truly go extinct. After going to hell, the ancestors of the Qingzhou Marquis residence would definitely not forgive him. But now that he had achieved a breakthrough to the King realm and his physique had evolved, combined with the cultivation technique the Qingzhou Marquis residence had practiced since ancient times, they could only have children before the King realm. Once they reached the King realm, the possibility of having a child was extremely low. As for letting him pick someone from a side branch, that was simply impossible. The title of Marquis of Qingzhou could never fall to a side branch. "Wei Yuan, it's just a shattered Dantian, nothing else. I'll give you the revival grass. After taking it, your Dantian can be repaired very quickly. I know your talent is good. Inheriting the title of Marquis of Qingzhou will be no problem for you." Wei Yuan asked in return, "Old Marquis, haven't you heard the saying, belated affection is cheaper than grass? When I begged Wei Haidong for the revival grass, he refused no matter what. Now you're actually giving it to me? Isn't that ironic?" Wei Xuanpei sighed. "Wei Yuan, regarding the matters with Haidong, I apologize to you on his behalf. Please take the revival grass, restore your Dantian, and inherit the title of Marquis of Qingzhou. To be honest, before coming here, I already reported your name using a sound transmission talisman. It won't be long before we receive a letter from your majesty. The position of Marquis of Qingzhou is yours for sure. Given your age, I can help you oversee the Marquis residence for a while, and you can go to other Daos of Great Yuan to gain some experience. Now that spiritual qi resurgence has begun and it's a great era for cultivation, the future of the Qingzhou Marquis residence depends on you to carry the banner." Wei Yuan pretended to think deeply for a moment. "Fine, seeing as you're so sincere, I'll be this Marquis of Qingzhou. Good, good, good. Here, this is the revival grass. Go repair your Dantian properly. I still have to handle Haidong's affairs." With those words, Wei Xuanpei's figure disappeared from the courtyard. At this, Wei Yuan couldn't help but remark that Wei Xuanpei and Wei Haidong were father and son, yet their personalities were actually so different. If Wei Xuanpei had been overseeing the Marquis residence from the start, perhaps Wei Haidong wouldn't have died. Shaking his head, Wei Yuan left a note and entered the secret room to begin his seclusion. Of course, this was all an act for Wei Xuanpei. After all, his Dantian would be completely healed in 3 days anyway, which was about the same time it would take after consuming the revival grass. Meanwhile, the news of Marquis of Qingzhou Wei Haidong, Feng Dong, one of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard, and a King Realm expert being killed by the Great Li Imperial Gate shocked the Great Yuan dynasty. 3 days passed, and Wei Yuan opened his eyes. His cultivation had now recovered. He only needed to find the optimal state to attempt a breakthrough to the Void Realm. Open black lens bracket ding. A new month has arrived. You have gained 1 summoning opportunity. Host, would you like to use it? Close black lens bracket. PS, 1 chapter left, I'll make it up tonight. Also, thank you to all my foster fathers for the gifts. 52. Number 52. Chapter 52. The Azure Dragon Token. Situations and Conspiracies. Chapter 52. Azure Dragon Token. Situations everywhere. Premeditation. Regarding this, Wei Yuan had no doubts at all. Use. Soon, the system's voice rang out again. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Azure Dragon Society's exclusive token. The Azure Dragon Token. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Wei Yuan became interested and began to examine it. With a thought, a token appeared in his hand. The token was only about the size of a palm, half a finger thick, and a simple rectangle with cloud patterns carved on the edges. On the front was a 3D azure dragon, its body wound and coiled. Its scales were meticulously outlined, and it felt cool to the touch. The dragon's head was held high, its horns were upright, and its whiskers were elegant. However, the dragon's eyes looked clear and appeared very foolish. Altogether, Wei Yuan found that this azure dragon looked exactly like the hatched little azure dragon. Of course, the most similar part was those eyes. He concluded that the dragon on the token was carved based on the little azure dragon. Then, Wei Yuan flipped it over and found the words Azure Dragon carved on the back, with 2 smaller words Dragon Guard on the bottom left, representing status. At this time, the system's voice rang out again. Open black lens bracket ding. The Azure Dragon token is divided according to status, and the functions presented are also different. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The 8 Dragon Guard's Azure Dragon token possesses the effect of 1,000-mile sound transmission and allows for 1 teleportation at any time per year. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The 7 King's Azure Dragon token, while possessing the 1,000-mile sound transmission function, it allows for teleportation once a month. Close black lens bracket. Then, Wei Yuan checked his Azure Dragon token and found the words Dragon Lord carved on it. Besides teleportation being once every 10 days, it had an additional Dragon Lord's Majesty and Hidden Strength, with only the 1,000-mile sound transmission in common. Although he didn't seem entirely satisfied, it was still not bad. Immediately, Wei Yuan adjusted his state and began to cultivate the Dragon King art he had previously drawn from the system, preparing to use the Dragon King art to charge into the Void Realm and abandon the Wei family's original cultivation technique. As soon as he circulated the Dragon King art, the spiritual qi in the air continuously entered Wei Yuan's body, more than 10 times faster than the Wei family's previous technique. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll be able to successfully break through to the Void Realm before tomorrow morning. In Xuenya Prefecture, the Divine Blade Hall had become the undisputed #1 power. In the room, Yan 13 stood with his arms crossed, speaking to Bai Tianyu, who was handling matters. I was originally looking forward to the Marquis of Qingzhou sending more experts over, but the Dragon Lord killed the Marquis of Qingzhou directly. Last time, Heiyu's strength was clearly insufficient. He died before lasting 50 moves. It's quite boring. Bai Tianyu smiled slightly. Brother Yan, why don't you try to break through to the King Realm? Yan 13 shook his head. I haven't felt the King Realm bottleneck yet, but according to my calculations, it should be soon, within this month. Then I'll be able to charge into the King Realm. He was quite longing for the King Realm outside Qingzhou City. Zhao Ju originally wanted to pick up some scraps, but found that someone had beaten him to it. Just as he was about to step forward to see who it was, the moment he saw the immortal master from afar, he flew back without a second thought or hesitation. Only that person did he recognize. Zan Shu, the 3rd Buddha son of Xuankang Temple. Although the realm Zan Shu displayed was only the late spirit realm, as a member of the top-tier power Xuankang Temple and the 3rd Buddha son, his combat power had definitely reached spirit realm perfection. Moreover, such a person of noble status would certainly have experts hidden in the shadows for protection. As for the rank of the experts, without a doubt, they must have reached the King Realm. Although Zhao Ju sensed Yu Dongling's aura during his rapid escape, after thinking it over, he decided to save his life first. Just now, he wasn't sure if Zan Shu had discovered him. If he had, Zhan Shu would definitely chase after him. After all, the Blood Demon cult was an evil cult, and the monks of Xuankang Temple loved nothing more than eliminating evil and defending the Tao. He didn't dare to gamble with his life. Even if he found Yu Dongling and brought him back, there was a high probability of becoming a King Realm expert, but all this was predicated on being alive. If he died, let alone becoming King Realm, he wouldn't even be willing to become Saint Realm. At this time, Yu Dongling also sensed Zhao Ju's rapid escape and thought Zhao Ju had been discovered by General Feng of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, so he immediately flew toward Qingzhou City without stopping. Having laid low for 3 years, he didn't want to lose his life. Returning to the Yu family, he began to hide in a secret room, hoping for the storm to pass. He knew that if he could sense Zhao Ju's aura, then Zhao Ju could definitely sense his. Then Zhao Ju would definitely come looking for him later. Inside the secret room, Yu Dongling muttered to himself, I just don't know if you accidentally obtained the Blood Demon great art like me, or if you are a member of the Blood Demon cult. Governor of Qingzhou's mansion, Wang Dong's face was full of worry. The events of the past few days had brought him close to a breakdown. He never imagined how the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, General Feng, one of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard, and Shadow, who had reached King Realm, could all die. Although they all died at the hands of those guys from the Great Li Imperial Gate, this happened outside Qingzhou City. No matter what, he couldn't escape responsibility. Thinking of this gave him a headache. Of course, the point that made him most distraught was that the threat from the Great Li Imperial Gate still existed. Troubled times, troubled times. It seems I can only offer all my property to that lord, hoping for a lighter punishment and, by the way, to be transferred away from Qingzhou and the Great Li Dao. He knew very well that before long, Qingzhou, and even the entire Great Li Dao, would undergo a complete change. Now that King Realm deaths had already occurred, the battles ahead would likely be even more brutal. As a mere true realm perfection, getting caught up in this battle was simply looking for death. It was better to leave this place of trouble to save his life. Lord, the head of the Zhang family has arrived. While Wang Dong was still thinking, a servant spoke at the door. Let him in, as you command, Lord. Soon, Zhang Zhengxuan walked into the room. What brings you to see me now, head of the Zhang family? Zhang Zhengxuan said slowly. Lord Wang, seeing you so worried, you probably haven't rested well these past few days. Wang Dong snorted coldly. Head of the Zhang family, do you think this official can rest well after such a major event has occurred? Speak plainly, what exactly did you come here for? If you're here to see me make a fool of myself, then you've achieved your goal, and you can leave. Zhang Zhengxuan quickly replied. Lord Wang, you're overthinking. I'm not here to see you make a fool of myself. I know the deaths of the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, and General Feng of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Feng Dong, will affect your career. Wang Dong sighed. Sigh, what's the use of knowing? Now Qingzhou, and even the entire Great Li Dao, is like a volcano about to erupt. It's terrifying. I've already prepared to use my connections to leave Qingzhou City. Hearing this, Zhang Zhengxuan advised. Lord Wang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have a massive fortune waiting for you here. As long as you complete this matter, not only will you not be punished, but you will also be promoted and leave in glory. Instantly, Wang Dong's eyes brightened. Brother Zhang, tell me quickly. 53. Number 53 Chapter 53 The Wrath of the Great Li Imperial Family Emperor Chen Longping of the Great Yuan Dynasty Chapter 53 The Wrath of the Great Li Imperial Gate Emperor Chen Longping of the Great Yuan Outside Qingzhou City, the previous battlefield had long been cleaned, but traces of the fierce battle could still be seen all around. Especially where Shadow and Solitary City Yi had fought, the destroyed mountain peaks and lingering sword chi both testified to the brilliance of the battle. At this moment, the figure of a middle-aged man appeared in the middle of the battlefield, and at a glance, he saw 8 characters not far away that hadn't been destroyed. Great Li Imperial Gate, the revenge begins. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. Wish. With a casual wave of his hand, a blast of true chi completely obliterated the 8 characters. Following that, he strode to the center of the battlefield and reached the spot where Pure Void had died. The corpses of black demon poisonous insects could still be seen on the ground. He sniffed the lingering scents in the air again, his gaze turning toward the place where the Blood Sea Mad General had died. Pure Void, Mad General, I have failed you both. I arrived a step too late. At the same time, he sniffed the air once more. Half an incense stick's time later, he already understood the entire situation of the battlefield. Then, taking a step forward, his figure became like a bolt of black lightning, and in less than a few breaths, he arrived at the place where solitary City Yi and Shadow had fought. This time was different from before. He didn't sniff the lingering scents in the air but instead closed his eyes to sense the entire battlefield. Soon, his consciousness reached the mountain peak that had been split in two by solitary City Yi. Instantly, he sensed the terrifying sword intent left behind by solitary City Yi. PFF'd. His consciousness suffered damage, causing him to immediately open his eyes and spit out a mouthful of blood. What terrifying sword intent! What a terrifying swordsman! Through the lingering sword intent, he had already sketched an image of solitary City Yi in his mind, a cold and ruthless peerless swordsman. Such a terrifying swordsman aside from the Holy Sword Sect. It would be difficult to find such a powerful swordsman anywhere else in the Great Yuan. With such strength, he should have been famous long ago, yet none of the swordsmen on the king ranking match this sword intent. From the looks of it, he's likely from a hidden power out of a dimensional space. But that is no excuse for framing us. To kill people from the Great Li Imperial Gate and then dare to pin it on us, you're truly seeking death. His inner fury had reached its peak, ready to explode at any moment. After all, the previous exposure could be considered minor. Even if General Feng Cheng of the Embroidered Uniform Guard came to investigate, he wouldn't have discovered much. But now that a Marquis has died, an Embroidered Uniform Guard commander has died, and a King Realm expert has died, the situation has become uncontrollable. He knew very well that among the people the Great Yuan dynasty would send next, there would definitely be King Realm experts, and that would change everything. Damn it, for this to happen at such a time. We were just about to break through the secret realm and obtain the treasures within. Our strength would have increased further, and we could have used them to win over other powers. But now everything has been ruined by this framing bastard. Truly deserving of death. If solitary City Yi were here, he would have charged forward to fight him without hesitation. Now I can only hope the people from the Great Yuan dynasty arrive slowly and don't affect the secret realm. As for the one who framed us, just wait. Once the matter with the secret realm is concluded, I will show you the terror of the Great Li Imperial Gate. Immediately, his figure flashed and vanished from the spot central capital circuit. In a courtyard, two figures were playing chess. One figure appeared to be in his 50s, while the other looked slightly older, around his early 60s. Even at their age, both remained handsome. The older man spoke. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on the recent events in Great Li Dao? Hearing this, as the 8th emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty, Emperor Yuanhai, Chen Longping, spoke slowly. The Great Li Imperial Gate, as remnants of the Dali dynasty, hasn't been eliminated for 800 years. Would you say our Great Yuan dynasty is incompetent, or that the Great Li Imperial Gate is too good at hiding? Your Majesty, do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? The truth, of course. Unless you wish to commit the crime of deceiving the monarch, the truth is the latter. Although the Dali dynasty only existed for 500 years before being overthrown by our Great Yuan, they opened many secret realms and obtained many ancient treasures during those 500 years, especially that top-tier treasure that can move anywhere and has extremely strong concealment capabilities, the Wangyuan space. We truly have no way to deal with it. However, Your Majesty need not worry. Now that the prosperous age has begun and the spiritual qi resurgence is underway, they will certainly make their final move. Doesn't the situation just reported prove exactly that? Chen Longping nodded and placed a white piece near the edge of the chessboard. You are right. This era is the opportunity to completely annihilate them. Whether it be those top-tier powers or the emerging hidden powers, I want them to know that today, the Great Yuan dynasty rules this world. 2 years ago, someone in your embroidered uniform guard broke through to the King Realm. I believe he was called 13th Li. I even praised him at the time. I heard he made it onto the King ranking last month. Is it true? Reporting to Your Majesty, it is true. Last month, 13th Li went to the Southwest Dao and successfully defeated the last ranked person on the King ranking, the old man of Luotian, Li Haitian. Not bad. To be able to ascend the king ranking at such a young age makes him worth cultivating. In that case, send him to Great Li Dao. Arrange for a few in the spirit realm to be his subordinates as well. By your command, Your Majesty. This old official will go and arrange it immediately. Wait a moment. Reply to the letter from the previous Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Xuanpei. Say that I am aware and tell him to guard Qingzhou well for me. Tell him to cultivate this last child well and let him become the pride of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. By the way, select a few treasures from the imperial treasury to send over. After all, there are only 18 hereditary marquises in the entire Great Yuan, and among them, the 4 most dangerous marquis posts include the Marquis of Qingzhou, who guards Qingzhou in Great Li Dao. Simply because the base of the Great Li Imperial Gate is hidden within Great Li Dao Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Xuanpei had spent the past few days handling all sorts of matters for the Marquis residence. After several consecutive days without sleep, he had finally settled everything properly. However, after this process, he discovered that there was a reason for everything regarding Wei Yuan's hatred of Wei Haidong. If Wei Haidong weren't already dead, he would have wanted to go up and give him a slap right now. That useless trash. If I had known, I should have fathered more children back then. That way, the position of Marquis of Qingzhou certainly wouldn't have gone to that unfilial son, Wei Haidong. Shaking his head, his gaze turned toward the small courtyard where Wei Yuan was. Reasoning suggested that Wei Yuan's dantian and cultivation should have recovered by now, so it felt strange to him that Wei Yuan had yet to come out. At the same time, inside the small courtyard, Wei Yuan opened his eyes, a domineering aura emanating from his body. I've reached the Void Realm. 54. Number 54 Chapter 54 Emerging from Seclusion. Chen Xuan'e, the Prince of Xuan'e, and His Ambition. Chapter 54. Emerging from Seclusion, King Xuan'e Chen Xuan'e, Ambition. Wei Xuanpei, who had been closely monitoring the situation in the small courtyard, sensed the aura emanating from Wei Yuan at this moment. No wonder he's only emerging now. It turns out he was breaking through and charging towards the Void Realm. Upon learning of this situation, a smile appeared on Wei Xuanpei's face. From the looks of it, Wei Yuan's talent was much stronger than even Wei Haidong's. Thinking of this, he felt an urge to go and give Wei Haidong 2 more slaps. Wei Yuan stepped out of the secret room and came into the courtyard. Old Mo immediately came forward to greet him, and after seeing the Void Realm aura displayed on Wei Yuan's body, tears streamed down his old face. This old servant congratulates the young master on his cultivation breaking through the heaven realm and reaching the Void Realm. Wei Yuan smiled and said, "Old Mo, thank you. Young master, you're being too polite. Seeing you break through makes this old servant feel very happy," Old Mo said respectfully. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, a figure appeared in the courtyard. Upon seeing the figure, Old Mo hurriedly said respectfully, "This old servant greets the old Marquis." Wei Yuan remained the same as before. "Greetings, old Marquis." Wei Xuanpei first nodded with a smile, then looked at Wei Yuan and spoke. "What, are you still unwilling to call me grandfather?" Wei Yuan did not speak, his expression indifferent. Seeing this situation, Old Mo was startled inwardly. He hadn't expected Wei Yuan to be so bold as to not give Wei Xuanpei even a bit of face. When he first entered the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Wei Xuanpei had already become the Marquis of Qingzhou. Whether it was people from the Marquis residence or from Qingzhou, as long as they committed a mistake and were caught by him, there was only one outcome: death. At his most ruthless, even Wei Xuanpei's second uncle, his father's younger brother, who embezzled 500,000 silver taels from the Marquis residence, was directly killed without hesitation once Wei Xuanpei found out. Even though Wei Xuanpei's father pleaded for mercy, he was not saved. So, seeing that Wei Yuan did not show respect to Wei Xuanpei, he was somewhat afraid that Wei Xuanpei would punish Wei Yuan. To his surprise, Wei Xuanpei only smiled and stepped forward to pat Wei Yuan's shoulder. "Fine, you child, call me whatever you want. In any case, you are already the newly appointed Marquis of Qingzhou. Keep it up, Wei Yuan. I hope you can shoulder the glory belonging to the Qingzhou Marquis residence in this era of spiritual qi resurgence and the Golden Age." Wei Yuan replied calmly, "Very well, old Marquis, I shall certainly give it my all." "Good, I believe you. Come, follow me. I will teach you some etiquette you need to pay attention to after becoming a Marquis, as well as the things you need to control." "Yes, old Marquis." Zhongnan Circuit, one of the 24 circuits of the Great Yuan dynasty. At the same time, Zhongnan Circuit was also one of the circuits with the most prefectures in the Great Yuan dynasty, with a total of 8 prefectures. Furthermore, because it was located in the hinterland of Great Yuan, it was inherently prosperous, and the level of its martial artists was among the best in the entire 20 circuits of Great Yuan. With the addition of the spiritual qi resurgence, the cultivation level in Zhongnan Circuit had improved by another notch. Xuan'e Prefecture, one of the 8 prefectures of Zhongnan Circuit, In fact, the name of Shuanei Prefecture was originally Haizhou. The reason it was renamed Shuanei Prefecture was because of the current Great Yuan Emperor, Lingai, Chen Longping's third son, Chen Shuanei. Initially, Chen Shuanei's fief was in Haizhou, so he was also in theft as King Hai, but he did not like the title King Hai, so Chen Longping changed Haizhou to Shuanei Prefecture and changed Chen Shuanei's title to King Shuanei. Shuanei Prefecture, Shuanei Royal Residence. A handsome middle-aged man in his 30s was reading a book in his study. Your Highness, there is some recent intelligence. Do you need me to read it to you? Read it as you command. It is heard that the Eastern King's side intends to join forces with the Three Seas sect, with the goal of competing in the selection for the position of Crown Prince 3 years from now. Word has come out that King Peng has entered seclusion. It's estimated that he will be able to break through to the King Realm upon his next emergence, becoming the fourth among the 6 kings to break through to the King Realm. King Lei recently went to the Lei Palace and took a master. It's heard that it is Luo Sanchu, a Grand Elder of the Lei Palace, ranked 22nd on the imperial ranking, with a cultivation at the late Emperor realm. It's heard that a hidden power has emerged in Dongping Prefecture of Zhongbei Circuit, directly occupying half the territory of the entire Dongping Prefecture. Their strength is very formidable, and at a conservative estimate, there is a late King Realm expert sitting in command behind them. A similar force supported by a hidden power has also been discovered in Luo County of our Shuanei Prefecture. We are currently investigating the situation. The final piece of news comes from Great Li Dao. Hearing this, Chen Shuanei became interested and put down the book in his hand. What happened in Great Li Dao? The Great Li Imperial Gate has reappeared after a gap of 100 years, and in one fell swoop, they killed the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, General Feng Dong, one of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard, and even the King Realm Shadow who had not long ago broken through at the Qingzhou Marquis residence was killed. At this moment, Chen Shuanei stood up. Are you saying the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, is dead? Yes, Your Highness. Who is the new Marquis of Qingzhou? The situation currently found is Wei Yuan, Wei Haidong's second son. The instant he heard this name, Chen Shuanei felt surprised, because he clearly remembered the letter Wei Haidong had sent him. Reporting to Your Highness, the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Haidong, had 3 sons in total. The third son, Wei Kai, was killed by people from the Great Li Imperial Gate, and the eldest son, Wei Cheng, was killed for no reason by his third mother, Lin Yuya, who then committed suicide. So, in the entire Qingzhou Marquis residence, apart from the old Marquis, Wei Xuanpei, the only direct descendant left is Wei Yuan. Thus, the position of Marquis of Qingzhou fell to Wei Yuan. Chen Shuanei nodded. So that's how it is. In that case, the attack the Qingzhou Marquis residence suffered from the Great Li Imperial Gate was very tragic. Yes, Your Highness, very tragic. The tragedy has nothing to do with me. Change the letter replying to Wei Haidong from last time and send it immediately to this new Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Yuan, as my grand inauguration gift to him. As you command, Your Highness. As soon as the voice fell, the figure immediately vanished. Shortly following that, another figure appeared in the study. Chen Shuanei, who originally had a smile on his face, immediately became serious. How is the conquest of the forces in Jiangnan Circuit going currently? Apart from the capital of Jiangnan Circuit, Jiangnan Prefecture, as well as Luoshan Prefecture and Zheng Prefecture, most other places have already been mostly brought under control. Please rest assured, Your Highness, before the competition for the position of Crown Prince, this subordinate is confident in bringing all of them under control. Chen Shuanei said sternly, no, the speed is too slow, it must be accelerated. In this life's spiritual chi resurgence and golden age, not only will those top-tier forces compete, but even some legendary hidden powers will emerge. To seize the initiative, one must speed up. Those who fall behind can only become the losers. I do not want to be that loser. I want to become the 9th Emperor of Great Yuan, sweep away all the forces within the borders of Great Yuan, and thereby achieve ascension to the upper realm, so that all future emperors of Great Yuan will be proud of me. Hearing this, the figure's eyes became fervent. This subordinate understands, my lord. This subordinate will increase the speed. That's more like it. Go now. If any secret realms or tombs are opening, remember to contact me immediately. As you command, Your Highness. 55. Number 55 Chapter 55, Discovering the New Mission King. Chapter 55, New Mission, Fame on the King Ranking, Discovery. Have you learned everything I've taught you? If you haven't, you can say so, and I will teach you again. Wei Xuanpei looked at Wei Yuan and spoke slowly. He had to make sure Wei Yuan learned all these things. After all, if any accident were to happen to him later, the entire Qingzhou Marquis residence would have to rely solely on Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan nodded. I've learned it all. However, old Marquis, according to what you just said, since the great Yuan progenitor, our Qingzhou Marquis residence has never participated in any war for the throne, belonging to the neutral faction. But this time, you said we've participated. What's going on? One must know that such a situation was extremely dangerous. If the bet was placed correctly, it would be fine, but if it was wrong, at best they would face suppression, and at worst, the entire clan would be executed. He didn't understand why the Qingzhou Marquis residents would get involved this time. Could it be because of the spiritual qi resurgence and the Golden Age, and they wanted to find a solid backer? But even then, they shouldn't have gotten involved in the war for the throne. Setting aside their strength, this was completely a wrong move. Hearing Wei Yuan's words, a look of anger appeared on Wei Xuanpei's face. All of this is because of that rebellious son. I only found out about it not long ago. Thinking of this matter, Wei Xuanpei wished he could go to the cemetery outside the city and whip Wei Haidong's corpse. Not a single choice he made was a good one. Previously, the main reason their Qingzhou Marquis residents hadn't chosen to join the war for the throne was that they weren't strong enough, and they were located in the Great Li Dao, which was still very far from the Great Yuan capital, the central capital circuit. Regarding this, Wei Yuan also felt quite speechless. He hadn't expected Wei Haidong to be so absurd. Then now that he's dead, that side shouldn't come looking for us, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Xuanpei was also a bit stunned. The main point was that he had never encountered such a thing before. It was also his first time. It depends on how close the connection between Haidong and that person was. If it was significant, I estimate they might come looking. Fine, we'll deal with it when the time comes. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Anyway, even if that side came to the door, he wouldn't acknowledge it. Whatever they needed, they could go to Wei Haidong's grave and talk slowly. That works, we'll talk then. Anyway, this old man is still alive. If that side comes looking and wants something, this old man doesn't mind tearing off the mask of civility. As he said this, a flash of killing intent crossed Wei Xuanpei's eyes. In his heart, the most important thing now was to let Wei Yuan grow up quickly and become the pillar of the Qingzhou Marquis residence, and later on, have a few more children. Alright, this old man has matters to handle. During this time, don't leave Qingzhou City. As long as you are within Qingzhou City, even if something happens, this old man can arrive in the shortest time. Here, these are sensory spirit talismans. If something happens, crush one immediately, and I will come at once. With that, Wei Xuanpei took out a dozen or so talismans and handed them to Wei Yuan. Thank you, old Marquis, Wei Yuan said respectfully. It had to be said that Wei Xuanpei was indeed very good to him. Alright, no need to be polite with me. You now represent the last hope of my Qingzhou Marquis residence. I must protect you well. Wei Xuanpei waved his hand and replied. After speaking, his figure flashed and he disappeared from before Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan smiled, took the spirit talismans, and walked out of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Why are there only the three of you? Why don't I see White Phoenix? Inside the tea house private room, Wei Yuan looked at Solitary City Yi, Fu Hongshui, and Yihai Yidao and spoke. White Phoenix said he seemed to have discovered something, so he stealthily followed to investigate. Yihai Yidao stepped forward and said, Fine, then we won't wait for him for now. You guys can pass the message later. While speaking, Wei Yuan took out the Azure Dragon token from the system space. Solitary City Yi and the other two curiously looked at the Azure Dragon token in Wei Yuan's hand. Next, Wei Yuan gave an introduction to the functions of the Azure Dragon token. Do you all understand the functions now? The three of them toyed with the Azure Dragon tokens in their hands and said respectfully, We understand, Dragon Lord. Ding! Just as Wei Yuan opened his mouth to mention the next matter, the system's voice rang out again. Open black lens bracket ding little Azure Dragon evolution. Please have the host complete one evolution for the little Azure Dragon. After evolving, the little Azure Dragon's strength will reach the King Realm. Upon successful evolution, you will receive 2 summoning opportunities close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding fame on the King ranking. Please have the host's subordinates break into the King ranking within 2 months. Mission reward. 1 summoning opportunity close black lens bracket. Seeing these randomly appearing system missions, a bitter smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. The main reason was that the 2 missions from last time hadn't been completed yet, which made him a bit frustrated. He could understand why the first mission regarding the Azure Dragon Society wasn't finished. After all, under those circumstances, he certainly couldn't expose the Azure Dragon Society. Otherwise, with the Azure Dragon Society's current strength, let alone resisting the Great Yuan dynasty, they probably didn't even have 1/5 of the Great Li Imperial Gate's strength. As for the second mission to become the Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Yuan didn't understand. Wei Xuanpei had clearly already reported his name, and everything in the Qingzhou Marquis residence had been handed over to him, yet the system showed the mission was incomplete. Could it be that he really had to wait for the Great Yuan Emperor's decree to arrive before the mission could be completed? Shaking his head, Wei Yuan turned his gaze toward the two current missions. He was indeed surprised that the little azure dragon's strength would reach the King realm after evolving, but he wasn't sure how many medicinal herbs and treasures that would require. It seemed he would have to let Bai Tianyu's divine blade hall continue its outward expansion to obtain the medicinal herbs and treasures needed for the little azure dragon's evolution. For the second mission, Wei Yuan set his sights on Solitary City Yi. With Solitary City Yi's current strength, he was fully capable of fighting his way into the king ranking. Solitary City Yi, I have a mission to entrust to you. Hearing about a mission, Solitary City Yi immediately became interested. Subsequently, Wei Yuan explained the mission. Complete it within 2 months. You can slowly choose an expert you consider strong. Solitary City Yi said respectfully, thank you, Dragon Lord. I will choose slowly then. Of course, before that, he would also need to purchase a copy of the king ranking list issued by the Great Yuan dynasty. Fine, remember to complete it within the specified time. But currently, I am the only king realm by the Dragon Lord's side. If I leave, your safety, Dragon Lord, Solitary City Yi said with concern. After all, the movements of the Great Li Imperial Gate were unclear. If they suddenly launched an attack on the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Wei Yuan would be in some danger. No need. In the short term, the Great Li Imperial Gate will definitely not launch an attack. You can go with a peace of mind. In that case, I thank the Dragon Lord and shall take my leave first. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Solitary City Yi's cold face. After Solitary City Yi left, Yihai Yidao and Fu Hongxue stared intently at Wei Yuan. Dragon Lord, we want missions too. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Don't worry, there's enough for everyone. Just at that moment, White Phoenix walked in. Dragon Lord, I've discovered some major intelligence. 56. Number 56 Chapter 56 The Scheme to Expose the Winter's Arrival. Chapter 56. Planning. Yu Dongling's exposure. Arriving at the door, Wei Yuan's gaze shifted toward White Phoenix. What intelligence? White Phoenix quickly replied, I just spotted a figure in the east of the city. He exuded a thick, bloody scent, and his cultivation is conservatively estimated to be at least at the late spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan was quite puzzled. A bloody scent? At least at the late spirit realm? Currently, in the entire Qingzhou city, only the 3 great families could have experts at the late spirit realm. White Phoenix continued to report, I have observed the situations of the late spirit realm experts in the Lin, Yu, and Zhang families, and I feel that this figure does not belong to the 3 great families. So Dragon Lord, should we go and investigate the situation? Wei Yuan thought for a moment, that works. We can investigate and see exactly what this person's purpose is in coming to Qingzhou. But before that, let me tell you about the matters we discussed earlier. After taking out the Azure Dragon token and giving some instructions, Wei Yuan's gaze swept over the 3 of them. White Phoenix and Yihai Yidao, stay in Qingzhou City. Fu Hongxue, you head to Xuenya Prefecture and inform Bai Tianyu and Yan 13 of the situation. Also, bring the Azure Dragon token to them. Fu Hongxue said respectfully, as you command, Dragon Lord. A flicker of envy flashed in Yihai Yidao's eyes. After all, if he went to Xuenya Prefecture, he would be able to kill enemies everywhere. Staying in Qingzhou City, given the current situation, there would be very few opportunities to take action. Go then, Fu Hongxue. You can first try the Azure Dragon token's once-a-month teleportation. Understood. With those words, Fu Hongxue took out the Azure Dragon token and pressed the dragon head. A map of the Great Yuan dynasty appeared in the void, densely marked with the specific locations of the 24 circuits of Great Yuan and hundreds of prefectures. After Fu Hongxue selected Xuenya Prefecture, a void light portal appeared. Seeing this, Fu Hongxue immediately stepped inside. Dragon Lord, White Phoenix, Yihai, farewell. Wei Yuan nodded, and White Phoenix replied with a smile. Alright, we'll chat via the Azure Dragon token later. Yihai Yidao urged, when you're carrying out expansion missions, if you're short on hands, remember to contact the Dragon Lord and let me come. He couldn't help it. He truly wanted to take action. At this moment, Fu Hongxue had completely crossed through the light portal. 3 breaths later, the white light portal vanished, leaving no trace behind. Alright, I'm returning to the Marquis residence first. White Phoenix, if anything happens, contact me using the Azure Dragon token. As for Yihai Yidao, don't worry, there will be missions for you later. Understood, Dragon Lord, the two replied respectfully. Qingzhou Governor's Office. Wang Dong asked with a face full of disbelief. Are you sure that Yu Dongling of the Yu family is practicing the blood demon great art? Zhang Zhengxuan replied with confidence. Lord Wang, how could I possibly lie to you? This is the result I personally discovered after investigating. I happened to see Yu Dongling a few days ago. You should know that the last time I saw him was already 3 years ago. Although he was very fast, I still noticed some clues. 3 years ago, at your 60th birthday banquet, Yu Dongling came to attend, and his cultivation was only at true realm perfection. But a few days ago, when I sensed his cultivation, it was at least at the late spirit realm, and there is a very high possibility it is even at spirit realm perfection. Lord Wang, please tell me, under what circumstances can a person's cultivation increase by a whole major realm in just 3 years? Wang Dong drew in a sharp breath. Hiss. Such immense progress was indeed astonishing. Zhang Zhengxuan continued, I admit that Yu Dongling's son, Yu Zan, is indeed very talented, but I don't need to tell you what Yu Dongling's talent is like. Furthermore, it is definitely not some sudden epiphany, a breakthrough after long accumulation, or a late manifestation of talent. Why couldn't it be that? Wang Dong asked in surprise. Zhang Zhengxuan snorted coldly and replied, if that were truly the case with Yu Dongling's personality, he would have started boasting long ago. Have you forgotten how he showed off when Yu Zan entered the Fist King sect? He didn't just invite us, he even held a grand banquet and invited the entire Qingzhou city to feast for 7 days. So, excluding all other possibilities, he must have practiced the blood demon great art. The method of verification is also very simple. Buddhist son Zan Shu of the Xuankang Temple is still in Qingzhou and has not yet left. His Buddhist sect and the blood demon cult are natural enemies. As long as we let Buddhist son Zan Shu see Yu Dongling and investigate slightly, we will know the answer. With Buddhist son Zan Shu present, even if Yu Dongling is a member of the blood demon cult, we have nothing to fear. And just like that, a great merit has fallen into our laps. After listening to Zhang Zhengxuan's words, Wang Dong gave a thumbs up. Head of the Zhang family, no, brother Zhang, you are truly my savior. In that case, let's act immediately. He was afraid that if anything went wrong and the great merit within his grasp vanished, it would be a massive blow. Alright, let's go. We'll find Buddhist son Zan Shu first. Yu family. Even though the embroidered uniform guard Feng Dong was dead, Yu Dongling still maintained his vigilance and did not practice the blood demon great art. Of course, there was another primary reason. He was waiting for Zhao Ju's visit. This was because he had already sensed that Zhao Ju had returned to Qingzhou City and was heading toward the Yu family. Sitting in the main hall, Yu Dongling sipped his tea and waited quietly. I am very curious now whether you obtained the blood demon great art by chance like I did, or if you truly come from the blood demon cult. At the same time, on the main street, the disguised Zhao Ju was heading toward the Yu family. After hiding outside for a few days and seeing that Zan Shu hadn't come looking for him, his tense heart finally relaxed. Thus, he wanted to take Yu Dongling away immediately during this time, so he could then wait to attempt a breakthrough to the King realm. Zhao Ju looked at the grand mansion not far away, with 2 large characters written on the gate, Yu family. Over the past few days, he had learned about the major powers in Qingzhou, and the Yu family was indeed one of the 3 great families of Qingzhou. Hello, I have come to visit your family head. Just say an old friend has come to visit. Although the Yu family servant was a bit reluctant, seeing the aura emanating from Zhao Ju, he knew the man was no ordinary person. Very well, sir, please wait a moment. Yu Dongling was sitting in the main hall when the servant came in to report. I see. Let him in. Yes, head of the family. Friend, we shall meet soon. At this moment, in an inconspicuous spot outside the Yu family gate, a small bird was observing everything. Upon seeing the man enter, the bird immediately flew away. Not long after, Wei Yuan, who had returned to the Qingzhou Marquis residence and was cultivating, received the message sent by White Phoenix. After reading it, a flicker of emotion appeared on Wei Yuan's face. I didn't expect him to actually go to the Yu family. Interesting. He immediately sent a message back. White Phoenix, you and Gihai Yidao head over there. If anything happens, take action immediately. When White Phoenix saw Wei Yuan's reply, he immediately responded. As you command, Dragon Lord. Coming to the adjacent room, he found Gihai Yidao cultivating. A mission has come, Gihai Yidao. Hearing there was a mission, Gihai Yidao immediately opened his eyes, filled with anticipation. Let's go. 57. Number 57 Chapter 57 Conversation, Escape, and Pursuit. Chapter 57. conversation, escaping, and pursuit. The Yu family. Yu Dongling looked at Zhao Ju standing in the hall. Unable to wait any longer, he immediately spoke up. Did your excellency obtain the blood demon great art by chance? Or do you come from the blood demon cult? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Zhao Ju's face. He walked into the hall, sat on a chair, picked up a teacup from the small tea table, and took a sip. In your opinion, do I belong to the former or the latter? Yu Dongling observed Zhao Ju carefully. After 30 breaths of time, you belong to the latter. Are you sure? Of course. The blood demon true chi circulating within you is faster than mine, and I can feel that your blood demon true chi is much purer than mine. This proves that what you cultivate should be the complete blood demon great art. At this point, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. After all, this meant he could see the path to becoming a king. Even the circulation speed of the blood demon true chi in his body couldn't help but accelerate. He couldn't help it. He was too excited. That was the king realm, after all. Zhao Ju also noticed Yu Dongling's state and smiled. Let me introduce myself first. I am Zhao Ju, one of the envoys of the blood demon cult. My superior is one of the 12 blood kings of the blood demon cult, the demon sea blood king. The reason I came to Qingzhou is because you reached spirit realm perfection, which was sensed by Lord Demon Sea Blood King. Thus, I have come to invite you to travel with me to our blood demon cult stronghold. At that time, Lord Demon Sea Blood King can help you break through to the king realm. Once the breakthrough is successful, you will be the 13th blood king of our blood demon cult. Hearing this, Yu Dongling was filled with shock. He never expected such good luck to actually descend upon him. Is that true? Senior brother Zhao Ju. Although he didn't know Zhao Ju's age, he could feel that the thick blood demon true chi inside Zhao Ju was far stronger than his own. Calling him senior brother was perfectly fine. Hearing Yu Dongling's form of address, Zhao Ju's expression softened considerably. Of course. Junior brother Yu's talent is much better than mine. At your age, I was only at the spirit realm mid-stage. Yu Dongling felt surprised. Surely not, senior brother? I feel like my talent is quite ordinary. It took me 3 years to go from true realm perfection to spirit realm perfection. According to what I've heard, cultivating the blood demon great art should only take 1 year to go from true realm perfection to spirit realm perfection. Zhao Ju fell silent for a moment. However, given Yu Dongling's talent, he would likely have to rely on his help once they reached the blood demon cult stronghold. Junior brother Yu, you are thinking too simply. While the blood demon great art can indeed reach it within a year, the consequence of that is an unstable foundation. Without precious medicines or a royal realm expert using blood demon essence chi to help, it would be impossible to break through to the king realm in one's lifetime. I see. I understand now, senior brother Zhao Ju. Buddhist son Zan Shu, everything the two of us said is true. Please come with us to the Yu family. At the door of a restaurant room, Wang Dong spoke respectfully. Zan Shu thought for a moment and nodded. Fine, let's go. After all, he hadn't detected any sign of pure void these past few days, which forced him to suspect whether pure void had been injured in the battle a few days ago and fled somewhere to heal. Of course, being able to confront people from the blood demon cult meant the trip wasn't in vain. Smiles appeared on the faces of Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan. Thank you, Buddhist son Zan Shu, for giving us face. Let's go, White Phoenix, look over there. It seems to be Zhang Zhengxuan and Wang Dong. The one walking in front is Buddhist son Zan Shu from Xuankang Temple, right? In a corner of the street, Gihai Yidao said, looking at the 3 figures not far away. Yes. From the looks of it, they also seem to be heading to the Yu family. It seems something is indeed going on with the Yu family. Let's go. Let's follow them, White Phoenix said quickly. Alright. At the Yu family, Yu Dongling asked many questions regarding the blood demon cult, and Zhao Ju answered them one by one. Eventually, Zhao Ju realized that Yu Dongling's mouth hadn't stopped moving, asking one question after another, which finally became too much for him to handle. Junior brother Yu, there's no need to ask these things now. Come with me. Once we reach the stronghold, you will know everything. Alright, senior brother Zhao Ju. No time to lose, let's go then. In any case, it didn't matter whether he, the head of the family, was currently at the Yu family. 3 years ago, he had already handed over all matters, large and small, to the various elders of the Yu family. Just then, a servant ran in hurriedly. Patriarch, there's a situation. Governor of Qingzhou Wang Dong has brought Zhang family patriarch Zhang Zhengxuan and Buddhist son Zan Shu of Xuankang Temple for a visit. As the words fell, Zhao Ju and Yu Dongling looked at each other, both catching a glimpse of fear in the other's eyes. Of course, they weren't afraid of the former two, but the latter. Fine, I understand. Senior brother Zhao Ju, what should we do now? Yu Dongling was a bit panicked. He had no idea what to do. That was the Buddhist son of Xuankang Temple. If he discovered he was cultivating the blood demon great art, he would surely attack without hesitation. At this moment, Zhao Ju was equally flustered. He hadn't expected this situation either. No time to lose. Have your subordinates stall them while we escape separately through the back door. We'll meet up in Liang Prefecture later. He didn't consider fighting Zhan Shu, even though they had 2 spirit realm perfections and Zhan Shu was only at the late spirit realm, making it seem like they had a great chance of winning. But he knew this was just a surface appearance. Setting aside whether Zhan Shu was accompanied by a King Realm expert from Xuankang Temple, just within Qingzhou City, at the Qingzhou Marquis residence, there was still a King Realm existence. Once a battle started, in less than 30 breaths, that old Marquis from the Qingzhou Marquis residence would be able to arrive. Alright, no problem. So Yu Dongling immediately said to the servant, go find a way to stall those 3. Say that I am in secluded meditation and will be out in a while. As you command, Patriarch. Afterward, the 2 of them immediately went to the back and fled in separate directions. At the same time, White Phoenix discovered this situation through his hidden windbirds. After all, once he was certain it was the Yu family, he had the hidden windbirds monitor the entire residence. It seems there is definitely something wrong with these 2. They actually fled so quickly. Hearing that the prey was about to escape, Gihai Yidao was unhappy. Chase them, White Phoenix, we can't let them escape. Tell me, who should we chase? The Yu family patriarch or the other figure? The Yu family patriarch, Yu Dongling. His speed is a bit slower. Alright, let's go. So the 2 of them immediately chased in the direction Yu Dongling had fled. At this time, at the main gate of the Yu family, Wang Dong's face was dark. He never expected the Yu family servants to give him so little face, insisting that Yu Dongling was still in secluded meditation and would only be out in a while, and that they could only let them in after he came out. At this point, Zhan Shu sensed something was wrong. They are stalling for time. They are escaping. As the words fell, Zhan Shu's late spirit realm aura fully erupted. With a flash, he rose into mid-air. At this moment, he spotted White Phoenix and Gihai Yidao who were pursuing Yu Dongling, as well as Zhao Ju who was sprinting away alone. Thus, he locked onto Zhao Ju and immediately gave chase. 58. Number 58 Chapter 58. Chasing and Killing Eunuch Lan, Mission Completed. Chapter 58, Pursuing Eunuch Lan, Mission Accomplished. At this moment, both Wang Dong and Zhang Zhengxuan had grim expressions. They never expected to be toyed with by Yu Dongling, especially in front of Zhan Shu, the Buddhist disciple of Xuankang Temple. This made the 2 of them look incredibly foolish for failing to see through such a simple trick. Soon, the group of pursuers left Qingzhou City. Meanwhile, as White Phoenix gave chase, he contacted Wei Yuan. Upon seeing the message from White Phoenix, Wei Yuan immediately replied, catch up to Yu Dongling and see what is going on. Understood, Dragon Lord. At the same time, Yu Dongling also realized someone was pursuing him from behind. He knew very well that he could not be caught. Once captured, not only would he die for cultivating the blood demon great art, but he would also implicate the entire Yu family. Immediately after, he burned his true chi without hesitation, his speed increasing by a notch, directly shaking off White Phoenix and Gihai Yidao. Seeing Yu Dongling pull away, Gihai Yidao said angrily, damn it, that guy is running so fast. White Phoenix gave a cold laugh. Running? Has he asked me, the king of the skies? Swish. The next second, he released the White Phoenix. Get on, Gihai Yidao. I want to see just how fast he can run today. Gihai Yidao looked at the White Phoenix with a face full of surprise. I didn't realize, White Phoenix, that you actually had such a top-tier pet. Enough talk, get ready. We're going to accelerate the pursuit. White Phoenix, speed up. At White Phoenix's command, the White Phoenix flapped its wings and chased after Yu Dongling. This speed is truly fast, it's almost reaching the King Realm. Gihai Yidao remarked with emotion. Of course, look whose pet it is. However, the White Phoenix's potential cannot compare to the little azure dragon owned by the Dragon Lord. That fellow, even though its size isn't large, can make the White Phoenix stop just by the aura it emits. Gihai Yidao laughed at this. White Phoenix, stop praising the Dragon Lord's little azure dragon. The Dragon Lord calls it a stupid dragon every day. Is that so? How come I didn't know? That's because you're often away. Fair enough. At this point, Yu Dongling felt he should have shaken off the 2 behind him, so he looked back to check. The result gave him a fright. Not far behind him, the White Phoenix was rapidly flapping its wings, catching up to him. There's even an exotic beast. It seems the one pursuing me must be Zan Shu, the Buddhist disciple of Xuankang Temple. After all, ordinary forces could not afford to raise an exotic beast with such speed. Only top-tier forces like Xuankang Temple could. He also lamented his poor luck. They had fled in different directions, so why didn't Zan Shu chase Zhao Ju instead of him? It was truly frustrating. Burning his blood demon True Qi once more, his speed increased again. He had to escape no matter what. Standing on the White Phoenix watched this scene with a calm expression. I want to see how long his True Qi can burn. Yihai Yidao replied, let him burn it. By the time we catch up, he will likely be at the end of his rope, making him easier to deal with. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Ju was full of rage. He had already sensed that the person chasing him was Zan Shu. Why is this Zan Shu chasing me? Wouldn't it be better to chase junior brother Yu? He hadn't expected that with a 50-50 chance, he would be the one encountered. His luck was truly abysmal. Gritting his teeth, he immediately burned the blood demon True Qi in his body. He had to shake off Zan Shu completely. Boom! He was like a streak of blood light, piercing through the air as he sped forward. Seeing this, Zan Shu's expression turned serious. He was now certain that Zhao Ju was from the blood demon cult. Since it was confirmed, he would not let Zhao Ju escape no matter what. Whoosh! A faint light flashed, and a crystal-clear medicinal pill the size of a pigeon's egg appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. Zan Shu felt his body boil as his depleted True Qi was instantly replenished. You fellow from the blood demon cult made this monk waste a True Qi pill. No matter what, you will die this time. Boom! Zan Shu accelerated and gave chase Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Xuanpei looked at the visitor with a respectful face. I didn't expect it to be Eunuch Lan. Old Marquis, it's been 40 years since we last met. Wei Xuanpei smiled apologetically. Indeed, the last time was 40 years ago. Back then, my cultivation was only at the early King realm. Eunuch Lan, seeing your complexion, I'm afraid you've also stepped into the Middle King realm. A charming middle-aged man dressed in eunuch robes nodded. Old Marquis, your eyes are still as sharp as ever to be able to tell at a glance. I even cultivated a technique to conceal my aura, yet I couldn't hide it from your eyes. It's simply because Eunuch Lan's complexion is too good. Enough, let's end the pleasantries here. His Majesty sent me this time. He feels sorry for the death of your son, Wei Haidong, and is pained by what happened to your Qingzhou Marquis residence. He has already dispatched a King Realm expert from the Embroidered Uniform Guard, along with the Rain General and Thunder General, to continue investigating the matter of the Great Li Imperial Gate. Furthermore, inside this storage pouch are medicinal herbs and some medicinal pills bestowed by His Majesty. Finally, this is the verbal decree appointing Wei Yuan as the Marquis of Qingzhou. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuanpei immediately replied, Do you need me to call Wei Yuan over? No need. I have other matters to attend to, and given our relationship, there's no need for such formalities. Eunuch Lan waved his hand. Then, many thanks to Eunuch Lan, Wei Xuanpei said with a smile. Then, a banknote worth 1 million taels of silver was tucked into Eunuch Lan's sleeve. Eunuch Lan glanced at it, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Very well, I have other things to do, so I'll take my leave now. I look forward to our next meeting, Old Marquis. Wei Xuanpei quickly replied, Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Eunuch Lan went to the courtyard. A massive red bird appeared in the courtyard, and Eunuch Lan stepped onto it. Farewell, Old Marquis. Farewell, Eunuch Lan. Gaw. After the large bird let out a cry, it immediately took flight, disappearing without a trace in an instant. As expected of the imperial family's blood-colored wind bird, its speed is truly fast, likely comparable to the early King realm. Wei Xuanpei remarked with emotion. Meanwhile, as Wei Yuan was cultivating in his room, the system's voice rang in his mind. Open black lens bracket, ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the Marquis of Qingzhou. The mission has been successfully completed. You have obtained 2 summoning opportunities. Would you like to use them? Wei Yuan did not hesitate. Use them. The wheel began to spin once more. 10 breaths later, the system's voice rang out. 59. Number 59. Chapter 59. Golden Wheel Monk, War King, Shengguan Jinghong, Wei Yuan's Fury. Chapter 59. Golden Wheel Dharma King, War King Shengguan Jinghong, Wei Yuan's Fury. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character summon card. Golden Wheel Dharma King close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character summon. Shengguan Jinghong close black lens bracket. Seeing the rewards he had drawn this time, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face, and he couldn't wait to check the profiles. Open black lens bracket character, Golden Wheel Dharma King close black lens bracket open black lens bracket realm. Spirit realm perfection close black lens bracket open black lens bracket cultivation techniques. Dragon elephant prajna technique. 5 wheels grand rotation close black lens bracket open black lens bracket introduction. The antagonist from The Return of the Condor Heroes, possessing overwhelming strength close black lens bracket spirit realm perfection. Wei Yuan was quite satisfied. Then, his gaze turned toward Shengguan Jinghong, open black lens bracket character. Shengguan Jinghong close black lens bracket open black lens bracket identity. Leader of the Money Gang close black lens bracket open black lens bracket realm. Middle King realm close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon. Mother Son Dragon Phoenix Rings close black lens bracket open black lens bracket introduction. The antagonist from Sentimental Swordsman, Ruthless Sword, with celestial combat power, close black lens bracket. At this, a look of joy surfaced on Wei Yuan's face. Having a second King Realm expert under his command was excellent. Moreover, with Shengguan Jinghong's strength, he could likely stand his ground even against someone at the late King Realm. Right at that moment, Profound Two's voice rang out from the doorway. Young Master Yuan, no, Marquis, the old Marquis is in the main hall and wants you to come over. Alright, Wei Yuan stood up and walked out of the secret room. Profound Two was standing respectfully at the door. Marquis, let's go, let's go. Entering the main hall, Wei Yuan saw Wei Xuanpei sitting in a chair with a smile on his face. Greetings, old Marquis. May I know why you were looking for me? Upon seeing Wei Yuan's arrival, Wei Xuanpei immediately stood up. You've come at the right time. The person sent by His Majesty just arrived. This is the verbal decree officially appointing you as the Marquis of Qingzhou. As he spoke, Wei Xuanpei took out the decree that Eunuch Lan had just given him from his robes. Wei Yuan took the decree and skimmed it. The general content was nothing more than praising the contributions of the Marquis of Qingzhou since the founding of the Great Yuan dynasty, and finally expressing the hope that Wei Yuan would strive for progress and follow in the footsteps of his ancestors. It seemed that the mission had only shown as completed because this decree had appeared. Also, inside this are the medicinal herbs and medicinal pills you currently need. These are all rewards from His Majesty. I hope you work hard to restore the glory of our Qingzhou Marquis residence. After saying this, he handed over a storage pouch. Wei Yuan took the storage pouch and nodded. Please rest assured, old Marquis. I will certainly cultivate diligently. Good, I have high hopes for you. If I had known your talent was this strong, I should have come out of seclusion earlier to guide your cultivation. If I had, you would probably be at the Void Realm late stage by now. At the thought of this, Wei Xuanpei was filled with grief and regret, and the urge to rush to Wei Haidong's grave and whip his corpse resurfaced in his mind. Now that you have officially become the Marquis of Qingzhou, do you need me to organize a grand assembly for you? Wei Yuan shook his head. It's too much trouble. Besides, the Great Li Imperial Gate is still lurking in the shadows. Hearing this, Wei Xuanpei immediately replied, Right. Look at my memory, I almost forgot about that. Then we won't hold one. By the way, you can already handle the basic affairs of the Marquis residence. I've placed the matters from the past few days on the desk in the study. Try handling them. For the basic situation, you can ask Profound Two. He served your father, Wei Haidong, for many years. He will tell you the best way to handle things. If there's anything you're really unsure about, just leave it there, and I'll handle it in the end. Alright, Wei Yuan nodded and strode toward the study. Profound Two was already waiting in the study. Marquis, you've arrived. Wei Yuan smiled and said, I'll be troubling you in a moment. The Marquis is too polite. This subordinate will certainly do his best to assist the Marquis. Profound Two replied hastily. A new ruler brings new courtiers. The master of the Marquis residence was no longer Wei Haidong but Wei Yuan. He definitely had to build a good relationship with Wei Yuan. He had been stuck at True Realm Perfection for 8 years, unable to find the bottleneck to break through to the Spirit Realm. Although the gap between the True Realm and the Spirit Realm wasn't as large as the gap between the Spirit Realm and the King Realm, once one reached the Spirit Realm, their lifespan could reach 150 years. This was a significant temptation for him. Subsequently, Wei Yuan began to review the affairs that needed processing. After a round of inspection, he found that the difficulty of the tasks was far below his expectations. Simple, far too simple. They were nothing more than trivial matters and returning gifts to other nobles who had ties with the Qingzhou Marquis residence. In less than half an hour, Wei Yuan had cleared everything. Seeing this scene, Profound Two was stunned on the spot. He had wanted to show off a bit in front of Wei Yuan. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered the letter that had come from the Jiangnan circuit. Marquis, this is a letter that just arrived from the Jiangnan circuit. This subordinate forgot to take it out. Please look it over now. Wei Yuan took the letter and immediately began to read it. In less than 10 breaths, he had finished reading the contents of the letter. After reading it, Wei Yuan's eyes turned cold, and a flash of killing intent flickered through them. For a moment, Profound 2 felt the temperature in the study drop by over 10 degrees. Profound 2, the one Wei Haidong placed his bets on before, was this King Xuan'e. Chen Xuan'e, right? Profound 2 quickly replied, reporting to the Marquis, yes. Fine, I understand. There's nothing else here. You may leave first. Yes, Marquis. Immediately, Profound 2 started walking out. At the beginning of next month, I will apply for a spirit-breaking pill from the old Marquis for you. I hope you can break through to the spirit realm. Walking to the door, Profound 2 became incredibly excited upon hearing Wei Yuan's words. Thank you, Marquis. Work hard and cultivate well. This subordinate will certainly cultivate well. If the Marquis tells me to go east, I will never go west. Alright, leave. Profound 2's figure vanished instantly, clearly unable to restrain his inner excitement and wanting to find someone to show off to. After Profound 2 disappeared, the smile on Wei Yuan's face vanished, replaced by a look of icy coldness. The main reason was King Xuan'e Chen Xuan'ai's letter. It was truly going too far. Because Wei Haidong had previously bet on Chen Xuan'e, he would send 8 million taels of silver to Chen Xuan'e every year. This year, because the Qing County ore vein was destroyed by pure void, Wei Haidong couldn't produce that much silver. He thought of paying 2/3 and using Wei Yuan to settle the remaining 1/3. The reasons for choosing Wei Yuan were, firstly, his Dantian was destroyed and he had no cultivation, and secondly, King Xuan'e Chen Xuan'e had a preference for men. Thinking of this, Wei Yuan wished he could drag Wei Haidong's corpse out for a round of whipping. What made Wei Yuan feel most infuriated was that in the letter just now, Chen Xuan'e mentioned that he not only had to hand over the 8 million taels of silver but also had to personally come to the door to apologize. Otherwise, the Xuan'e royal residence would list the Qingzhou Marquis residence as an enemy, carry out a frantic crackdown, and eventually even destroy the Qingzhou Marquis residence. At this, Wei Yuan felt his anger burning. Open black lens bracket ding, the Dragon Lord's fury. Host, please severely suppress King Xuan'e before the Crown Prince selection begins. The harder you suppress him, the better the mission rewards. At minimum, you can obtain 2 character summon cards. Close black lens bracket. After reading the system mission, a surge of killing intent surfaced on Wei Yuan's face. Thinking of the 2 character summon cards, he immediately walked out of the study and left the Marquis residence. Before long, he arrived at a private room in a tea house in the east of the city. This place was already beyond Wei Xuanpei's range of perception. Boom! In an instant, 2 light portals surfaced in front of him. 2 figures walked out. Upon seeing Wei Yuan's figure, the 2 of them immediately said respectfully, Subordinate Golden Wheel Dharma King, pays respects to the Dragon Lord. Subordinate Shangguan Jinghong, pays respects to the Dragon Lord. Wei Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Good. I will now give the 2 of you your appointments. Dharma King, you shall be one of the 8 Dragon Guards of the Azure Dragon Society. Shangguan Jinghong, you shall be one of the 7 Kings of the Azure Dragon Society, with the title War King. This subordinate thanks the Dragon Lord, the 2 of them said respectfully in unison. Without further ado, I will assign the mission to you. Your mission is very simple. Head to the Zhongnan Circuit, establish a force, and severely suppress the forces under King Xuan'e Chen Xuan'e. This is the Azure Dragon Token. Its function is. After a period of explanation, Wei Yuan's gaze turned toward Shangguan Jinghong. How about it, War King? Shangguan Jinghong said respectfully, please rest assured, Dragon Lord. This subordinate knows what to do. Good, I believe in your ability. In any case, if there's any situation, use the Azure Dragon Token to inform me or contact others. No time to lose. Use the teleportation function of the Azure Dragon Token and go to the Zhongnan Circuit. I hope to hear of your and Golden Wheel's fame as soon as possible. This subordinate will certainly not fail the Dragon Lord, Shangguan Jinghong said with full confidence. Let's go, Golden Wheel. Alright, War King. 60. Number 60 Chapter 60 The Black Mystery Hall pursues the tomb of King Chen. Chapter 60. Black Profound Hall, Pursuit, King Chen's Tomb. After seeing the 2 figures completely vanish, Wei Yuan's killing intent still hadn't faded. After all, relying solely on Shangguan Jinghong and the Golden Wheel Dharma King to suppress Chen Xuan'e was definitely impossible. This was just an appetizer. As more experts were summoned later, he would make Chen Xuan'e feel despair, just like the Wei Haidong who eventually went mad. Chen Xuan'e, here's a little appetizer for you first. Wait, the main course will be served very soon. Xuenya Prefecture. After Fu Hongshui brought Wei Yuan's new mission, he began discussing with Bai Tianyu whether to head to the neighboring Wind Spirit Path or to Moyang Prefecture. By the way, adoptive father, why haven't I seen Brother Yan? You should know that he had been here for a whole day without seeing Yan 13's figure, and because Yan 13 was not present when he arrived, Yan 13 had not received an Azure Dragon token and could not use it for communication. Bai Tianyu shook his head. I don't know where Yan 13 has gone. He was still in the hall yesterday. I reckon he must have discovered something. We don't need to worry about him. Anyway, he knows that killing is all that matters. Let's determine our direction first. What do you think? Choose Moyang Prefecture, or enter the Wind Spirit Path. Hongshui, what do you think? Fu Hongshui thought for a moment. I choose Moyang Prefecture. It's close to our Xuenya Prefecture anyway, and the strength of Moyang Prefecture isn't high. Alright, then it's settled. When Yan 13 returns, we will head to Moyang Prefecture. Meanwhile, the Panxuan Mountains, a mountain range between Great Li Dao and the neighboring Wind Spirit Path. Yan 13 held a spirit medicine in his hand. Beside him, a 20-meter-long giant black python lay there quietly. On the black python's chest, a huge sword scar 3 meters long could be seen. It was caused by a casual swing from Yan 13. Originally, he had just come out for a walk, but he accidentally ended up in the Panxuan Mountains. Then he smelled a strange fragrance, so following the scent, he entered the depths of the Panxuan Mountains and soon saw a white spirit medicine. The strange fragrance was precisely emanating from it. Just as he was about to pick it, a 20-meter-long giant black python attacked him, its strength equivalent to the late spirit realm. However, it was still not enough to be a threat before Yan 13. With a single swing of his sword, the sword chi was like a rainbow, instantly destroying it. After carefully placing the spirit medicine into his storage pouch, Yan 13 prepared to return, as he had already been away for a day. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Seeing that he was less than 300 kilometers away from Xuenya Prefecture, the heavens were not kind. Dark clouds filled the sky, and thunder roared. Yan 13 had no choice but to stop traveling and find a place to take shelter from the rain. First, before long, he discovered an abandoned house. After walking in and cleaning it up a bit, he lay on the beam, waiting for the rain to stop. Meanwhile, 2 figures were rushing toward the abandoned house. Soon, the 2 entered the abandoned house. The 2 were one old and one young. The elder was about 60 years old, with a cultivation of true realm perfection. The younger one was about 17 or 18 years old, with handsome features and a fair complexion, and a cultivation of early earth realm. In a short while, the old man lit a fire. Young master, warm yourself by the fire. We'll set off again once the rain stops. Upon hearing this, the youth panted, clearly exhausted from the escape along the way. Even so, he still spoke cautiously. Old man Lin, those people from the Black Profound Hall won't catch up, will they? How about we brave the rain and leave quickly? Although he was very tired, he didn't want to lose his life here. The elder called Old Man Lin patted his chest. Don't worry, young master, those people from the Black Profound Hall won't be that fast. If we don't rest soon, I'm going to die. Lifting his clothes, his white inner garment had already turned red. Even now, blood was still flowing out. Seeing this scene, the youth was stunned and immediately asked with concern. Old Man Lin, you're injured, why didn't you say so earlier? Old Man Lin shook his head. Young master, even if I had said so earlier, we wouldn't have had a chance. This heavy rain should wash away a lot of our scent. It won't be that easy for the Black Profound Hall people to catch up. Let this old servant recover for a bit, then we'll continue to flee. As long as we escape to Xuenya Prefecture, we'll be fine. Before Old Man Lin could finish, the youth immediately interrupted. Alright, Old Man Lin, stop talking and focus on recovering from your injuries first. Fine, I will listen to the young master. Subsequently, Old Man Lin took out a medicinal pill, swallowed it, circulated his true chi, and began to recuperate. On the other side, the youth took out a black token from his bosom. Old Man Lin, what secret do you think is inside this token that would make those fellows from the Black Profound Hall destroy my family and hunt us down at the same time? Looking at the black token in his hand, Huang Hai was filled with rage. It was because of the black token in front of him that his family was ruined and he was forced onto the path of flight. Originally, when the Black Profound Hall came to their door, his father wanted to hand over the token, but his grandfather, the family head, felt that the Black Profound Hall should at least provide some compensation and couldn't just hand over the token for nothing. In less than half an hour, the Black Profound Hall returned and began a frantic slaughter against them. His grandfather gave the token to him and told Old Man Lin to take him and flee immediately. And so, they embarked on their journey of escape. Old Man Lin opened his eyes after hearing Huang Hai's words. I'm not very sure either. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. I'm very clear about it. The sudden voice made both of them shiver. Rumble, thunder followed lightning, sounding repeatedly. The two looked toward the doorway, only to see a tall figure standing there with a creepy smile on his face. Behind him stood a dozen black-clothed figures. How could you be so fast? Old Man Lin was in disbelief. He never expected the people from the Black Profound Hall to catch up so quickly. Rather than saying we are fast, it's better to say you are too slow. If it weren't for you being too slow, this heavy rain really would have masked your scent. But unfortunately, you were too slow. Since you're about to die, I'll reveal the mystery for you. Does that black token have the character Chen written on it with a serial number below? Huang Hai looked at the token and found that it indeed had a large Chen character written on it, with the serial number showing as 3. Yes, the token's owner is named Zhang Chen. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with this name, but his background is not small. He was the King Chen of the Dali dynasty. The token can open his tomb. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but get excited. You should know that King Chen was the favorite younger brother of the last emperor of the Dali dynasty. After King Chen died, the Emperor of Dali spent a fortune to build his tomb, and the burial goods included many good things such as cultivation technique secret manuals, spirit medicines, and precious armor. So, you can't handle such a good thing. It's better to hand it over to our Black Profound Hall. The next second, a cold voice echoed throughout the room. I think you can't handle it either, so give it to me instead. P.S. Tired. Only 2 chapters, we'll make it up later. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Chapter 61 The Black Mystery Hall's strength is not taken seriously. Chapter 61. The strength of the Black Profound Hall, not worth mentioning. The sudden voice gave everyone present a start. Chao San immediately looked around. Who's playing tricks? Get out here. The next second, Yan 13's figure flashed, and he appeared before Huang Hai and Elder Lin. Are you looking for me? Seeing Yan 13 appear, Chao San was clearly unprepared, and his heart skipped a beat. Who are you? How dare you play tricks? The King Chen token belongs to our Black Profound Hall. If you want to snatch something from our Black Profound Hall's hands, are you tired of living? Even though he could feel a dangerous aura emanating from Yan 13, his status as an elder of the Black Profound Hall gave him a great sense of security. Yan 13's face was full of disdain. What kind of thing is the Black Profound Hall? To be worthy of laying hands on the King Chen token? You'd better leave this kind of thing to me. Subsequently, Yan 13 turned his gaze toward Huang Hai. Kid, give me the King Chen token, and I will ensure the safety of you both. For a moment, Huang Hai was a bit hesitant and looked toward Elder Lin. Elder Lin, who was at true realm perfection, could sense that the aura emanating from Yan 13 was far more terrifying than that of Chao San from the Black Profound Hall. Moreover, the fact that he showed no fear of the Black Profound Hall behind Chao San proved that his background must not be small. Young master, give the King Chen token to this lord. I ask that the lord keep his word and ensure the safety of me and my young master. Yan 13's cold tone carried a sense of certainty. Rest assured, with me here, you will definitely survive. Never mind the Black Profound Hall. Even if a King Realm expert were to descend now, he would not take them seriously at all. It was nothing else. This was the courage that the 15 fatal strikes gave him. Immediately, Huang Hai handed the King Chen token in his hand to Yan 13. Lord, here. Seeing this scene, Chao San was fuming with rage. You really don't put my Black Profound gang in your eyes. I know you are stronger than me, but I want to see just how strong you are. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao San channeled the true chi in his body, and his early spirit realm strength erupted. The already broken house became even more unstable at this moment. The next second, Yan 13 moved, using his hand as a sword, instantly unleashing several deathly sword chi. In an instant, the Black Profound Hall disciples who were touched by the sword chi let out miserable screams. Ah, ah, ah. Even Chao San, after taking 2 sword chi, followed with a miserable scream and crashed heavily onto the ground. Such a terrifying scene made Mo Yang and Elder Lin swallow their saliva. They knew Yan 13's strength was definitely greater than Chao San's, but they hadn't expected him to be so much stronger. Outside, the rain poured down. Chao San lay on the ground like a dead dog, clutching his chest to stop the blood gushing out, as he stumbled to his feet. At this moment, he could feel intense pain from his internal organs. Yan 13's deathly sword Qi was roaming like a dragon within his body. You actually dare to kill me? Do you know who my second brother and eldest brother are? Do you know who the big shot behind our black profound hall is? Yan 13 did not reply. With a wave of his hand, another sharp sword Qi was instantly unleashed. Whiz! The sword Qi sliced through the dark night. Just at this time, another clap of thunder arrived. Rumble, crack. The incomparably sharp sword Qi was like an executioner, instantly taking Chao San's head. Thud. His head landed in a corner of the courtyard, his pupils dilated, seemingly not having expected Yan 13's strike to be so swift. After doing all this, Yan 13 turned around and calmly sat on the ground. Seeing this, Elder Lin said respectfully, "The Lord's strength is truly great. However, since the Lord has killed Chao San, I must still remind the Lord to be careful of the Black Profound Hall's revenge. Their strength is very terrifying." Yan 13 replied indifferently, "Terrifying? How terrifying? I'd like to hear about it." "As you wish, Lord." The Black Profound Hall is one of the three major powers of Moyang Prefecture. The other two powers are the Li family and the vast Sea Gang. And among these three major powers, the Black Profound Hall is the strongest. The Black Profound Hall has 3 Hall Masters and 5 Great Elders. Among them, Chao San, whom you just killed, was one of the 5 Great Elders. The minimum cultivation for an Elder is the early Spirit Realm, while the cultivation for a Hall Master must reach the late Spirit Realm to hold the position. Among them, the first Hall Master and second Hall Master of the Black Profound Hall are rumored to have reached Spirit Realm perfection, only 1 step away from entering the King Realm. Hearing this, Yan 13 became interested. It had to be said, no wonder the Black Profound Hall could become the head of the 3 major powers of Moyang Prefecture. 8 Spirit Realm experts, including 2 at Spirit Realm perfection and 1 at late Spirit Realm. This lineup was similar to the strength of the previous Jingzhou Marquis residence, though this was excluding the 2 King Realm experts, Shadow and Wei Xuanpei. After all, if King Realm combat power were included, it would be far too overpowered. A power with a King Realm expert and one without are completely different things. Lord, there is one more thing, which is Chao San's 2 brothers, Chao the Second and Chao the First. Chao the Second is ranked first among the 5 Great Elders, while Chao the First is one of the 3 Hall Masters and one of the 2 at Spirit Realm perfection. When saying this, Elder Lin's eyes looked cautiously at Yan 13. He was afraid Yan 13 would feel fear after hearing this. After all, once Chao the Second and Chao the First learned of Chao San's death, most of the Black Profound Hall would likely be mobilized. At that time Yan 13 nodded. Oh, no wonder he brought up his brothers. That trick might work on others, but for me, it's completely useless. I know what you are worried about. Rest assured, since I've taken your money, I'll handle your business. With me here, your lives are absolutely safe. Wait until the rain stops, then follow me. I'll take you to Xuenya Prefecture to see the power I belong to. Elder Lin replied cautiously, "As you wish, Lord." After a short while, the rain stopped. "Let's go, you two." "Yes, Lord." Xuenya Prefecture, at the entrance of the Divine Blade Hall. The guards immediately noticed Yan 13's figure and hurriedly came up to say respectfully, "Lord Yan, you're back. The Hall Master said that when we see you, we should tell you to go to the main hall to find him." Yan 13 nodded. He then looked at Elder Lin and Huang Hai behind him. "Now that we're here, never mind Chao the Second or Chao the First. Even Chao the Turtle couldn't get in." He then pointed to the guard. "Take these 2 to the rear courtyard, find a room to settle them in properly. I'm going to see the Hall Master." "As you wish, Lord Yan." "You two, follow me." "All right," Elder Lin replied quickly. As for Yan 13, his figure flashed and he arrived in the main hall. At this time in the hall, Bai Tianyu and Fu Hongshui, as well as Bold Zhang and Luo Men, were all present. "Wait a moment, Brother Yan is back." At this moment, Fu Hongshui stopped Bai Tianyu, who was about to speak. Immediately, both Luo Men and Bold Zhang turned their gazes toward the entrance. The 2 of them were very clear that the strongest combat power in the Divine Blade Hall currently was Yan 13. 62. Number 62 Chapter 62 Then attack the Black Mystery Hall. Yu Dong is enraged. Chapter 62. Then we attack Black Profound Hall. Yu Dongling is furious. Whoosh! In the next second, Yan 13's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Luo Bei and Bold Zhang hurriedly said respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Yan." Yan 13 nodded. As for Fu Hongshui, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "Brother Yan, you're finally back." Bai Tianyu laughed loudly. "We've been waiting for you for 2 days, and you're only back now." Yan 13 replied indifferently, "I went out for a stroll." Why? Is there any situation today? Usually, Luo Bei and Bold Zhang would not participate in this. Bold Zhang hurriedly chimed in, Lord Yan, the Hall Master and Second Hall Master are discussing our next target of attack. Oh, in that case, has it been decided yet? Yan 13 looked at Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu nodded. We have tentatively decided on the vast Sigang, one of the three major forces in Moyang Prefecture. Yan 13 shook his head. Change the target. Make it Black Profound Hall instead. For a moment, the four of them were stunned on the spot. Luo Bei stepped forward and said, Lord Yan, how about we stick with the vast Sigang? Black Profound Hall is the strongest. After all, Black Profound Hall had a total of 8 Spirit Realm experts, including 2 at Spirit Realm Perfection. Although their current combat power could match Black Profound Hall, one should always pick the softest persimmons first. Bold Zhang also chimed in, yes, Lord Yan, there's no need for us to go head-to-head right from the start. Fu Hongxue and Bai Tianyu remained silent. They knew that since Yan 13 mentioned Black Profound Hall right away, there must be a reason. In the next second, Yan 13 took out the King Chen token and handed it to Bai Tianyu. This is the King Chen token. I obtained it after killing Chao San, one of the elders of Black Profound Hall. You should be aware of Chao San's identity, so even if we don't choose Black Profound Hall, they will come looking for trouble with us. Hearing this, Bold Zhang and Luo Bei fell silent. They had studied the intelligence on the 3 major forces of Moyang Prefecture and naturally knew Chao San's identity. He could be said to be one of the people in Black Profound Hall who should least be provoked. Bai Tianyu didn't care about that and instead asked, what is the King Chen token? It must be something good. He knew very well that if it wasn't something good, Yan 13 certainly wouldn't have made a move. Yan 13 nodded and then began to recount the origin of the King Chen token. After listening, Bold Zhang was the first to step forward and say, Lord Yan, let's just take on Black Profound Hall. A faint smile flickered across Yan 13's face. That depends on the Hall Master, don't look at me. Bai Tianyu immediately said, Black Profound Hall, it's them. Go and reorganize now. In 3 days we will set out to attack Black Profound Hall. As you command, Hall Master. Bold Zhang and Luo Bei said respectfully. You two may leave now. Yes. For a moment, only the 3 of them, Bai Tianyu, Fu Hongxue, and Yan 13, remained in the hall. Afterward, Fu Hongxue took out the Azure Dragon token, explained its functions, and then recounted the mission assigned by Wei Yuan. Looking at it this way, this King Chen token came at just the right time. According to what Chao San said, the medicinal pills, herbs, and heaven and earth treasures inside will surely meet the evolution conditions for the dragon. Lord's little Azure Dragon. Bai Tianyu agreed, it can meet them, but I'm afraid the competition will be very fierce then, and King Realm experts will surely intervene. No matter, the White King also has an Azure Dragon token. When the time comes, we can just send a message to contact him. And perhaps the Dragon Lord will summon some other expert during this time. You're right. In 3 days, we'll take the elites and head straight for Black Profound Hall. Good. Meanwhile, Yu Dongling finally couldn't run anymore. The blood demon True Qi in his body had been burned down to less than 1/5. If he continued to burn it, it would likely damage his foundation and affect his attempt to break through to the King Realm. So he stopped and stood in place, wanting to see what the Buddha's son of Xuankang Temple, Zan Shu, actually looked like. White Phoenix, it seems he can't go on anymore. He's stopped, Yihai Yidao said excitedly. Think about it, we've been chasing him for a day and a night. At this position, we're likely at the junction of Great Li Dao and Longzhou Circuit. If we keep chasing, we'll end up straight in Longzhou Circuit. White Phoenix replied indifferently. True. In that case, let's go and see what's happening. White Phoenix nodded and controlled the White Phoenix for a burst of speed. Instantly, the distance between the 2 sides was less than a kilometer. At this time, Yu Dongling also discovered 2 people standing on the White Phoenix, and both had hair, so they clearly weren't Zan Shu, the Buddha's son of Xuankang Temple. Moreover, he observed carefully and found that White Phoenix's cultivation was only at the True Realm mid-stage. As for Yihai Yidao, although he couldn't tell exactly, judging by the fluctuations of his True Qi, he clearly hadn't reached Spirit Realm perfection. At this thought, Yu Dongling's anger soared to the heavens. He, who cultivated the blood demon great art and was about to break through to the King Realm, was actually chased for a day and a night by someone at the True Realm mid-stage and another at the late Spirit Realm. If word got out, it would be a complete joke. At this moment, White Phoenix retracted the White Phoenix, and the 2 of them stood in mid-air. You 2 bastards actually deceived me so miserably. I thought it was Zan Shu, the Buddha's son of Xuankang Temple, chasing me. I didn't expect it to be you 2 pieces of trash. Tell me, Who gave you the courage? One true realm mid-stage and one late spirit realm, chasing down someone at spirit realm perfection. At this point, Yu Dongling was enraged to the extreme. Even though less than 1/5 of the blood demon true chi remained in his body, he still released it all without hesitation. Instantly, the surrounding miles were enveloped by blood demon true chi. The originally clear sky turned blood red, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. White Phoenix finally recognized Yu Dongling's identity. So that's how it is. You're actually a member of the blood demon cult. No wonder you were running. He had initially thought Yu Dongling might be from the Great Li Imperial Gate. Yu Dongling's tone was icy. It's too late to know now. I don't care who you two are. Both of you must die. Boom. A long black saber was grasped in Yu Dongling's hand, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged toward them. Yihai Yidao was extremely excited as he unsheathed his treasured saber. Doesn't this just allow us to complete the Dragon Lord's mission? Let's kill him in the name of the Azure Dragon Society. A Spirit Realm Perfection member of the Blood Demon cult will surely make the Azure Dragon Society famous in Great Li Dao. Fine, then I'll leave everything to you. I'll cheer you on from the side. Whoosh! Instantly, White Phoenix's figure flickered, and he flashed over 1,000 meters away. Of course, his heart wasn't that calm. After all, who doesn't long for battle? It was just that his cultivation was still a bit too low. Once this mission is completed well, he will be able to break through to the true realm late stage upon his return. But in his view, it was still too slow. He had to hurry up and strengthen his cultivation. Otherwise, he might only be able to serve as a mascot later on. As the first one summoned by Wei Yuan, he could not accept such an outcome. Become stronger, I must become stronger. 63. Number 63 Chapter 63 You are strong, but I am stronger than you. Yu Dongling died. Light. Chapter 63. You are strong, but I am stronger. Yu Dongling dies. Yu Dongling swung his saber, and a bloody saber chi rolled up the wind and clouds, carrying an evil aura as it struck towards Yihai Yidao. Yihai Yidao's expression did not change. Your saber technique is decent, but the evil aura makes me very uncomfortable. As he spoke, he moved his feet swiftly and met the attack with his saber raised. Clang! The black saber and the silver saber collided. Yu Dongling stared intently at Yihai Yidao. You have some skill. No wonder you dared to follow me. But this level of strength isn't enough. I will make you understand the price of tracking me. Yihai Yidao's tone was icy. Is that so? You probably meant that for yourself. Boom. As his words fell, Yihai Yidao suddenly exerted force. He instantly sent Yu Dongling flying. Before Yu Dongling could react, Yihai Yidao's next strike was already before him, the sharp blade edge rushing towards him like a howling cold wind. The bone-chilling cold made his soul tremble involuntarily. Just at the last moment before the saber could cleave down, he reacted. Bang! He successfully blocked Yihai Yidao's move, but the immense inertia still sent him flying. Unlike before, while still in mid-air, Yihai Yidao's attack had already arrived silently. Sharp saber edge, bone-piercing cold, killing intent permeated the air. This wave of killing intent actually gave Yu Dongling a chill in his heart. But at this moment, Yihai Yidao's blade was upon him. He could not retreat. Blood demon true chi poured into the black saber, instantly covering the entire saber and turning it into a blood-red blade. Without any hesitation, Yu Dongling chose to meet force with force. He refused to believe that he, a master of the spirit realm perfection who cultivated the blood demon great art, could be defeated by someone at the late spirit realm. Bang! The treasured sabers in both their hands collided. This time, because both sides exerted almost all their strength, the resulting shockwave was much more intense than before. Yu Dongling was even sent flying 100 meters by this powerful shockwave. However, Yihai Yidao had anticipated this, so he only took a few symbolic steps back and suffered no damage at all. But at this moment, his gaze was not on Yu Dongling, but towards the west. It seemed several figures were rushing over, seemingly drawn by the massive commotion caused by their previous battle. Of course, he wasn't the only one who noticed. The White Phoenix standing in the air also detected the situation, but he wasn't worried at all, because he knew Yihai Yidao must have noticed too and surely knew what to do. Whoosh! Yihai Yidao carried his treasured saber and rushed rapidly towards Yu Dongling. In less than 3 breaths, he stood before Yu Dongling and executed his ultimate technique cleanly and decisively. Severed saber 7 absolutes, severing heart. He swung his treasured saber, carving a flawless arc in the air. The saber light was sharper than before, the only difference being that the light was no longer ink black but silver white. The saber chi emanating from the silver white saber light illuminated several miles around. The saber intent shone like light, pointing directly at the heart, completely countering Yu Dongling's blood demon saber chi. Seeing this, Yu Dongling's face was filled with unwillingness. He could feel that under the shroud of this saber chi, he had lost the courage to draw his saber. Before the fight even began, his heart was already timid. He knew exactly what this meant. Ah! Yu Dongling roared to the sky, completely unwilling. He had cultivated the blood demon great art for 3 years, always proceeding cautiously, finally reaching spirit realm perfection, and even attracting the attention of the blood demon cult members. If he joined the blood demon cult, he could break through to the king realm. Unfortunately, time waited for no man. Why must you kill me? Does cultivating the blood demon great art mean I deserve to die? Gihai Yidao's expression was calm. Whether cultivating the blood demon great art deserves death is not for me to judge, but today, you deserve to die. Hearing this, Yu Dongling's face contorted into a savage expression. Good, you forced all of this. Blood demon great art, merge into me 10,000 blood demons, blood dominates the world. The moment his words fell, Yu Dongling's entire body was enveloped by blood demon true chi. Tragic screams echoed out. After 30 breaths, the sound disappeared, and the Yu Dongling who had been wrapped in blood demon true chi emerged as if reborn from a cocoon. Not only had his physique doubled in size, but his entire body had transformed into a hideous blood person, disgusting to look at. Blood demon ghost claws. He unleashed both claws, blood energy soaring to the heavens. Instantly, countless claw shadows appeared, some illusory and some real, making people terrified just looking at them. But even so, Gihai Yidao remained expressionless. As true chi was input, the severing heart reached its final stage. Buzz. The next second, the silver-white saber light struck the myriad blood claws like a rainbow. There was no sound of collision, only the poof sound of the blood claws being destroyed. This move, executed by the blood person using all the blood demon true chi in his body, was as fragile as thin paper and was instantly destroyed by the saber light. In the blink of an eye, the sky full of blood claws was reduced to nothing but scattered blood mist. Seeing this, Yu Dongling was completely dumbfounded. No, impossible. Why is it like this? Unwillingly, he urged the blood demon true chi in his body again, unleashing the blood demon ghost grab in a desperate attempt to save himself. Unfortunately, sometimes in the face of absolute power, all your efforts are in vain. The blood claws, just like before, offered no resistance against the sharp saber chi and were instantly destroyed. After destroying the blood claws, the saber light did not slow down. Instead, it accelerated. Whoosh! Under Gihai Yidao's precise control, the silver-white saber light sliced across Yu Dongling's throat. By this time, Yu Dongling had no blood demon true chi left in his body. Even though he had noticed the silver-white saber light and tried to dodge, it was too late. Let alone his current state, even he at his peak condition could not possibly dodge this move. Crack! A sound was heard. Yu Dongling's head separated from his body. Well done, Gihai. At some unknown point, White Phoenix had arrived before Gihai Yidao and offered praise. Alright, those other guys are almost here. Leave some traces and let's go. Got it. After leaving traces, White Phoenix summoned the White Phoenix again, and the two instantly left the battlefield. 30 breaths later, several figures arrived at the scene. What a powerful battle wave. It feels like it must have been formed by someone at least above the late spirit realm. Indeed, even 100 miles away, we could feel the battle's aura. Both combatants were likely considered strong even among late spirit realm experts. They're gone, there's no movement now. Let's go take a look at what happened. However, when the few of them saw the scene of Gihai Yidao and Yu Dongling's battle, their mouths dropped open, and they froze on the spot. P.S. I worked overtime until late, so there will only be one update. I will rest tomorrow and make up for it with 4 updates. Please, my respected benefactors, send gifts and write good reviews. 64. Number 64 Chapter 64 A Shocking Discovery. Rank 101st on the King's List, Minghai. Light. Chapter 64. Startling Discovery. King ranking number 101. Minghai. They only saw gullies everywhere caused by the battle between Yu Dongling and Gihai Yidao. Within a 10-mile radius, all the trees had been completely destroyed. Is this the destructive power of the late spirit realm? It's too strong, isn't it? It completely exceeds expectations. If the spirit realm is already this strong, just imagine how powerful the king realm must be. The crowd couldn't even imagine how terrifying the battle scenes of the king realm would be. At the same time, a figure sighed with emotion. The king realm is too far away for us. Even though the spiritual chi resurgence has begun and we are in a prosperous age, given our talent, breaking through to the king realm will probably be very difficult. Looking across the entire Fist King sect, perhaps only those 3 true inheritance senior brothers have a chance. Another figure echoed, Senior brother Luo is right. With our talent, just reaching the spirit realm later would be thanks to the current prosperous age's spiritual chi resurgence. Otherwise the true realm would probably be our limit. At this moment, the only female voice among the 4 said in surprise, come look over here. There are words here. Hearing this, the remaining 3 hurried over, only to hear the female voice slowly reciting. The Azure Dragon Society killed the blood demon called Spirit Realm Perfection disciple Yu Dongling today. For a moment, the 4 were speechless. After more than 10 breaths, Senior brother Luo, who had the highest cultivation among the 4 and had already reached Spirit Realm Perfection, finally regained his senses and said, I didn't expect that the battle just now was actually a fight between Spirit Realm Perfection experts and it was against someone from the blood demon cult. Spirit Realm Perfection, that's too terrifying. Keep in mind that the sect master's cultivation is only Spirit Realm Perfection. But I've never heard of this Azure Dragon Society. In the past 50 years in the Great Yuan, I know the names of all forces possessing King Realm experts, but I truly haven't heard of this Azure Dragon Society. Another figure stepped forward and replied, Senior brother Luo, didn't they just say it? With the spiritual chi resurgence and the great struggle, those hidden powers hiding in subspace have all emerged. So the Azure Dragon Society is clearly the name of a hidden power, or perhaps a force supported by a hidden power. Junior brother Zhang is right. Senior brother Luo, let's leave first. I'm afraid stronger experts will arrive soon. You know the battle aura just now fluctuated for 100 miles, so people at the Void Realm, True Realm, and even Spirit Realm must have noticed. Yes, Senior brother Luo, let's go. The rest of the situation has nothing to do with us. Fine, let's go. Luo Zhen also knew the seriousness of the situation and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, the expert from the Azure Dragon Society who killed Yu Dongling had already left. Otherwise, the 4 of them would probably be corpses now. However, one point made him suspicious. Logically, everyone within a 100-mile radius must have sensed the battle aura, so why were only they present? This made him utterly confused. Wait a minute, don't you all feel that the name Yu Dongling is very familiar? Li Yuan, the only female among the 4, spoke up. Senior sister Li, now that you mention it, I also feel like I've heard it somewhere. Zhang Xiaodong replied, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had heard this name. Yes, I've heard it too. Chao Men, the one with the lowest cultivation among the 4, said excitedly, could it be him? Luo Zhen subconsciously said. Li Yuan looked at Luo Zhen at this time. Senior brother Luo, I also thought of it. It should be the one we are thinking of. It should be. If that's the case, then this matter is huge. Let's go. Return to the sect immediately. Alright. Zhang Xiaodong and Chao Men were completely bewildered. Senior brother Luo, senior sister Li, who are you talking about? Tell us. Luo Zhen's expression became serious. No, this matter is of great importance. I won't tell you now. Speed up, let's go back to the sect. Not long after the 4 of them left, people arrived at the battle site one after another. When they saw the words left by White Phoenix and the devastated scene, they were all immensely shocked. It seems the heavens of the great Li Dao are truly about to change. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Ju successfully escaped Zan Shu's pursuit. Just as he was feeling joyful, an even more terrifying figure appeared before him. Seeing this figure, Zhao Ju's excited mood vanished completely. If facing Zan Shu, he could still fight him, and it wouldn't be easy for Zan Shu to kill him. But facing the person before him, he couldn't muster any means of resistance. This was because the newcomer was a King Realm expert from Xuankang Temple. And not just an ordinary King Realm expert, but one capable of making it onto the King ranking. I never expected Xuankang Temple would send you to protect Zan Shu. It seems your Xuankang Temple truly values Zan Shu. The dignified Master Ming Hai of Xuankang Temple, ranked 101st on the King ranking, is acting as a bodyguard when he is in his prime. It's truly shocking. Opposite Zhao Ju, a middle-aged monk pressed his palms together and replied calmly. Although I am in my prime, my potential is limited. The highest I can possibly reach in this life is the Emperor realm. Buddhist son Zan Shu is different. His talent far surpasses mine. As he spoke, Ming Hai swept out a palm strike. Instantly, Zhao Ju felt a massive force rush towards him, a force he had only felt from the Demon Sea Blood King. Whoosh! The next second, Zhao Ju smashed heavily into the ground, creating a 5-meter deep pit. His entire body had turned into a pool of bloody mud, dead beyond compare. After finishing this, Ming Hai sensed Zan Shu's figure rapidly approaching this location. He pressed his palms together. Amitabha, I originally intended to leave you for Buddhist son Zan Shu, but unfortunately, the aura left by the sea of blood within your body might accidentally injure the Buddhist son Zan Shu if I am not careful, so I could only let you die. With those words, Minghai's figure flashed, instantly vanishing from the spot. 20-odd breaths later, Zan Shu arrived at the battlefield. When he saw the figure lying in the deep pit, where the person could only be identified as Zhao Ju by their aura, with no discernible features left, Zan Shu surveyed the sight and then looked around, easily drawing a conclusion. Zhao Ju died at the hands of a King Realm expert. Otherwise, with Zhao Ju's spirit realm perfection cultivation, it would be impossible for no trace of battle to be left behind. Only when facing a King Realm expert could one die without the slightest ability to resist. However, this made him feel regretful, as the Blood Demon cult's spirit realm perfection expert, Zhao Ju, was, in his eyes, a perfect whetstone. It could be used to test his combat strength. Sighing, Zan Shu continued toward Qingzhou City. He still needed to go back and find Pure Void. This was the purpose of his departure from the temple. Pure Void, where exactly are you hiding? This time, no matter what, I must find you. 65. Number 65 Chapter 65 Zhao Meng, Grand Master of the Black Mystic Hall. Light. Chapter 65. Black Profound Hall. First Hall Master, Zhao Meng, the Zan Gate, Moyang Prefecture, one of the 3 prefectures of the Great Li Dao. Black Profound Hall, the foremost of the 3 major powers in Moyang Prefecture. At this very moment, in the main hall of the Black Profound Hall, all the high-ranking officials of the Black Profound Hall were gathered here. Seated in the main seat was a tall and imposing middle-aged man, the first hall master of the Black Profound Hall, Zhao Meng. Next to him sat a refined middle-aged man who appeared very scholarly, yet the aura emanating from him was not much weaker than Zhao Meng's. He was the second hall master of the Black Profound Hall, the elder brother of Chao San, Chao the First. Today I have summoned everyone mainly to inform you of 2 matters. The first matter is that the 5th elder, Chao San, is dead. For a moment, the crowd reacted strongly, none of them having expected Chao San to actually be dead, especially Chao Yi and Chao II, Chao San's 2 elder brothers. They never could have anticipated this outcome. They had assumed that the people from the Huang family were simply very good at escaping, which is why their younger brother was still pursuing them, but they never expected such an end. Boom! Chao Yi, the eldest brother, had a grim expression, emitting a terrifying aura. For a moment, those who were discussing heatedly fell silent. They clearly knew that although Chao Yi appeared refined, he was actually a brutal fellow behind the scenes. Throughout the entire Black Profound Hall, they could joke with Zhao Meng, but when facing Chao Yi, they dared not make a move. Chao Yi's tone was icy, instantly making people feel as if they had arrived in an ice field. Boss, what is going on? How come I didn't know about this? Who killed Little San? At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhao Meng. They all knew that Chao Yi in his current state was perhaps the most terrifying state possible. Zhao Meng certainly understood Chao Yi's current state and quickly tried to console him. Chao Yi, calm down. I only just found out about this matter myself. Chao San's body should be sent back this afternoon. As for who killed him, according to the information from that side, it was a master swordsman whose cultivation was no lower than the late spirit realm. Chao Yi immediately replied, Late Spirit Realm, uses a sword? There are no more than 3 people in the entire Great Li Dao who meet this condition. Then arrange people later to investigate along this line. Don't worry, Chao San was not only your brother, he was also an elder of the Black Profound Hall. Anyone who dares to kill someone from my Black Profound Hall, I will pursue them to the death. Chao Yi's killing intent surged. No matter who it is, even if the Grand Marshal of the army is behind them, they are doomed. To him, his 2 younger brothers, Chao II and Chao San, were everything. Rest assured, no matter who it is, they are doomed. Zhao Meng's tone was equally domineering. Alright, now for the second matter. Since Chao San is dead, we also failed to obtain the King Chen token. For him, failing to obtain the King Chen token was extremely painful. For hundreds of years, everyone, including the Great Li Imperial Gate, had been searching for the whereabouts of the King Chen token, as it was the key to opening King Chen's tomb. The treasure trove within King Chen's tomb could, at the very least, be used to forge 3 King Realm experts, and this was only the most basic estimate. The crucial thing was that King Chen's tomb also contained many cultivation technique secret manuals as well as powerful weapons and armor. Once obtained, one's strength could be greatly enhanced. This is indeed vexing. Boss, we must keep this news confidential. If it leaks out, then not only the Great Li Dao, but the powers of several surrounding Daos will swarm here. And among them, the two most terrifying powers, the Great Yuan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Li Imperial Gate. If they find out, they will definitely send King Realm experts. The third hall master, Wu Tian, quickly said. If King Realm experts got involved with King Chen's tomb, they wouldn't even have a chance to sip the soup, let alone eat the meat. Zhao Meng nodded, his tone very firm. Rest assured, currently only we know. The excuse for wiping out the Huang family is that Chao San saw a woman from the Huang family, and when the Huang family refused to hand her over, he annihilated them. So, we have two things to divide and conquer now. First, investigate who killed Chao San. Second, find out who obtained the Huang family's King Chen token, and also investigate the whereabouts of other King Chen tokens. Remember, the former can be exposed. Investigate openly. The latter must be extremely cautious and must not be revealed. Whoever exposes the latter, if I find out, I will not let them off easily. Understood. First Hall Master, everyone replied respectfully soon. Only Chao Yi and Zhao Meng remained in the Great Hall. Even the third Hall Master Wu Tian had been sent out to search for the whereabouts of other King Chen tokens. Zhao Meng then spoke slowly. I apologize, Chao Yi, regarding Chao San's matter, I feel sorry. Originally, another elder was assigned to deal with the Huang family's affairs, but because he intervened, the person sent to handle the Huang family ended up being Chao San. And this indirectly led to Chao San's death. Chao Yi shook his head. Boss, this is not your fault. Nobody could have anticipated that something like this would happen. When they investigate and find the killer, I will make them all go down to accompany little San in death. Enough, let's not talk about this matter anymore. How is the contact with the Zon Gate coming along? Hearing this, Zhao Meng replied faintly and slowly. They said they will let us become their external force and in return, they will give us king-breaking pills. Hearing this, even the usually calm Chao Yi could not remain composed. Really? The Zon Gate would be so kind as to give us king-breaking pills? The greatest use of the king-breaking pill is that it increases the probability of a breakthrough to the king realm by 30%. It can be said that possessing a king-breaking pill almost guarantees a successful breakthrough to the king realm. There are very few recorded instances of people failing to reach the king realm after using a king-breaking pill. Of course, they aren't that kind. The condition they proposed is one king-breaking pill every 10 years. Furthermore, after breaking through to the king realm, we must serve the Zon Gate for 60 years. Seeing this, Chao Yi said with disdain, one king-breaking pill every 10 years? The Zon Gate is simply going too far. You must know that with the spiritual qi resurgence, this is an age of prosperity. In 10 years I myself could break through to the king realm. Why would I need their king-breaking pill? What a joke. Even among the hidden powers that have appeared so far, the Zon Gate is not considered weak, yet the price they offer is so low, it's utterly disgraceful. Zhao Meng shook his head. There's nothing we can do. The people of the Zon Gate have always been arrogant and looked down on us martial artists from the outside world. It is precisely because of the spiritual qi resurgence that the spiritual qi in their alternate space is decreasing, forcing them to emerge. Otherwise, the Zon Gate would never have come out. P.S. To all my benefactors, the author will be staying up all night writing tonight and will make up for the missed chapters with 4 updates tomorrow. I hope you can send gifts and write good reviews then. 66. Number 66 Chapter 66 The Clever Wang, enraged, attacks Wei Yuan. Chapter 66, Cleverness. Wang Dong, who was fuming. Wei Yuan, who was on the offensive. So boss, are we going to cooperate with the Zon sect? Chao the First looked at Zhao Meng at this moment. In the current situation, as the speed of the spiritual qi resurgence grew faster and faster, the future was destined to belong to those great powers. If their Black Profound Hall wanted to survive until the end, they had to find a great power to serve as their backer. What do you say? Join the Great Yuan dynasty? Zhao Meng said indifferently. Boss, let's forget about that. You and I both know what it costs to join the Great Yuan dynasty. Serving as an enshrinement for 100 years, I have no interest in that. I'm just saying. Regardless, our first goal is to find the King Chen token. If we find something in King Chen's tomb that allows us to break through to the king realm, then we'll have more leverage to negotiate with the Great Yuan dynasty or the Zon sect. After all, the weight of a king realm's words and the weight of a spirit realm perfections. Words were completely different. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Indeed, as long as we find all the King Chen tokens and enter King Chen's tomb, everything will be easy to discuss. Alright, let's head back first. Now, we just wait for news. Fine. Liyang Prefecture, the capital of Great Li Dao. The Fist King sect, the #1 sect in Great Li Dao. Inside a room, a brown-clad old man looked at Luo Zhen and Li Yuan and spoke. Luo Zhen, Li Yuan, is what you said true? As an elder of the Fist King sect, he knew very well the severity of this matter. If it were true, even their Fist King sect would suffer heavy punishment. Luo Zhen hurriedly replied, "It's true, elder. The person who died was indeed Yu Feng's father, Yu Dongling. Furthermore, based on the residual aura at the scene, we could detect something extremely evil that made our breathing difficult. It is enough to prove that senior brother Yu's father was a member of the blood demon cult. Alright, I will go investigate this now. If it's true, I will report it to the sect and you too will be rewarded." "Thank you, elder," the two said in unison. Whoosh! In the next second, Li San vanished from before them. He had to go verify the truth of this matter immediately. After Li San disappeared, Luo Zhen spoke slowly. "Junior sister Li, do you think it's possible that senior brother Yu Feng is also from the blood demon cult? You have to admit, his cultivation talent is simply too abnormal. He's just turned 20 and is already at true realm perfection. Among the 3 true disciples, although his cultivation is the lowest, he is 6 or 7 years younger than the other 2. Even with the spiritual qi resurgence, his cultivation shouldn't have grown this fast." Yu Feng's progress truly exceeded his expectations, and combined with Yu Dongling's situation, he couldn't help but harbor suspicions. Of course, the root cause was his jealousy. He was 2 years older than Yu Feng, yet Yu Feng had already become one of the 3 true disciples of the Fist King sect, while he had only just broken through to the Void Realm to become a core disciple. It might seem like the gap between a core disciple and a true disciple wasn't large, but in terms of status, treatment, and every aspect of life, it was far higher than that of a core disciple. Li Yuan shook her head. "Senior brother Luo, I wouldn't know about that." Even though it was just her and Luo Zhen there, she knew what should and shouldn't be said. First, she worried that walls had ears. Second, from the moment Luo Zhen said those words, she felt a bit of disdain for him. And third, her cultivation was naturally too low. She was only at heavenly realm perfection and still among the inner sect disciple ranks. Therefore, if she said the wrong thing, she couldn't imagine the consequences. Especially since this matter involved a true disciple, she absolutely could not speak on it. "Alright then, junior sister Li, let's wait for the elder's investigation results." Meanwhile, as the matter fermented for a day, the news that the Azure Dragon Society had slain a spirit realm perfection disciple of the blood demon cult had already spread throughout Great Li Dao. The main reason it was able to spread so quickly was because of the blood demon cult. After all, the blood demon cult's reputation was far more notorious than that of the Great Li Imperial Gate. Furthermore, Yu Dongling's cultivation was at spirit realm perfection, only one step away from breaking through to the King realm. And then there was the Azure Dragon Society, a power they had never heard of before. Due to various reasons like these, the matter spread rapidly. Qingzhou, the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Wei Yuan had just finished his cultivation and walked out of his room when Profound 2 appeared before him. "Your subordinate, Profound 2, greets the Marquis. Is something the matter?" Reporting to the Marquis, according to the latest intelligence, the head of the Yu family, one of the 3 families, Yu Dongling, has been confirmed as a blood demon cultist. He was slain the day before yesterday by an organization called the Azure Dragon Society. Governor of Qingzhou Lord Wang has invited the Marquis to his residence to discuss how to handle the remaining members of the Yu family. Wei Yuan nodded. "Alright, let's go then." He had already known about Yu Dongling's identity after Gihai Yidao successfully killed him. The governor of Qingzhou's residence, Wang Dong, looked at Wei Yuan, who was about the same age as his son but had now become the Marquis of Qingzhou, and was filled with emotion. And the point that made him feel most angry was that not long ago, Wei Yuan was a waste who had no possibility of becoming the Marquis of Qingzhou. But things were just that coincidental. After a series of changes in the Qingzhou Marquis residence, Wei Yuan was the only one left of the direct line, and the title of Marquis of Qingzhou could only be given to him. This made him feel resentful. "Wang Dong greets the Marquis." Wei Yuan smiled and said, "Lord Wang, there's no need to be so polite. I have other matters to attend to, so my time is tight. Regarding the Yu family's business, please just tell me how it will be handled, Lord Wang." Wang Dong immediately replied, "Good. Since the Marquis has said so, I won't beat around the bush. Everyone in the Yu family must die. As for the Yu family's property, half will be handed over to the imperial court, and the other half will be split 50-50 between the Marquis and me. What do you think?" Wei Yuan nodded. "The first part sounds feasible, but the latter part won't do. I want 40%, and Lord Wang takes 10%. Furthermore, I ask Lord Wang to convert my 40% into medicinal pills, herbs, or heaven and earth treasures and the like. The reason Wei Yuan wanted to exchange for these things was to prepare for the Little Azure Dragon's evolution. Although this 40% of the Yu family's assets wasn't enough for the Little Azure Dragon to evolve, it would allow him to save up a bit. Hearing this, Wang Dong's expression instantly changed, and a flash of anger crossed his face. Marquis, you should know that when the previous Marquis was here, we always split it 50-50. Why has it changed now that it's your turn? He hadn't expected Wei Yuan to actually want to take an extra 15% from him. This was even more excessive than Wei Haidong. After all, sometimes Wei Haidong only took an extra 5%, yet Wei Yuan actually had the audacity to take an extra 15% from him. To this, Wei Yuan responded with a smile. Lord Wang, you said it yourself, that was the previous Marquis. Now I am the Marquis of Qingzhou, and the rules should be set by me. Of course, I don't want it to be this way either. Lord Wang should be clear about the situation of our Qingzhou Marquis residence. I'm taking an extra 15% purely to develop the residence. Lord Wang wouldn't refuse this small request, would you? Besides, after I inherited the Marquis title, Lord Wang hasn't sent any gifts yet. Let's just consider this 15% as a gift. If Lord Wang is unwilling, then I shall ask the old Marquis to come and talk with you. Wang Dong's face turned red with anger at Wei Yuan's words. 67. Number 67 Chapter 67 Making Things Difficult for Boxing King Zhang Taisheng's Wrath to Heaven Boxing King Zuodao Chapter 67 Making Things Difficult. Fist King Sect's Grand Elder, the furious Sky Fist King Zuo Dao. Although Wang Dong was extremely angry, having been an official for many years, he wasn't about to lose his temper right now. Furthermore, Wei Yuan's last sentence was nothing short of a blatant threat. In the current situation, he knew very well who the old Marquis Wei Yuan mentioned was. Marquis, I agree. There is no need to trouble the old Marquis over such a matter. Wei Yuan replied with a smile. Lord Wang is truly a good man. I will remember Lord Wang well. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave first. Wait a moment, Marquis. Oh, is there something else? Wei Yuan said indifferently. Since everyone in the Yu family must die, Yu Feng cannot be spared either. However, the Marquis should be aware that Yu Feng has now joined the Fist King sect and has even become a true disciple. The Fist King sect will certainly not hand him over. This matter will require the Marquis to handle it personally. After all, I cannot mobilize King Realm powerhouses while the Marquis has the old Marquis, a King Realm expert, backing him. So, I must ask the Marquis to go to the Fist King sect and bring Yu Feng back. Marquis, you must bring Yu Feng back. Otherwise, if Yu Feng does not die, we cannot divide the Yu family's assets. That is the regulation of the Great Yuan Law. As he said this, Wang Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. He wanted Wei Yuan to know that trying to swallow 15% of his wealth would not be that simple. One must know that he had already conducted an investigation. Yu Feng was currently the youngest true disciple in the entire Fist King sect and was highly regarded by that Grand Elder of the sect. Although Yu Dongling was confirmed to be a member of the Blood Demon cult, trying to bring Yu Feng back from the Fist King sect would be no small feat. After all, that person from the Fist King sect was so powerful that he had already made it onto the King ranking. Wei Xuanpei's strength could not be compared to a King Realm expert on the King ranking. As such, it would be no easy task for Wei Yuan to bring Yu Feng back. Wei Yuan hadn't expected such a rule to exist. Seeing the previously fuming Wang Dong suddenly smiling, he knew this matter was definitely not simple. Open black lens bracket ding bring back Yu Feng within 10 days to be rewarded with one summoning opportunity close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's sudden voice, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. Fine. For the sake of my 40% gain, I will definitely bring Yu Feng back. Then I hope the Marquis acts quickly. The Imperial Court won't wait for anyone. Rest assured, I guarantee I won't disappoint Lord Wang. Farewell. Take care, Marquis. I won't see you out. Watching Wei Yuan walk out, a strange smile appeared on Wang Dong's face. Wei Yuan, just you wait. The Fist King sect won't be in awe of your status like I am. Liang Prefecture, Fist King Sect. In a beautiful small courtyard, Yu Feng was currently in secluded cultivation in a secret room. As spiritual qi continuously entered his dantian, it was refined into true qi and flowed through his internal organs. Half an hour later, Yu Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, an excited expression appearing on his face. Early spirit realm. Afterward, after a quick wash, Yu Feng walked out of the room. He wanted to tell his master the good news. The next second, before Yu Feng could even step out of the courtyard, several figures were already standing at the entrance. Elders, why are you here? Could it be that you knew in advance that my cultivation broke through to the spirit realm? For a moment, the several elders all showed surprised expressions. None of them expected Yu Feng to break through from true realm perfection to the early spirit realm so quickly. One must know that back in their day, it took them at least 7 or 8 years, and some even 10 or 20 years, to succeed in the breakthrough. Yu Feng had succeeded in less than 3 months. Even with the current spiritual qi resurgence, it was still incredibly monstrous. Finally, the second elder, who had the highest cultivation, stepped forward and spoke. Yu Feng, I have a question for you. Yu Dongling is your father, the head of the Yu family, one of the 3 great families of Qingzhou, correct? Although Yu Feng felt surprised, he still nodded. Yes, elder. Yu Dongling is my father. Alright, then I am here to inform you of something. Yu Dongling has been confirmed as a member of the blood demon cult. Therefore, your entire Yu family will be executed. I hope you can keep your composure. After all, seeing Yu Feng break through to the spirit realm, they were even more convinced that Yu Feng would lead their Fist King sect to greater heights in the future, so absolutely nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Hearing this, Yu Feng was stunned for a moment. He never imagined that his father, Yu Dongling, would be a member of the blood demon cult, let alone that the entire Yu family would be executed. Elder, how is that possible? My father could never be a member of the blood demon cult, and why must the entire Yu family be killed? This is completely unfair. At this moment, tears were already streaming down his face. He had never imagined such a thing would happen to him. The second elder stepped forward and patted Yu Feng's shoulder. Yu Feng, we can understand your grief, but your father, Yu Dongling, is indeed a member of the blood demon cult. According to Great Yuan law, everyone in the Yu family will be executed. Mainly because the threat of the blood demon cult was so great, Great Yuan enacted such harsh laws to warn those who attempted to join the blood demon cult or secretly cultivate the blood demon great art. For a moment, Yu Feng completely broke down. I am also a member of the Yu family. Does that mean even I am to be killed? These sudden words left the several elders stunned. They had actually forgotten that Yu Feng was also a member of the Yu family, and specifically, Yu Dongling's son. However, Yu Feng's cultivation had already reached the spirit realm. He was the key to the Fist King sect's future glory. The next second, a figure appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the person's appearance, everyone hurriedly said respectfully, "Greetings, Grand Elder." This was a man 3 meters tall, wearing a shawl made from some kind of exotic beast's hide. He looked to be about 40 years old, with a domineering and rugged appearance. He was indeed the Grand Elder of the Fist King sect, rank 103rd on the King ranking, the furious Sky Fist King Zuo Dao. I have already heard what just happened. Yu Feng, rest assured, nothing will happen to you. With me here, I'd like to see who from Qingzhou dares to come and arrest you. Even if the former Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Xuanpei, were to personally take action, I wouldn't give him a second thought. For Zuo Dao, in this current flourishing age, it was not easy for their Fist King sect to produce a genius. If he were to be taken away and killed just like that, it would be a complete slap in his face. Grand Elder, really? Can you really protect me? Yu Feng said, stopping his crying. Rest assured, this seat will certainly guarantee your safety, Zuo Dao said with full confidence. Seeing as you've been scared out of your wits, I'll give you some peace of mind. Those listed on the King ranking have a quota to protect one person. As long as that person hasn't assassinated the Great Yuan Emperor or princes, or joined the Blood Demon cult or the Great Li Imperial Gate, etc., all other situations are exempt. It's just your father who joined the Blood Demon cult, not you. So rest easy, cultivate well. The future of the Fist King sect depends on you. From this day forward, you are the young sect master of our Fist King sect. Hearing this, the elders hurriedly said respectfully, Greetings, young sect master. At this, Yu Feng felt slightly better inside. Thank you, Grand Elder. Second Elder, there is no need for such formalities. 68. Number 68 Chapter 68 Flying Swordsman Afei's Great Battle Approaches. Choices that Shatter Life and Death. Chapter 68 Afei the Flying Swordsman. The Great War approaches. Choices affect life and death. Upon returning to the Marquise's mansion, Wei Xuanpei sought out Wei Yuan to ask how his talk with Wang Dong had gone. Wei Yuan then recounted the day's events in full detail. Hearing this, Wei Xuanpei smiled. As expected of the Wei family bloodline, well done. Of course, after hearing what Wei Yuan said later, Wei Xuanpei's expression turned grim. It is indeed very difficult to take Yu Feng away from the Fist King sect. Is it impossible even if you take action? Wei Xuanpei shook his head. No. The main reason is that Zuo Dao is ranked on the king ranking, according to the rules of the Great Yuan dynasty. Subsequently, Wei Xuanpei explained the rules of the king ranking. After listening, Wei Yuan nodded. So, as long as Zuo Dao is no longer on the king ranking, we can take Yu Feng away, right? Wei Xuanpei confirmed. Exactly. As long as he is not on the king ranking, he cannot protect Yu Feng. However, this is very difficult. One must know that the king ranking has a total of 108 spots. Zuo Dao is ranked 103rd, the fifth from the bottom. Ordinarily, those who wish to challenge would choose from the bottom first, second, or third. They certainly wouldn't jump straight to the fifth. Moreover, those in the king realm within the Great Li Dao can be counted on one hand, and everyone's strength is well known. Defeating Zuo Dao is simply impossible. Unless someone from a hidden power intervenes, it is absolutely impossible. Wei Yuan replied, "Alright, I understand." With that, he returned to his room. He immediately used the Azure Dragon token to make contact. Solitary City Yi, where are you right now? Meanwhile, in the Wind Spirit Path, Solitary City Yi saw the message from Wei Yuan and immediately responded. Dragon Lord, your subordinate is in the Wind Spirit Path, currently selecting an opponent. Seeing this, Wei Yuan replied, I have arranged one for you here. You can look at his information. Zuo Dao, Grand Elder of the Fist King sect, ranked 103rd on the king ranking. Solitary City Yi immediately understood what was happening. By your command, Dragon Lord. In 3 days, your subordinate will ascend the Fist King sect to challenge Zuo Dao. Good. Just as Wei Yuan finished replying, a system voice rang out in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Azure Dragon Society's fame spreads through Great Li Dao. You have gained one summoning opportunity. Would the host like to use it? Close black lens bracket. Use it. Without any hesitation, Wei Yuan replied quickly. 10 breaths later, the system voice sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character summon card. A Fey close black lens bracket. Wei Yuan immediately checked the details. Open black lens bracket character. A Fey close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket title. Flying Swordsman close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. Spirit realm late stage close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket introduction. A character from Sentimental Swordsman, Ruthless Sword. The son of the great hero Shen Lang and Bai Feifei. His sword technique is incredibly fast close black lens bracket. After reviewing the information, Wei Yuan felt it was decent. It just so happens that the Divine Blade Hall is about to attack the Black Profound Hall. Sending a Fey over is perfect. Moyang Prefecture, Black Profound Hall. In the main hall, the third elder spoke first. First Hallmaster, second Hallmaster. According to our investigation, the person who killed 5th Elder Chao San should be from the Divine Blade Hall in Xuenya Prefecture. Chao the first looked over. Third Elder, is there evidence? The third elder quickly said. Second Hall Master, we have already investigated. Huang Hai and Old Man Lin, who were being pursued by Elder Chao San, have checked into the Divine Blade Hall. Furthermore, it is highly likely that the King Chen token has also fallen into the hands of the Divine Blade Hall. Good, understood. Big brother, what do you think now? We investigated the Divine Blade Hall before, they were only slightly weaker than us. Zhao Meng stood up. Naturally, we will annihilate the Divine Blade Hall, avenge Elder Chao San, and reclaim the King Chen token. Instantly, everyone stood up with him. Avenge him, reclaim the King Chen token. As soon as the words fell, a figure rushed in frantically. My lords, this is bad. The Divine Blade Hall is leading men in an attack against us. What? Zhao Meng exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected that just as he had clarified the situation and before he could even act, the Divine Blade Hall would take the initiative to attack them. It was as if they didn't even acknowledge them. Big brother, this Divine Blade Hall simply looks down on us. The third Hall Master Wu Tian interjected. That's right, big brother, they completely look down on us. Let's crush them. Grand Elder Chao. The second's voice was thunderous. Let's go. I want to see where they get the courage to fight us. Call everyone out to face them with me. Yes. Outside the gates of the Black Profound Hall, Bai Tianyu led the members of the Divine Blade Hall, blocking the entrance. This immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. One must know that in their hearts, the Black Profound Hall was the strongest power in Moyang Prefecture. Now, a power actually dared to block their gates. It was as if they had a death wish. Where did this power come from? To have such great courage to launch an attack against the Black Profound Hall. Indeed, I have lived for over 60 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a thing. The last power that besieged the Black Profound Hall died a miserable death. I wonder if these people have the strength this time. The crowd discussed the matter with great fervor. Meanwhile, the other two major powers of Moyang Prefecture, the Li family and the vast Sea Gang, were also immediately informed of the situation. The Li family was a power that had existed in Moyang Prefecture for over 100 years. Li Zan, the head of the Li family, was currently convening a meeting with the elders. Everyone, I presume you are all aware of what is happening at the gates of the Black Profound Hall. The question now is, do we choose to watch the show, or do we take advantage of the chaos to get a share of the spoils? Family head, what power dares to block the gates of the Black Profound Hall? The third elder stood up and asked. According to our latest intelligence, that power is called the Divine Blade Hall. They come from Xuenya Prefecture and have currently unified it. Their strength is very formidable, only a sliver behind the Black Profound Hall. But it is unknown why they chose to attack the Black Profound Hall. The second elder interjected at this point. Family head, if that's the case and the gap between their strengths is small, then our involvement becomes the key. You could say that. So, what does everyone think? Do we watch the show, or do we join one of the sides? For a moment, the discussion among the group was extremely heated. Seeing that the time it takes to burn a stick of incense had passed and the group was still in heated debate, Li Zan could no longer sit still and immediately stood up. Quiet, can you give me a definite answer now? If you keep discussing like this, the battle will be over by the time you're done. At this moment, the Grand Elder stood up. As the most senior member and the intellectual backbone of the Li family, I believe we can try to cooperate with the Divine Blade Hall. I already noticed when the Divine Blade Hall unified Xuenya Prefecture that their background is definitely not simple. Behind them is either another major power or the support of a hidden power. I'm sure everyone is clear on the current situation in the entire Great Yuan. With the spiritual qi resurgence and the arrival of a great era, hidden powers are emerging one after another. If our Li family wants to survive under such circumstances, we must seek refuge with a major power. Otherwise, our Li family will likely face annihilation. Li Zan nodded. The Grand Elder is right. If the Divine Blade Hall hadn't launched an attack on the Black Profound Hall, then it wouldn't be long before the Black Profound Hall launched an attack on our Li family. Everyone knows the realms of the first and second hall masters of the Black Profound Hall. They are very close to the King realm. The spiritual qi resurgence is getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps with one opportunity, they will break through to the King realm. When that time comes, our Li family will truly be finished. For a moment, the elders looked at one another. We choose to help the Divine Blade Hall. Good. Since that's the case, call upon the family's elites and follow me. This battle is not just a fight between the Divine Blade Hall and the Black Profound Hall. It is a battle concerning the life and death of our Li family. Please, everyone, bring out your full strength and fight. Fight, fight, fight. Everyone shouted passionately at the same time. The vast Sea Gang. Inside the hall, all the elders of the vast Sea Gang had assembled. Luo Dahai, the leader of the vast Sea Gang, sat in the main seat. Everyone, I'm sure the situation at the gates of the Black Profound Hall is clear. Now it is our turn to consider whether to choose to watch the show or join one side in the battle. The strength of the Divine Blade Hall has been investigated. They are only a sliver weaker than the Black Profound Hall. Therefore, our choice is especially important. Do we choose the Black Profound Hall, or do we choose the Divine Blade Hall? The situation in the entire Moyang Prefecture was quite difficult for their vast Sea Gang. They hadn't been established as long as the Li family, and their strength couldn't compare to the Black Profound Hall. It could be said that among the three major powers, the vast Sea Gang was completely at the bottom. Most crucially, the combat power of their vast Sea Gang was severely lacking. Aside from Luo Dahai, who was at Spirit Realm perfection, the vice gang leader Ling Dashi was only at Spirit Realm mid-stage, and there were no other Spirit Realm individuals after them. One could say that aside from Luo Dahai, the entire vast Sea Gang was completely a mid-tier power and didn't deserve to be called one of the three major powers. Vice gang leader Ling Dashi stood up and said, "Gang leader, how about we just watch the show? Anyway, regardless of who wins or loses, it won't affect us." As soon as these words were spoken, the elders chimed in. "That's right, we'll just stay here and watch the show. When the time comes, if there's an opportunity to pick up the scraps, we'll take action. I think this method is very good. We'll just honestly watch the show." Hearing the words of the group, Luo Dahai only felt the flow of true qi within his body accelerate. He truly hadn't expected that the people recruited into the vast Sea Gang he founded were all a bunch of idiots, still thinking about picking up scraps without even knowing the strengths involved. Moreover, in this kind of situation, the Black Profound Hall would definitely send someone to notify him. If he chose to watch the show, it would be fine if the Divine Blade Hall won. They might not have any problems. But if the Black Profound Hall won, they would follow in the footsteps of the Divine Blade Hall. I really didn't know I recruited a bunch of trash like you who don't bring any brains with them. Are you still not clear on the current situation? Pick up scraps? I think you're more likely to be the scraps picked up by others. Do you think they will let you watch the show peacefully? From the current situation, this is a gamble. We must participate, and we must choose correctly. Once we choose wrong, what awaits us will be eternal damnation. Hearing this, the group's expressions became tense as they finally realized the gravity of the situation. Maybe we should choose the Black Profound Hall. Big brother, you are clear on the strength of Zhao Meng and Chao the First. Ling Dashi spoke at this time. The Divine Blade Hall only has one Spirit Realm perfection, and the remaining one is a Spirit Realm late stage with combat power comparable to Spirit Realm perfection. So, I believe they definitely won't be a match for Chao the First and Zhao Meng. He then stood up and waved his hand. The group immediately followed, shouting, Black Profound Hall, Black Profound Hall, Black Profound Hall. Luo Dahai waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. At this moment, he was facing a mental brainstorm. After all, since it was a matter of life and death, it had to be carefully considered. If this step was taken wrongly, there would truly be no turning back. Taking a few deep breaths, although Luo Dahai inwardly wanted to choose the Divine Blade Hall, he thought of Chao the First and Zhao Meng as mentioned by Ling Dashi. He had sparred with both of them and was simply not their match. Fine then. Support the Black Profound Hall. By your command. In an instant, the group rushed outside. Luo Dahai stood up. After making this decision, he somehow felt uneasy, as if this decision was wrong. But things had come to this, he could only trust his decision. Zhao Meng, Chao the First, I believe in you. Outside the gates of the Black Profound Hall, Zhao Meng and Chao the First walked in front of everyone, their gazes fixed on Bai Tianyu and the other two. You of the Divine Blade Hall are quite bold. You killed our Black Profound Hall elder, and before we could even seek you out, you actually dared to strike at our door. Who gave you the courage? Bai Tianyu slowly replied, naturally, it is the blade in my hand. 69. Number 69 Chapter 69. Battle ends. Challenge letter received. Chapter 69. The battle ends. Taken down. The challenge letter. Zhao Meng sneered, is that so? Then I'll have to see whether your blade is more formidable or my fist. Chao the First stepped out, his voice cold. Which of you killed my third brother? Yan 13 took a step forward. So it was you. I didn't expect a Spirit Realm perfection like you to be the one who murdered my brother, but even a Spirit Realm perfection must die. I will take your head as a sacrifice to my brother. Yan 13 had a look of disdain. I'm afraid you alone aren't enough. Is that so? In a moment, I'll let you experience the power of my sword, Chao the First said murderously. At that moment, Li Zan arrived with the members of the Li family. Greetings, Hall Master Bai. Since you are attacking the Black Profound Hall, we have come to lend a hand. We hope Hall Master Bai can accept us. Bai Tianyu smiled and said, welcome, welcome. With your addition, this battle will end even sooner. Upon seeing this, Zhao Meng's face revealed killing intent. Li Zan, I see your Li family has a death wish, actually choosing to join the Divine Blade Hall. Just wait. In a while, I'll show you how mistaken your choice was. Your Li family will be completely destroyed because of your decision. He truly hadn't expected the Li family to join the Divine Blade Hall at such a time. Hall Master Zhao, it doesn't matter. Their Li family chose to betray you, but our vast Sea Gang won't. At this point, Luo Dahai rushed in from the left with the members of the vast Sea Gang. With one step, Luo Dahai arrived by Zhao Meng's side. A smile appeared on Zhao Meng's previously angry face. Very good, gang leader Luo. Your choice is very wise. Once the battle is won, 1/3 of the Li family's assets will be yours. Upon hearing this, Luo Dahai replied excitedly, thank you, Hall Master Zhao. Enough, cut the nonsense and fight. Fu Hongshui waved his hand. With a flash of blade light, the Bai family divine saber was unsheathed as he charged toward Zhao Meng. Come then. I'd like to see how a late spirit realm intends to cut me down. Meanwhile, Chao the First turned his gaze toward Yan 13. It's you. I will avenge my brother. Yan 13's tone was icy. Then you shall die by my sword. The two sides immediately engaged in battle. Wu Tian turned his attention to Bai Tianyu. I don't know how a spirit realm mid-stage like you became the leader of this gang, but in my eyes, you're just trash. Bai Tianyu smiled faintly. Is that so? Then I'll see just how strong you are. As for Li Zan, his gaze fell upon Luo Dahai. Come, Luo Dahai. We've been old friends for decades. I didn't expect you to choose the Black Profound Hall. I can only say that this step is the most mistaken decision you've made in your life. Luo Dahai snorted coldly. There are no mistaken decisions. This is a correct one. As a friend, I will see you off on your final journey. Swish. Both sides immediately clashed. Unlike before, neither side held back this time, unleashing their full strength. They were all well aware that this battle concerned not only their own lives but the survival of the forces behind them. Thus, they all opened with their respective killing moves. Zhao Meng watched Fu Hongxue, who was constantly attacking, with a disdainful smile on his face. Your saber chi can't even break my defense. Wouldn't it be better to just wait for death obediently? My hard qigong has reached perfection. Without a treasure artifact or king realm strength, it's simply impossible to defeat me. Fu Hongxue's tone was flat. You talk too much. I'll see just how hard your hard qigong really is. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Hongxue no longer concealed his strength. His late spirit realm aura was fully released, and overwhelming killing intent flooded the battlefield. I'll let you experience my drawing art. Whiz! He moved like a bolt of high-speed lightning, appearing before Zhao Meng in an instant. Seeing this, Zhao Meng remained calm, not taking Fu Hongxue seriously at all. With his hard qigong at perfection, he feared no one below the king realm. At that moment, Fu Hongxue struck. After 17 years of bitter training, repeating every movement tens of thousands of times, his drawing art had reached the level of returning to simplicity, almost infinitely approaching the level of the Tao. At this level, let alone Zhao Meng at spirit realm perfection, even if a king realm expert stood there, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. Boom! The blade swung out, already exceeding the speed of light. This was the ultimate strike, representing the peak of his blade technique. No one could even catch a glimpse of the blade light. The next second, crack, a crisp sound echoed. The Black Profound Hall's first hall master, Zhao Meng, had his head separated from his body just like that. Because Fu Hongxue's strike was so incredibly fast and because of Zhao Meng's body refining, even as his body fell to the ground, he hadn't yet realized what had happened. Your blade technique is nothing more than this. Sheathing his blade, Fu Hongxue gestured for Zhao Meng to look down. Zhao Meng looked down and only then discovered that his body and head had been separated. Immediately afterward, his head also fell. His eyes looked at Fu Hongxue with resentment, his mouth opening to say something, but unfortunately, it was all too late. In the shadows, a Fei nodded repeatedly after witnessing this strike. That strike was so fast. I wonder if my sword could block it. After the battle ends, I'll find a time to spar properly with Fu Hongxue. Although Wei Yuan had arranged for him to come help, after observing for a bit, he realized that the current battle situation didn't require his intervention at all. Bai Tianyu was suppressing Wu Tian. He estimated the battle would be over in less than 20 moves. Yan 13 was also suppressing Chao the First, leaving no room for anyone else to get involved. So, he simply started watching the show. Chao the First, who was fighting Yan 13, noticed the situation and became distressed. Boss. Although he doted on his two younger brothers, Zhao Meng was the person who had helped him the most. Without Zhao Meng's help, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The next second, a massive sword chi sliced through the void realm, and the aura of death filled the air. Before Chao the First could pull back to defend, Yan 13's sword had already slashed across his throat. Being distracted in battle, you are not a qualified swordsman. After hearing Yan 13's assessment, Chao the First spoke unwillingly. You. Before he could finish, his body had already collapsed to the ground. Die. At this time, the blade in Bai Tianyu's hand had already pierced Wu Tian's abdomen. After pulling it out, he spoke faintly. Wu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a face full of resentment. As for the others in the Black Profound Hall, they had already been wiped out under the attack of Bold Zhang and Luo Bei. The only ones still fighting were Luo Dehai and Li Zan. After seeing that he was the only one left, a miserable smile appeared on Luo Dehai's face. Li Zan, you won. Swish. The next second, he plunged his sword into his own abdomen. For him, there was no longer a turning point. Once the wrong path was chosen, it was chosen. Clean up the battlefield, Bai Tianyu ordered. Yes. At the same time, a challenge letter caused the entire Great Li Dao to begin to boil. 70. Number 70 Chapter 70 The difference between facing those who break through to the King Realm. Chapter 70. Accepting the challenge, the difference in breaking through to the King Realm. Liyang Prefecture, Fist King Sect. Sect Master Luo Chaoyang brought the challenge letter to Dujiao Peak in the back mountain. Normally, this place was listed as a forbidden land. The main reason was that it was the place where the Fist King sect's only Grand Elder, Left Path, lived and cultivated. At this moment, Left Path sat cross-legged, drawing in the spiritual chi from the air. Nephew Chaoyang is here. What business do you have with me this time? He knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for this nephew of his to come looking for him unless there was some urgent matter. Luo Chaoyang said respectfully, "Junior Martial Uncle, someone wants to challenge you." Upon hearing this, Left Path immediately became interested. Standing up, his figure immediately appeared in front of Luo Chaoyang. "Who wants to challenge me?" He could count the King Realm experts in the entire Great Li Dao on one hand, and he was very clear about the strength of those few people, so he concluded that this person either came from a hidden power or from another Dao. After all, over the years, 7 or 8 King Realm experts had already challenged him, wanting to push him off the King ranking. Unfortunately, without exception, they all fell under his fists. Luo Chaoyang replied respectfully, "Junior Martial Uncle, this is his challenge letter." Left Path took the challenge letter from Luo Chaoyang's hand and saw the 12 words written, "By Solitary City Yi." 3 days later, atop Xuan'e Peak, a decisive battle, left by White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng. Looking at the intense sword intent emanating from the handwriting, Left Path's battle intent erupted. Good, the person coming this time is a powerful swordsman. Just from the words on the challenge letter, he knew that this so-called White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng must be a very powerful swordsman. Hearing this, Luo Chaoyang asked, "Junior Martial Uncle, just from a single challenge letter, you know this person is a powerful swordsman?" Although he knew the methods and power of the King Realm and knew that Left Path's strength was very high, being able to judge the opponent's strength just from a challenge letter truly felt inconceivable to him. Left Path shook his head, "Nephew Chaoyang, there are some things you still don't understand, which is also why you have been at the Spirit Realm perfection for 20 years and have yet to break through to the King Realm. Come, read the handwriting on it carefully and see if you can perceive anything." Luo Chaoyang grabbed the challenge letter and read it several times. "Junior Martial Uncle, isn't this just an ordinary challenge letter? Of course, this Solitary City Yi's handwriting is quite good." Left Path shook his head, "Forget it. You can only use the King Breaking Pill to break through to the King Realm later. Relying on your own ability, it will be very difficult to break through to the King Realm." Luo Chaoyang immediately asked, "Junior Martial Uncle, is there any difference between the two? Either way, isn't it still breaking through to the King Realm?" In his view, as long as one could break through to the King Realm, the method used made no difference. Left Path's tone was flat. "There are a total of 5 King Realm experts on the surface in the Great Li Dao. Aside from me, they are the former Marquis of Qingzhou, Wei Xuanpei, the Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao, Luo Zan, the old Prefecture Lord of Liyang Prefecture, Lin Luoyang, and Wang Taigang, the Grand Elder of the Wang family in Liyang Prefecture, who already has 1 foot in the grave. Of course, there was also Shadow from the Qingzhou Marquis residence before, but he was killed. Do you know that these few all have a common problem? That is, they either used a king-breaking pill or obtained some heaven and earth treasure to break through to the King Realm. Compared to a King Realm who breaks through relying on their own strength, their potential is insufficient, and subsequent breakthroughs in Realm will be slow." Only then did Luo Chaoyang realize, so that's how it is. Ponder it well. Also, announce this matter to expand the fame of our Fist King sect. "As you command, Junior Martial Uncle." After Luo Chaoyang left, Left Path murmured, "Solitary City Yi, I want to see whether your sword is more powerful or my fist. P.S. I'm going to work overtime, so the updates might be in the evening later. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71 Chapter 71 Shuntendo Golden Wheel makes its debut. Chapter 71 Shuntian Hall, Golden Wheel makes his entrance. Zhongnan Circuit, Xuan'e Prefecture. In the study of the Xuan'e royal residence, Chen Xuan'e inquired, "Has there been any word from the Qingzhou Marquis residence?" A servant quickly replied, "Your Highness, there has been no reply. It seems they have completely ignored us." Hearing this, Chen Xuan'ai's expression turned gloomy. For a long time, few had dared to defy him, and now Wei Yuan was one of them. "Very well, it seems he doesn't hold me in any regard. Don't think that just because that fellow Wei Xuanpei is alive, I won't dare to do anything to you. If that's what you think, then you've truly underestimated me. Pass down my order. Target the Qingzhou Marquis residence ruthlessly from now on. As you command, Your Highness." Meanwhile, Anqing Prefecture, one of the 6 prefectures and 2 sub-prefectures of Zhongnan Circuit, Anqing Prefecture is located in the eastern part of Zhongnan Circuit. Its area ranks 3rd from the bottom among the 6 prefectures and 2 sub-prefectures, and its overall martial arts level ranks in the bottom 2. However, this is Zhongnan Circuit, not Great Li Dao. Thus, the strength of Anqing Prefecture, when placed in Great Li Dao, would be comparable to Qingzhou, and its top-tier combat power might even exceed it. There are three major powers in Anqing Prefecture: Shuntian Hall, the Gihai sect, and the Anqing Marquis residence. Among the three, the Anqing Marquis residence is the strongest, followed by the Gihai sect, with Shuntian Hall at the bottom. Shuntian Hall Main Hall. Hall Master Wu Cheng sat in the main seat, with the two deputy hall masters, Hu Hai and Luo Xiaodong, seated to his left and right. Seated below were the various elders of Shuntian Hall. It could be said that the entire high-end combat power of Shuntian Hall was gathered here. Soon after, one of the elders sitting below was the first to speak. Hall Master, it isn't time for our monthly meeting yet. Is there a reason for summoning us this time? The other elders also turned their gazes toward Wu Cheng, wanting to know what exactly had happened to warrant gathering everyone together. The two deputy hall masters, Hu Hai and Luo Xiaodong, remained indifferent. Wu Cheng had already informed them of the matter. Wu Cheng let out a breath. His expression seemed slightly more relaxed, yet he still appeared very serious. I'm sure everyone is well aware of our current situation. Last month, my master, who was also the founder of our Shuntian Hall, Sea Cleaving Blade, Shu Bashan, passed away. This announced that our Shuntian Hall no longer has a King Realm expert to oversee us. In the current situation, if there is no King Realm expert overseeing us, everyone should know what the outcome will be. Moreover, they were in Zhongnan Circuit, where the law of the jungle was even more vividly pronounced. Just today, the Xuan'e royal residence sent someone to contact me, demanding that I lead the entire Shuntian Hall to submit to them. As his words fell, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They never expected to be targeted by the Xuan'e royal residence. Being in Zhongnan Circuit, they knew very well what the Xuan'e royal residence was like. To put it bluntly, submitting to them was equivalent to a dead end. Hall Master, do we have any other choice? The Xuan'e royal residence is no different from hell. Once we submit to them, our entire Shuntian Hall will never have a chance to rise again. Wu Cheng shook his head, his expression dim. But if we don't submit to them, what other choice do we have? Currently, among the 6 prefectures and 2 sub-prefectures of Zhongnan Circuit, excluding the top 3, Zhongnan Prefecture, Luoshan Lake, and Zhengzhou, which have not yet been touched, most of the major powers in the other prefectures have already been subdued by King Xuan'e. As for our Anqing Prefecture's Marquis of Anqing and the Gihai sect, they have also long since surrendered. Currently, only our Shuntian Hall remains. For a moment, everyone fell silent, unable to think of any solution. At this moment, the 8th elder, who was sitting at the very end, stood up. Hall Master, elders, I happen to be able to contact a hidden power. How about we submit to this hidden power instead? In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted to the 8th elder. Wu Cheng asked urgently, are you sure this hidden power you've contacted is capable? You must know that the opponent they face is King Xuan'e, the 4th son of the current emperor and a strong candidate to become the crown prince and enter the Eastern Palace in 3 years. After all, if it were just an ordinary hidden power, it would be impossible for them to withstand the pressure from King Xuan'e. If they were to submit to a weak power, they might face a devastating blow. 8th Elder Lu Di thought back to his previous meeting with the Golden Wheel Dharma King, the strength displayed then, and the superior figure Shangguan Jinghong mentioned by the Golden Wheel Dharma King. His tone became firm. Hall Master, I believe they should not fear the Xuan'e royal residence. Because based on the person I contacted before, I feel he is even stronger than the Hall Master. For a moment, Wu Cheng was incredibly surprised. One must know that his current strength was only a step away from the King Realm. Among those at Spirit Realm Perfection, he was confident that few could defeat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Hall Master of Shuntian Hall. At this time, Hu Hai, one of the 2 deputy Hall Masters, spoke up. 8th Elder, don't try to deceive us. Forget about Anqing Prefecture. Even in the entire Zhongnan Circuit, those at Spirit Realm Perfection who can confidently defeat the Hall Master can be counted on 2 hands. It's only because the Great Yuan dynasty hasn't created a Spirit Realm Perfection ranking. Otherwise, the Hall Master would definitely be on it. His current cultivation was also at Spirit Realm Perfection, but in a fight against Wu Cheng, he couldn't even last 100 moves. Even when he and the other deputy Hall Master, Luo Xiaodong, joined forces, they still lost to Wu Cheng. Therefore, in his view, there were very few people at Spirit Realm Perfection who could defeat Wu Cheng. The 8th Elder quickly stepped forward. Deputy Hall Master, what I said is true. The pressure he exudes is indeed stronger than the pressure the Hall Master gives me. If you don't believe me, I will use a sound transmission talisman to contact him right now. Fine, then contact him. If it is truly as you say, then we will submit to them. Wu Cheng replied immediately. After all, if a person sent out at random was stronger than him, there must be a sovereign realm expert overseeing them from behind. A power with a sovereign realm expert is one that even King Xuan'e, Chen Xuan'e, would not dare to act against lightly for the time being. Furthermore, the reason Chen Xuan'e had not moved against those 3 prefectures was because they had sovereign realm or even saint realm experts overseeing them. Such powers do not fear King Xuan'e, Chen Xuan'e. Unless Chen Xuan'ai's status was not just a prince but the crown prince, they wouldn't give him the slightest regard. Understood, Hall Master. I'll use the sound transmission talisman right away. In a room at the Shengfeng restaurant in Anqing City, Golden Wheel Dharma King looked at the sound transmission talisman in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately walked out of the room and went to the next one. War King, that elder from Shuntian Hall has contacted me. Shangguan Jinghong replied. Good. You go first, I will follow shortly. Understood, War King. In the Shuntian Hall main hall, everyone was waiting for the person to arrive. Boom! A terrifying aura permeated the entire Shuntian Hall. The next second, the figure of the Golden Wheel Dharma King appeared in the hall. Golden Wheel greets everyone. 72. Number 72 Chapter 72 The Golden Wheel Monk's show of pretense is masterful. Chapter 72. Golden Wheel Dharma King puts on a good show. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned toward Golden Wheel Dharma King at the hall's entrance, their faces filled with expressions of surprise. Especially Hall Master Wu Cheng. As the strongest person in the entire Shuntian Hall, he could clearly sense a powerful aura emanating from Golden Wheel Dharma King. Based on aura alone, he felt Golden Wheel Dharma King was not inferior to him. As for who was stronger between them, that would only be known after a battle. Golden Wheel Dharma King was very strong, but he, Wu Cheng, was not weak either. Meanwhile, Golden Wheel Dharma King turned his gaze toward the 8th Elder. Elder Li, you finally decided to contact me. 8th Elder Li Kui said respectfully. Dharma King, we have just discussed it. As long as you defeat our hall master, our entire Shuntian Hall will submit to you. Golden Wheel Dharma King smiled and said, presumably, King Xuan'ai's side must have found you, which is why you contacted me. Seeing their thoughts exposed, everyone looked a bit embarrassed. Immediately, Wu Cheng stepped forward. Since the Dharma King knows so clearly, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, King Xuan'ai's people found us and wanted us to submit to King Xuan'ai. We have no interest in becoming King Xuan'ai's slaves. Dharma King, Elder Li already said it just now. As long as you defeat me, I will lead the entire Shuntian Hall to submit to you. As long as the conditions aren't too harsh, we are willing to do anything. Of course, the premise of all this is that you can withstand the pressure from King Xuan'ai. If you can't, after all, if Golden Wheel Dharma King couldn't withstand King Xuan'ai, then everything would be over. Golden Wheel Dharma King looked indifferent. Rest assured, we don't even take King Xuan'ai seriously. Once your Shuntian Hall submits to us, you will know how powerful the strength behind us truly is. Come, let's fight. Let me see your strength. After all, since coming to this world, he hadn't fought anyone yet. Wu Cheng's strength before him was decent, just enough for a battle. Fine, Dharma King. Please follow me to the martial arts arena. In an instant, everyone flocked to the martial arts arena. After all, they hadn't seen Wu Cheng take action in many years, and this time his opponent was exceptionally powerful. On the martial arts arena, even though the battle was about to begin, Golden Wheel Dharma King remained perfectly calm. To him, Wu Cheng did not pose a threat. As for Wu Cheng, his expression was not as calm as Golden Wheel Dharma King's. His face was solemn. I'm going to start my attack, Dharma King. Come. The next second, boom, Wu Cheng struck. His treasured saber unsheathed, and with one swing, black saber chi stirred up the airwaves across the entire arena. Regarding this, Golden Wheel Dharma King's expression remained indifferent, showing no fear of the strike. Clang! Wu Cheng, holding his treasured saber, slashed at Golden Wheel Dharma King's chest, producing a crisp metallic sound. Hiss! Upon seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. They never expected Golden Wheel Dharma King to actually take their Hall Master's terrifying strike with his bare body. How is this possible? Golden Wheel Dharma King looked at Wu Cheng, who was right in front of him, and spoke slowly. Hall Master Wu, the power of this strike of yours is still a bit lacking. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wu Cheng immediately said, Dharma King, then let me show you my ultimate move. Whoosh! Wu Cheng's figure retreated, his hand tightly gripping the treasured saber. Black storm, circulating the true chi within his body and pouring it all into the saber, he swung it out. Instantly, a black storm appeared across the entire arena, sweeping through heaven and earth as everything was sucked into the vortex. Even at the edge of the field, the weaker ones like Eighth Elder and his companions were nearly pulled into the storm. Fortunately, Hu Hai and the others stepped in, preventing them from being sucked in. Soon, the black storm lunged toward Golden Wheel Dharma King, determined to tear him to pieces. Golden Wheel Dharma King shook his head, unmoved, allowing the black storm to engulf him. After 30 breaths, Wu Cheng fixed his gaze forward. He saw Golden Wheel Dharma King still standing calmly in his original spot, completely unharmed from head to toe. This move ruffled the hem of my clothes. P.S. I've been too busy these past 2 days. I'll make it up to you all during the National Day holiday, my foster fathers. 73. Number 73 Chapter 73 Shangguan Jinghong's Cash Money Help. Chapter 73. Shangguan Jinghong appears. Money Gang. Everyone present was stunned. The situation before them completely exceeded their expectations, never imagining it would turn out like this. When Golden Wheel Dharma King first appeared, they could feel a strong aura emanating from him. But their hall master, Wu Cheng, was not weak at all. They originally thought that even if Wu Cheng lost, he probably wouldn't lose miserably, and the two sides would at least trade blows back and forth. However, what they didn't expect was that Wu Cheng's strongest move failed to cause even a bit of damage to Golden Wheel Dharma King. At the same time, Wu Cheng was also very shocked by this situation, but he knew very well that it wasn't that his strength was lacking, but that Golden Wheel Dharma King was too strong. Dharma King, I have lost. Your strength is truly formidable. Our Shuntian Hall is willing to submit to you. Golden Wheel Dharma King replied indifferently. Your strength is considered quite good among those at Spirit Realm Perfection. After all, in Golden Wheel Dharma King's view, although he was still at Spirit Realm Perfection, he was confident he could fight against a newly broken through King Realm expert. Most importantly, he had already sensed the King Realm bottleneck. Unsurprisingly, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough to the King Realm within half a month. Then, Golden Wheel Dharma King continued. Very well. Submitting to us is the right move. This is the most correct decision you have made in your life. Just as Wu Cheng was about to reply, a figure instantly appeared in front of Golden Wheel Dharma King. The speed was so fast that no one present could react in time. Upon seeing Shangguan Jinghong, a smile appeared on Golden Wheel Dharma King's face. Lord Shangguan, you have finally arrived. Shangguan Jinghong nodded. Actually, I arrived just now. I watched your battle with Wu Cheng. You performed well. It looks like you're about to have a breakthrough to the King Realm. Golden Wheel Dharma King said respectfully. Nothing escapes Lord Shangguan's eyes. I am indeed about to break through. Seeing Shangguan Jinghong's sudden appearance and the way Golden Wheel Dharma King addressed him, all signs indicated that the Shangguan Jinghong before him had definitely reached the King Realm and was undoubtedly a king among kings within that realm. Dharma King, this is... Golden Wheel Dharma King hurriedly said, I almost forgot. Let me introduce you. This is my superior, Lord Shangguan Jinghong. Seeing this, Wu Cheng hurriedly said, Wu Cheng, Hall Master of Shuntian Hall, greets Lord Shangguan. Shangguan Jinghong nodded. Bring your subordinates at the spirit realm or above and assemble immediately to hold a meeting, as you command. In the hall, Shangguan Jinghong sat in the main seat, with Golden Wheel Dharma King standing behind him. The high-level members of Shuntian Hall, including Wu Cheng, all stood in the hall. Since you have chosen to join us, I'll speak plainly. From today onwards, Shuntian Hall is renamed the Money Gang. You will address me as the gang leader from now on. Golden Wheel will be the enshrined expert. Wu Cheng, Hu Hai, and Luo Xiaotong, you will be the deputy gang leaders. As for the original elders of Shuntian Hall, they will maintain their previous ranking. Although everyone was surprised, they still chose to obey. As you command. We pay our respects to the gang leader. Afterwards, Wu Cheng stepped forward and said, Gang leader, the Xuan'e royal residents asked us to give them an answer tomorrow. Do we need to provide one? Shangguan Jinghong's tone was overbearing. Don't bother with them. If they dare to come looking for trouble, I will handle it. As you command, gang leader. Dismissed. Yes. Soon, only Shangguan Jinghong and Golden Wheel Dharma King remained in the hall. Later, report the current situation to the Dragon Lord and see if he has any instructions. Understood. Lord Shangguan, what audacity to dare kill my envoy, they truly have a death wish. This is forcing me to come out of seclusion, isn't it? Very well. Azure Dragon Society, just you wait. P.S. Still working overtime, so there's only one chapter. I'll make it up to everyone during the National Day holiday. Also, starting next month, I guarantee at least 2 chapters every day. Finally, I wish all my foster fathers a happy double festival, good health, and may everything go as you wish. 74. Number 74 Chapter 74 Lin Ba is interested in it. Chapter 74. Lin Ba is interested in it. At a stronghold of the blood demon cult, Blood Sea Devil King Qin Yihai's face was filled with anger. The main reason Qin Yihai was so angry was that he had received the latest intelligence. The news of Zhao Ju and Yu Dongling's deaths had reached him. According to the orders he had previously issued, he had never expected that this mission would cause Zhao Ju to die. Zhao Ju was considered one of the strongest messengers under him, only a single step away from the King Realm. If Yu Dongling hadn't appeared, then after he entered the secret realm and obtained things later, he would have definitely let Yu Dongling break through to the King Realm. In the Blood Demon cult, having one more King Realm subordinate could not only improve one's status but also allow one to occupy a greater share of resource distribution. But all of this had been shattered with Zhao Ju's death. Most importantly, Yu Dongling was also killed by people from the Azure Dragon Society. Just as Qin Yihai was thinking about how to deal with the people from the Azure Dragon Society, a figure appeared before him. Your subordinate, Lin Ba, pays his respects, my lord. Looking at the familiar face, Qin Yihai inquired, Old 8, how is it? Have you achieved a breakthrough to the King Realm? Lin Ba shook his head. My lord, your subordinate is still a bit short of the King Realm. Since you haven't achieved a breakthrough to the King Realm, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to come see me after you achieved a breakthrough? Qin Yihai said with some dissatisfaction. One must know that besides Zhao Ju, the only major generals under him were Lin Ba and Sun Qi. Sun Qi had started his secluded cultivation early on, so he had not appeared yet. As for Lin Ba, he had also announced his secluded cultivation a month ago to charge for the King Realm. If both of them could succeed, his Blood Sea lineage would become one of the top 5 among the 12 lineages of the entire Blood Demon cult. It would simply be a massive boost. But seeing Lin Ba's current situation, the plan was already half shattered. Since you haven't broken through, what are you doing here looking for me? Lin Ba replied without any pleasantries. My lord, my subordinates have obtained the latest intelligence. The King Chen token for King Chen's tomb has appeared. What? Qin Yihai was extremely surprised. Is the source of this news reliable? That is King Chen's tomb. Although King Chen's strength was not as good as his, the treasures inside King Chen's tomb were priceless. Even as a member of the Blood Demon cult, he coveted them greatly. However, for so many years, they had never found the whereabouts of the King Chen token, so even if they found King Chen's tomb, they couldn't enter without the token. The last emperor of the Great Li had arranged for nearly half of the formation masters in the Dali dynasty to set up layers of formations. Relying solely on human power to crack them would take at least 100 years. Therefore, before the King Chen token appeared, even if they discovered King Chen's tomb, everyone had no hope in the face of those incredibly difficult formations. But now, once the King Chen token appeared, all of this would change. There are 5 King Chen tokens in total. Tell me, which one did you find? My lord, we have found the second one. The other 4 are still missing. In whose hands is it? It was just obtained by the Wang family. The Wang family of Liang Prefecture? Yes, my lord. In that case, I will arrange for Chen Buer to take action with you. You must obtain the King Chen token. Hearing Chen Buer's name, even Lin Ba couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Your subordinate obeys. Go, snatch the King Chen token back. Yes. P.S. Stuck in a traffic jam. Just got home. Only one update today. Sorry to all my foster fathers. 75. Number 75 Chapter 75 Mid-Stage Emperor Realm Heaven Destroying Strike. Li Jinyang discovers. Chapter 75. Middle Emperor Realm, Heaven Destroying Staff. Li Jinyang discovered Wang Yuan Space, a top-tier treasure found by the Great Li Imperial Gate within a secret realm, is precisely the aid that has allowed the Great Li Imperial Gate to successfully endure the century-long encirclement by the Great Yuan dynasty until now. In the hall, because most of the personnel were breaking through another secret realm, only a portion of them attended this meeting. A figure sat upon the main seat above. He appeared to be in his 60s, with a head full of white hair and a face covered in wrinkles. His appearance was unremarkable, showing no signs of threat whatsoever. However, this old man was actually one of the 6 emperor realms of the Great Li Imperial Gate. Li Jinyang, known as the Heaven Destroying Staff, in the Middle Emperor realm, a century ago. He even ranked 60th on the Great Yuan dynasty's imperial ranking. The imperial ranking is the same as the king ranking. As long as one is strong enough, they can be listed, whether they come from the righteous path or the evil path. However, there is still a slight difference between the imperial ranking and the king ranking, namely the difference in the number of listed spots. The king ranking has 108 spots, while the imperial ranking has 72. Naturally, after the king ranking and the imperial ranking, there is another ranking, which is the saint. Since the saint realm is rare, the spots on the saint are equally scarce, with only 36 spots. At this moment, Li Jinyang looked at the crowd standing below and spoke. I have gathered you all this time primarily to clarify one matter. The token for King Chen's tomb has appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions became excited. King Chen's tomb, I heard there are numerous treasures inside. Not just treasures, I heard it also contains many cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Those are all secondary. I heard it contains bloodline pills, which are the truly best things. Seeing the endless discussion, Li Jinyang coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked respectfully at Li Jinyang. One must know that as one of the 6 emperors of the Great Li Imperial Gate, Li Jinyang's status was so high that he ranked within the top 10 of the entire Great Li Imperial Gate. He was not someone they could afford to offend. I know you are excited, but now is not the time for excitement. The Great Yuan dynasty has already sent the embroidered uniform guard to investigate the situation. Although it is only 1 early king realm and 2 spirit realm perfections. Once these 3 fellows discover something or die in the Great Li Dao, the next to come will likely be the Great Yuan dynasty's emperor realm and saint realm experts. Therefore, we must act with caution and not allow that group of embroidered uniform guards to discover any clues. Immediately after, Cheng Zan, who had recently achieved a breakthrough into the king realm, spoke up. Elder, I heard that we have already launched an attack against the Great Yuan dynasty, targeting the Marquis of Qingzhou and General Feng of the embroidered uniform guard, as well as the king realm shadow of the Qingzhou Marquis residence. Before Li Jinyang could speak, Li Hai, who was to the side, spoke up. Xiao Zan, you have just come out of seclusion, so you haven't fully grasped the intelligence yet. Do you think our Great Li Imperial Gate would take action during this period of time? With the spiritual qi resurgence occurring and hidden powers frequently appearing, there is absolutely no need for us to target the Great Yuan dynasty at this time. Moreover, even if we were to launch an attack, we wouldn't kill a mere Marquis of Qingzhou. At the very least, it would be Chen Longdong's son or some other prince or duke. Therefore, this time, someone is impersonating our Great Li Imperial Gate and shifting the blame onto us. At the same time, Li Jinyang, sitting in the main seat, spoke. Li Hai is correct. This matter is indeed someone framing our Great Li Imperial Gate. However, the important thing right now is King Chen's tomb. We will deal with this matter after the affairs of King Chen's tomb are resolved. Everyone quickly replied, understood. Li Jinyang continued, there are 5 King Chen tokens in total, according to the intelligence we currently have. The Divine Blade Hall, which occupies 2 prefectures, seems to have obtained 1 King Chen token. The Wang family of Liang Prefecture possesses 1 King Chen token. The whereabouts of the other 3 King Chen tokens are currently unknown. Your mission is to seize these King Chen tokens. We cannot allow the King Chen tokens to fall into the hands of other powers. King Chen was an ancestor of our Great Li, and the treasures in the tomb should also belong to our Great Li Imperial Gate. How can we let those trash obtain them? As you command, Elder, take action. Remember to act with caution and do not leak any word of this. Once the King Chen tokens are exposed, I'm afraid even people from the Xuankang Temple, Holy Sword Sect, and Spiritual Dao Palace might be attracted. As you command, Elder. After everyone left the hall, a figure appeared in the hall. We have been investigating the King Chen tokens ever since we discovered King Chen's tomb. For hundreds of years there were no clues, so I didn't expect them to suddenly pop up this time. Li Jinyang looked at the familiar figure. Brother Zhang, do you mean to say there's a trick behind the King Chen tokens this time? You must know that our Great Li Imperial Gate, looking at the entire world, is a power that can rank within the top 10. Even a power as strong as the Great Yuan dynasty has not been able to annihilate us. Those powers shouldn't have the courage to target us yet. Zhang Donglin shook his head. Brother Li, have you forgotten what you just said? Wasn't the Marquis of Qingzhou matter someone framing us? But that's different, Brother Zhang. This time it's the King Chen tokens. Even if they had designs on us, they could take other things. There's absolutely no need to use the King Chen tokens. So, I think you're overthinking it this time, Brother Zhang. Zhang Donglin thought for a moment. Perhaps, recent events have made me associate things a bit too much. How did the talks with the Zan sect go? Not ideal. The Zan sect is a bit too greedy. They said that if we cooperate with them and succeed, all 4 DAOs in the northwest will belong to them. It's simply an outrageous demand. They only have 1 Saint Realm expert, yet they dare to ask for 4 DAOs. It's utterly ridiculous, Zhang Donglin said with a face full of disdain. From the very beginning of the talks, the Zan sect gave him the impression of being a nouveau riche, relying on the spiritual qi resurgence and their old ancestors' luck in achieving a breakthrough into the Saint Realm. For a single Saint Realm expert to dare despise the Great Li Imperial Gate, which possesses 4 Saint Realm experts, if this were to get out, it would make people laugh. Of course, he couldn't spread the news that the Great Li Imperial Gate possessed 4 saints. If the people of the Great Yuan dynasty found out, they would definitely target them at all costs. Even though they possess the Imperial Gate space, the Great Yuan dynasty has not remained stagnant over the past 800 years. As long as they pay a certain price, they could definitely blockade the Wangyuan space. The reason they haven't done so is that they still feel the Great Li Imperial Gate is under control. Additionally, because they had vanished without a trace for a century and hadn't shown their faces, the Great Li Imperial Gate's location couldn't be temporarily pinpointed. Secondly, the main reason is the spiritual qi resurgence, the appearance of hidden powers, and the strengthening of various major powers. Once the Great Yuan dynasty and our Great Li Imperial Gate go to war, even if the Great Yuan dynasty wins, it would be a very Pyrrhic victory. Other powers would certainly rise in rebellion. After all, part of the reason for the Great Li's downfall was launching wars against the sect forces within their borders, which resulted in a reduction in the number of imperial family experts even though they won. 76. Number 76 Chapter 76 The battle begins. Wang Taigang a hot potato. Chapter 76 The winds of battle rise. Wang Taigang, a hot potato. It truly is a joke. The profound gate really doesn't know what's important. Li Jinyang followed with a disdainful remark. Is there any contact with the blood demon cult? Brother Zhang Donglin shook his head. Not at the moment, but it should be soon. Blood Sea sent a letter asking me to investigate the Azure Dragon Society. As you know, 2 of their spirit realm perfection experts died recently. One of them was his most favored envoy, but that envoy died at the hands of Pure Void, the Buddha's son of Xuankang Temple. If he wants revenge, he'll definitely have to think twice. The other one died at the hands of the Azure Dragon Society. However, the 3 words, Azure Dragon Society, are very familiar. It seems I've heard of them before. Li Jinyang immediately said, the 3 Chen brothers died at their hands. Li Hai even sent the Blood Sea Mad General at the time, but who would have thought that the Blood Sea Mad General, along with Pure Void, would die outside Qingzhou City? It seems the Azure Dragon Society also has a grudge against us. Yes, and I've investigated. The Azure Dragon Society isn't among the hidden powers. I suspect they are supported by some hidden power, or perhaps they've changed their name. Li Jinyang replied slowly. Alright, then I'll tell Blood Sea. Let the Blood Demon cult investigate first, and then we can discuss cooperation. Zhang Donglin nodded. Although the Blood Demon cult was classified as an evil cult during the Great Yuan dynasty, it has existed for over 1,000 years, through the Great Li and even the dynasty before it, the Great Han, and the evaluation of it has always been that of a bloodthirsty evil organization. If it weren't for the common enemy they face now and the fact that the Blood Demon cult's strength is indeed powerful, he really wouldn't want to contact them to discuss cooperation. Alright, let's leave it at that. Once they bring back the King Chen token and open King Chen's tomb, our Great Li Imperial Gate's strength will be further enhanced. Good. Contact me then. I'll take my leave first, Zhang Donglin said indifferently. No problem, my lord. The road ahead is a fork, splitting towards Liyang Prefecture and Qingzhou. Shall we head to Liyang Prefecture or to Qingzhou? Liyang Prefecture. Let's go to Liyang Prefecture first, I have some business. After finishing in Liyang Prefecture, we'll head to Qingzhou. As you command, my lord. Liyang Prefecture, Xuan'e Peak. At this time, the foot of Xuan'e Peak was already crowded with people. They were all there to watch the duel between Left Path and Solitary City Yi. Since neither Left Path nor Solitary City Yi had arrived yet, they were engaged in a heated discussion. I didn't expect someone would actually dare to challenge the furious Skyfist King, Left Path, and it's even a name I've never heard of before. Exactly. Left Path is the only person from our Great Li Dao to make it onto the king ranking. Daring to challenge him is simply seeking death, but regardless, this is a battle of the king realm. It will definitely be spectacular. Of course, those who came weren't just the surrounding loose cultivators or disciples of small families. Some big figures were also mixed in. In a corner, the Wang family's grand elder Wang Taigang, who already had half a foot in the grave, saw a familiar face and spoke slowly. Prefect Lin, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Lin Luoyang appeared very surprised at Wang Taigang's arrival. He knew well that Wang Taigang was already 290 years old, with less than 10 years left before the 300-year limit of the king realm. He was surprised that Wang Taigang wasn't staying home in the Wang family but had instead come out to watch the battle. I didn't expect old Master Wang to actually dare to come out and watch the battle. It's truly beyond my expectations. Wang Taigang stroked his snow-white beard, a smile appearing on his aged face. Prefect Lin, the one fighting his left path, the only expert from our great Li Dao on the king ranking. This old man had to come and see. By the way, why do I only see Prefect Lin and not Chief Manager Luo? After all, for some time now, the Liang Prefect Lin Luoyang and the Grand Marching Manager Luo Zhan had always been together. Brother Luo has other business, so he didn't come to watch this battle. Oh, I see. Alright, I've spotted an acquaintance over there. I have things to do, so I'll be going now. Farewell, old Master Wang. Alright, no problem. After speaking, Lin Luoyang's figure flashed, and he arrived at the front to converse with several people. On the spot, Wang Taigang shook his head, looking at the scene somewhat helplessly. At this moment, the Wang family head, Wang Liang, walked over. Old ancestor, why did you run off to here? Haven't we already reserved a spot for you over there? One must know that the Wang family's ability to become the #1 family in Liang Prefecture was entirely dependent on Wang Taigang's King Realm strength. Without Wang Taigang, the Wang family's strength would be inferior even to the Black Profound Hall of Moyang Prefecture. Wang Taigang looked at Wang Liang with quite a bit of helplessness. In his heart, this junior Wang Liang was only average. In the current situation, he could barely be considered a leader who could maintain what they had. He was simply incapable of serving as a leader for restoration and prosperity. I came to seek Lin Luoyang's help. Keeping that item in our hands is nothing but a disaster. Wang Liang naturally understood what item Wang Taigang was referring to, but a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. Old ancestor, if we obtain the things inside, our Wang family will surely be revitalized. Why should we hand it over? After learning about that item, he had conducted an investigation. Just the recorded treasures alone would be enough to let him break through to the king realm, not to mention those cultivation techniques, secret manuals, medicinal herbs, and other good things. Moreover, old ancestor, you only have the last few years before your limit. If you pass away, our Wang family will be finished. Wang Taigang's face was full of helplessness. Finished? At worst, we leave Liang Prefecture and head to Xuenya Prefecture, Moyang Prefecture, or Qingzhou. Old ancestor, can you really bear to watch the Wang family decline? We are the #1 family in Liang Prefecture. If we run off somewhere else, what would that be? And isn't it good for us to keep that item? A rare flash of anger appeared on Wang Taigang's aged face. Keep it? You tell this old man, with what will we keep it? You don't actually think your secrecy work was done so well that other powers can't find out, do you? You don't think that this old man, an early King Realm perfection expert with half a foot in the grave, can withstand those powers, do you? You don't think the Great Li Imperial Gate won't act once they find out, do you? For a moment, Wang Liang was stunned by Wang Taigang's barrage of questions. Currently, we can only look for people from the Great Yuan Imperial Court to explain the King Chen token to them, and later use the King Chen token to exchange for some treasures. In the current situation, using these treasures while I'm still alive, I can give you some guidance on how to charge towards the King Realm. Wang Liang hadn't expected that Wang Taigang was always thinking of him, and he couldn't help but feel regret for what he had just said. Old ancestor, enough, let's head back first. We'll talk to Prefect Lin in a while. Yes. As he spoke, a terrifying aura spread across the sky, drawing everyone's gaze as they hurriedly looked over. P.S. Resuming 2 updates today, 3 updates tomorrow to make up. 77. Number 77 Chapter 77 Zuo Daomeng is stronger than Yi Gucheng. Chapter 77. Left path is fierce, but solitary city Yi is stronger. The newcomer was exactly the one ranked 105th on the Great Yuan Dynasty King ranking, the Grand Elder of the Fist King sect, the furious Skyfist King Left Path. In an instant, the entire audience cheered. To them, Left Path was not only the pillar and symbol of strength for the Fist King sect, but also the pride of the entire Great Li Dao, simply because Left Path was the only expert from Great Li Dao to make it onto the king ranking. Left Path's figure flashed, and he arrived atop one of the main peaks of Xuan'e Peak, waiting calmly for Solitary City Yi's arrival. Of course, Left Path did not come alone. Behind him, Fist King Sect's sect master Luo Chaohai and numerous elders of the Fist King sect followed. Together, at the same time, Yu Feng, who had already broken through to the early spirit realm, also followed in the group. Little Feng, when the Grand Elder and Solitary City Yi fight later, you must watch closely. Battles between the King Realm are not common, and battles like the Grand Elders, who can ascend the King ranking, are even rarer. Yu Feng hurriedly replied respectfully, understood, sect master. This disciple will definitely watch carefully. Old Marquis Wei, I didn't expect to meet you here this time. It truly shocks me. Liyang Prefect Lin Luoyang was initially chatting with several acquaintances. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he saw a figure that surprised him. It was Wei Xuanpei. Wei Xuanpei was introducing some acquaintances from Liyang Prefecture to Wei Yuan. Although they hadn't seen each other for 20 or 30 years, Wei Xuanpei's strength and status remained, so everyone was still very enthusiastic towards him. At the same time, Wei Xuanpei also heard Lin Luoyang's words and turned around. Prefect Lin, long time no see, let me introduce you. This is my grandson, Wei Yuan, the new Marquis of Qingzhou. Wei Yuan smiled, stepped forward, and said, "Greetings, Prefect Lin." His attitude was completely different from how he had treated the governor of Qingzhou, Wang Dong. The main reason for this was that Liyang Prefecture and Qingzhou were simply not on the same level. Liyang Prefecture was the capital of Great Li Dao, while Qingzhou was just an ordinary province. Furthermore, their strengths were unequal. As the capital of Great Li Dao, every Liyang prefect's cultivation was at the king realm, whereas the governor of Qingzhou was usually at the true realm or spirit realm. The two were on completely different levels. Lin Luoyang was a bit surprised, but he was already aware of this news. Greetings, Marquis of Qingzhou. I didn't expect the Marquis of Qingzhou to be under 18, yet his cultivation has already reached the early void realm. His future achievements will surely be high. Forget the king realm. In my view, even the Emperor realm is within reach. Wei Yuan hurriedly replied, Prefect Lin, you flatter me. At that moment, a figure in white appeared in mid-air, the sword intent radiating from his entire body, bringing a powerful sense of pressure to everyone. The next second, the white figure flashed and appeared on another main peak of Xuan'e Peak. Everyone immediately looked over. Clad in white as pure as snow and handsome in appearance, he radiated terrifying sword chi from head to toe. Left Path opened his eyes at this time, and after looking him over carefully, he spoke. White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng, I didn't expect that at only the early king realm, you would actually dare to challenge me. Aren't you being a bit too overconfident? Since the Great Yuan dynasty established the king ranking, those who could ascend it at the early king realm were, without exception, top-tier prodigies. Solitary City Yi's expression was calm. The early king realm is enough. At this, even Left Path couldn't help but laugh. Very well, then I shall see just how strong you are. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Left Path made his move. With one punch thrown out, fist intent blanketed the sky like a sun that blotted out the heavens, striking fear into people's hearts. Clang. Solitary City Yi was equally fast. His precious sword unsheathed, and with one swing, a sharp and unparalleled sword chi swept towards Left Path to strike him down. Bang! Buzz! Fist and sword instantly collided. After the two exchanged a look, they immediately pulled back. Left Path looked at the residual sword chi on his fist, his expression turning solemn. Solitary City Yi's strength was greater than he had imagined. As for Solitary City Yi, his expression was indifferent. Left Path's punch just now seemed very ordinary to him. Show your true skills, there's no need for probing. Left Path exhaled. No problem. Then I shall satisfy your excellency's request. Boom. He threw another punch, but unlike before, Left Path used the true chi within his body this time. The fist momentum was overwhelming, and within it, the silhouette of a blood-red mountain appeared. The power it radiated was at least 3 times stronger than before. Blood Sea Fist, first style, Blood Mountain. Solitary City Yi's expression remained unchanged. Although this move was much stronger than the previous one, it was still within a controllable range. With one swing of his sword, the sword chi surged like a rainbow. The sharp sword chi destroyed the Blood Mountain with the force of crushing dry weeds. Seeing Solitary City Yi crack his moves so easily, Left Path erupted with intense battle intent. Blood Sea Fist, 5th style, Blood River. Ah! With a roar, he poured more than half of the true chi in his dantian into his right fist. The blood-colored fist intent condensed in the air. Even before the strike, Xuan'e Peak below already felt the terror of the fist intent and began to shake. Boom! In less than 10 breaths, half of the mountain peak collapsed. At the same time, a kilometer-long blood-red river appeared across the entire sky, radiating a terrifying aura that left people utterly shocked. When this move came out, even the spectators felt afraid. Wei Xuanpei murmured, as expected of an expert who can ascend the king ranking. This old man has no confidence at all in being able to block this move. Beside him, Liyang Prefect Lin Luoyang agreed. If old Marquis Wei cannot block it, then I certainly cannot either. After all, his cultivation was still at the early King Realm and had not yet reached the middle King Realm. I just don't know if this White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng can block it. Until now, he hadn't imagined that solitary City Yi, with his early King Realm strength, could actually force Left Path to this point. It was truly unbelievable. Wei Yuan stepped forward at this moment and said, "He certainly can." Didn't Prefect Lin notice that White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng's expression hasn't changed at all? Hearing Wei Yuan's words, Lin Luoyang then realized that it did indeed seem to be the case. The next second, solitary City Yi made his move. "Since that is the case, let me show you the ultimate strike." Immortal flying from beyond the heavens. As he spoke, sharp sword chi condensed around solitary City Yi's body, and his aura pierced through the entire battlefield. Even though it was just the beginning of the move, Left Path had already sensed the monstrous killing intent within this sword strike. Boom! Driven by solitary City Yi, this sword strike was unleashed. No one could describe just how fast this sword strike was. It surpassed lightning. It surpassed time. The blood-red river was like an ant before it, sliced in half in an instant. After the cut, the sword chi did not stop, continuing towards Left Path. Boom! The next second, along with the entire peak of Xuan'e Peak, it was instantly split in two. And Left Path himself was sent flying by the strike. In an instant, the entire scene fell silent. 78. Number 78. Chapter 78 concludes with the coercion of the boxing champion Zhang Zhaoren. Chapter 78, Conclusion. Pressuring the Fist King sect to hand over the person. None of them expected that the only person from Great Li Dao to ascend the king ranking, the furious Sky Fist King Zuo Dao, who had suppressed Great Li Dao for 20 years, would be defeated by White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng just like that. It was truly unbelievable. The first ones unable to accept this fact were the group from the Fist King sect. They never imagined that their Grand Elder would actually lose. How is this possible? How could the Grand Elder lose? This must be fake. It's impossible for the Grand Elder to lose like this. That's right, it's definitely fake. At this moment, Luo Chaoyang, the sect master of the Fist King sect, looked dazed, having not yet recovered from Zuo Dao's defeat. As for the onlookers, they had already begun to discuss the matter heatedly. White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng is simply too strong. He actually defeated Zuo Dao, who is at the Middle King Realm, while only being at the Early King Realm. Indeed, it has been a long time since I've seen such a formidable swordsman. I feel that only someone from a top-tier power like the Holy Sword Sect could possess such strength. Meanwhile, in a corner, three figures were watching Yi Gucheng on the mountain peak. "Boss, can you beat him?" 13th Li looked at the saber at his waist, then at Yi Gucheng on the peak, recalling Yi Gucheng's sword strike from just now in his mind. "I can't win. Against that move just now, no one ranked after 100 on the king ranking could beat him. If his cultivation reached the Middle King Realm, he might be able to charge into the top 80 of the king ranking." Hiss. The woman among the three spoke up. "Boss, is your evaluation of Yi Gucheng really that high? I think your strength isn't at all weaker than his. You also ascended the king ranking at the Early King Realm." 13th Li shook his head, his tone flat. "My saber techniques have not yet reached major achievement, while his sword techniques have. Right now, I am indeed not his match. Such a terrifying swordsman likely hails from a hidden power." Wang Tinlei chimed in. "Spiritual chi resurgence isn't necessarily a good thing. Dealing with the Great Li Imperial Gate and the Blood Demon cult was already annoying enough. As more of these hidden powers emerge, our workload has also increased. If he could choose again, he would rather the spiritual chi had never resurged. There's no helping it. I think the spiritual chi resurgence is a good thing. Just wait. It won't be long before the second resurgence of spiritual chi arrives. That will be your opportunity to break through to the King Realm." Immediately, Wang Tinlei and Luo Yu quickly replied, "Is that true, boss?" Quote, "Of course. This is what the Lord told me. Just wait. It won't be long before you both can break through to the King Realm." Upon hearing the confirmed answer, excited expressions appeared on their faces. Although as one of the 8 generals of the Brocade Guard, they would certainly be able to break through to the King Realm, there was a massive difference between an early breakthrough and a late one. The earlier one breaks through to the King Realm, the higher their potential, which includes the possibility of reaching the Emperor Realm or even the Saint Realm in the future. If the breakthrough comes too late, they would likely remain in the King Realm for life, with little hope of reaching higher realms. Alright, let's go. Come with me to see Luo Zan and see if there are any clues regarding the Great Li Imperial Gate. Understood, boss. With those words, the three figures instantly vanished from the spot. At this time, Zuo Dao crawled out from under the rubble of the collapsed Xuan'e Peak. There was a long gash on his chest, and blood was flowing out frantically. He then took out a medicinal pill from his storage pouch, fed it into his mouth, and circulated his true qi. The blood soon stopped flowing. With a flash of his figure, Zuo Dao arrived before Yi Gucheng. You won. The 105th position on the king ranking is now yours. At the same time, I thank your excellency for showing mercy. He was well aware that Yi Gucheng's move, a mortal flying from beyond the heavens, was fully capable of killing him. Yi Gucheng replied indifferently, there was no need to kill you. Defeating you was enough. After speaking, Yi Gucheng's figure immediately vanished, flying toward the east. Zuo Dao let out a breath and, with a flash, returned to the people of the Fist King sect. Luo Chaoyang immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Junior Marshal Uncle, are your injuries alright? Should we return to the sect to recuperate now? Zuo Dao waved his hand. I'm fine. Yi Gucheng showed mercy. Otherwise, I would have died here today. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected that Yi Gucheng had defeated Zuo Dao without even using his full strength. This was simply too terrifying. On the other side, Wei Yuan spoke up. Old Marquis, Zuo Dao has lost and is no longer on the king ranking. Can we take Yu Feng away now? Wei Xuanpei only then snapped back to reality. Wei Yuan, you've reminded me. Zuo Dao can't protect Yu Feng now. Lin Luoyang, who was nearby, hadn't grasped the situation, so he asked, Old Marquis Wei, Marquis of Qingzhou, what are you two discussing? I know Yu Feng. He is one of the 3 true disciples of the Fist King sect. What is the situation with you wanting to take him away? Wei Xuanpei smiled and said, Prefect Lin, I will explain the whole story to you immediately. Half a stick of incense later, Lin Luoyang replied, so that's how it is. Then I shall go with you. Zuo Dao has lost his king ranking and is injured. If the two of us act together, even if Zuo Dao wants to protect Yu Feng, it will be impossible. I'll have to trouble Prefect Lin then, Wei Yuan said quickly. Marquis, it's a small matter. With those words, the 3 of them led their subordinates toward the Fist King sect's group. At this moment, Zuo Dao was preparing to lead the Fist King sect members back when he suddenly saw Wei Xuanpei and Lin Luoyang approaching, so he stopped in his tracks. Old Marquis Wei, long time no see. Prefect Lin, it's also been a long time. What have you two come here for? Wei Xuanpei's tone was flat. Zuo Dao, I only need to say 3 words, and you should understand. Yu Dongling. In an instant, the expressions of everyone from the Fist King sect changed. Yu Feng, in particular, looked nervous, constantly swallowing his saliva. Zuo Dao's face turned somewhat gloomy. Upon hearing Wei Xuanpei's words, he knew exactly what Wei Xuanpei wanted to do. Old Marquis Wei, I am aware of this matter, but Yu Feng has not cultivated the blood demon True Qi, and he knows nothing of his father Yu Dongling's affairs. Can you not spare him? He is only 20 years old and has already broken through to the early spirit realm. I have already appointed him as the young sect master of the Fist King sect. If you take him away, wouldn't that be slapping the face of my Fist King sect? I ask Old Marquis Wei to spare Yu Feng for my sake. I can compensate you with a sum of resources. Wei Haidong shook his head. I understand everything you've said, but the rules are there. There's no other way. I don't want to take Yu Feng away either. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I ask Old Marquis Wei to make an exception. And what if I don't? A flash of killing intent crossed Zuo Dao's face. Must we really go this far, Old Marquis Wei? A voice rang out at that moment. 79. Number 79 Chapter 79 Left Way Retreat, Angry Conspiracy. Chapter 79. Zuo Dao yields. Anger, conspiracy. Lin Luoyang took a large stride forward. All under heaven is the king's land. The ground you stand on belongs to the Great Yuan dynasty. Since you are within the boundaries of the Great Yuan dynasty, you must obey the Great Yuan laws. If you do not wish to obey the Great Yuan laws, then you intend to rebel. Could it be that you wish to join the Blood Demon cult and the Great Li Imperial Gate? So, hand the person over obediently, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, you had better think carefully about the consequences. Zuo Dao saw Lin Luoyang step forward, and his face darkened completely. Prefect Lin, you've gone too far with those words. Although Zuo Dao was strong, the only person in the entire Great Li Dao to ascend the king ranking, he was only strong within Great Li Dao. The Great Yuan dynasty had 20 Daos, and Great Li Dao's strength ranked in the bottom 3, at the very end of the 20. Furthermore, his ranking on the king ranking was among the last few. Once he was labeled as part of the Blood Demon cult or the Great Li Imperial Gate with such a level of strength, his end would be death. At this moment, Wei Xuanpei pressured him further. Zuo Dao, hand the person over. Old Marquis Wei is right. Zuo Dao, hand him over, and everything will be easy to discuss. If you remain obstinate, you had better think clearly about the consequences. Will you hand over Yu Feng to save the lives of everyone in your Fist King sect, or will you let Yu Feng and everyone in your Fist King sect go to hell together? You decide. Lin Luoyang stepped closer and continued. For a moment, the crowd watching the scene grew excited. In their eyes, the scene before them was in no way inferior to the great battle between Zuo Dao and Solitary City Yi. One is the former Marquis of Qingzhou, and the other is the Liang prefect, facing off against the furious Skyfist King, Zuo Dao. This scene is so thrilling. I've never seen such an intense confrontation. However, I feel Zuo Dao will have to hand over his disciple. If he doesn't, the entire Fist King sect will be gone. He has already lost his ranking on the king ranking and can no longer protect people. Meanwhile, Sect Master Luo Chaoyang and many elders of the Fist King sect stared intently at Zuo Dao. The survival of the entire Fist King sect rested solely on Zuo Dao's shoulders. Yu Feng was already scared witless by now. He knew very well that regardless of the choice, he was the one destined to die. So, he let out a breath and, while Zuo Dao was still thinking, decisively stepped forward. I beg you, do not target the Grand Elder or the Fist King sect. I will go with you. Upon hearing the answer he wanted, a smile appeared on Wei Xuanpei's face. Very good. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? There was no need to make the atmosphere so tense. Lin Luoyang followed up, old Marquis Wei is right. Making a choice early is better for you, better for me, and better for everyone. Zuo Dao looked at Yu Feng with a face full of apology. Yu Feng, it's all my fault. If I hadn't lost my ranking on the king ranking just now, if my strength were a bit greater. His heart ached intensely at this moment. Yu Feng, the most talented disciple the Fist King sect had recruited since its founding, was to be handed over in such a humiliating manner. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to his heart. Old Marquis Wei, you may take Yu Feng away. But I, Zuo Dao, will remember today's events. Let's go. Although Luo Chaoyang and the elders were loath to part with such a genius disciple like Yu Feng, things had reached this point, and they had no choice but to give him up. As you command, Grand Elder. With those words, the group followed Zuo Dao and left, leaving Yu Feng alone. Amidst the crowd, two pairs of eyes watched everything unfold. My lord, it seems an irreparable conflict has arisen between Zuo Dao and the Great Yuan dynasty. Should we recruit Zuo Dao? After all, for Zuo Dao to ascend the king ranking in a barren and remote place like Great Li Dao proves his talent and strength are not weak. If we recruit him, perhaps Lord Shuihe will even reward us. Chen Buer replied slowly, we can. But all of this must wait until we obtain the King Chen token. If we don't get the King Chen token, you know Lord Shahai's temperament. As a king realm, I can be exempt from punishment, but since you haven't reached the king realm yet, you won't escape it. Hearing this, Lin Ba couldn't help but recall the scenes of previous punishments. That bone-deep pain was something even he, with his cultivation at spirit realm perfection, could not endure. One punishment would cause pain throughout the body for at least a month. Lord Chen, let's prioritize the mission. We'll talk to Zuo Dao later. Chen Buer nodded. I saw Wang Taigang's figure just now. Now is not the time to strike. Let's wait a while. Once Wei Xuanpei and Lin Luoyang leave, we will act immediately. He had only recently broken through to the king realm. Dealing with Wang Taigang, a king realm whose lifespan was nearing its end, would certainly not be stressful. Even against the Liang prefect, Lin Luoyang, he was confident he could hold his own. But with the addition of Wei Xuanpei, he could only choose to wait for an opportunity to strike. Although Wei Xuanpei's strength hadn't placed him on the king ranking, his cultivation was at the middle king realm. For him to defeat Wei Xuanpei would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As you command, Lord Chen, Lin Ba replied quickly. Meanwhile, in a corner, several other figures were also watching what had just happened. The rules of the Great Yuan court are truly ridiculous. This is clearly offending Zuo Dao. It's good that they offended him. Looking at it this way, it's practically giving us an opportunity. I think we can pull Zuo Dao in. His talent and strength are evident, and most importantly, he now utterly hates the Great Yuan dynasty. Good suggestion. How about I go talk to Zuo Dao in a bit? Sure, that works. Alright, it's settled then. I'll go find Zuo Dao later. You all stay put for now. Wang Taigang won't be able to run away. No problem. At this time, Wei Xuanpei strode forward and pressed a hand onto Yu Feng's shoulder. In an instant, the true qi inside Yu Feng's body was locked away, his cultivation gone, turning him into a useless person. Men, take him. We will escort him back to Qingzhou and execute him along with the rest of the Yu family, as you command, Marquis. Then, Wei Xuanpei looked toward Lin Luoyang. Prefect Lin, thank you for your help just now. If it weren't for you, Zuo Dao wouldn't have handed over Yu Feng so easily. Lin Luoyang waved his hand. Old Marquis Wei, there's no need for such words between us. However, if anything comes up in the future, please assist me, Old Marquis Wei. Wei Xuanpei patted his chest. Rest assured, Prefect Lin. If anything happens, just come to me. As long as I can help, I certainly will. Then I thank you in advance, Old Marquis Wei. After all, without benefits, he certainly wouldn't have helped. Of course, the root of it all was that Zuo Dao had fallen from the king ranking. If Zuo Dao were still on the king ranking, he definitely wouldn't have stepped forward today. Alright, I shall take my leave first. We'll be in touch later. No problem, Old Marquis Wei. Just as both parties were preparing to leave, a figure appeared before them. 80. #80 Chapter 80 Speechless Chen Boer hands over for lottery draw. Chapter 80. Speechless Chen Boer, handing it over, lucky draw. Wang Taigang greets Old Marquis Wei and Prefect Lin. For a moment, Wei Xuanpei and Lin Luoyang did not react. Wei Xuanpei, being the first to snap out of it, inquired. So it is Old Master Wang. I wonder what business you have with us. Wang Taigang looked around at his surroundings. There are too many eyes and ears here. I ask Old Marquis Wei and Prefect Lin to follow me to another place. I guarantee this is a matter of great importance. Wei Xuanpei and Lin Luoyang exchanged a glance. Fine, let's change locations and talk. Then, Wei Xuanpei turned around, looked at Wei Yuan and said, You and Profound 3 and the others take Yu Feng to find a place to rest for a while. Prefect Lin and I will go and talk with Wang Taigang. Wei Yuan nodded. Sure, no problem. Whoosh. The next second, 3 figures disappeared from the spot. In the crowd, Chen Boer and Lin Ba also noticed the situation here. Lord Chen, what's going on? Why did Wang Taigang go to find Wei Xuanpei and Lin Luoyang? Could it be that he knows about the King Chen token? Chen Boer thought for a moment. That possibility cannot be ruled out. This old fellow has lived for nearly 300 years. To be able to live to the King Realm's lifespan limit while only at the early King Realm, and even lead the Wang family from a small family to the current number 1 family in Liang, it would be absolutely impossible to succeed without intelligence and wisdom. I suspect he might hand over the King Chen token. Upon hearing this, Lin Ba's pupils dilated. No way, Lord Chen. That's the King Chen token. Possessing it allows entry into King Chen's tomb, which contains so many good things. Maybe there are even life-extending treasures in King Chen's tomb. Can Wang Taigang really resist such a temptation? Chen Boer shook his head. Lin Ba, you are thinking far too simply. No wonder you are the one who gets punished the most among you few, and also the one with the most failed missions. Even the deceased Zhao Ju was smarter than you. Few people can resist the temptation of the King Chen token, including Wang Taigang. Lin Ba immediately replied. Then why did you say he's going to hand it over, Lord? Chen Boer. He now couldn't understand why Lord Bloodsea would choose Lin Ba, nor could he understand how Lin Ba cultivated to spirit realm perfection. Finally, he couldn't understand how someone as stupid as Lin Ba, who failed so many missions, could still be alive. Looking at it this way, he was truly a stupid and bizarre individual. You are treating Wang Taigang like a fool, aren't you? Aside from him, a king realm near the end of his lifespan, the strongest person in the Wang family is only the head of the family, Wang Liang, who is at spirit realm perfection. The rest are just a few small fry at the early spirit realm. With such strength, do you think they can keep the King Chen token? Moreover, if he knows the origin of the King Chen token, then he must know about the Great Li Imperial Gate. For the Great Li Imperial Gate, the King Chen token is something they must obtain. Once they know it is with his Wang family, then what awaits him and the Wang family will be death. After hearing Chen Boer's words, Lin Ba finally understood. So that's why. I didn't expect that to be the reason. Lord, what should we do now? Chen Boer slowly replied. In the current situation, we can only wait. At the same time, instruct those undercover agents to search for the whereabouts of the other King Chen tokens. There are 5 King Chen tokens in total. Wang Taigang has 1 here, and the Divine Blade Hall in the neighboring Moyang Prefecture has another. There are still 3 King Chen tokens that haven't appeared. We only need to get 1. So my decision is to withdraw first and wait for news from the undercover agents. Lin Ba's mouth dropped open. Ah, Lord Chen, if we leave like this, won't the mission be a failure? If we don't leave, what else can you do? In a moment, the 3 of them will separate. The King Chen token will either be with Lin Luoyang or Wei Xuanpei. But this place is less than 100 kilometers from Liang Prefecture. If we don't kill Lin Luoyang immediately, then Luo Zan and the newly arrived 13th Li of the embroidered uniform guard will rush over. Do you think we have a way? Hearing this, Lin Ba calmed down and realized that the facts seemed to be as stated. Don't worry, I will explain clearly to Lord Blood Sea. Although we could go and snatch the King Chen token from the Divine Blade Hall now, but what, Lord Chen? Let's take action directly, Lin Ba said impatiently. He now wished he could immediately appear in Moyang Prefecture, rush into the Divine Blade Hall, and snatch the King Chen token. To this, Chen Buer was truly speechless. You don't think our blood demon cult is the only power in the world that knows this information, do you? Do you think the Great Li Imperial Gate are fools? The reason I initially chose Liang Prefecture instead of Moyang Prefecture was because I was worried people from the Great Li Imperial Gate had gone there. The Great Li Imperial Gate definitely values the King Chen token much more than we do. A great battle will be inevitable then. Given our situation, we would definitely suffer a loss. So that's how it is. Okay, Lord, I understand. Of course, we can go to Moyang Prefecture to take a look first. If the Great Li Imperial Gate hasn't acted yet, then we will. Fine. As the words fell, the two figures flashed and left the spot. King Chen token. Are you sure you want to hand this thing over to us? Lin Luoyang said in disbelief. Wei Xuanpei on the side was also very surprised. A helpless expression appeared on Wang Taigang's aged face. Old Marquis Wei, Prefect Lin, you should be clear about the situation of my Wang family. This is not something our Wang family should have. A wise man submits to circumstances. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not yours, don't force it. The reason he was able to live close to the King Realm's lifespan limit was by relying on these theories. Wei Xuanpei gave a thumbs up. Old Master Wang has some wisdom. Prefect Lin, how about it? I don't want much, just some medicinal pills and medicinal herbs. And after I die, you help me protect the Wang family. How's that? Let me think about it, Lin Luoyang replied. As for Wei Xuanpei, he didn't intervene. For him, the danger brought by the King Chen token outweighed the benefits. So, if he could avoid intervening, he would try his best not to. Anyway, handing it to Lin Luoyang was the same. He would definitely have to contact people from the imperial court. He wouldn't be able to protect it himself. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan sat on a chair resting. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the King Realm task. Obtaining one summoning opportunity close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Yu Feng. Obtaining one summoning opportunity close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Would you like to use it now? Close black lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, use it. 10 breaths later, the system's voice sounded again. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 Chapter 81. The undefeated swordsman Ning Daoqi kills them all. 4,000 word supplement. Chapter 81. Invincible East, Scatterer Ning Daoqi, all killed. 4,000 word supplement. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a character summon card. Invincible East close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a character summon card. Scatterer Ning Daoqi close black lens bracket. When he heard the names of the characters in his mind, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. He was very satisfied with the two people he had drawn this time. Thus, he immediately checked their information. Open black lens bracket character. Invincible East, Zhou Chen version, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket identity. Cult leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. King Realm Perfection close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial arts. Sunflower Manual close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket brief description. The ceiling of combat power in the swordsman close black lens bracket. He shifted his gaze to the second one. Open black lens bracket character. Ning Daoqi close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket title. Scatterer close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket realm. Early Emperor Realm close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation techniques. 8 trigrams loose hand. Yin Yang infinity. All streams flow into one close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket brief description. Head of the 3 great grandmasters in Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, leader of the Taoist sect, pursued the evil king Shi Zhixuan 3 times. A fierce man who dared to challenge the heavenly saber-song K close black lens bracket. After checking the profiles of the two, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. Especially Ning Daoqi's early Emperor Realm. For the current Azure Dragon Society, it was simply a massive boost. Meanwhile, at the Divine Blade Hall in Moyong Prefecture, in the hall, Bai Tianyu sat in his seat, looking at a middle-aged man opposite him. Hall Master Bai, I come from the Zan sect. I presume your Divine Blade Hall must have heard of our Zan sect. The reason he was certain Bai Tianyu had heard of the Zan sect was that Bai Tianyu and the others had appeared out of nowhere and were extremely powerful. This situation could only prove that they came from a hidden power, and their Zan sect's reputation was quite prominent among hidden powers. Bai Tianyu smiled and said, naturally, I have heard of it. I wonder what business brings Hall Master He to our door. He had just finished his secluded cultivation, reaching the late spirit realm. While he was still stabilizing the true qi in his body, he heard Bold Zhang say that someone from the Zan sect had come, so he immediately ended his seclusion. Although he wasn't sure what the Zan sect people were here for, Bai Tianyu already had an idea in his mind. The other party was most likely here for the King Chen token. Upon hearing this, Hall Master He laughed. Hall Master Bai, seeing as we both come from hidden powers, I'll just say it, the Black Profound Hall you wiped out earlier was just about to seek refuge with our Zan sect. So, Hall Master He, what do you mean? It's simple. Hand over the King Chen token and apologize, and this matter will be over. That King Chen token originally belonged to our Zan sect. Hall Master He replied slowly. His main purpose for coming today was indeed the King Chen token. There was no other way. There were many good things in King Chen's tomb, and they naturally wanted a piece of the pie. According to the previous situation, the King Chen token should have fallen into the hands of the Black Profound Hall. However, due to the Divine Blade Hall's sudden action, the Black Profound Hall was destroyed. Out of necessity, they had to come to the door. Moreover, he had already thought of a reason, and he believed Bai Tianyu would naturally understand. Although their Zan sect was very strong, they had still looked into the Divine Blade Hall that had suddenly appeared and knew there must be a powerful hidden power behind it. As the saying goes, when facing a power whose trump cards are unknown, one must be cautious. It is better to resolve an enmity than to keep it. Bai Tianyu replied indifferently, but according to the information we gathered, it seems the Black Profound Hall had not yet submitted to your Zan sect. Therefore, this King Chen token still belongs to our Divine Blade Hall. In an instant, the smile on Hall Master Yi's face vanished, and his voice became somber. Hall Master Bai, do you mean you don't intend to hand over this King Chen token? To this, Bai Tianyu's expression remained calm. This is something we obtained. Naturally, we will not hand it over. Hall Master Bai, you should think clearly and consider it carefully. As long as you hand it over, our Zan sect is willing to befriend the power behind you. If not, Hall Master Yi's tone became icy. Although the task given to him by his superiors was to get the King Chen token back without offending the Divine Blade Hall if possible, in the current situation, for the sake of the King Chen token, he had to offend them. Compared to offending the Divine Blade Hall, the King Chen token was the most important thing. Bai Tianyu was not frightened by these words at all, his expression indifferent. Hall Master He, are you threatening our Divine Blade Hall? Hall Master He sneered. All of this is the Divine Blade Hall's own doing. If you honestly hand over the King Chen token, not only will nothing happen to you, but you'll also gain the friendship of our Zan sect. Isn't that good? Bai Tianyu shook his head. Hall Master He, don't even think about it. It's impossible for us to hand over the King Chen token. In the next second, Hall Master Yi's Spirit Realm Perfection aura was released. Under his control, the entire hall was enveloped within it. Hall Master Bai, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're looking for death, aren't you? Just as he finished his harsh words, Hall Master He suddenly became alert, sensing some kind of danger. Following that, a cold voice rang out. Hall Master He, threatening our Hall Master in our Divine Blade Hall, you are looking for death. Looking toward the source of the voice, Yan 13 had appeared in the hall at some point, standing behind Bai Tianyu with an indifferent expression. Seeing this, Hall Master He said slowly, do you think we haven't investigated the situation of your Divine Blade Hall? Currently, you don't have any King Realm existence here. Elder Hai, come out. Boom. Almost as soon as the words fell, a small thin figure appeared in the hall. It was a little old man resembling a dwarf, with a hunched back and a face full of wrinkles. There was a large circular birthmark on his right cheek, making his entire appearance incredibly hideous. In the next second, this man called Elder Hai spoke, his voice hoarse and piercing. Hall Master He, what's the use of being busy for so long? In the end, you still need me to act. Just as I said before, if you had asked me to act from the start and kill them all, we would have already left with the King Chen token by now. He had actually been unable to restrain himself from acting earlier, but Hall Master He hadn't given the order, so he could only wait in the shadows. Although he was in the king realm and his strength far exceeded Hall Master Yi's, the helpless part was that Hall Master Yi's master was one of the 8 Hall Masters of the Zon sect. One should know that the minimum strength of a Zon sect Hall Master was the late King Realm. Additionally, he was already 280 years old, with only 20 years left before the 300-year limit of the King Realm. It didn't matter if he died, but he still had descendants. To get more cultivation resources for his descendants, he followed Hall Master Yi's arrangements. Hall Master Yi replied slowly, "Elder Hai, don't be anxious. Haven't I let you act now? Haste makes waste. The King Chen token is in their hands, it's not like they can run away. Do it." Elder Hai was hoarse and excited. "No problem, I can finally take action." At this moment, another voice rang out in the air. "Don't even think about this King Chen token, you Zon sect people. I suggest you go look for another one." As the words fell, 2 figures landed in the hall. After hearing the voice, Elder Hai and Hall Master Yi immediately looked over. In an instant, Hall Master Yi's face turned ugly. "I didn't expect your blood demon cult to intervene as well." Chen Buer took a step forward, his tone indifferent. "There are so many good things in King Chen's tomb. Anyone would be interested." He then looked at Elder Hai beside him, speaking with a tone of surprise mixed with disdain. "I didn't expect you to still be alive, Elder Hai. I thought you had died long ago." Elder Hai naturally heard the disdain in Chen Buer's tone. "Die? It's not that easy for me to die. Looking at your state, it hasn't even been a full year since you broke through to the King Realm, right? In such a case, I advise you to leave honestly. This King Chen token is not something your blood demon cult can touch." One should know that he had achieved his rank nearly 150 years ago. Although his realm hadn't broken through to the Middle King Realm, that was because his age was too great and breaking through carried risks, so he hadn't attempted it, but this also made him basically peerless within the early King Realm. Even if the opponent was a King Realm expert from top-tier powers like the Blood Demon Cult, Holy Sword Sect, or Xuankang Temple, he was equally fearless. Chen Buer said contemptuously, "So what? Even if you broke through to the King Realm over 100 years ago, you're still only in the early King Realm now. It's been several years since the first spiritual Qi resurgence, and you still haven't found an opportunity to break through to the Middle King Realm. What a waste. You don't have many years left until the King Realm limit. I suggest you leave quietly. Otherwise, you might just become a ghost under my blade." Although he had only recently broken through, as long as the opponent's cultivation hadn't reached the Middle King Realm, he was fearless. "One last piece of advice to your Zon sect. Leave here immediately and you might still live. Otherwise, leave your lives here." Elder Hai didn't reply, but looked at Hall Master Yi. Hall Master Yi's face was somewhat ugly. He seemingly hadn't expected the Blood Demon Cult to intervene. Things had reached this point. If he went back like this, he would be punished even if his master was one of the Hall Masters. One should know that before long, their Zon sect would open up the exchange for king-breaking pills. If he were punished, his merit points would surely be greatly reduced, and the king-breaking pill would slip through his fingers. For the sake of the king-breaking pill, he would risk it. It's not certain yet who will live and who will die. I must have this King Chen token today. Even if you come from the Blood Demon Cult, you won't be taking it away. Elder Hai, prepare for battle. Today let us see how powerful the people from the top-tier Blood Demon Cult really are. Elder Hai replied hoarsely. "Fine, no problem. I wanted to act just now anyway." Seeing that the Zon sect people not only didn't retreat but even wanted to fight them, Chen Buer was surprised, but that was immediately followed by a towering battle intent. Good, good, good. I'd like to see who gave your Zon sect the courage to challenge our Blood Demon Cult, but before that, I think it's necessary to wipe out the Divine Blade Hall first. Elder Hai chimed in. "I agree with you." Lin Ba and Hall Master Yi both nodded. In their eyes, the current Divine Blade Hall was completely insignificant. "Oh, I didn't expect it to be so lively here. People from the Zon sect and the Blood Demon Cult are all here." At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. Everyone immediately looked over upon hearing the voice. 3 figures stood in the courtyard. The leader emitted the aura of the Middle King Realm, while the 2 behind him were also at the Spirit Realm perfection. The moment he saw the leader, Chen Buer's expression became serious, and he said slowly, "Cheng Zan of the Rosa Demon Insect, Greatly Imperial Gate." Upon hearing Chen Buer's words, Elder Hai and Hall Master Yi's expressions instantly became tense. Although they hadn't heard of Cheng Zan's name, they were very familiar with those 4 words. Rosa Demon Insect. After all, the Rosa Demon Insect was ranked 42nd on the Great Yuan Dynasty's Poisonous Insect rankings, 13 spots higher than Pure Void's Black Demon Poisonous Insects. Moreover, the Rosa demon insect was a poisonous insect that had even killed Middle King realm experts. Thus, seeing the situation before him, Chen Buer was a bit nervous. So it's Chen Buer of the blood demon cult. Long time no see. Last time I saw you, you were still at spirit realm perfection. I didn't expect you to break through to the king realm this time. Congratulations, congratulations. Cheng Zan greeted him with a smile. Greetings, senior brother Cheng. Since senior brother Cheng is here, the King Chen token belongs to your greatly imperial gate. We'll leave. Beside him, Hall Master he immediately echoed. Lord Chen is right. Since you've come, the King Chen token belongs to you. It's returning to its original owner, so we'll take our leave first. Cheng Zan toyed with 2 iron balls in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Although he really wanted to act, he was very clear about the price of doing so. Fine, we're all acquaintances. Seeing how sensible you are, you may all leave. As for the King Chen token, I advise you not to set your sights on it. All 5 King Chen tokens belong to our greatly imperial gate. Chen Buer and Elder Hai nodded repeatedly and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Have you forgotten that this is the Divine Blade Hall's territory? Coming and going as you please, isn't that a bit too much? Bai Tianyu stood up at this time and said slowly. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned toward Bai Tianyu. Cheng Zan was the first to speak. Interesting, truly interesting. In all this time, this is the first time I've seen such an interesting situation. I haven't even looked for trouble with your Divine Blade Hall yet, but you've gone and jumped out yourselves. Bai Tianyu remained unmoved. Cut the nonsense. The King Chen token is ours. Furthermore, you all must die here today as a warning to the powers behind you. Chen Buer chimed in. Your Divine Blade Hall is truly tired of living. I'll kill you right now. Just as he was about to act, a terrifying aura came from the courtyard. That aura was many times more terrifying than Cheng Zan's just now. Everyone followed the aura and looked over, only to see a peerless beauty dressed in red slowly walking into the hall. Bai Tianyu and Yan 13 said respectfully, Greetings, Eastern King. Invincible East nodded. In the next second, countless embroidery needles shot out from her sleeves. In just a few moments, everyone from the 3 major powers lay in a pool of blood. P.S. I'm too busy today with guests and have no time at all. I'll make it up tomorrow and add an extra chapter on the 10th as compensation. Also, I wish all my foster fathers a happy Mid-Autumn festival. May your families be happy, reunited, and blessed with health and joy. 82. Number 82 Chapter 82, That Lord Gihai Sect Leader Luo Yishan. Chapter 82, That Lord, Gihai Sect Leader Luo Yishan. Zhongnan Circuit, Shuanei Prefecture. In the Shuanei Royal Residence, King Shuanei, Chen Shuanei, had just finished a vigorous workout. However, as he finished dressing and looked at the weeping youth lying on the bed, his face was filled with displeasure. Black One. As soon as he spoke, a figure appeared silently in the room. Your subordinate, Black One, greets your highness. What's going on? Why is this one so ugly? And most importantly, he didn't give me any pleasure. Do you understand? Who sent him? Black One quickly replied respectfully, reporting to your highness. He was sent by the Liu family of Haichang Prefecture. The Liu family? Double the Liu family's taxes at the end of the year. Also, get rid of this fellow for me. As you command, your highness. Just as Black One was about to deal with him, Chen Shuanei spoke again. By the way, how is the situation in Luoshan Prefecture? Has Shuntian Hall surrendered? Black One shook his head. Your highness, I was just about to report on that. Shuntian Hall has defected to a hidden power. Even their name has changed. They are now called the Money Gang. Good, very good. They actually dare decide with a hidden power. Those people at Shuntian Hall must be tired of living. In that case, notify the Gihai sect immediately. Have the Gihai sect leader lead men to test just how strong this so-called Money Gang is. If their strength is mediocre, have him wipe out the Money Gang directly. 80% of the spoils are to be handed over, and the remaining 20% will belong to the Gihai sect. Of course, compared to that, I would rather the Money Gang win. Although Black One was a bit dazed, he reacted immediately. Your highness, could your meaning be? Chen Shuanei said confidently, exactly. It's just as you think. Before long, spiritual qi will undergo a second resurgence, and those hidden powers will emerge in large numbers. They will certainly seize territory or cultivate their own forces. This is not something I can tolerate. It just so happens that a money gang has popped up. By wiping them out, I will let those hidden powers, whether they've already emerged or are about to, know exactly where I stand. Black One immediately flattered him. What a brilliant move to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Your highness is truly worthy of your title. Black One, your flattery skills are mediocre. You're not quite there yet. By the way, one more thing. Have you contacted that lord? What was his response? At the mention of that lord, even though he was a high-ranking prince of Great Yuan, his face was filled with respect, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. This was because that lord's strength was incredibly high, currently ranked second on the imperial ranking. He was only one step away from entering the Saint Realm. Most importantly, he was not yet 50 years old, which was the most terrifying part. With the second spiritual chi resurgence imminent, he would likely break through to the Saint Realm completely, and his strength would grow by leaps and bounds. If he could obtain his help, the position of Crown Prince would likely be much easier for him to secure. The number of Saint Realm experts in the entire Great Yuan dynasty can be counted on 2 hands. Furthermore, according to the ancestral regulations of the Great Yuan dynasty, internal Saint Realm experts are not allowed to assist princes in their struggle for the throne. Therefore, the strongest expert one can hire is only at peak imperial realm. And that lord is ranked second on the imperial ranking. His strength is truly chilling. Hearing this, Black One quickly replied, "Your Highness, I went to visit in person, but I couldn't even get past the front gate." That's normal. With his arrogance, getting his help was never going to be easy. Keep trying to contact him. Regardless, there are still over 2 years left. As you command, Your Highness. Luoshan Prefecture, Gihai Sect. As the sect leader and the strongest combatant of the Gihai Sect, Luo Yishan's expression darkened after reading the letter in his hand. Just then, his true disciple, Chen Hai, walked in. "Master, you don't look very happy. Did something happen?" Luo Yishan was very fond of his disciple Chen Hai, so he handed him the letter. "Take a look. You'll understand once you've read it." Chen Hai took the letter and scanned it quickly. "Master, I think this is quite normal. The money gang shouldn't have any top-tier experts. Otherwise they would have shown off long ago. There wouldn't be such a lack of information until now. If it weren't for the letter from the prince, we wouldn't even know that Shuntian Hall had changed its name to the money gang. It seems the money gang's experts haven't arrived yet." Hearing this, Luo Yishan began to ponder. Although Chen Hai's words made some sense, he felt something was off. Since the money gang had just taken over Shuntian Hall, they must know about King Xuan'e. Yet, knowing this, they didn't retreat and still seized Shuntian Hall. This proves they must have some backing. It's unlikely their experts haven't arrived. If nothing else, there must be at least one King Realm expert. Xiao Hai, you're still thinking too simply. Even if they haven't openly displayed it, that doesn't mean the money gang has no experts. According to my estimation, they have at least one King Realm expert. Chen Hai quickly replied, "Master, even if there is a King Realm expert, surely you're not afraid of him? After all, you are in the Middle King Realm and once challenged the 96th ranked expert on the King ranking, Zhang Gui of the Sea Sky Spear. Furthermore, you later ascended to the 107th position on the King ranking. Although you were only on the list for 2 months before being defeated by Ghostblade. Ghostblade is now ranked 79th. This shows that Master's strength is equivalent to a King ranking expert. Even if the money gang has a King Realm expert, so what? I refuse to believe he would be an expert on the King ranking. Looking at the whole of Great Yuan, including the hidden powers that have emerged, the number of King Realm experts is likely close to, or perhaps even over, 1,000. Among those 1,000+ people, only 108 can make it onto the King ranking. Most of the experts on the list are from top sects, great families, or the Great Yuan dynasty. Xiao Hai, what you say makes sense. In that case, let's use the tactic of diplomacy before force. Write a letter to the money gang. Tell them that King Xuan'e is already aware of their actions. Tell them to honestly hand over all their treasures and surrender to us. I can put in a good word for them before King Xuan'e." Chen Hai replied respectfully, "Master, I'll go right away." "Very well, go. I will gather the elders. If they don't reply within half an hour, we will immediately march on the money gang. I want them to know the meaning of true strength. After all, King Xuan'e has many forces under him. He must perform well. Otherwise, joining the Xuan'e royal residence would be meaningless." 83. Number 83 Chapter 83 Door-to-door battle, slaughtering copper coins. Chapter 83. Coming to the door, a fierce battle, massacre, copper coins. Sect leader, King Xuan'e already knows about our affairs. A letter from Gihai sect leader Luo Yishan has been delivered to our door. What should we do now? In the main hall, Wu Cheng looked at the letter in his hand, his expression a bit nervous. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Shengguan Jinghong's strength, but rather that he was very aware of Gihai sect leader Luo Yishan's power. He was no ordinary King Realm expert. He was a King Realm expert who had ascended the King ranking. Although his time on the ranking was short, it was only because the King Realm expert who challenged him was very strong, the Ghost Saber. If any other King Realm had challenged him, the winner would likely have been him. Furthermore, he demands our surrender and wants a reply within half an hour. Otherwise, he will start taking action. Hearing this, Shangguan Jinghong's expression remained calm, not taking Wu Cheng's words to heart at all. Instead, it was the Golden Wheel Dharma King sitting to the side who spoke up. A small matter. The sect leader's strength is far beyond your imagination. Gihai sect leader Luo Yishan is no match for the sect leader. Then wait for the Gihai sect leader to bring his people to our door. Shangguan Jinghong stood up, his tone domineering. I want to see exactly how Luo Yishan intends to take action. Seeing this, Wu Cheng felt embarrassed to say anything more. After all, the domineering aura Shangguan Jinghong displayed brought him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Understood. Sect leader, half an hour has passed, and the money gang has shown no reaction. In the Gihai sect main hall, an elder spoke up. Since that's the case, they can't blame us. I have already tried being polite before resorting to force. Elders, set out with me. According to the decree of His Highness King Xuan'e, take action. By your command, sect leader. Boom. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Luo Yishan arrived at the money gang's entrance with most of the Gihai sect's inner court elders. Such a massive commotion instantly attracted the people within Luoshan City. What's the situation? The Gihai sect is actually moving against Shuntian Hall. Shuntian Hall's King Realm expert just left not long ago, and the Gihai sect is already moving. It seems this was premeditated. There's no need to even watch this fight. The Gihai sect leader will surely crush them all the way. Anyone below the King Realm is merely an ant. In their eyes, this battle could be described as a one-sided massacre. Luo Yishan, at the Middle King Realm, would only need a few simple moves to wipe out the current Shuntian Hall. While everyone was discussing, the gates of Shuntian Hall opened. Shangguan Jinghong walked out, followed by the Golden Wheel Dharma King and Wu Cheng. The moment he saw Shangguan Jinghong at the head, Luo Yishan began sizing up his strength. Shangguan Jinghong saw all of Luo Yishan's behavior, but he remained indifferent, not taking him seriously at all. At this time, Wu Cheng stepped forward and said, Sect leader Luo, do you truly intend to oppose our money gang? It just so happens I'll return the words you sent us earlier. As long as you lead the Gihai sect to join our money gang, we can grant you a position as an enshrined. How about it? Will you consider? Luo Yishan sneered. Wu Cheng, I must say your money gang has a lot of nerve. Don't think that just because you have a King Realm expert, you can be so arrogant. You should be clear that the one standing behind me is King Xuan'e. For you to dare compare yourselves to King Xuan'e is simply a joke. As the words fell, the Golden Wheel Dharma King stepped forward. Hey, in my view, that King Xuan'e behind you is the real joke. What kind of thing is he to be worthy of comparing with us? For a moment, everyone present fell silent. Even Luo Yishan was stunned. He never expected the Golden Wheel Dharma King's words to be so bold. One must know this was the Jiangnan Circuit, and most of the prefectures in the Jiangnan Circuit were under the jurisdiction of King Xuan'e, Chen Xuan'e. Good. I didn't expect you to be so audaciously bold as to dare insult King Xuan'e. You are truly seeking death. Shangguan Jinghong stepped forward. Enough, you talk too much. Let me see your strength. Luo Yishan's tone was icy. Fine, since that's the case, I'll let you see it. Swoosh. A treasured saber was unsheathed, its saber chi cutting through the void realm, and a wave of chill instantly rushed toward them. The profound cold saber, forged from century-old profound cold stone. It is only one step away from becoming a treasure artifact. Make your move. Shangguan Jinghong stood in place with a calm expression, playing with a copper coin in his hand. In his eyes, the Luo Yishan before him was not even worthy of him using the Mother Sun Dragon Phoenix rings. Fine, then I shall satisfy you. Elders, strike together. By your command, sect leader. As the words fell, 8 figures behind him rapidly charged toward the members of the money gang. The Golden Wheel Dharma King stopped Wu Cheng and the others who wanted to act. Leave these to me. Wu Cheng hurriedly replied. Enshrined, there are 3 at Spirit Realm Perfection among them. Are you sure? Don't worry, it's a small matter. Boom. In the gap between their words, the Golden Wheel Dharma King had already struck. Circulating the Dragon Elephant Prajna art, at this moment he was like a god of war, charging straight ahead. 1 against 8, he demonstrated his power at this moment. A bunch of ants daring to challenge my money gang, how laughable. After sending a late Spirit Realm Gihai sect elder flying with a single punch, the Golden Wheel Dharma King said with a face full of disdain. Of course, this also enraged the 8 Gihai sect elders. You truly don't take us seriously. To be so rampant is to seek death. Everyone, strike together and let him know the price of arrogance. It is death. Boom! The 8 of them struck together, various types of true chi sweeping across the entire battlefield. The aura that erupted immediately drew the gazes of a quarter of the people in Luoshan Prefecture City. On the other side, Luo Yishan made his move, already practicing ice true chi, and with the profound cold saber in hand, a single swing sent a chill sweeping through heaven and earth, the temperature instantly dropping below zero. Some spectators who were watching from nearby were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by this chill. This scared the crowd into retreating repeatedly, for fear that they might accidentally become ice sculptures as well. Shangguan Jinghong's expression was calm as he lightly flicked his finger. A copper coin shot through the air, accompanied by a whistling sound. It accurately struck the saber momentum Luo Yishan had unleashed, producing a crisp ringing sound. The next second, a second copper coin followed immediately, before Luo Yishan could even react. Ding! An incredibly crisp sound rang out as Luo Yishan's profound cold saber was knocked to the ground. Just as Luo Yishan used his true chi, intending to pull the profound cold saber back into his hand, Shangguan Jinghong struck, flicking a third copper coin. This one was extremely fast and silent. It was almost as fast as Luo Yishan's speed. The moment he had just grasped the profound cold saber, thud, the copper coin had already struck his temple. Luo Yishan looked at Shangguan Jinghong with a face full of disbelief, never expecting that he would die just like this. A slight breeze blew, and the smell of blood drifted through the air. 3 copper coins lay on the ground. 84. Number 84 Chapter 84. The Storm of the Azure Dragon token is still on the way. 4,000 word supplement. Chapter 84. Resolving the Azure Dragon token. The storm is still on its way. 4,000 word supplement. As for the other side, Golden Wheel Dharma King had already finished off 6 elders of the Gihai sect. Only the last 2 Gihai sect elders remained standing, their faces filled with terror. They never expected that the Golden Wheel Dharma King before them would be so terrifying, capable of slaughtering the 8 of them like this single-handedly. If Golden Wheel Dharma King hadn't failed to show King Realm fluctuations, they would have thought he had already made a breakthrough to the King Realm. But as it stood, a Golden Wheel Dharma King at Spirit Realm perfection was already this terrifying. Once he broke through to the King Realm, his combat power would likely skyrocket. At that moment, Golden Wheel Dharma King made his move. Taking a step forward, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared before a Gihai sect elder and threw a punch. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The Gihai sect elder was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground, dead as could be. Now, only the last Gihai sect elder remained. His eyes were filled with fear. He never imagined this would be the outcome. Just you wait, King Xuan'e will surely avenge us. When that time comes, not only you, but even the hidden power behind you will be uprooted. Bang! While he was speaking, Golden Wheel Dharma King had already arrived behind him, and a fist as hard as steel shattered his head. Too much talk. With that, the battle ended. The onlookers watched the scene before them, unable to snap out of it for a long time. They never expected that the Gihai sect leader Luo Yishan, along with the 8 great elders, would be dealt with so effortlessly. Hu Hai, Luo Xiaodong, take men and wipe out the Gihai sect. Pack all the treasures into storage pouches and transport them back. By your command, sect leader. At this moment, Hu Hai and Luo Xiaodong were full of respect in the main hall of the money gang. Golden Wheel Dharma King spoke first. War King, I must enter seclusion. I have completely felt the bottleneck of the King Realm. Within 3 days I will be able to break through to the King Realm. Very well, go into seclusion then. Shangguan Jinghong nodded. Then, Golden Wheel Dharma King's figure flashed as he headed toward the secret chamber of the money gang. In the hall, only Shangguan Jinghong remained sitting in his chair. At this time, Wu Cheng walked in. Greetings, sect leader. Is there something? Wu Cheng quickly said. Sect leader, by wiping out the Gihai sect today, you have completely offended King Xuan'e. He will certainly seek revenge. After all, if Chen Xuan'e did not take revenge, the other forces that had submitted to him would feel cold-hearted, so he would send people to take action no matter what. Furthermore, he will surely be clear about your strength, sect leader. The people he sends next will likely have a cultivation at King Realm perfection. So, sect leader, do we have any other experts available? Wu Cheng swallowed hard. Although Shangguan Jinghong's strength was indeed powerful and he had killed Luo Yishan with ease, no matter how strong he was, if he faced an enemy at King Realm perfection or possibly even the Emperor Realm, he would surely be no match. Since his life was at stake, he had to get this clear. Shangguan Jinghong smiled faintly. He understood Wu Cheng's concerns very well. Don't worry. Soldiers will be blocked by generals, and water will be covered by earth. We have plenty of experts here. Whether Chen Xuan'e sends King Realm Perfection or the Emperor Realm, we can handle it. The reason I am so confident is because of this. With those words, a token appeared in his hand, with 3 large characters clearly written on it. Azure Dragon Token. Looking at the Azure Dragon Token in Shangguan Jinghong's hand, Wu Cheng hurriedly asked, "Sect leader, what is this?" Shangguan Jinghong said calmly, "The exclusive token of the Azure Dragon Society that we rely on." Hearing this, Wu Cheng began to think, because in his memory, he had never heard the name Azure Dragon Society. One must know that even among hidden powers, some of the more powerful ones had names, but he truly had never heard of the Azure Dragon Society. Shangguan Jinghong seemed to see through Wu Cheng's misgivings. "Rest assured, I know what you're thinking. The experts within the Azure Dragon Society are beyond your imagination. King Xuan'e is nothing to fear." Seeing this, Wu Cheng could only nod. Understood, sect leader. Things had already reached this point. The Gihai sect leader was dead, and King Xuan'e was completely offended. Even if he wanted to defect back, his end would only be death. Shanghai Marquis residence. A handsome middle-aged man had a look of horror on his face as he looked toward the location of the money gang. This person was none other than the Marquis of Shanghai, Su Shanzhen, a middle king realm expert ranked 98th on the king ranking, with the title Zhen Jushan. A servant came up at this time. "My lord, what should we do about this situation? Should we report it to King Xuan'e immediately?" Su Shanzhen said slowly, "I have already reported the situation." His expression was solemn. The battle between Shangguan Jinghong and Luo Yishan had been entirely within his sight. Through his careful observation, he could feel that Shangguan Jinghong hadn't used his full strength at all against Luo Yishan. As such, if Shangguan Jinghong were to erupt with his full strength, he would clearly be stronger than him. If Chen Xuan'e wanted him to take action to resolve this, for a moment, he really didn't know what to do in the Xuan'e royal residence. Chen Xuan'e had just finished his exercise, and sat by the bed resting with a satisfied look. On his bed lay a fair-faced young man, looking at Chen Xuan'e with deep affection and speaking in a coquettish voice. "Your Highness, you're so amazing, I love you so much. But Your Highness, you promised me that as long as I gave you my first time, you would give me a true essence pill." Chen Xuan'e looked at the young man with doting eyes and reached out his right hand to pinch the young man's fair and tender cheek. "My little darling, don't worry. This king's style of doing things has always been to do as I say. I'll have a servant bring the true essence pill to you in a moment." Hearing this, the young man replied happily, "Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, you are so kind." Thinking about the true essence pill he would soon receive, his hard work and effort all last night were completely worth it. After all, a certain part of him was still in faint pain. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain a second time in his life. But at this moment, his attention was entirely on the true essence pill, and he didn't notice the killing intent flashing in Chen Xuan'e's eyes. "I have some matters to attend to. You stay in bed and rest well. I'll have a servant bring the true essence pill to you shortly." "By your command, Your Highness." Immediately, Chen Xuan'e walked out of the room. Just as he stepped out, an old man immediately came to meet him. Chen Xuan'e's face, which had been full of smiles, instantly turned gloomy. "Elder Hai, you've come at the right time. Arrange for someone to dispose of him later." "By your command, Your Highness," Elder Hai replied respectfully. As a eunuch who grew up in the imperial palace and someone who had watched Chen Xuan'e grow up, he was very clear about certain hobbies of Chen Xuan'e. He didn't understand it, nor did he like it, but there was nothing he could do. He was just a servant and could not make decisions for Chen Xuan'e. "Tomorrow, find me someone even younger. This one's age is a bit too much. I don't like it very much." As if remembering something, Chen Xuan'e added. Elder Hai said respectfully, "By your command, Your Highness. I will arrange for them to search for one later." "Good. All right, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to cultivate." To this, Elder Hai immediately said, "Your Highness, news has come from the Marquis of Shanghai in Luoshan Prefecture." Luoshan Prefecture? I remember there's only one Shuntian Hall there that hasn't submitted to us. What could possibly happen? Chen Xuan'e was a bit puzzled. He remembered Shuntian Hall very clearly. Not long ago, the King Realm old ancestor of the hall passed away. The entire force didn't even have a single King Realm expert. Could they really turn the world upside down? Besides, haven't the Marquis of Shanghai and the Gihai sect already submitted to us? What could possibly be the matter? Elder Hai immediately replied, "Your Highness, the current Shuntian Hall has changed its name. It's no longer called Shuntian Hall but the Money Gang. The Gihai sect leader Luo Yishan is dead, the entire Gihai sect has been wiped out, and the culprit behind all this is precisely the Money Gang." Hearing this, Chen Xuan'e was brimming with killing intent. He never expected that the Money Gang would actually dare to slap his face like this. If this news got out, not only would the forces in Jiangnan Circuit that had submitted to him easily develop other ideas, but even the forces he was still trying to win over would likely turn cold because of it. Damn it, where did this money gang pop up from, to actually not give me face like this, truly deserving of death? Your Highness, according to the news from the Marquis of Shanghai, the money gang should be backed by some hidden power. Otherwise, other forces would not dare to so blatantly offend Your Highness. Hidden power? I don't care which hidden power they come from. They are not allowed to set foot in Jiangnan Circuit. The matter with the Cheng family last time didn't even make these fellows stop. It seems they really don't take me seriously. In just less than 2 weeks, another hidden power had actually seized a force. Moreover, the money gang that appeared before him made him feel even more enraged than the Cheng family last time. The Cheng family only used their influence to pressure people and forcibly occupy that county, town. They didn't take action against his people, but the money gang was different. Not only did they seize the force he was about to subdue, but they even dared to wipe out a force that had already submitted to him. He was very clear that Luo Yishan must have reported his name before he died. But even so, the money gang still killed Luo Yishan and wiped out the Gihai sect. It seems Chen Xuan'e, have given these fellows too much face. Immediately contact the Marquis of Shanghai and have him wipe out the entire money gang. By your command, Your Highness, Elder Hai hurriedly said respectfully. This old servant will go and arrange it now. Fine, go on. Keep an eye on the matters over there. If the Marquis of Shanghai has news, report it to me immediately. By your command. Immediately, Elder Hai went to arrange the task. Chen Xuan'e felt the fire he had just released rising in his heart again. He quickly stopped the servant who was about to go in and dispose of the young man. Wait a moment. Come back to finish him off in an hour. By your command, Your Highness. The servant hurriedly said respectfully. With words spoken to this point, how could he not know what Chen Xuan'e wanted to do during this hour? However, one thing that made him feel disgusted was that Chen Xuan'e actually liked men. It was truly too bizarre. The dignified fourth son of the current Great Yuan Emperor, King Xuan'e, who occupied an entire province, actually liked men. If this news got out, it would probably shock the entire Great Yuan dynasty. Of course, it was impossible for him to say it, as his parents, wife, and children were all in Chen Xuan'ai's hands. At the same time, lewd sounds came from inside the room, one after another. What? After seeing the letter in his hand, the Marquis of Shanghai, Su Shanzhen, was completely stunned. He really didn't expect that Chen Xuan'e would actually have him go and eliminate the money gang. My lord, what do we do now? If we don't go, King Xuan'e will surely find trouble for us. Su Shanzhen looked at his subordinate and sneered. Finding trouble is a small matter. If I go, although I won't die, I will definitely be injured. I have already felt the bottleneck of the Late King realm. Give me another half a year, and I'll be able to charge for the Late King realm. I don't want to get injured at this time. To this the subordinate was stunned. My lord, then what should we do now? We have joined King Xuan'ai's camp. If we don't go, King Xuan'e will surely hold us accountable. Su Shanzhen replied calmly, I haven't specifically joined his command, it's only temporary. And as for holding me accountable, he'll have to wait until he becomes the crown prince to talk about that. Right now, with just his status as a prince, he can at most say a few words. When it comes to actually punishing me, it's not his place to decide. Their Shanghai Marquis lineage, like the Marquis of Qingzhou, was also one of the 20 founding marquisates of the Great Yuan dynasty. So this was his confidence. The current King Xuan'e, Chen Xuan'e, had not yet become the crown prince, so he could only talk about him but could not restrict him in other ways. Then the servant asked, I'll write a letter. You deliver it to the money gang and tell them that I will not oppose them, but I also ask them not to come and disturb me. By your command, my lord. In a short while, Su Shanzhen had written 2 letters. The first one is to be sent to the money gang. The second one, use a black eagle to send it to the Xuan'e royal residence in 3 days. I hope Chen Xuan'e can understand the meaning within. By your command, my lord, your subordinate will go and do it now. In the money gang's secret chamber, Golden Wheel Dharma King opened his eyes, his gaze like torches. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly powerful. Compared to the Luo Yishan who had fought Shengguan Jinghong before, he felt that if he were to take action now, he could also defeat the opponent. Without reason, the difference between the King realm and the True realm was truly as different as heaven and earth. Immediately, he walked out of the secret chamber. Shengguan Jinghong had just finished reading the letter sent by Su Shanzhen. Golden Wheel, not bad, you broke through so quickly. War King is too kind. Has there been any situation lately? Is King Xuan'ai's side going to make a move? If so, I want to stretch my muscles a bit. Shengguan Jinghong shook his head. Not for now, but it won't be long before they do. The storm is still on its way. P.S. I got stuck in traffic on the way back. Sorry, everyone. On the 10th, I'll make it all up to you. My apologies. 85. Number 85 Chapter 85 The Inside Story of the Ghost-Faced Fierce Monk Mingkong of the Upper Fist King Sect. Chapter 85. Ascending the Fist King Sect, the Ghost-Faced Vicious Monk Mingkong. The Inside Story. Great Li Dao, Liyang Prefecture, Fist King Sect. Inside the main hall, Left Path sat in the primary seat. At this moment, Luo Chaoyang spoke up. Junior Marshal Uncle, are we really just going to let this go? Yu Feng is the most outstanding disciple our Fist King sect has produced in its 100-year history. His heart was currently filled with immense indignation. After all, Yu Feng was only in his 20s and had already reached the early spirit realm. As for the height he could reach in the future, if nothing else, he would definitely become an early Emperor realm expert. With a bit of luck, he might even be able to achieve the Saint realm. By then, the fame of their Fist King sect wouldn't just be spread across Great Li Dao. All 24 Daos of the entire Great Yuan dynasty would know the name of the Fist King sect. No, by that time, it might not be called the Fist King sect anymore, but the Fist Saint sect. But this beautiful dream had completely turned into bubbles the moment Yu Feng was taken away. Left Path's expression was gloomy. Do you think I wanted Yu Feng to be taken away? You saw the situation back then. With Wei Xuanpei plus Lin Luoyang, I could handle one, but how could I handle two? Ultimately, it's because we are too weak. If we had the power of the Xuankang Temple or the Holy Sword Sect, let alone two people acting together, even if Luo Zan joined them to make three, we would have no fear. Just then, a voice rang out in the hall. It seems that King Left and Sect Master Luo have quite a few grievances against them. Why not consider joining us? I guarantee we can bring Yu Feng back to you. Looking toward the sound, they saw a man with a bald head, wearing monk robes, with his back turned to them. The next second, when he turned around, what met their eyes was an ugly face, like a malevolent ghost, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. The moment he saw the face, a name instantly surfaced in Left Path's mind. It's you, the traitor of Xuankang Temple, the ghost-faced vicious monk who was once ranked 90th on the king ranking, Mingkong. Didn't the outside world say you were already dead? How are you still alive? To think you could escape from the hands of the Xuankang Temple's law enforcement squad. It seems the king ranking still ranked you too low. He never expected that Mingkong would still be alive. One must know that in order to kill him, the Xuankang Temple had sent 3 king realm experts to hunt him down. No one expected Mingkong to survive. After that battle, Mingkong disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed, and for Mingkong to suddenly reappear was simply incredible. Mingkong sneered, his whole being like a malevolent ghost walking out of hell. The Xuankang Temple? What kind of garbage are they to think they're worthy of killing me? If it weren't for them back then, I estimate I would have already become an early Emperor realm expert by now. After all, when he defected from the Xuankang Temple, his cultivation was already at the Middle King realm. 20 years later, excluding the 20 years spent recovering from injuries, it took him less than 3 years to break through from the Middle King realm to the Late King realm. One must know that breakthroughs in the King realm's cultivation are 100 times more difficult. Within a lifespan of 300 years, some people might not necessarily be able to break through a single realm even in 30 years. Left Path inquired, Mingkong, I'm very curious. According to the rumors that spread, you were only one step away from the position of Buddha's son. As long as you stayed steady, you could have immediately become the Buddha's son of Xuankang Temple, but you chose to betray the Xuankang Temple instead. Why is that? At that time, it was a sensation. No one expected that Mingkong, who was just one step away from being the Buddha's son, would actually kill his fellow disciples and defect from the Xuankang Temple. It was truly shocking. Luo Chaoyang beside him was equally curious. After all, no one is unwilling to listen to gossip. Moreover, the gossip before them involved one of the top powers in the world, the Xuankang Temple. Hearing this, Mingkong fell into memory as past events flashed through his mind one by one. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Mingkong spoke. Is the Xuankang Temple's version that I suffered chi deviation during practice, killed my fellow disciples, and thus defected? Left Path nodded. Yes, the version given by the Xuankang Temple is indeed that. To this, Mingkong sneered. That version is truly disgusting. Seeing as you are about to join us, I will tell you the real reason. There was no such thing as me suffering chi deviation and killing my fellow disciples. All of this was caused by the current Vice Hall Master of the Discipline Hall of Xuankang Temple, Ming Tang, my senior brother, and one of the former 3 Buddha's sons. Back then, I obtained a Buddhist treasure from a secret realm that was of great help to cultivation. Relying on it, I had the confidence back then to challenge for the position of Buddha's son within half a year. Ming Tang was my senior brother at the time and also my best friend. I told him about the Buddhist treasure, but, speaking to this point, Ming Kong's face was full of rage, and the atmosphere in the entire hall became heavy. In order to obtain the Buddhist treasure, he murdered our fellow disciples and framed me. That is why I later defected from the Xuankang temple. After learning the truth, Left Path and Luo Chaoyang were both very shocked. They never expected this would be the result. No wonder Ming Tang was able to break through to the Emperor realm last year and become the Vice Hall Master of the Discipline Hall. It was all because of your Buddhist treasure. Ming Kong immediately replied, of course. Otherwise, even if Ming Tang was one of the 3 Buddha's sons, he wouldn't have dreamed of breaking through to the Emperor realm so quickly. So I hate him immensely, along with the Xuankang temple and the entire Great Yuan dynasty. If I had been the Buddha's son back then, the one sitting in that position now should have been me. Just because I wasn't the Buddha's son, those fellows in the discipline hall didn't distinguish right from wrong at all, indirectly judged that I was the murderer. Thinking of this, Ming Kong wished he could charge back immediately and kill them. But considering Ming Tang was already in the early Emperor realm and had become the Vice Hall Master of the Discipline Hall, charging back would be useless. Moreover, the Xuankang temple had long since issued a warrant for him. He feared he would fall on the road before even reaching the temple. By the way, Ming Kong, you said just now to let me join you. I wonder what power is behind you that actually possesses such great energy to allow me to take back Yu Feng from Wei Xuanpei's hands? Ming Kong replied indifferently. You are very familiar with that power. Left Path's mind began to search quickly. In a short while, only a few answers remained in his head. At this time, Ming Kong continued to speak. A friendly reminder, it is an enemy of the Great Yuan dynasty. As soon as these words were spoken, Left Path immediately eliminated several answers, and only one remained in his mind. Could it be the Great Li Imperial Gate? Exactly. It is the Great Li Imperial Gate. For a moment, Left Path and Luo Chaoyang looked at each other, never imagining that Ming Kong had joined the Great Li Imperial Gate. What? From your expressions, could it be that you look down on our Great Li Imperial Gate? Suddenly, the pressure in the air increased sharply, making it a bit difficult to breathe. 86. Number 86. Chapter 86 joins the investigation to find out the truth. Light. Chapter 86. Joining, investigating, wanting to know the truth. Left Path was already injured, and although Solitary City Yi showed mercy, it still caused him considerable damage. Therefore, when facing Ming Kong's aura, his complexion began to pale. Of course, even if he hadn't been injured and had recovered to his previous peak strength of Middle King Realm, facing Ming Kong would still not be enough to count. The gap in strength between the two sides was too large. Master Ming Kong, I certainly don't mean to look down on the Great Li Imperial Gate. Hearing this, Ming Kong retracted his imposing presence. Then according to you, you agree to join our Great Li Imperial Gate? Left Path's face was pale, and he gasped for air. As for Luo Chaoyang, whose cultivation was only at spirit realm perfection, he had long since fainted under such terrifying pressure. This matter is of the utmost importance, Master Ming Kong. Could you give me a little more time to consider it carefully? After all, once he joined the Great Li Imperial Gate, he would be leading the entire Fist King sect disciples, dancing on the edge of a knife. If they were discovered, the Yu family would be their fate. It was even possible that their end would be more miserable than the Yu family's. As the Grand Elder of the Fist King sect, he had to consider the Fist King sect. Seeing this, Ming Kong's voice turned cold. Consider? I don't think there's anything to consider. Things have reached this point, there is fundamentally nothing to deliberate over. Either join our Great Li Imperial Gate now, or I will exterminate your entire Fist King sect right now. Upon hearing the last sentence, Left Path lowered his head. He knew clearly that Ming Kong was someone who followed through on his words. Lord Ming Kong, I am willing to join your Great Li Imperial Gate, but I have one request. Bring Yu Feng back to me. If you do not agree to this request, then proceed as you wish. With that, he closed his eyes. Either way, death awaited him. If he died now, the Great Yuan dynasty might posthumously reward him. If he were discovered later to have joined the Great Li Imperial Gate, the result would not be a posthumous reward from the Great Yuan dynasty, but the annihilation of the Fist King sect. So it's just this small matter. Don't worry, I guarantee it will be resolved for you. When executing Yu Feng later, we'll just use a trick of substitution. By then, you can just wait for Yu Feng's return. Alright, thank you, Master Ming Kong, Left Path said slowly. By the way, Master Ming Kong, I have one more matter that requires your assistance. Speak. That is, help me kill White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng. If it weren't for him challenging me at this critical time and causing my defeat, I would have been able to use my king ranking privilege to keep Yu Feng. Thinking of this, killing intent surged from left path. He had completely forgotten that if solitary City Yi hadn't shown mercy, he would already be a corpse, completely lacking the life to be barking here. I secretly watched your fight. The strength of White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng is indeed terrifying. If I were only Middle King Realm, I might not even be able to defeat him. But I am Late King Realm. Don't worry, once I find his whereabouts, I will take care of it for you. Thank you, Lord Ming Kong. This is a bargaining chip for welcoming you into the Great Li Imperial Gate. Our Great Li Imperial Gate emphasizes mutual assistance and does not have those messy rules of the Great Yuan Dynasty. Rest well and recover from your injuries. When the time comes for a mission that requires your execution, we will discuss it. Yes. Immediately, Ming Kong's figure flashed, and he left the main hall. At the same time, Luo Chaoyang woke up. He had heard every word of the previous conversation, and his expression was somewhat complicated. Junior Marshal Uncle, we really joined the Great Li Imperial Gate. But if we are discovered, our entire Fist King sect will be finished. Left Path shook his head. There was no other way but to join. If I had dared to say no just now, Ming Kong would have acted. Since things have come to this, we must live in the present. We can only hope not to be discovered, and later, when Yu Feng returns, place our hopes on him. Understood. What's going on? What happened? As soon as Ming Kong returned to his room, he found several people with grim expressions. Master Ming, we just received news that Cheng Zan and the other two who went to the Divine Blade Hall are dead. What? Cheng Zan and the other two are dead? Yes. For a moment, Ming Kong was stunned. What happened? According to the intelligence we previously obtained, the Divine Blade Hall has no King Realm experts. Moreover, with Cheng Zan's strength, even someone at Middle King Realm might not be able to kill him. Now the problem is, Cheng Zan is dead. If the person behind him finds out, how will we report back? Speaking of this, even Ming Kong couldn't help but tremble. After all, that person's infamous reputation was much greater than his own. Hearing about the person behind Cheng Zan, the others couldn't help but swallow hard. They were even more afraid than Ming Kong. We don't know the specific reason either. It seems the backer of the Divine Blade Hall has a very powerful background. Since that's the case, immediately upload the intelligence and let that great figure handle it. Just say that we knew nothing about the news. Ming Kong immediately said, understood, I will go notify them immediately. Good. The rest of you, prepare to enter the Wang family with me to get the King Chen token from Wang Taigang. Yes, Master Ming, Grand Marshal of the Great Li Dao's residence. Steward Luo, thank you for your trouble. Luo Zan waved his hand. It's all minor business, and I didn't really help you much. Not at all, Steward Luo is too modest. You helped me quite a bit. 13th Li quickly replied. Afterward, Luo Zan pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Next, Brother Li should be preparing to go to Qingzhou, right? Yes, Steward Luo. Since that's the case, I still have to ask Brother Li for a favor. Just say it. I want to know exactly how my daughter died. I absolutely do not believe Wei Xuanpei's account. Luo Zan's tone was icy. In his life, he had 4 sons and 1 daughter. Therefore, he doted on his only daughter immensely. However, what he couldn't accept was the news that his daughter had died from qi deviation during a failed seclusion attempt. This was an outcome he could not accept at all. Don't worry, Steward Luo, I will investigate clearly for you when I go to Qingzhou. Good, I'll have to trouble Brother Li then. No time to lose, I'll take my leave now. 13th Li immediately requested to depart. Alright, be careful on your journey, and contact me immediately if you find any clues about the Great Li Imperial Gate. No problem. Subsequently, 13th Li left the Marshal's residence with Rain General and Thunder General. Sir, should we really help investigate? 13th Li shook his head. How could I? I don't have the spare time to help him investigate. What I said just now was merely polite talk. In the main hall of the Marshal's residence, Luo Zan sat in the main seat, the image of Luo Zhener surfacing in his mind. Zhener, your father will definitely investigate the truth for you. Has old Marquis Wei left yet? Sir, old Marquis Wei has not yet departed. Good, I understand. 87. Number 87 Chapter 87 Discussing the demise of the Wang family. Chapter 87. Discussing the demise of the Wang family. At a blood demon cult stronghold, Qin Yimo, the blood king of the demonic sea, looked at the shattered blood bead, his face filled with killing intent. The death of one Lin Ba had already pained him, but Chen Buer's death was adding insult to injury. One must know that most of his previous affairs were handled by Chen Buer. He was completely nurturing Chen Buer as a confidant, but now, all of that has been destroyed with Chen Buer's death. It seems I need to contact Zaishan and have him send someone to investigate. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to kill my general must die. A terrifying aura spread throughout the hall. The guards outside, sensing it, immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. They were all very clear that the current Qin Yimo was in a state of extreme fury. Anyone who provoked him would probably die without even a trace. Go and summon Chief Steward Luo and Lord Li of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Tell them that I have a very urgent matter that requires their discussion. In the main hall of the mansion, Lin Luoyang played with the King Chen token in his hand. Yes, Prefect. Two subordinates quickly replied. The next second, their figures flashed and disappeared from in front of Lin Luoyang. Chief Steward, our prefect has an urgent matter to discuss with you. In the chief steward's mansion hall, Luo Zhan was just about to go find Wei Xuanpei to inquire about the specific circumstances of Luo Zhener's death. Is it really an urgent matter? Yes, Chief Steward. Luo Zhan nodded. All right then, let's go. On the other side, 13th Li, along with General Yu and General Feng, had already arrived at the Liyang Prefecture city gate, preparing to leave the city, but they were successfully stopped by Lin Luoyang's subordinates. Lord Li, our prefect has an urgent matter to discuss with you. 13th Li looked at the trembling middle-aged man. If he hadn't noticed something was wrong and immediately held back, the middle-aged man in front of him would already be a corpse. What does your lord want with me? Could it be that he discovered traces of the Great Li Imperial Gate? The middle-aged man quickly replied, Lord Li, I don't know about that. The prefect didn't specify. At this moment, Wang Tinlei spoke. Lord, should we go? Luo Yu, on the other side, said nothing, looking at 13th Li, waiting for him to make a decision. Let's go and see. We have plenty of time anyway. Let's see what urgent matter it is. Understood. Inside the main hall, Luo Zhan and 13th Li sat on either side, while Lin Luoyang sat in the main seat. Luo Zhan was the first to speak. Prefect Lin, what urgent matter requires you to summon both me and Lord Li? Could it be that you've discovered clues about the Great Li Imperial Gate? In his opinion, only this reason would make Lin Luoyang summon both him and 13th Li. As for other reasons, he hadn't thought of any at the moment. Seeing that Luo Zhan had already asked, 13th Li didn't interject, merely looking calmly at Lin Luoyang. After all, among the three, although his realm was the lowest, his combat power was the strongest. The next second, Lin Luoyang took out the King Chen token from his storage pouch. With this, finding the Great Li Imperial Gate is only a matter of time. What is this thing? Luo Zhan inquired. A King Chen token, a treasure that can open King Chen's tomb. 13th Li stood up, took the King Chen token from Lin Luoyang's hand, and examined it. Where did you get this, Prefect Lin? Immediately, Lin Luoyang recounted Wang Taigang's story in full detail. Indeed, this item is not something that Wang Taigang could protect. After hearing Lin Luoyang's words, Luo Zhan immediately said, Well done, Prefect Lin. With the King Chen token, we can indeed find the Great Li Imperial Gate. Of course, our current strength is probably not enough. I need to immediately contact the higher-ups and have them urgently dispatch people from other Dao. 13th Li immediately said. He knew very well what was inside King Chen's tomb. Let alone him, some of the items there would even interest those in the King realm. So what do we do next? Just wait here? Luo Zhan asked. Wait for what? Arrange for subordinates to search for the other King Chen tokens. There are 5 King Chen tokens in total, and we've only obtained 1. You immediately arrange for your subordinates to search for the King Chen tokens. I'll contact the higher-ups on my end. Alright, no problem. The Wang family is located 50 kilometers outside Liyang Prefecture. In the Wang family courtyard, Wang Taigang was conversing with Wang Liang. At this moment, his spirit looked much better than before. After all, with the King Chen token given away, it was as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. Wang Liang, wait. After we get the resources, cultivate well. With your father guiding you, you will definitely be able to break through to the King realm. At that time, the future of the Wang family will depend entirely on you. Wang Liang's tone was firm. Father, please rest assured, your son will definitely not disappoint your expectations and will protect the Wang family. Well, the next second, a cold voice echoed in the hall. Protect the Wang family? That's no longer possible. Soon, your Wang family will go to hell. Wang Taigang and Wang Liang looked over at the sound, only to see Ming Kong standing in the middle of the courtyard. They didn't know when he had arrived. In an instant, Wang Taigang recognized Ming Kong. It's you, the ghost-faced fierce monk Ming Kong, the traitor of Xuankang Temple. Weren't you killed by the people of Xuankang Temple more than 20 years ago? How can you still be alive now? Ming Kong sneered. Killed? You think too highly of Xuankang Temple. As long as I don't want to die, the people of Xuankang Temple can't kill me. Seeing this, Wang Taigang quickly replied, Then why are you here at my Wang family today? Our Wang family has no recent grievances or past enmities with you. Even if you want revenge, you should seek revenge from Xuankang Temple, not our Wang family. Ming Kong's tone was calm. I joined the Great Li Imperial Gate. I presume you already know the answer in your heart. Those few words instantly crushed Wang Taigang. Since Ming Kong had joined the Great Li Imperial Gate, then his visit must be for the King Chen token. Lord Ming Kong, you've come too late. I've already handed over the King Chen token. Its current owner is Lin Luoyang, the prefect of Luoyang Prefecture. From the beginning, I never wanted this item. If you want the King Chen token, go ask Lin Luoyang for it. For a moment, Ming Kong's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He could tell from Wang Taigang's words that what Wang Taigang said was true. In that case, your Wang family has no need to exist either. Act. Understood, Lord. Boom. Ming Kong made his move, and a monstrous blood seal instantly took the lives of both Wang Taigang and Wang Liang. The disparity in strength was too great. Wang Taigang couldn't even react. 88. Number 88 Chapter 88 Raging Fury and Emerging Killing Intent. The Hanging Temple joins the fray. Chapter 88 Raging Anger, Surging Killing Intent. Xuankang Temple joins. At the same time, in the core area of the Great Li Imperial Gate, an aura soared into the sky. Following closely, a figure arrived at the main hall. Li Jinyang immediately stood up and said to the angry Cheng Tianyan. Tianyan, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? What happened? Cheng Tianyan's face was full of killing intent, and her tone was cold. Elder Li, my grandson is dead. The most outstanding person of my Cheng family is dead. At this, even Li Jinyang felt extremely surprised. You mean Cheng Zan is dead? How is that possible? There is no one in Great Li Dao who can kill him. How could he die? And he knew very well that Cheng Zan still had the Rosa demon worm in his possession, which had terrifying lethality. Without 3 Middle King realm experts or someone on the king ranking, it would be impossible to kill him. Furthermore, the ghost-faced demon monk Kongming and the profound sea swordsman Luo Tianqi were together. There was no reason for Cheng Zan to die. Elder Li, it's the truth. Xiao Zan is dead. The message came from Kongming. I don't care. I'm going out. The murderer who killed Xiao Zan must die. Li Jinyang nodded. Fine, just be careful. After all, he knew very well that Cheng Tianyan was currently in a rage. If he tried to stop her, she might even fight him to the death. Moreover, with Cheng Tianyan's strength, she could even hold her own against someone on the imperial ranking. Nothing major should go wrong. Don't worry, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Tianyan's figure flashed and disappeared from the Hall Moyang Prefecture. Divine Blade Hall. Everyone gathered together. Bai Tianyu, Fu Hongshui, and the others looked calm. As for Bold Zhang, Luo Men, and the others, their faces were filled with surprise. They truly hadn't expected the power behind the Divine Blade Hall to be so formidable. 3 major forces had attacked together, yet they were all wiped out. Hall Master, what power is backing us? It's actually this strong, and right now, we've offended 3 major forces all at once. Among them, the Great Li Imperial Gate and the Blood Demon Cult are both top-tier powers, and the Zan Gate is also a first-rate power. Can the backing behind us hold out? Bold Zhang was the first to step forward and speak. One must know that if any other power offended even one of those 3, they would already be finished. But they had offended 3. Even though he had great faith in the Divine Blade Hall, he couldn't help but worry now. Luo Kong and the others didn't speak, their eyes turning toward Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu's expression remained calm. Rest assured, our background is very significant. What's there to fear from 3 major forces? We are undaunted. After receiving those reassuring words, the tension in everyone's hearts dissipated significantly. Zangate, one of the first hidden powers to emerge. He Tian, one of the 8 hall masters of the Zangate, looked at the broken jade tablet in his hand, a towering killing intent surfacing on his face. Hall Master, he was not only his favorite disciple but also his illegitimate son. To ensure Hall Master's safety, he had specifically arranged for Old Man Hai. He thought that with a King Realm expert present, taking the King Chen token from the Divine Blade Hall should not be a problem. But the current result told him that he had been overthinking it. Even with the protection of a King Realm expert, Hall Master, he still ended up dead. Hall Master, rest assured. Your father will definitely avenge you. Someone, summon the elders of the hall. I am going to Moyang Prefecture. As you command, Hall Master. Divine Blade Hall, I will tear all of you into 10,000 pieces to offer as a sacrifice for the deceased Hall Master. Haitian County, under the jurisdiction of Liang Prefecture. As one of the bottom-ranked counties among the 10 under Liang Prefecture, the strongest person in the entire county was only at the True Realm. The Chen family, the strongest family in Haitian County. In the Chen family study, Chen Luoshi, the head of the family, was fiddling with a token. This token was something passed down from his ancestors. Although the Chen family hadn't produced a single spirit realm expert to date, because they were located in a small county, almost no power took notice of them. This allowed the Chen family to endure for 300 years, lasting much longer than some major powers. Bang! At this moment, the door was pushed open. A young man in his early 20s walked in. It was Chen Luoxi's eldest son, Chen Yishan. As the most outstanding of the current generation in the Chen family, Chen Yishan had just turned 22 and had already reached Void Realm perfection. If he continued like this, a breakthrough to the Spirit Realm in the future would be a certainty. Father, you're studying that token again. I really don't know what there is to study. He truly couldn't understand the token that Chen Luoxi studied all day and night. In his view, that thing was completely useless. With that time, it would be better to cultivate. Chen Luoxi only smiled at this. Yishan, you don't understand at all. This token likely has a significant origin. According to the lore passed down by our ancestors, it is the key to opening a great tomb. Legend has it that there are countless treasures inside that tomb. If we obtain even one, let alone the spirit realm, even the king realm would be within reach. The duel 2 days ago between the Grand Elder of the Fist King sect, Furious Sky Fist King Left Path, and the White Cloud City Lord Yi Gucheng, that is what we should aspire to. Chen Yishan ignored Chen Luoxi. He simply felt his father was going crazy. Key to a great tomb? It's all nonsense. And if it really were the key to some great tomb, with the Chen family's strength, wanting to fight for the treasures inside is simply wishful thinking. Father, don't think so much. Tomorrow we have to go to Liang Prefecture to attend grandfather's birthday banquet. Get ready properly. After saying that, Chen Yishan walked out. Seeing this, Chen Luoxi looked at the King Chen token in his hand with a face full of reluctance. Could it be that all of this is fake? In Qingzhou, Zhan Shu had already packed his things and was preparing to return to Xuankang Temple. After all, having stayed in Qingzhou for so many days and searched every nook and cranny, he still hadn't found any trace of pure void. During this time, he had been harboring a thought that pure void might already be dead, dying in the previous battle between Wei Xuanpei and General Feng. Furthermore, he had always felt that the person who killed Wei Xuanpei might not be from the Great Li Imperial Gate, but another power that shifted the blame onto them. Of course, all of this was his speculation. Whether that was actually the case remained unknown. However, just as he was about to leave, the cry of a bird was heard. Looking up, it turned out to be a bird unique to their Xuankang temple, a swift bird. A letter was tied to the bird's leg. Zhan Shu opened it and was somewhat surprised. The King Chen token has appeared, and King Chen's tomb has emerged. You must obtain a King Chen token and enter King Chen's tomb. At the same time, a figure appeared before him at that very moment. 89. Number 89 Chapter 89 Taking action reveals the scheme has gone wrong. 4,000 words added. Chapter 89. Taking action, discovery, fishing in troubled waters, chaos, 4,000 bonus. The moment he saw the figure, Zhan Shu hurriedly spoke with respect. Greetings, Junior Marshal Uncle Minghai. Minghai waved his hand. You are the Buddhist son. There is no need for such formality. According to the rules of Xuankang Temple, the status of a Buddhist son was much higher than that of an outer sect elder like himself. Even though he was ranked on the king ranking, their status and positions were incomparable. Junior Marshal Uncle Minghai, given the status and position of our Xuankang Temple, we shouldn't need to fight for this King Chen token, right? Why would the people in the temple ask us to seize it? From Zhan Shu's perspective, this was completely unnecessary. He had looked into the information regarding King Chen's tomb before. It was nothing more than a prince with many funerary objects. It wasn't worth Xuankang Temple taking action. Nephew Zhan Shu, you are still young. There are some things you don't understand yet. It is said that a Buddhist treasure is buried within King Chen's tomb. 800 years ago, the abbot of our Xuankang temple gave it to the Emperor of Dali as a birthday gift. Later, when King Chen died, the Emperor of Dali, who loved King Chen dearly, placed that Buddhist treasure into King Chen's tomb as a funerary object. Hearing this, Zhan Shu finally understood. So that's how it is. Let's go. According to the intelligence provided by the sect, 2 King Chen tokens have already been discovered. One is with the Wang family in Liang Prefecture, and the other is at the Divine Blade Hall in Moyang Prefecture. However, by my calculations, those 2 King Chen tokens are likely no longer in their hands. The Great Li Imperial Gate will certainly move to seize the King Chen tokens, and other powers will also be interested in them. Let's go search for the 3 that haven't been found yet. The main reason Minghai didn't consider taking action against those 2 King Chen tokens was that the experts from Xuankang Temple were still on their way here. With his current strength, he couldn't achieve total dominance. although he was ranked 101st on the king ranking, which would have been dominant before. In the current situation, it was definitely not enough. Junior Marshal Uncle Minghai, we're going to search for the 3 undiscovered King Chen tokens, but we have no clues. Like this will be like a headless fly. Zhan Shu understood that their current strength might not be enough to outcompete other powers, but it shouldn't come to this. Buddhist son Zhan Shu, rest assured. We have already found out the whereabouts of one of them. In that case, let's not delay. Let's move. Alright. As the words fell, the 2 figures instantly disappeared from the spot. Great Li Dao, Liang Prefecture. I didn't expect the attraction of the King Chen token to be so great. The Wang family was actually exterminated. Lin Luoyang sat in the main seat and spoke slowly. As the prefect of Liang Prefecture, he had stayed in Liang for 30 years. Although his friendship with Wang Taigang was average, they had met several times. Wang Taigang was able to live until the limit of the King realm entirely by relying on his caution and meticulousness. Otherwise, the Wang family would have been wiped out long ago. But now, with the appearance of the King Chen token, they were instantly annihilated, which was completely beyond expectation. I went to the scene to take a look. The people who took action were very cruel. Everyone in the Wang family, without exception, is dead. As for Wang Taigang, his death was miserable. Looking at the traces at the scene, I estimate the opponent's strength is no lower than the late King realm. Otherwise, Wang Taigang wouldn't have had 0 reaction. 13th Li said from the side. According to Brother Li's words, the perpetrator is very likely someone from the Great Li Imperial Gate. Luo Zhan added immediately. It should be the Great Li Imperial Gate. No one else would have a reason to attack the Wang family. And I suspect Wang Taigang already leaked information to the Great Li Imperial Gate, saying the King Chen token was with me. Lin Luoyang said slowly. No matter. If they leaked it, they leaked it. The people from the Great Li Imperial Gate don't have the courage to come here and snatch the King Chen token. Lin Luoyang spoke with a firm tone. After all, if the Great Li Imperial Gate did that, they would completely offend the Great Yuan dynasty. Prefect Lin is right, and reinforcements from above will arrive soon. However, what surprises me is the intelligence I received from Moyang Prefecture. It said that people from the Profound Gate went to the Divine Blade Hall, but they never came out. Luo Zhan immediately replied. From the looks of it, the Divine Blade Hall has a huge background, not even putting the Profound Gate in their eyes. 13th Li shook his head. Manager Luo, that reasoning is very unrealistic. The Profound Gate is considered a first-class power in the entire Great Yuan dynasty. To not put the Profound Gate in one's eyes, they would at least have to be a first-class power, or even a top-tier power. But you and I both know that the standard for a first-class power is to have at least a Saint Realm expert presiding over it. We know all the powers in the Great Yuan dynasty that have Saint Realm experts. Even among those hidden powers, there are only so many with Saint Realm experts. Seeing this, Lin Luoyang immediately offered a different view. Brother Li, that's not necessarily true. Not all of those hidden powers have fully emerged. Some hidden powers have been cultivating in dimensional spaces for 1,000 years, never involving themselves with the world. Luo Zhan immediately said, enough, these matters aren't for us to worry about. Anyway, the King Chen token is already in our hands. We just need to wait for the experts from above to arrive. As for the Divine Blade Hall, we'll see. They've already offended the Profound Gate, and don't forget, both of you, who wants the King Chen token the most? Once these words were spoken, the two also realized. Needless to say, it was definitely the Great Li Imperial Gate. With the Profound Gate in front and the Great Li Imperial Gate behind, it remained to be seen if the Divine Blade Hall could hold out. If they really could, it would prove their backing was no small matter. To be able to keep the King Chen token under the pincer attack of a first-class power and a top-tier power, their strength would naturally be self-evident. Of course, this possibility was very small. Neither the Profound Gate nor the Great Li Imperial Gate were to be trifled with. Wind Spirit Path, one of the 24 paths of Great Yuan. Wind Spirit Prefecture, the capital of the Wind Spirit Path. According to the latest intelligence, a King Chen token has appeared. Should we act? The King Chen token, the key to opening King Chen's tomb? Exactly. I heard that among the funerary objects the last emperor of Dali gave to King Chen, there was a semi-spiritual artifact. Now that 800 years have passed, do you think it's possible that semi-spiritual artifact has evolved into a spiritual artifact? If it's a spiritual artifact, it's definitely worth taking action. But if we do that, we might offend the Great Li Imperial Gate. So what? It's not like we're afraid of the Great Li Imperial Gate. Besides, I don't believe the Great Li Imperial Gate would dare to fight us over a single King Chen token. Moreover, we certainly aren't the only ones who know this news. Others like the Profound Gate, Xuankong Temple, Blood Demon Cult, Holy Sword Sect, Great Yuan Dynasty, Spiritual Dao Palace, and so on, likely have clues as well. From this perspective, we can definitely take action. Fine, then arrange for people to move. There are 5 King Chen tokens. We only need to get one to enter King Chen's tomb. The current situation is that there's a King Chen token at the Wang family in Liang Prefecture and one at the Divine Blade Hall in Moyang Prefecture. As for the remaining 3 King Chen tokens, although we don't know their exact locations, why don't we do something big? At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat said, "Hall Master Li, what do you mean?" The others also turned their gazes toward him, wanting to know Li Hai's thoughts. Li Hai's tone was cold, that is to make the results of the King Chen token public. After all, they are currently acting in secret and haven't released the news of the King Chen token at all. If this continues, we won't get the King Chen token at all. So according to my idea, just make the King Chen token public, muddy the waters completely. When the time comes, whoever wants the King Chen token will have to rely on their own ability. Of course, the main reason is that top-tier powers like Xuankang Temple, Holy Sword Sect, Spiritual Dao Palace, Ironblood Luo family, and Kongyue Bai family are far from Great Li Dao. By the time they rush over, we will have already obtained a King Chen token. I don't believe they would dare to fight us for the sake of a King Chen token. Not bad, this method is very good. Let's implement it immediately and strive to get the King Chen token before those guys receive the news and rush over. Understood. Sovereign Qingzhou. Wei Yuan, who had just returned, went to the tea house. At this moment, only White Phoenix was in the tea house's private room. When he saw Wei Yuan, he hurriedly said with respect, "This subordinate greets the Dragon Lord." He then took out a storage pouch and spoke again. "Dragon Lord, these are the spirit medicines and treasures collected by the War King." Wei Yuan took the storage pouch, checked it, and nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding upgrade conditions met. Little Azure Dragon's upgrade has begun. It is expected to be completed in 3 days. Upon completion, the host will receive 2 summoning opportunities close black lens bracket. At this, a smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. This was considered quite good news for him right now. The main thing was that after the upgrade, Little Azure Dragon would have King Realm combat power. For now, King Realm combat power was still relatively scarce. Secondly, there were the 2 summoning opportunities. Very good, you've done well. However, your cultivation is currently a bit low. For the time being, just focus on your cultivation. While speaking, Wei Yuan took out the already prepared medicinal pills and handed them to White Phoenix. To be honest, White Phoenix, who was at the late stage of the True Realm, had a combat power that was indeed a bit low in the current situation. White Phoenix also knew where his problem lay and hurriedly replied with respect. "This subordinate obeys. Please rest assured, Dragon Lord, this subordinate will definitely work hard to cultivate." Wei Yuan nodded. "Alright, keep it up. I'll be going now. If anything happens, contact me using the Azure Dragon token. As you command, Dragon Lord." Immediately after, with a flash of his figure, Wei Yuan left the tea house and returned to the marquee residence. Just as he returned, Wei Xuanpei called him to the main hall. "Wei Yuan, the current situation is becoming more and more unfavorable." At this, Wei Yuan played dumb. "Old Marquis, what do you mean?" After taking a sip of tea, Wei Xuanpei said slowly, "The King Chen token has appeared." Then, Wei Xuanpei explained the King Chen token in detail. "For the time being, don't leave Qingzhou." "Understood, Old Marquis. I'm going to cultivate now." After saying that, Wei Yuan left the hall. After Wei Yuan left, Wei Xuanpei sat in the hall and looked toward Liang Prefecture. It's chaos, everything has become chaotic. I hope heaven can give my Qingzhou Marquis residence a little more time. Otherwise, given the current situation, the difficulties will be immense. At the same time, Wei Yuan, who had returned to his room, naturally understood what Wei Xuanpei was saying. And he understood the current situation even better than Wei Xuanpei. At that moment, the Azure Dragon token made a sound. Wei Yuan picked it up to check and found it was a message from Gihai Yidao. Open black lens bracket Dragon Lord, things have changed. Now the entire Liang Prefecture knows about the King Chen token. I estimate it will reach Qingzhou soon, and this news is spreading at an extremely fast speed. It might spread throughout the entire Great Yuan. Close black lens bracket. After reading the message, Wei Yuan was also shocked. He didn't expect someone would actually do this and leak the news. Originally, according to the previous situation, only some top-tier powers knew. But with this spread, not just top-tier powers but everyone would know, and the situation would become completely chaotic. And this also brought pressure to the Divine Blade Hall's side. Although the Divine Blade Hall now had Invincible East, a King Realm perfection expert, presiding over it, as the news spread and more powers learned the information, the difficulties faced by the Divine Blade Hall would become greater and greater. Open black lens bracket. Alright, I understand. Stay safe. Also, report this news to Bai Tianyu and the others. Close black lens bracket. Yihai Yidao. Open black lens bracket. Understood, Dragonlord. This subordinate will contact Hallmaster Bai, the Eastern King, and the others immediately. Close black lens bracket. Liang Prefecture, Zhang family. Today was the 80th birthday of the Zhang family head, Zhang Wu. The Zhang family could only be considered a small family in the entire Liang Prefecture. After all, the strongest person in the entire Zhang family, Zhang Wu, had only broken through to the spirit realm a year ago. This also meant that although Zhang Wu was holding his 80th birthday celebration, he looked to be about 50 years old, with no trace of being 80 at all. Because it was a small family, not many people came. However, there were still over 20 tables. At this time, their minds were not on Zhang Wu's birthday banquet but were entirely focused on one thing, the King Chen token. Have you heard? The King Chen token is the key to opening King Chen's tomb. Of course I've heard King Chen's tomb is from 800 years ago. King Chen was the favorite son of the last emperor of Dali, and the funerary objects are all good things. If we can get a King Chen token and enter King Chen's tomb, just getting a little something would give us hope for the King realm. The crowd discussed heatedly. At a nearby table, Chen one day looked at his father, Chen Luoshi. The day before, he was still saying that thing was a piece of junk, but he didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. It really was a good item. Father, do you have that thing on you? That's a real treasure. Although Chen Luoshi was very excited inside, he knew he couldn't show any abnormality now. Otherwise, once it was known, only death would follow. Don't get excited. This matter must never be exposed. As the two were talking, a figure slowly walked over. P.S. I wrote 3 chapters before, but I accidentally deleted them by mistake and couldn't recover them. My heart hurts so much. So the author is currently rushing like crazy. Wait a moment, my foster fathers. 90. Number 90 Chapter 90 Hand it over and demand it. 4,000 word supplement. Chapter 90. Hand it over, demanding. 4,000 word supplement. Zhang Wu, the head of the Zhang family, strode over. Seeing this, Chen Luoshi and Chen Yishan quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, father-in-law." "Greetings, grandfather." Zhang Wu replied warmly. "Luoshi, Yishan, come with me to the backyard. I have something to discuss with you." Although Chen Luoshi and Chen Yiping were a bit confused, they still followed him. In the backyard, Zhang Wu got straight to the point. "Luoshi, I remember your Chen family has a token, right? I vaguely remember when you showed it to me, it had 3 large words written on it. King Chen token." Instantly, Chen Luoshi's face turned pale. "Father-in-law, what do you mean? Hand the King Chen token over to me. Your Chen family's power is too weak. You won't be able to keep it. Give it to me, and I will keep it safe for you." Chen Yishan quickly stepped forward and spoke. "Grandfather, your strength is only at the early spirit realm. If my father gives the King Chen token to you, are you sure you can protect it?" The early spirit realm was indeed strong to them, but looking at the entire Liang prefecture or the entire Great Li Dao, it could only be described as ordinary. Therefore, rather than doing this, it would be better to give the King Chen token to a major power. Zhang Wu shook his head. "Rest assured, I certainly won't harm you, and I also know that I cannot protect the King Chen token myself. So, I have already found a major power. If we hand the King Chen token over to them, we can obtain a very decent amount of resources. At that time, Luoshi, you will be able to push for the spirit realm, and as for Yishan, he's guaranteed to reach the spirit realm. How about it? Do you agree to my request?" Chen Luoshi and Chen Yishan looked at each other. Since Zhang Wu had already put it that way, and they truly couldn't keep the King Chen token anyway, it was better to hand over the King Chen token in exchange for a batch of cultivation resources, than to have it stolen. "Father-in-law, which power have you contacted?" Zhang Wu thought for a moment. "It seems to be the Shen sect. I haven't heard of the name before. I reckon it's a hidden power. But a hidden power is good. They are generous, and we can get a bit more resources." Shen sect? Chen Luoshi repeated the name. He felt the name was strange, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Just then, a light breeze blew past, and a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. The next second, a figure in purple appeared in the middle of the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhang Wu quickly spoke. "Greetings, Lord Messenger." Chen Luoshi and Chen Yishan beside him quickly followed suit. "Greetings, Lord Messenger." The purple-clad figure nodded, her voice very ethereal. Where is the item? Bring out the King Chen token for me to see. Seeing this, Zhang Wu quickly looked at Chen Luoshi. Luoshi, where is the King Chen token? Hurry and give it to the messenger. Although Chen Luoshi felt something was off, things had already reached this point. He reluctantly took the King Chen token out of his storage pouch. Whoosh! A breeze blew, and the next moment, the King Chen token landed in the purple-clad figure's hand. Subsequently, the purple-clad figure quickly inspected the King Chen token in her hand. After a careful examination, she found that the King Chen token was indeed real. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face. When she first got the clue, she thought it might be fake. At this time, Zhang Wu said flatteringly, Lord Messenger, the King Chen token is already in your hands. Is it time to give us the resources? He was now eyeing those resources greedily. After all, the King Chen token's grade was too high. He had the foresight to know it was better not to keep such a thing. However, upon hearing Zhang Wu's words, the smile on the purple-clad figure's face immediately vanished. It was replaced by an icy expression. Who said we were going to give you resources? Zhang Wu's face turned ugly. Lord Messenger, you promised me. You can't go back on your word. Hey, what evidence do you have? Are all the people of the Shen sect as untrustworthy as you? The purple-clad figure sneered. The Shen sect is just what we call ourselves to you. You don't call us the Shen sect. Hearing this, Chen Luoshi immediately remembered. You are actually. The purple-clad figure seemed a bit surprised that Chen Luoshi could actually discover her origin. Oh, I didn't expect a mere true realm like you to recognize my origin. Come on, let's see if your answer is correct. Chen Luoshi swallowed hard and nervously uttered 3 words. Demon Lotus Sect. Hearing this, a shocked expression appeared on Zhang Wu's face. Although his cultivation was only at the early spirit realm, the reputation of the Demon Lotus Sect was such that almost no one in the world didn't know it. 800 years ago, part of the reason the Great Yuan dynasty could destroy the Dali dynasty was by relying on the Demon Lotus Sect. It was precisely because the Demon Lotus Old Mother used her charms to bewitch the Dali dynasty's #1 general, Zhang Zhenshin, causing him to defect. Otherwise, relying on Zhang Zhenshin, the Dali dynasty could have held out for at least another 10 years. After all, Zhang Zhenshin's cultivation had already reached Saint Realm perfection at that time. If not for the limitations of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, Zhang Zhenshin could have completely broken through to the ancestor realm. Although the Demon Lotus sect was instrumental in helping the Great Yuan dynasty destroy the Dali dynasty, due to certain matters later on, a conflict arose between the Demon Lotus sect and the current Great Yuan. Even if they weren't defined as an evil cult like the Blood Demon cult, the general situation was quite similar. At the same time, the Great Li Imperial Gate, founded by the descendants and generals of the Dali dynasty, similarly had no good feelings toward the Demon Lotus sect. They were even more extreme than the Great Yuan dynasty. Whenever they encountered people from the Demon Lotus sect, they would show no mercy. A trace of a smile appeared on the purple-clad figure's face. Not bad to actually know of our Demon Lotus sect. It seems you know quite a bit. Otherwise, you wouldn't know of us. Even Zhang Wu, Chen Luoshi's father-in-law, felt very surprised. One must know that even he didn't recognize that the power before him was the Demon Lotus sect. At first, he was at the early spirit realm, while Chen Luoshi was only at true realm perfection. For a fellow at true realm perfection to know more than him was simply too incredible. At this moment, Chen Luoshi was very nervous and explained awkwardly, I just happened to guess it. Oh, is that so? But no matter what, today there is only one ending for you all, and that is death. Qing Ling's tone was icy. As a member of the Green Lotus branch of the Demon Lotus sect, when the first King Chen token appeared, she was sent by the Azure Lotus Saintess to inquire about news of the King Chen token. After all, inside King Chen's tomb, there were treasures of their Demon Lotus sect. As long as they could obtain the King Chen token, enter King Chen's tomb, and get the treasures inside, then the strength of their entire Demon Lotus sect would see a significant boost. PFF. With the sound of a dull thud, Zhang Wu suddenly knelt on the ground. Thud thud thud, thud thud thud, thud thud thud. He kowtowed frantically and repeatedly, crying as he spoke. I beg the fairy to give me a chance. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. He had just celebrated his 80th birthday. A spirit realm's lifespan was as high as 150 years, meaning he had just passed his prime and was still at his peak. He truly did not want to die here like this. As for the father and son, Chen Luoshi and Chen Yishan, they felt a wave of contempt upon seeing this situation. Although they didn't want to die either, begging so spinelessly was not their style. Moreover, Chen Luoshi knew very well that the Demon Lotus sect was an evil cult, and an evil cult wouldn't care about such things. No matter what, today their ending was only one, and that was to die here. Qing Ling watched this scene with interest. This feeling of being the dominator of others' lives was truly exhilarating. Just like that, after half a pillar of incense's time, Zhang Wu's forehead was already broken, and blood flowed all over the ground. Stop. Hearing Qing Ling's voice, Zhang Wu stopped. Just as he thought he would be able to live, boom, a streak of true qi, fast as lightning, struck him while he was completely off guard, leaving him no time to react. Thump. The true qi hit his chest with unerring accuracy. Instantly, his entire body was sent flying, smashing heavily onto the ground. Not kill you? What a laughable thing to say. The show is over. I can send you on your way now. Qing Ling toyed with the King Chen token, speaking with a playful expression. Zhang Wu lay on the ground wailing in pain, the intense agony making him wish for death. Although Chen Luoxi and Chen Yixin had long anticipated death, when this moment arrived, their faces were filled with tension. Especially Chen Yixin. He had still been thinking of breaking through to the spirit realm and leading the Chen family out of the county town, but now this dream was shattered. Die for me. Whoosh, whoosh. Qing Ling used her index finger as a sword and swung it out. 2 streaks of sword qi headed toward Chen Luoxi and Chen Yixin. This was the ultimate technique of the Green Lotus branch of the Demon Lotus sect that she had only recently learned, the Green Lotus sword qi. Although she had only learned the basics so far, it was more than enough to kill 2 true realm fellows. Forget the true realm, even Zhang Wu, who was at the early spirit realm, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chen Luoxi and Chen Yixin could already feel the powerful sword qi approaching. They closed their eyes in despair, ready to welcome death. After a dozen or so breaths, the 2 did not feel any pain on their bodies. The 2 immediately opened their eyes and found a figure standing in front of them. At this time, Qing Ling also saw the true face of the figure, and her entire face instantly turned pale with fright. She tremblingly uttered the identity of the man before her. Xuankang Temple's 3rd Buddha son, Zan Shu. She had never expected to actually encounter someone from the Xuankang Temple, especially the 3rd Buddha son, Zan Shu. With Zan Shu's status and position, even the Azure Lotus Saintess of their branch in the Demon Lotus sect could not compare to him. Firstly, they had 5 great saintesses. Aside from the Demon Lotus Saintess, who was appointed by the Demon Lotus Old Mother, the other 4 branches each had 1 saintess, whereas the Xuankang Temple had always had only 3 Buddha sons for thousands of years. Upon seeing Qing Ling, Zan Shu pressed his palms together. Amitabha. I did not expect to actually encounter a disciple of the Demon Lotus sect. It is indeed a rare sight. One must know that among the several major evil cults with the highest activity in recent years there were only the Blood Demon cult and the Huan sect. As for other evil cults, there was basically very little news. Even if news occasionally popped up, it was all small-scale trouble, which was simply not worth mentioning compared to what the Blood Demon cult and the Huan sect did. Hand over the King Chen token, and then take your own life. Zan Shu's words were very flat, but also very arrogant. There was no other way. He was at the late spirit realm, while Qing Ling was only at the spirit realm mid-stage. He was the 3rd Buddha son of Xuankang Temple, while Qing Ling was merely an elite disciple of the Green Lotus branch of the Demon Lotus sect. Whether in terms of status or strength, Qing Ling was no match for Zan Shu. The King Chen token belongs to our Demon Lotus sect. Don't even think about taking it away. Although I am no match for your Highness Buddha son, if we of the Demon Lotus sect want to escape, the Buddha son may not necessarily be able to keep me here. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, an explosion sounded, and thick green smoke immediately filled the entire backyard. Qing Ling prepared to dash away and immediately escape from here. That was a demon smoke bomb made by their Demon Lotus sect, which could block a martial artist's detection. Although this one of hers was only of medium quality, no one below the King realm could see through it. Previously, she had even used a demon smoke bomb to successfully escape from the hands of the embroidered uniform guard, which was quite impressive. The moment she dashed away, Zan Shu's figure appeared in front of her. With one palm strike, he sent her flying completely. Lying on the ground, clutching her chest with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, Qing Ling endured the pain and said with a face full of disbelief, "How could you possibly see through the demon smoke? Haven't you not yet reached the King realm?" Zan Shu's expression was calm. The things of your Demon Lotus sect are simply not worth mentioning before our Xuankang Temple. Die. Before Qing Ling could speak, Zan Shu struck out with another palm. A towering palm print filled the entire room, and it even locked down the entire space, making it so that even if Qing Ling wanted to escape, she couldn't. Boom. The huge sound was accompanied by the entire house being shattered. The commotion here immediately attracted the guests outside. Zan Shu took a step forward and came before the dying Qing Ling. Qing Ling struggled with her last breath. Just you wait, our Demon Lotus sect will definitely take revenge. Zhan Shu pressed his palms together. Amitabha, this monk awaits your revenge. Afterward, he unhesitatingly took the King Chen token and left the Zhang family home. At this time, the people around immediately began to discuss. That was the third Buddha son of Xuankang Temple, Zhan Shu, just now. I didn't expect him to be so young in person, to have already reached the late spirit realm at such a young age. The spiritual qi resurgence is indeed different. Now is not the time to talk about this, we should find out what exactly happened. So everyone immediately ran under the collapsed house and rescued the Chen father and son, who had suffered some minor injuries. Originally, they could have avoided being injured, but the power of Zhan Shu's palm strike was too great, causing the two of them to be instantly knocked unconscious by the shockwave. As for Zhang Wu, he was already seriously injured, so he was crushed to death the moment the house collapsed. At the same time, everyone also heard a shocking piece of news from the mouths of the Chen father and son. That was that Zhan Shu had taken away the third King Chen token. P.S. When you're unlucky, you really stay unlucky. Yesterday I deleted my drafts, and today I was called in for overtime. It's miserable. I've made it up later. My benefactors, I am truly sorry. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.